Tiannan City, Xingyu Machinery Factory. In the office on the second floor, a young man glared at the fat man on the sofa, his eyes seeming to spew flames. His name was Ye Xing, a newly graduated university student working at a foreign trade company. At the same time, he was also the second generation of a small factory owner. His father, Ye Xing, had founded Xingyu Machinery Factory and operated it for over a decade, earning an excellent reputation in Tiannan City's manufacturing circle. Relying on its good credit and reputation, Xingyu Machinery had grown from a shabby workshop with only 5 or 6 hand-cranked lathes to a still humble plant now equipped with dozens of CNC machines. Yet the increase in equipment and floor space had not brought any remarkable change in the Ye family's wealth, as most funds were poured into new machinery and worker benefits. Therefore, after graduating, Ye Xing had no choice but to find a job elsewhere, for his family's little factory simply could not provide him with a decent income. Moreover, he had been in a relationship for several years with his university classmate Ding Xiaoling, and they were about to step into marriage. He wanted to give Ding Xiaoling a perfect wedding to prove how right her choice had been. Yet that very morning, Ye Xing suddenly received a call from his father saying something terrible had happened. He hurriedly took leave from work and rushed to the factory. The man sitting on the sofa was called Hu Kai, an old client of Xingyu Machinery who had been working with them for many years. Ye Xing had seen him visit their home before. But now Hu Kai was seated in the boss's chair that should have belonged to the factory director, his manner frivolous. One leg was propped up on the desk as he looked at Ye Xing out of the corner of his eye. Ye Xing's father, Ye Xing, was standing hunched over in front of the desk, his expression humble and subdued. On the desk itself sat a slim woman with delicate features and a seductive air, looking down at Ye Xing from on high. In the 4 corners of the office stood 4 burly men in black, their faces cold and emotionless. "Father, what happened?" Ye Xing stepped in front of Ye Xing and helped him up, his heart filled with confusion. He could not understand how the usually amiable Hu Kai had become like a completely different person, his features twisted into something hateful and repulsive. "What's going on? See for yourself." Hu Kai, who had been squinting his eyes, stood up with an unfathomable smile and slapped a stack of contracts onto the desk. "This is the contract signed last month. The total amount is 1 million and the delivery date is 3 days from now. Yet you haven't produced a single piece. You must pay 10 times the penalty for breach of contract." Hu Kai rapped the contract a few more times, his tone razor sharp. Breaching the contract. His father had always been meticulous. How could he possibly have made such a mistake? Ye Xing's mind was in turmoil as he numbly picked up the contract. The terms were clearly written: a construction period of 1 month, 100 machine parts to be delivered in full 3 days from now, and in case of breach, party A would receive 10 times the contract value as liquidated damages. At the bottom of the contract were the official seal of Xingyu Machinery and the handwritten signature of Ye Xing, leaving no doubt he had signed it himself. The office fell utterly silent, broken only by the rustling of turning pages. Ye Xing continued to flip through the pages, his gaze finally landing on the part drawing. His eyes suddenly went blank. As a mechanical engineering graduate destined to take over the family machining factory, he was extremely familiar with such drawings. With a single glance, he could tell this was a non-standard, irregularly shaped component with a high degree of difficulty. Yet after a brief scan, he judged that in principle it fell within the range his family's factory could handle. However, the tolerances marked on the drawing far exceeded the precision of the equipment in their workshop and belonged to the realm of precision machining. How could his father possibly have signed such a contract? In an instant, countless questions surged through Ye Xing's mind. "Dad, this is..." He turned to look at Ye Xing, utterly unable to understand how his father could have made such a basic mistake. With a guilty look at Ye Xing lowered his head and softly explained what had happened. It turned out he had been thinking of Ye Xing's upcoming marriage and wanted to earn an extra sum for the bride price, so he was desperate for new orders. Just then, Hu Kai had mentioned a new order, the amount and price both almost impossible to refuse, though the required machining precision was difficult to meet. After mulling it over for a long time, Ye Xing initially rejected the order. But then Hu Kai raised the price by another 20%, and the factory's chief engineer Song Ming, acting completely out of character, thumped his chest and vowed that as long as the delivery time could be relaxed a little and new machining methods were used, there would be no problem. Already eager to secure the order, faced with the increased price and Song Ming's guarantee, Ye Xing steeled himself and signed the contract. Unexpectedly, shortly after the contract was signed, Song Ming suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized, and despite exhausting every possible method, the workers produced nothing but scrap. After hearing his father's account, a chill spread through Ye Xing's entire body. This was an obvious trap. "Hu Kai, you set up my family." Ye Xing ground his teeth so hard they creaked. "Watch your mouth, kid. The contract was signed by your father, the fingerprint stamped by him, and the deposit was transferred into his account. Did I hold a knife to his neck and force him to sign?" Hu Kai sneered, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "President Hu, he's just a child. Don't take his words to heart. We've known each other for years. Please be magnanimous and give us a few more days so I can think of a solution. Ye Xing begged bitterly. When Ye Xing lifted his head, he happened to catch the crafty smile playing at the corners of Hukai's mouth. Old Ye, you want me to extend the deadline, but who am I supposed to ask for an extension? We signed a contract, didn't we? Looking at Ye Xing's pitiful appearance, Hukai put on a stern face, though inside, he was elated. The entire affair was a scheme he had orchestrated, his true aim being the land beneath Xingyu Machinery and the Ye family's house. After years of dealings, he understood the machining capabilities of Xingyu Machinery all too well. He had bribed the technical director Song Ming and deceived Ye Xing into walking straight into the trap. Song Ming had long since been arranged to disappear. The order itself was genuine, and Hukai had already had it processed by Huaxing Group, the largest company in Tiannan City. Today he had come for one purpose: to take over Xingyu Machinery. So faced with Ye Xing's desperate pleas, he remained utterly unmoved. According to the contract, if you cannot deliver in 3 days, you owe me 10 million. This shabby factory of yours isn't worth a cent. Even if you give me the land, it still won't cover it. Hukai gave a triumphant feral grin, looking every bit the man whose plan was on the brink of success. He wrapped an arm around the pretty secretary beside him and planted a kiss on her fair cheek. Ye Xing and Ye Xing both looked ashen, like the living dead. Even a fool could hear the stench of conspiracy in Hukai's words. Given Xingyu Machinery's capabilities, it was absolutely impossible to machine 100 high-precision parts in just 3 days, even if they paid a fortune to buy high-precision machine tools. Decades of the Ye family's hard work were on the verge of turning to smoke and drifting neatly into Hukai's pocket. Ye Xing, I've even drafted the compensation agreement for you. All you need to do is sign. Hukai produced another stack of contracts, flinging them in front of Ye Xing before leisurely lighting a cigarette. Ye Xing picked up the agreement. It specified that once the factory land and the Ye family residence were transferred to Hukai's name, all debts between the two parties would be considered settled. Old Ye, I've already been more than generous and haven't asked for too much. If you think about it, you're actually getting the better end of the deal. Of course, if you refuse to sign. At that point, Hukai's eyes turned icy. You know what I used to do. Don't think you can escape from the palm of my hand. Ye Xing's body visibly trembled. From what he knew, Hukai had a complicated background and considerable influence in Tiannan City. His threats would never remain mere words. With a jerk of his chin, Hukai signaled, and one of the bodyguards shoved a pen into Ye Xing's hand. The pen felt as heavy as 10,000 caddies. He truly could not sign this agreement. Once he did, the Ye family would be finished. Yet if he did not sign, he would owe an astronomical sum. Just then a crisp electronic voice suddenly sounded in Ye Xing's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming an interstellar trade agent. A space-time trading platform. One that can trade with all races across the universe. At the electronic voice echoing in his mind, Ye Xing's dejected face suddenly changed as his eyes flew wide open. His gaze involuntarily swept around, searching to see if someone was playing a prank on him. Yet aside from the few people who had been there a moment ago, there was no other sound. When the electronic voice rang out a second time, Ye Xing immediately grew excited. He was now certain that he truly possessed the legendary system, and one that could even trade with all races in the universe. With so many civilizations among the stars, perhaps the high-precision machine tools that plagued the Ye family could be solved with a mere flick of the wrist. The more Ye Xing thought about it, the more excited he became, and an involuntary smile surfaced on his face. Xiaoxing, what's wrong with you? Immersed in his fantasies, the corners of Ye Xing's mouth slowly curved into an arc. Just then he felt a hand pat his shoulder. He looked up to find everyone in the office staring at him, as though he were some kind of lunatic. In everyone else's eyes, Ye Xing's expression was simply too bizarre. Dad, I'm fine. Ye Xing snapped out of his daydream and answered in a low voice, then turned his gaze toward Hukai. We will deliver that order on time. The office instantly fell silent, everyone staring at Ye Xing as though he were a fool. Just moments ago, Ye Xing had been pleading with Hukai for an extension, and now he was claiming they could complete the task on schedule. Was this some kind of joke? If they could deliver on time, why would Ye Xing have to beg in the first place? This contradiction surfaced in everyone's mind, and their gazes toward Ye Xing grew only more bizarre. Hukai in particular wore an especially complicated expression. He had come today certain that Ye Xing would fail to deliver, intending to force him, according to the contract, to hand over the machine factory and pay a penalty. Everything should have wrapped up perfectly. Yet Ye Xing's sudden claim that they could deliver on time completely disrupted his plan. Ha ha ha. Hukai threw his head back in loud laughter. When the laughter stopped, his expression turned as dark as still water. Old Ye, it seems my eyes have failed me. I was even thinking of helping you come up with a solution. Who would have thought your Ye family hides such dragons and tigers, long prepared with a countermeasure, playing me for a fool? Old who? No president who don't listen to a child's nonsense, let me explain. Flustered to the point of incoherence, Ye Xing pressed his hands down in the air, trying to stop Hukai from continuing. At this moment, he regretted it more than anything. He should never have let Ye Xing come. If he had just kept begging, perhaps he could have won a few more days. Now that Ye Xing had declared they could deliver the goods, there was no room left to ease the situation. Heh! Hu Kai let out a cold chuckle, weighing in his heart whether this kid was truly capable or merely putting on a show. Xiaoxing, tell President Hu you were just joking. Seeing Hu Kai remain silent, Ye Xing grew even more anxious. With the very survival of the Yi family at stake, he no longer cared about pride. Dad, I meant what I said, Ye Xing replied, without changing his expression, showing no sign of backing down. Oh. Ye Xing stared at Ye Xing, mouth agape, trying to understand why his son would choose this moment to go mad. Hu Kai, the contract states clearly that the delivery date is the day after tomorrow. For you to come today to demand the goods and use threats is a violation of the contract's terms. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Ye Xing seemed like a different person, his tone decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Hu Kai was stunned and only spoke after a long moment. Very well, Ye Xing, you heard your son. I will return the day after tomorrow to collect the goods. If you cannot deliver on time and up to standard, don't blame me for showing no mercy. He had come in high spirits, only to be driven out, his old face unable to withstand the humiliation and with no excuse to remain. He could only spit out a vicious parting line, then wave his hand and leave the office with his subordinates in tow. Ye Xing watched Hu Kai leave and stood dazed at the doorway for a long time before slowly turning back. Xiaoxing, you've stirred up a huge mess. Tell me, what are you going to deliver the day after tomorrow? That I have a solution. Right now, the important thing is to steady everyone's nerves. I'm going to figure something out immediately. Eager to see how to use the space-time trading platform, Ye Xing left a brief explanation for Ye Xing, then hurriedly left the office. Watching Ye Xing leave, Ye Xing let out a long sigh and sank onto the sofa, his mind a tangled mess. In the empty workshop, there was nothing but a few old worn machine tools. Ye Xing closed the main gate and switched off the lights, plunging the entire factory into gloom. By his feet was a box of bottled water and a pack of instant noodles, items he had just bought outside. The first transaction the system had matched for him was for pure natural water, while the instant noodles were something Ye Xing had decided to buy on his own. At the same time, he had also published his own needs to the other party and received a clear confirmation. Ye Xing lightly tapped his finger in the air, and a blue panel suddenly appeared in the void. Host, would you like to enter the trading platform? A line of text appeared on the blue panel. Ye Xing clicked yes without the slightest hesitation. Instantly, the scene before him began to spin and blur. Suddenly, light burst before his eyes, and Ye Xing found himself standing inside a house whose four walls were completely transparent. Outside the house stretched boundless darkness, and in the blackness of the east hung a pale violet nebula. Hazy starlight shone from behind it, and from time to time meteors with white tails shot forth from the nebula, slicing through the dark. Is this outer space? Gazing into the darkness, Ye Xing's eyes were filled with intoxicated wonder. This starry sky before him was something he had never seen back on Blue Star. It was truly magnificent and grand. Correct, host. You are now at the center of the Milky Way, the region where the galaxy's energy is most concentrated and matter most abundant, and also the busiest hub of trade. As Ye Xing's words faded, a gentle electronic voice sounded from nowhere within the room. Ye Xing withdrew his gaze and looked at a white panel before him, confusion flashing in his eyes as he wondered how the trade was supposed to proceed. Back in the office, he had been able to see the system's posted material requests within his mind, which was why he had purchased bottled water and instant noodles. Host, before your first transaction, please read the trading rules. Seeing Ye Xing's confusion, a white light screen suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Ye Xing swept his gaze across it and immediately grasped the rules. Interstellar trade was divided into 3 stages: primary, intermediate, and advanced. He was currently at the primary stage, where the system alone would match trading partners according to the goods offered. If both parties had no objections to the items, they could meet to trade, and each transaction would generate points. Once his points reached a certain amount, he would be promoted to the intermediate stage and could view all demand information, allowing him to select trading partners based on their needs. Upon becoming an advanced agent, he would be able to enter the trading partner's environment to gain more specific information about their needs. Put simply, at the primary stage, both sides knew nothing about each other's background, and all trades were arranged by the system. At the advanced stage, however, Ye Xing would gain far more authority, setting up shop directly on the other party's turf and becoming a true direct sales merchant. Host, if you agree to the trading rules, please click yes. If you do not agree, please click no. 2 floating buttons appeared on the panel. Ye Xing unhesitatingly chose yes. This was a planetary agency position, a chance to exchange for countless pieces of black technology. Not choosing it would be the real madness. Congratulations, host. Now commencing your first transaction. With the accompanying electronic chime, the panel vanished, and the room fell silent once more. Ye Xing sat down on the chair gazing at the starry sky outside, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. Suddenly, a white light appeared from the darkness, and a figure emerged from the void standing before Ye Xing. Is this person also from the Blue Star? Yet they seem somewhat peculiar. Ye Xing scrutinized the traitor before him, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The person was tall with slightly curly brown hair and skin of a strange brown hue. Their facial features were exquisitely defined, as if sculpted with a knife, perfectly arranged to form a handsome face. However, Ye Xing could not discern their age. They wore a tight-fitting black bodysuit that shimmered, accentuating their robust physique. Yet there was some visible dirt on their clothing, which seemed incongruous with the high-tech outfit. Are you from the ancestral star? That's wonderful. Upon spotting Ye Xing seated in the chair, a spark of excitement instantly lit up the weary eyes of the person who waved at Ye Xing and sat down in the chair across from him. Then their gaze shifted down to the bottled water, their eyes brightening as their hands trembled with eagerness, as if about to pounce. Ancestral star person, is this pure natural water? They pointed at the bottled water, their tone filled with excitement. Indeed, this is pure natural spring water sourced from the mountains, and it has a slightly sweet taste. Ye Xing nodded. This was his first transaction, and adhering to the principle of revealing as little as possible, he sought to probe the other party while maximizing his own benefits. From the way the person referred to him as an ancestral star person, Ye Xing deduced that the other party had evolved many generations beyond himself and had the capability to leave the blue star, otherwise they wouldn't refer to it as their ancestral star. He had seen the other party emerge from the void, and outside the room was the vast cosmos devoid of air and filled with cosmic rays that could easily obliterate unprotected beings. Could the black suit they wore be a spacesuit? It was simply too advanced. That's great, ancestral star person. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jerry, and I am the captain of the 3rd Cosmic Fleet tasked by the Star System Alliance to explore the 4th universe. As for ancestral star people, we have only seen them in dusty records. Many natural products are preserved only by ancestral star people. It seems I am truly fortunate. Oh, ancestral star person, it is such a pleasure to meet you. In previous transactions, those lower-level beings simply could not grasp our needs until I met you. Jerry was extremely excited, speaking rapidly, and a flood of information inadvertently flowed into Ye Xing's mind. Though his expression remained calm, a storm of thoughts surged within him. Although he did not comprehend the meaning of the 4th universe, a fleet capable of navigating the cosmos must possess at least a level 3 civilization according to classifications on the Blue Star. Moreover, judging by the dirt on the other party, it seemed their fleet had encountered some trouble, and since they were seeking his assistance, he could fully seize the initiative in the trade. Of course, Jerry, no matter where you go, we are all part of human civilization, with the seeds of civilization sown across the starry seas, yet the roots remain in the ancestral star. Ye Xing maintained his composure, continuing to uphold his air of mystery. That's wonderful, ancestral star person. May I ask how to address you? Captain Jerry excitedly waved his arm. My name is Ye Xing, you can call me Xing. Ye Xing nodded, leaning over to retrieve a bottle of mineral water from the box, and placing it on the table, his gaze scanning the other party. During transactions on the time-space trading platform, it is necessary to prepare goods in advance, otherwise discussing requirements during the meeting would significantly reduce trading efficiency. Yet aside from that strange spacesuit, the other party did not seem to have anything that could accommodate a machine tool. Xing, are you sure you want to trade this water for that kind of toy machinery? Jerry's gaze fell upon the bottle of mineral water, his eyes revealing a fervent glimmer. After a long moment, he reluctantly lifted his head to look at Ye Xing. Yes, and not only that, I also brought instant noodles. Instant noodles? Are they the kind with various flavors? Incredibly delicious. I've only seen such things in history museums, and I heard that instant noodles are made from processed flour. Is that true? Jerry's gaze shifted to the instant noodles, his eyes burning with desire, as if he wanted to reach out and grab them. According to the trading rules, neither party could touch the other's items before the transaction commenced. Only after the platform verifies the authenticity and completes the transaction can the items be handled. Ye Xing was taken aback. Instant noodles were just commonplace fast food on Blue Star, often referred to as junk food by many. The other party's reaction was so intense it was as if they had encountered a cultural relic. Did they not usually eat rice or noodles? What do they eat then? Jerry, that's right, this is instant noodles, but just the most ordinary braised beef flavor. Ding, system verification, the trading item is genuine. Oh Xing, you are truly a good person. On behalf of our fleet, I thank you, but I don't know what I should trade for this instant noodle. Jerry's gaze moved back and forth between the bottled water and the instant noodles, a look of struggle on his face, as if he were deciding which item to trade. Ye Xing appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. Trading instant noodles and bottled water for a high-precision machine tool on Blue Star could easily be considered fraud. Jerry, hold on a moment, where's the machine tool I wanted? "Oh Xing, look at my brain, I got so excited that I forgot your items are just too tempting. Could the machine tool be hidden inside the ring? But how is that possible?" Ye Xing's gaze fell on the ring, his pupils suddenly constricting, his heart involuntarily racing, as a common treasure from Xianxia novels flashed through his mind. A storage ring that can contain the world. The ring in Jerry's hand seemed to be made of some unknown metal, looking extremely light, as if it had no weight when placed on the table. As the ring rested on the table, a milky white light appeared above it, forming a spatial grid. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Ye Xing stood up and looked into the space. A row of neatly arranged red dots lay quietly in the space, resembling pills. Is this the machine tool? Ye Xing reminded himself to maintain composure and not reveal any flaws. However, the scene before him was too astonishing. Those red dots were clearly the size of pills, yet in his mind, he could sense a real machine tool standing before him. With a wave of Jerry's hand, the red dots in the space jumped out from the white light and landed in the room. As Ye Xing watched in amazement, the red dot, which was only 1 centimeter in size, gradually expanded, ultimately becoming a machine tool over 3 meters long. Damn, this is definitely spatial technology, almost mythical. Seeing the sci-fi-like operation before him, Ye Xing couldn't help but lick his lips. Soon 10 massive machines appeared around the office desk. Ding! After system verification, the trading item is genuine. Oh dear Xing, you must be an antique machinery enthusiast fond of collecting these antiquated toys. Fortunately, there are others in our fleet who share your hobby, otherwise we wouldn't understand what use you have for these toys. Jerry stood up, patting the high-precision machine tool with a technological feel. Ye Xing stared at the machines, not replying. He was certain that the toys Jerry referred to were the most advanced processing machines on Blue Star, worth millions each and still hard to come by. Moreover, they were under embargo. Xing, according to the information I found, the machine tool you requested belongs to a 5-axis linkage machine tool, with 32 processing directions, considered a very old piece of machinery. My colleague said that collectors of such toys tend to be very sensitive about parameters. So I took the liberty of having the robot modify the machine tool into a 6-axis with 64 processing faces, increasing the processing precision tenfold so that you can gain a bit of superiority when interacting with your peers. Xing, you won't blame me for my recklessness, will you? Jerry pointed at the machine tool, looking at Ye Xing with an apologetic tone. But Ye Xing was already stunned by Jerry's words. He had studied machinery and was well-versed in machine tool performance since childhood. If Jerry wasn't lying, these few machines would cause a global uproar in the processing industry upon arriving on Blue Star, leading scientists to fight over them. Their performance had already surpassed the highest processing precision on Blue Star. Of course not, we can trade right now, Ye Xing said with a faint smile, placing the box of mineral water on the table. Oh Xing, thank you so much. We haven't had natural spring water in a long time. I am very much looking forward to our next transaction. Jerry's face was filled with ecstatic joy, his eyes fixated on the box of mineral water. Have both parties reached an agreement? Will we trade? A soft electronic voice echoed in the air. Jerry hesitated for a moment, reluctantly gazing at the instant noodles on the table before looking back at Ye Xing. Xing, could you sell me that instant noodle? I have heard it is a very delicious food. Ye Xing was secretly delighted. The instant noodles were brought as a precaution, and he never expected them to be of use. He had just witnessed the power of the silver ring in science fiction novels. It was a spatial weapon capable of folding space. Compared to it, high-precision machine tools were child's play. Of course, but Captain Jerry, what do you intend to offer in exchange? Ye Xing nodded, his gaze lingering on the ring on Jerry's hand. Xing, how about my spacesuit? Although it looks a bit old, its functions are still powerful: radiation protection, energy impact resistance, and it can automatically absorb materials to convert them into essential air for humans. Moreover, it is nuclear-powered. The power source may be a bit outdated, but it can still maintain a speed faster than a shark in deep sea. Jerry first appeared pleased, then hesitantly scratched his head, his gaze falling on his spacesuit as he awkwardly began to introduce it. After all, the spacesuit was old. What if the other party didn't find it appealing? Ye Xing felt conflicted, his eyes fixed on the black suit the other wore. He hadn't expected such an ordinary spacesuit to be so impressive. It was hardly inferior to that silver ring. Ye Xing gently tapped the table with his fingers, contemplating. If he took the spacesuit, he would be invulnerable, seemingly able to traverse the heavens and earth without issue. However, the greatest crisis facing the Ye family was to fulfill the contract and ensure the company's credibility. Without the silver ring, these massive machines could not be transported to the workshop. Jerry, I'm sorry, but I don't want old clothes. Ye Xing pointed a finger to stop Jerry from continuing. I'm sorry, Xing. I was just too eager to get that package of instant noodles. A great collector like you surely wouldn't want old items. Even a new spacesuit cannot compare to instant noodles. Jerry's face was full of embarrassment as he looked apologetically at Ye Xing. He then cast a searching gaze at Ye Xing, indicating he indeed had nothing else to offer for trade. Captain Jerry, I can give you this package of instant noodles, but can you give me the ring on your hand? Otherwise, I cannot take these machines back. Ye Xing looked at the silver ring on his hand, suppressing the excitement within. Of course, no problem. This trade is highly favorable for me. Next time I will surely compensate you well. Jerry was clearly taken aback, his face showing both joy and guilt. Ye Xing pushed the mineral water and instant noodles to the center of the table, and Jerry waved his hand, storing the machine into the ring and placing it on the table. A flash of white light passed, and the items on both sides exchanged owners. Ye Xing curiously picked up the silver ring and placed it on his finger. In his mind, he immediately sensed a vast space large enough to hold a factory. Xing, I am very much looking forward to our next trade. Jerry's voice came, and Ye Xing looked up to see him waving goodbye, while holding the mineral water and instant noodles disappearing into the darkness. A flash of white light, and Ye Xing reappeared in the factory. He took out the ring, and his consciousness immediately connected with the space, as if he were the master of this space, controlling every object within it. With a thought, 10 sci-fi-style machine tools appeared on the ground. Ye Xing glanced at the time. It was already evening, and the workers had finished their shifts. Ye Xing was eager to have the workers install the machine tools right away to see the results. However, thinking about how the workers had been worried and frightened all day for the factory, and also worrying about whether it could operate tomorrow, given that it concerned their livelihoods, Ye Xing immediately dismissed the thought. He walked out of the factory, locked the door, and bought some food, heading straight to the office on the second floor. Ye Xing was lying on the sofa discussing matters with a middle-aged man, both looking troubled. Uncle Chung. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Ye Xing called out. The man was the veteran Cheng Rui, who had been with Ye Xing since he started his business and was considered Ye Xing's right-hand man. After the incident at Xingyu Machinery Factory, Cheng Rui had not left, but rather helped Ye Xing with everything. Ye Xing felt immense gratitude and respect for Cheng Rui. Upon seeing Ye Xing, the two immediately stood up, looking at Ye Xing with expressions full of inquiry. They also knew hope was slim. After all, Ye Xing was merely a young man who had just graduated not long ago, and relying on him to solve difficulties in such a short time was indeed a wishful thinking. Dad, Uncle Chung, the matter has been settled. Ye Xing placed the food in front of them and said calmly. Really? Ye Xing and Cheng Rui exclaimed in surprise in unison. Quick, tell us, did Huang Chen agree to lend us money? Ye Xing, anxious and restless, looked eagerly at Ye Xing while holding the lunchbox. During this time, he had been borrowing money everywhere, and friends and family had all turned him down. The results were minimal, and those who used to surround him distanced themselves upon hearing about borrowing money. The news of the Ye family's impending collapse had spread throughout the mechanical industry in Tiannan City, and everyone avoided him. Instead, it was Ye Xing's classmate Huang Chun who extended a helping hand, offering Ye Xing 500,000 yuan. So when he heard Ye Xing say the matter was resolved, the first thought that came to his mind was that the Huang family was willing to lend money. Otherwise, even the Huang family wouldn't be able to buy high-precision machine tools. Ye Xing pondered for a moment and said, Uncle Huang only agreed to help facilitate contact. We will know by tomorrow morning. Ye Xing and Cheng Rui both immediately brightened, eager to go downstairs and follow Ye Xing. Uncle Chung, I need to trouble you again. Oh, please inform the workers to gather at the factory early tomorrow morning. Ye Xing smiled slightly at Cheng Rui. All right, I promise to get it done. Little Xing, you don't know, but the workers are also hoping the factory can overcome the crisis. Everyone has worked here for many years and has feelings for it. Cheng Rui put down the lunchbox, stood up excitedly, and hurriedly agreed. The three exchanged glances, sharing a light laugh. The next day at the Xingyu processing plant, Ye Xing arrived to find Ye Xing and Cheng Rui already waiting at the factory entrance with over 40 workers. Ye Xing guided them to 10 machines, and their eyes were immediately drawn to the machine's designs. What brand of machine is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Ye Xing, who had spent his entire life in the machining industry, had seen it all, from the most basic arm drills to precision machines from abroad. However, upon seeing the super machines for the first time, he determined they were a type of advanced machinery he had never encountered, even feeling as if he were in a science fiction movie. His hand brushed against the cold metallic surface, his gaze sweeping over every inch of the machine, his expression growing increasingly animated. He had a premonition that these machines were definitely on par with 5-axis machines. Old Cheng, what do you think? He excitedly turned to Cheng Rui. I've seen the 5-axis machines from Huaxing Group, and in terms of appearance, these machines surpass them. Cheng Rui squinted as he assessed the machines. The design is truly beautiful. Ooh, I can't wait to operate it. Yes, after so many years of work, this is the first time I've found it enjoyable to operate a machine. Look, this control panel is so advanced, do I hesitate to even touch it? Doesn't it resemble the control panel of a spaceship from a movie? The workers gathered around the machines, chattering excitedly and expressing their admiration. Ye Xing stood with his hands behind his back, watching the astonished crowd with a smile. Ye Xing directed the workers to secure the machines, power them on, and activate them. The machine's dashboard lit up, and Cheng Rui approached to observe closely. Although these machines appeared more advanced, the control panel was quite similar to the previous models, allowing the workers to operate them without any training. Bring over the workpiece. Cheng Rui held the blueprints and waved at a nearby worker. The worker operated the crane to bring over the workpiece, which was a solid round steel piece, 1 meter long and 20 centimeters in diameter. With the previous machines, they would have to lower it incrementally onto the machine and then secure it. However, this time the new machine's situation was different. Cheng Rui noticed a loading button on the dashboard and pressed it gently. With a soft sound, the machine's body suddenly opened up and a pair of mechanical arms slowly extended out, pincers like claws grasping the workpiece. Then at a visibly rapid pace, the arms retracted, bringing the workpiece into the machine. The onlookers were astounded. They had never seen such an intelligent machine that could load and secure the workpiece by itself. Oh my God, this machine even has a robot. Does this mean we only need to input parameters? Indeed, this is high-tech. We are falling behind. How much would such a machine cost? Come on, with millions, you need a place to buy it. The young boss is quite impressive. He managed to acquire such a miraculous machine. It seems our factory is saved this time. A group of workers surrounded the lathe, discussing fervently. They had already sensed the machine's extraordinary nature just from its appearance. Now, witnessing the mechanical arms grasping the workpiece and placing it into the machine, they felt a renewed shock. Cheng Rui stared at the closed machine body, his hands trembling slightly, and a hint of astonishment showed in his steady gaze. In his decades-long career, he had seen some advanced machines with mechanical arms in various factories. However, the mechanical arms he had seen before were not particularly agile. They could only grasp small pieces, and sometimes intricate operations still required manual assistance. Unlike the earlier mechanical arms, which could lift hundreds of kilograms of workpieces with such steadiness and agility, their sensitivity was not much inferior to that of a human. Old Cheng stopped dawdling, quickly input the parameters, and see its processing capability. Seeing Cheng Rui lost in thought, Ye Xing urged. Cheng Rui nodded. While the sight of the mechanical arm was indeed shocking, the most important aspect of a machine was not its fancy auxiliary functions, but its processing accuracy, which was the gold standard for evaluating a machining tool. Cheng Rui stood in front of the dashboard, inputting the control actions one by one according to the blueprints. The machine vibrated slightly, and then returned to calm. Cheng Rui looked at the tightly closed machine body with some suspicion. The power was clearly on, and he had pressed the start button, but why did it feel like the machine was not operating? Some impatient workers squatted down to check the motor, but facing such an advanced machine, they feared being too reckless and damaging it. Ye Xing walked over with a smile and pressed a button on the dashboard. The closed body suddenly revealed a transparent glass shell through which the interior of the machine could be seen clearly. The workers were astonished to see the workpiece spinning rapidly with dozens of probing heads tightly adhering to the workpiece's movement from various angles. Oh my God, this machine makes no sound at all. It's completely silent. If the young boss hadn't opened the machine body, I would have thought it hadn't started yet. Wow, technology is developing too quickly, we can't keep up with the times. No wonder those foreigners don't find work tiring. It turns out the machines are silent and have mechanical arms, which is no different from working in an office. Do you believe it? With such a machine, I could work while scrolling on my phone for a lifetime. The workers gazed at the spinning workpiece, discussing excitedly and in shock. Ye Xing chuckled and shook his head. In fact, he had already mastered the machine's performance and operating methods the previous night. What the workers were witnessing was still only a fraction of the machine's capabilities. Ye Xing's eyes were fixed on the probing heads from all directions, and the astonishment in his eyes grew more intense. Suddenly, he turned to Ye Xing. Xiao Xing, is this machine possibly the most advanced 5-axis machine in the world? 5-axis linkage machine. The most advanced machines today can process more complex parts compared to ordinary machines, while also achieving a qualitative improvement in precision, representing the pinnacle of machining technology. Previously, this cutting-edge technology was monopolized by Western countries, strictly prohibiting exports to long country, leading to backwardness in industries requiring precision machining, such as military shipping and aviation. With the efforts of scientific and technological talents in long country, they gradually broke through the bottleneck. However, the most advanced technologies remained blocked by the West. The noisy sounds suddenly quieted down, and dozens of gazes turned toward Ye Xing. They were all frontline workers familiar with the reputation of the 5-axis linkage machine, but had never seen it in person. Now they were waiting for Ye Xing to unveil the mystery. Indeed, this is a multi-axis linkage machine, but it's not a 5-axis. Ye Xing nodded calmly, but a hint of a smile flickered in his eyes. This is not a mere 5-axis linkage machine. It is a performance beast disguised as a 5-axis linkage machine. The running machine suddenly came to a halt. The transparent glass cover opened, and a mechanical arm extended out of the machine, holding the processed part. The workers had never witnessed such an intelligent scene. For a moment, they forgot to step forward and retrieve the workpiece, all stretching their necks in astonishment. Cheng Rui manipulated the overhead crane to lift the part onto the workbench, bending down to take a caliper from the toolbox to measure the part. A mix of extreme suppression and excitement appeared on his face, yet his hands remained steady, his gaze focused, as he compared the measurements with the blueprint. The workers rushed over, surrounding Cheng Rui, their eyes fixated on the caliper. Suddenly, Cheng Rui's movements halted, his gaze fixed on the caliper, his face displaying shock. How is this possible? Is it even more precise than the specifications on the blueprint? Cheng Rui stared at the caliper in disbelief, while the surrounding workers looked at him equally puzzled. Every part has its ideal dimension, but in actual processing errors occur. The smaller the error, the higher the precision, and the closer it is to the ideal dimension. The constant goal of improving the machine is to enhance precision, ultimately achieving dimensions that are infinitely close to the ideal. For a small machinery factory, primarily focused on taking orders, each level of precision improvement represents an enhancement in technical capability, allowing them to accept higher-priced and broader processing orders. Old Cheng, could the caliper be broken? Should we try another one? Ye Xing questioned after glancing at the caliper. Yes, that makes sense. Cheng Rui, who was still in shock, snapped back to reality and quickly retrieved another caliper from the toolbox to measure again. The results soon arrived, and just like before, they were still within the dimensions specified by the blueprint, with the processing precision having improved by a full level. Ye Xing stood outside the crowd, quietly observing Cheng Rui and the workers' reactions. He was not surprised by the outcome, as Captain Jerry had mentioned that he had increased the machine's performance tenfold. At this moment, the part was only showcasing a fraction of its potential. Incredible, incredible, it truly is a 5-axis machine. It's remarkable. Cheng Rui put down the caliper, his gaze lingering on the machine as he murmured, Xing, the Huang family has really helped us a great deal. Tomorrow take your father to their house to express our gratitude. Ye Xing's eyes glistened with tears as he rubbed his hands together. Dad, there's no need to rush you. I think we should first inform Hu Kai to prepare the money. Ye Xing smiled and shook his head, naturally not revealing the truth to Ye Xing. However, he was eagerly anticipating Hu Kai's regret when faced with the facts. In a high-end private room of the Royal KTV in Tiananmen City, blue and white lights rotated, casting bizarre reflections throughout the room. Accompanied by explosive music, several young women in form-fitting leather pants danced energetically, showcasing their vibrant figures. Song Ming sat on the sofa, one hand holding a wine glass, while the other embraced a fair-skinned, smoky-eyed young lady. However, his gaze was fixated on the exposed, creamy skin at the dancer's waist, swallowing hard. President Song, have another drink. Let a few beauties accompany you later. Seeing Song Ming's lustful gaze, the woman beside him briefly flashed a look of disdain in her eyes before lifting a glass of alcohol from the table to bring it to Song Ming's lips. Her body also leaned into Song Ming's embrace, gazing at him with hazy eyes. She knew this man could not withstand her seduction. Ever since Song Ming arrived at Tiananmen City's largest KTV half a month ago, she had set her sights on this somewhat rustic man. Businesswomen like her excel at reading people. Men like Song Ming, who are somewhat unsophisticated, are their favorite prey. Over these days, they had already extracted quite a bit of money from his pockets. Song Ming thought it was his exceptional ability and charm, spending several consecutive days at the KTV mingling with them. All right, if Xiao Yu wants me to drink, can I refuse? Song Ming took the glass and downed it in one go, looking at the alluring young woman in his arms, feeling a fire rise in his lower abdomen. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Hu Kai stormed in with several bodyguards. The woman named Xiao Yu and the dancers quickly slipped away from the entrance upon sensing the commotion. Song Ming, are you having quite the fun? Hu Kai boldly sat on the sofa, glaring at Song Ming. Thanks to you, boss Hu. Song Ming looked somewhat apprehensive at Hu Kai and the bodyguards. Smash! The wine glass was heavily slammed to the ground by Hu Kai. Song Ming's heart trembled, and he looked at Hu Kai with a flustered expression. Song Ming, are you colluding with Ye Xing to play me? Hu Kai said fiercely. Boss Hu, how could I dare to deceive you? The life I have now is all thanks to you. Didn't you say that once you took over Xingyu Machinery Factory, I would be the deputy director? Song Ming's body shrank back, his eyes filled with confusion. He knew that Hu Kai was not just a businessman, he had unbreakable ties with some underworld figures. Hu Kai remained silent, his gaze fixed on Song Ming's face. After a while, seeing that Song Ming did not seem to be lying, his expression finally eased. Then let me ask you, does Xingyu Machinery Factory have any multi-axis machines? Absolutely not. I've been working with Ye Xing for over 10 years. How could I not know? He doesn't have the money to buy multi-axis machines. Even if he wanted to buy, he couldn't get them. Hearing this question, Song Ming's expression relaxed. Boss Hu, what exactly happened? Seeing Hu Kai's silence, Song Ming mustered his courage to ask. Hu Kai briefly recounted today's encounter, then pondered, what exactly is this Ye Xing's background? He just graduated from college, isn't very capable, rarely visits his family's factory, let alone understands any technology. He's just a young man who can't handle pressure. He made some grand claims in a moment of excitement. Song Ming suddenly realized and laughed, adding, I've been with Xingyu Machinery Factory for over 10 years. I know exactly where every screw is located. Ye Xing can't just conjure multi-axis machines out of thin air. Hu Kai paused, carefully recalling the situation at the time, and felt that Song Ming's reasoning made sense. Damn it, I've faced great rivers and waves, yet I was actually fooled by a kid who hasn't even grown up. Hu Kai raised his glass and downed it, speaking fiercely. Brother Song, I was wrong earlier. Come on, let's drink to that. Hu Kai changed his face like the wind, lifting his glass and smiling at Song Ming. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Huaxing Group. Seeing the caller ID, a smile appeared at the corner of Hu Kai's mouth. Huaxing Group is a giant in Tiannan City with industries spanning electromechanical energy, real estate, and several other sectors boasting formidable strength. Its mechanical processing center has 2 imported 5-axis CNC machines, ranking first in the precision machinery manufacturing field in Tiannan City, with orders far exceeding capacity. The batch of orders from Hu Kai was arranged for production dates only because of the substantial kickbacks provided to Manager Li of the mechanical center. Otherwise, such small orders would not even attract Huaxing Group's attention. Manager Li, has the product been processed? Should I come pick it up? Hu Kai said in a somewhat flattering tone. Although he had some background in Tiannan City, he felt insignificant compared to Huaxing Group. After all, they are a major taxpayer in Tiannan City, and even the mayor must give them some respect. The most critical point is that since the order was arranged through connections, Hu Kai did not have a production contract with Huaxing Group. In his view, with Huaxing Group's strength, there should be no issues. Old Hu, you are being a bit too optimistic. It won't be that quick. On the other end of the phone, there was a few dry coughs, and then the speed of speech quickened. Hey, race the thing, one of our 5-axis machines is broken. As you know, there are none of these machines in the country, and the foreign engineer is already on a flight here. Hu Kai's face gradually stiffened. Oldly, what do you mean by that? I have entrusted my life and fortune to you. As he spoke, Hu Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Old Hu, I really don't like your attitude. You begged me to push back someone else's order, so I could arrange production for you first. Manager Li on the phone snorted, speaking with some indifference. I'm just here to inform you, discuss with the client about postponing the delivery date for a few days. You must understand, aside from Huaxing, they can't find anyone else to produce it. After saying this, Manager Li hung up the phone. Damn it, Huaxing Group, are you trying to ruin me? Holding the phone, Hu Kai cursed, and as he thought of the consequences, a chill ran down his spine, making him shudder. The next day at Xingyu Machinery Factory, Hu Kai hurriedly arrived at the warehouse with 2 engineers. Behind him stood several fierce-looking men wearing sunglasses, standing at the entrance. Ye Xing and Cheng Rui had already been waiting here. Seeing Ye Xing and the others standing at the door, Hu Kai was somewhat surprised. Ye Xing, I didn't expect you to be serious. If you regret it now, it's not too late. For the sake of old friends, I can leave some money for you and your father to rent a house. Hu Kai raised an eyebrow, his tone flippant. Without the skill, you shouldn't take on such tasks. I'm more worried about whether you will default on payment once you see the goods, given your credibility. Ye Xing struck back. Hu Kai frowned slightly. Ye Xing's attitude was vastly different from a couple of days ago. Could it be that he really processed the products? Let's inspect the goods. Ye Xing, uninterested in further conversation, pushed open the warehouse door. Neatly arranged irregular parts appeared before Hu Kai's eyes. Hu Kai's gaze fell on these parts with a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. He couldn't believe that Xingyu Machinery Factory could process this batch of parts. After all, even Huaxing Group would not be able to manufacture them in such a short time. With a quick glance, he saw that the parts were almost identical to the blueprints, shocking him about how Xingyu Machinery Factory managed to produce them so swiftly. Perhaps this kid is trying to play tricks on me, processing a rough shape with ordinary machines to deceive me. Doesn't he know that dimensional accuracy is the most crucial? Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on Hu Kai's lips. Ye Xing, are you sure you want to inspect? Let me make it clear, if the quality check fails, you still have to compensate. We might as well save some time. Hu Kai lit a cigarette, squinting his eyes, speaking leisurely. Of course we need to inspect. If you intend to default, we'll see each other in court. Ye Xing, with a calm expression, stared directly into Hu Kai's eyes. Good kid, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Hu Kai was taken aback, throwing the cigarette, but harshly on the ground, eyes filled with ferocity. He then gestured to the quality inspector beside him, who squatted down next to the parts with the blueprint and caliper in hand. All eyes in the room immediately focused on him. Hu Kai caught a glimpse of Ye Xing, Cheng Rui, and others, and found that they were surprisingly calm, not at all panicked. Who gave them this confidence, acting so tough even when facing doom? Hu Kai shook his head, but the thought of Hua Sheng Group's breach of contract made his expression complex. He actually harbored a bit of hope that the goods in front of him would meet the standards. But how could that be possible? This batch was for the aerospace department, requiring multi-axis machines for the necessary precision. How could a small shabby factory like Xingyu Machinery have multi-axis machines? However, Hu Kai quickly felt that this expectation was absurd. Suddenly, he noticed that the quality inspector squatting on the ground had stopped moving. What's wrong? Is it unqualified? Hu Kai hurriedly asked. No, mister. Who this batch of goods fully meets the requirements. The quality inspector did not stand up, holding the blueprint in both hands and continuously comparing. How could this be possible? Hu Kai instinctively glanced at Ye Xing and Ye Xing across from him, seeing their faces showing expressions of as expected. Could it be that the caliper is broken? Get another one. Also, you all need to test, make sure to sample inspect every single part. Hu Kai pointed to the parts on the ground, somewhat exasperated, speaking to the quality inspector. He couldn't accept the reality that Xingyu Machinery Factory could actually process high-precision parts. It was simply ridiculous. Thus, he naturally believed that the measuring tools must be malfunctioning. The quality inspector helplessly shook his head. He was the one doing the quality inspection. How could the tools be faulty? However, since the boss commanded it, the few quality inspectors could only comply. He switched to a new caliper, picked another part, and then began to measure carefully. Qualified. The quality inspector looked at the readings on the caliper, somewhat dazed. Quickly, he used the original caliper to measure again. The result was still qualified. He stared at the caliper in a daze, because Hu Kai had told him before departure that the other side did not have this processing capability and was likely playing tricks on the dimensions. Moreover, with his years of quality inspection experience, he understood at a glance how demanding the precision requirements were from the blueprints. He stood up, picked another part, and measured it carefully and cautiously, his eyes wide open, fearing missing any detail. Qualified. Seeing the readings on the caliper, he stood up, looking at Hu Kai with a face full of shock. Mister, who the quality inspection is qualified. At this time, another quality inspector also reported to Hu Kai. This is impossible. Hu Kai was dumbfounded, his body swaying, his expression extremely complex. The sound of 60,000 arriving echoed from Ye Xing's phone. This was the remaining payment after deducting the 40,000 deposit. Hu Kai glared fiercely at Ye Xing, angrily waving his hand to instruct his subordinates to load the goods onto the truck before leaving in a huff. Watching Hu Kai and his group exit the factory area, Ye Xing let out alongside the dark clouds that had lingered in his heart finally dissipating. Ye Xing whispered into Cheng Rui's ear, and Cheng Rui nodded, driving the car out of the factory. In the office, Ye Xing stared at Ye Xing, nodding thoughtfully. Xiaoxing, our mechanical factory relied entirely on you to turn the situation around this time. Your father is getting old and lacks the energy, but it's time for me to retire and enjoy my twilight years. Ye Xing took a sip of tea, a hint of sadness on his face. This incident had dealt him a heavy blow, as the partners he trusted had actually colluded with outsiders to betray him. Moreover, driven by greed, he almost handed over decades of effort to his rivals. Ye Xing felt a pang of guilt and began to contemplate retirement. Dad, I still have work to do, you just keep at it. Ye Xing smiled, faintly knowing his father's thoughts. Your job is too exhausting, and the pay is not high. It would be better for you to come back and run the mechanical factory well. Now that we have a multi-axis machine tool and help from your classmate, you can show your skills. Once Uncle Chung returns, I will announce that you will be the director of Xingyu Mechanical Factory, and I can rest easy. Ye Xing waved his hand decisively. Ye Xing immediately understood Ye Xing's meaning. His classmate Huang Chun worked at an import and export company, and now that Xingyu Mechanical Factory had a multi-axis machine tool, the product quality would improve significantly. With Huang Chen's help in contacting clients, Xingyu Mechanical Factory's orders would increase considerably. Compared to the future prospects, the meager salary from working was truly insignificant. Ye Xing thought about how he still had the interstellar trading platform, and with the original team in the mechanical factory, becoming the world's richest was not out of reach. Furthermore, Ye Xing was indeed getting older, and his energy was waning. With this in mind, a contemplative look appeared on his face. You need not worry, Uncle Chung is experienced, and with his assistance you will quickly become familiar with the factory's operations. Seeing Ye Xing still hesitating, Ye Xing continued to persuade him. Ye Xing noticed that Ye Xing had made up his mind, so he could only nod. At that moment, Cheng Rui rushed in from outside. Little boss, you were right. After Hu Kai left, he first went to Huaxing Group. I had someone inquire, and Huaxing Group received Hu Kai's order a few days ago. This guy is placing orders with both sides to set a trap for us. Huaxing Group. He colluded with Hu Kai to deceive us. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. That's not right. Huaxing has 5-axis machine tools, and Hu Kai paid up so readily today, which is not like him at all. He wouldn't dare to default on Huaxing Group's payment, would he? Ye Xing frowned deep in thought. Old Ye, you are indeed correct. I have learned that one of Huaxing Group's machines broke down. If we didn't have the multi-axis machine tool, Hu Kai would be financially ruined. So that's how it is. It seems we saved Hu Kai once again. Yi Zhiquan was surprised again, a look of regret appearing on his face. Of course. Did you not see how Hu Kai, upon seeing the goods pass inspection, paid, without hesitation? He must be secretly pleased, truly a lucky fellow. Cheng Rui said resentfully. As for whether Huaxing and Hu Kai have joined forces, I'm not very clear. I've only heard that Huaxing Group's production schedule is very tight. They wouldn't care about such a small order of about 100 pieces, and the processing difficulty is high. They simply wouldn't be interested. Hu Kai must have provided some benefits to the manager, otherwise that order would not have been arranged at all. Cheng Rui appeared to envy Huaxing Group's overflowing orders. For a mechanical processing factory like Xingyu Mechanical Factory, which has no flagship products, it primarily survives on orders with very slim profits. Naturally, they are envious and resentful of Huaxing Group's thriving situation, which has no worries about orders. Old Cheng, under Xiao Xing's leadership, our factory will thrive even more than Huaxing in the future. What? Old Ye, are you implying? Cheng Rui was startled, looking at Yi Zhiquan, then at Ye Xing, as if suddenly understanding something. Yes, I'm getting old. If I continue, this factory will be ruined by me, and you will have to find new paths again. That would be unfair to the loyal workers. Yi Zhiquan nodded, speaking with emotion. He then shared his decision with Cheng Rui. Old Ye, the little boss, is capable just like you were in your youth. He treats our employees well, and I will definitely do my best to help him. Dad, Uncle Cheng, I have an idea I'd like to share with you. Ye Xing felt it was time to express his thoughts as he saw the two of them engaged in conversation. Yi Zhiquan and Cheng Rui turned to look at Ye Xing. This time we received 1 million, right? I want to take out 50,000 as a bonus for the workers. If not for their tireless overtime yesterday, we certainly wouldn't have been able to deliver the goods today. Ye Xing pondered for a moment before speaking. Yi Zhiquan glanced at Ye Xing, nodding with appreciation but remaining silent. Little boss, is what you said true? Cheng Rui looked at Ye Xing in shock. The profit from mechanical processing is very low, generally between 10 to 15%. The cost of raw materials takes up a large portion, and the profit from a 1 million order is only about 150,000. Ye Xing is unexpectedly ready to take out 50,000 as a bonus, which is a third of his profit. There are 50 workers in the factory, each of whom can receive 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan for a night of overtime is considered a high welfare package. Such a generous boss is hard to come by. Of course, it's true. Most of the workers have remained steadfast at their posts during this incident. Their loyalty deserves to be rewarded with some money. Old Ye, did you see? The little boss has surpassed his predecessors. Working with you is indeed the right choice. Cheng Rui's eyes sparkled with joy as he spoke to Yi Zhiquan. So I'm retiring to not hold you back. Yi Zhiquan nodded in satisfaction. Having run the processing factory for so many years, half of it was due to his obsession with technology, and half was because many workers had followed him for many years. Although the factory's profits had gradually declined, he had often thought about closing it down and enjoying life, but considering the workers, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Now that Ye Xing valued employees just as he did, and the factory had advanced multi-axis CNC machines, he had no further concerns. Cheng Rui and Yi Zhiquan exchanged smiles. Cheng Rui left the office to share the news with the workers, and Yi Zhiquan simply went home. In the room, only Ye Xing remained. Huaxing Group, Hu Kai. Ye Xing squinted, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Suddenly his phone rang. Ye Xing looked down, saw the name on the screen, and couldn't help but smile. Xiaoyu, where are you? It's so noisy, why are you calling at this time? Ye Xing's lips curled into a smile as the image of Ding Xiaoyu's slender figure and delicate face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Thinking of the anger and bizarre experiences he had faced in the past 2 days, Ye Xing had much to share with Ding Xiaoyu. What puzzled him was that it was currently working hours, and Ding Xiaoling usually had a cautious personality. Why would she call at this time? In the past, while at work, Ye Xing didn't dare to call her and could only send WeChat messages, fearing that her answering the phone would draw the boss ire. Moreover, judging by the background noise on the call, it seemed that Ding Xiaoling was not at the company, but rather in a very noisy place. Ye Xing, don't worry about where I am. A soft female voice came through the phone, though her tone was somewhat cold. Xiaoling, what's wrong? Why are you still angry? Ye Xing felt a bit bewildered. Ye Xing, haven't you checked the WeChat group? Yes, I've been a bit busy these past 2 days. Something came up at home, and I've been dealing with it, so I didn't have the time to talk to you on the phone. Facing Ding Xiaoling's questioning, Ye Xing felt a bit apologetic. The WeChat group. Could it be that Ding Xiaoling was referring to the class WeChat group? Since graduating from university, Ding Xiaoling had taken the lead in contacting classmates to establish the class WeChat group, but Ye Xing had never been very enthusiastic about it. During school, some classmates loved to show off and look down on others. Ye Xing had always despised associating with such people. Is your family going bankrupt? Ding Xiaoling's voice was cold, devoid of any concern. Xiaoling, how did you know? Ye Xing felt a bit strange. He had only mentioned the mechanical factory situation to Huang Chun, and the other classmates were unaware. Based on his understanding of Huang Chun, he wouldn't casually leak such information. Ye Xing, do you plan to keep lying to me? I always thought your family owned a big factory, but it turns out it's just a small workshop on the verge of closing down. Ding Xiaoling said indignantly. Xiaoling, I've never hidden anything from you. Moreover, what does my family's mechanical factory have to do with our relationship? I also have a job and can support you. Ye Xing felt a pang of sadness, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. After all these days, his fiancée Ding Xiaoling hadn't shown any concern for him. Her first call was about fearing bankruptcy. So superficial. TCH, Xiaoling, what's there to say to such a person? I already told you marrying a poor loser like this will only delay your future. A cold voice came from the phone. Li Tingting. Ye Xing was taken aback. Li Tingting and Ding Xiaoling were dorm mates, and when Ye Xing had pursued Ding Xiaoling back, then Li Tingting had repeatedly opposed it, feeling that she was not good enough for Ding Xiaoling. After graduation, Ding Xiaoling hadn't been in touch with Li Tingting. Why were they suddenly together today? A sense of foreboding arose in Ye Xing's heart. Xiaoling, why are you mixing with Li Tingting again? Ye Xing asked angrily. Ye Xing, from now on, mind your own business. Oh, we can. Ding Xiaoling's voice came through the receiver, filled with irritation, and she trailed off at the end. What do you mean we? Ye Xing pressed for an answer. Suddenly, a lewd male voice interrupted Ding Xiaoling. Xiaoling, don't waste your breath on him. Why bother with a poor loser like this? Immediately after, the man's voice became clearer. Kid, are you the so-called young master of that mechanical factory? I really don't understand how Ding Xiaoling ever liked you, but I warn you, keep your distance from Ding Xiaoling in the future, or you'll die without knowing how. A vicious threat came through the phone, accompanied by several giggles from women in the background. Who are you? Ye Xing's hands turned cold, and his face flushed. The woman he loved was actually mingling with a strange man, and that man had the audacity to threaten him. Do you know Hu Kai? Even a mere Hu Kai can make your family wish they were dead. How dare you ask for my name? A series of light laughs followed. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could imagine the arrogance and disdain of the other party. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. The other party actually knew Hu Kai. You can't be from Huaxing Group, can you? Ye Xing boldly guessed. Recently, due to military orders, anyone in contact with Hu Kai also knew about Huaxing Group. Kid, you have some discernment. Since you've guessed it, I won't hesitate to tell you that Huaxing Group is my family business. How does that feel? Deep despair, right? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from multiple men and women on the other end of the phone. Sheng Shilong. Ye Xing clenched his fists, his eyes turning red as he thought of Ding Xiaoling among those mocking him. His heart felt like it was being sliced open. That's right, it's me, the young master. You have some sense. Hu Kai should have ruined your family by now. If you come begging to me in light of Xiaoling, I might toss you a couple of buns. Sheng Shilong mocked Ye Xing wantonly. Get lost, trash. The phone suddenly hung up, leaving only a dead tone. Anger and humiliation surged in Ye Xing's heart. It was clear that Ding Xiaoling had betrayed him. Just then the phone rang again. Ye Xing glanced at it. It was Huang Chun calling. He forced himself to pull together and pressed answer. Ye Xing, how's your family's situation? Do you want me to have my dad step in? Huang Chun asked with genuine concern. A warm current surged in Ye Xing's heart, easing the sadness brought on by Ding Xiaoling. Huang Chun's father, Huang Hongwen, was said to hold a leadership position in an import and export company with a wide network. Ye Xing being able to work in a foreign trade company was also due to Huang Chun's influence. If Huang Chun's father was willing to intervene, Hu Kai would certainly back down, but it could only delay the situation. Ultimately, the order would still need to be resolved through completion or compensation. After all, this batch of products was processed for military units. No matter how great Huang Hongwen's influence was, it couldn't impact military units. Until there was no other option, Ye Xing didn't want to owe such a huge favor. In this cold-hearted era, Huang Chun lending him 500,000 was already a precious gesture, and Ye Xing felt grateful. The issue has been resolved. I found a foreign client and rented a few precision machine tools from him, finally managing to deliver the goods on time. Thanks to the 500,000 you lent me, I'll treat you to dinner another day. Ye Xing said, cheerfully, feeling free to speak without too many concerns in front of Huang Chun. That's good to hear. I was worried. As for dinner, let's wait until next year. I won't make it in the near future. Huang Chun's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Ye Xing felt somewhat puzzled. He and Huang Chun often dined together. Huang Chun, what's wrong? Are you trying to save money for me? Ye Xing asked half-jokingly. Not at all. I'm leaving Tian and soon to go on a business trip to Africa, and I might be gone for a year, so I won't be able to see you for a long time. Huang Chun said casually. Why are you going to Africa? It's hot there, and there's nothing good to import back home. Ye Xing was taken aback, asking out of curiosity. Although Huang Chun was relatively inexperienced in the import and export company, if he were to go on a business trip, he would be sent to some developed country, not Africa. I can't tell you too much about it, it's company confidential. My main task is to find minerals, and the conditions are very tough. Among our unit we're just a few young people who aren't married. Oh, we can't let the older guys leave home, can we? Huang Chan said in a lowered voice, his tone a mix of helplessness and teasing. It turned out he was going to Africa to look for minerals. Ye Xing suddenly recalled seeing news reports about many domestic companies establishing a presence in Africa for mineral resources. It seemed that Huang Chen's task should be related to energy deployment. Given the confidentiality of the matter, it was clear that Huang Chen's task involved more than just searching for ordinary mineral resources. Although Ye Xing was curious, he forced himself not to ask further. By the way, Ye Xing, you haven't checked the WeChat group yet, have you? You should take a look when you have time, or I had advised you before that some things should be cut off when necessary. Alright, that's all I have to say. You really should check the WeChat group, Huang Chan said with a worried tone before hanging up. Ye Xing couldn't wait to open the WeChat group. Messages and images scrolled through the group, igniting a blaze of anger within Ye Xing. Ye Xing patiently flipped to the first message. What came into view was a picture sent by Li Tingting. In the picture, a tall girl wore a black low-cut tank top, revealing her remarkably white midriff, while her lower body was clad in a black leather mini-skirt. With a delicate face, long legs, fair skin, and a cold gaze, she appeared both proud and alluring beauty, radiating an air of arrogance. She stood next to a black Lexus, her pristine arm resting on the open car door. The beautiful woman and the luxurious car complemented each other perfectly. The only discordant element was a young man in a black t-shirt standing beside her. He had short hair and a rugged appearance, his height only reaching the girl's ear, and he had a robust physique. His hand wrapped around the young woman's waist, his nostrils flared, and his gaze exuded confidence and disdain. Together, they resembled a beast paired with a beauty. Ye Xing's heart twisted in agony. The young beauty was none other than Ding Xiaoling. The group chat had exploded. What the hell is that Ding Xiaoling? Someone wake me up. My eyes. How can Ding Xiaoling dress like this? Is this really our precious Ding Xiaoling? Her fashion style has changed dramatically. Who is that man? Ding Xiaoling, what has happened to you? Did you strike it rich? Oh my, if you told me she was a model, I'd believe it, but I can't accept that she's Ding Xiaoling. Her figure is stunning. I'm drooling. How come I never noticed this back in school? The male classmates in the group gasped in amazement, each sharing their opinions. Even the longtime lurkers were stirred. Who is that man next to Xiaoling? Xiaoling has finally changed her style. Is she going for the vixen route? No, Xiaoling has simply recognized her strengths and made a change. If only I had Xiaoling's figure and looks, I could find a wealthy boyfriend. The women in the group were less surprised than the men. However, what puzzled Ye Xing was that not a single person brought him up. Why isn't Ye Xing with Ding Xiaoling? Finally, amidst the astonishment, someone with the ID sales genius raised the question. Ye Xing felt a warmth in his heart. That was their dorm leader Li Mingyu, who had joined a company as a salesman right after graduation. He had a good relationship with him during school. By the way, what is that man to Xiaoling? Is he her brother? The owner of this ID was named Su Qi, the fourth member of Ye Xing's dormitory, who had graduated over a year ago and was obsessed with technology, being quite simple-minded. Ye Xing shook his head lightly. Su Qi was still so naive, lacking any discernment. He was likely to get roasted. Indeed, a wave of laughter burst forth in the group. Wow, I didn't expect there would be such a naive baby among our classmates. Su Qi, are you still a virgin? So foolish, you're probably never going to find a wife. You probably haven't even touched a woman's hand, and how about one of the sisters sacrifice a little to satisfy him? Several girls spoke up first, their style bold and sharp. Su Qi. Thank you, sisters, but I'm a man of ambition. Please don't bother me with damaged goods. I welcome ladies over 165 centimeters to contact me. Laughter erupted again in the group. If you really think you're a catch. Su Qi, you have no looks and no money. What right do you have to be picky? Exactly, at least we sisters can turn heads on the street. Though not as stunning as Ding Xiaoling, we are not someone you can easily ridicule, you little brat. Su Qi, do you believe that my kids have already gone to buy soy sauce while you're still single? The several female classmates clearly hadn't expected Su Qi to respond that way, feeling somewhat embarrassed and angry. The shocking remarks left the group momentarily silent. Surprisingly, the male students seemed to strongly agree with the girls' comments, with no one coming to Su Qi's defense. Su Qi sent a sideways glance emoji. Young Nana, then you should aim to give birth to a girl. I wouldn't mind calling you mom. Damn. Ye Xing couldn't help but be stunned by this remark, spitting out a mouthful of water. Haha, bro, you really have some guts. Indeed, magic must be defeated by magic. Su Qi, what strange things are you pondering at home every day? I don't seek to marry any of our female classmates in this lifetime. I only wish to become your son-in-law. Su Qi understands the timing of things. Is this kid aiming for this since he entered college? The male students chimed in, and the group became chaotic. Young Nana, Su Qi, do you dare take advantage of me? If you can afford the Lexus in the picture, I'll immediately throw myself at you. Can you buy it? As she reminded the group, the conversation returned to the picture. Li Tingting, who was that man? How could Ding Xiaoling be with him? Suddenly Huang Chun, who had been lurking, spoke up. Li Tingting, Ding Xiaoling has broken up with Ye Xing. She couldn't come up to inform you all, so she sent me to say it for her. Ding Xiaoling broke up with Ye Xing. This news was like a thunderclap, creating a huge stir in the group. What? No way, they were the golden couple of our class, so well matched. They have been dating since freshman year, and their relationship has always been great. In my view of love, they are the standard template. How could they break up? Impossible. I saw them holding hands just last month. There were no signs at all. So does this mean I can pursue Ding Xiaoling now? Li Tingting, is your information accurate? Various comments flooded in. Li Mingyu, Li Tingting, don't spread rumors. I video called them last week. What benefit do you gain from tearing others apart? Su Qi, Li Tingting, I remember when you reported to college it was Ye Xing who carried your luggage to the dorm. Even if you look down on Ye Xing, there's no need to spread rumors, right? The group fell silent for a moment, and Li Tingting suddenly sent a few more pictures. The first picture was taken on a beautiful island where Ding Xiaoling in a bikini showcased her curvaceous figure walking hand in hand with the short-haired man on the beach. The second picture was set in a beautifully decorated spacious office where the short-haired man lounged in a suit reclining in the boss chair. Ding Xiaoling transformed into a professional beauty wearing a light yellow short-sleeve blouse, paired with high heels, her nose adorned with a pair of light-colored black frames, exuding an air of intelligence and competence. She held a stack of documents in her hand, bending over to hand them to the short-haired man. His gaze, however, did not rest on the documents, but was instead fixated on Ding Xiaoling's chest. From the side view in the photo, Ding Xiaoling's blouse was billowing, allowing for a complete view from the man's perspective. The group fell silent, suddenly understanding something. Ye Xing's heart shattered. It is evident that Ding Xiaoling's intention in sharing these rather private photos with Li Tingting in the class group is clear. It serves as a declaration to everyone that her relationship with Ye Xing has come to an end. Moreover, her relationship with that short-haired man seems to be more complicated than it appears, as inferred from the varying styles of clothing in several photos. She is trying to please that man. Su Qi, it's sad. How could such a beautiful woman end up like this? Li Mingyu, I have no words, just sighing for Xinggo. Li Tingting, who is this man? Tell me. After a brief silence, Huang Chun suddenly asked, right, how did Ding Xiaoling change her heart? Is it that Ye Xing no longer values Ding Xiaoling? Today has truly been an eye-opener. I never expected the usually demure Ding Xiaoling to play such tricks. In fact, Ye Xing is simply not worthy of Ding Xiaoling. She has the looks and figure, while he cannot handle such a high-value woman. That's not fair. Ye Xing's family owns a factory, so he is a second-generation factory owner, which is still better than us. Ye Xing, your wife has run off. Say something. The group was in chaos with all sorts of comments. Some were shocked, some jealous, some greedy, and others gleeful. You might not believe it, but the factory owned by Ye Xing's family is just a small workshop with only a few dozen employees, barely surviving, not much better than working for someone else. Li Tingting jumped in to expose the truth. Moreover, his family's factory is about to go bankrupt. The Ye family is going to be on the streets. How could a delicate woman like Ding Xiaoling possibly follow him? A woman's youth is fleeting, wasting it on a useless person like Ye Xing is such a waste. Xiaoling is too shy to say it, but I can't just stand by as her best friend, watching her hang herself on a crooked tree. Women should follow a strong man as sisters, am I right? Li Tingting spoke confidently, presenting her arguments as though they were undeniable. Ye Xing, upon seeing this, felt as if he had made a tremendous mistake. What? The Ye family's factory is going bankrupt. This shocking news once again stirred a wave of astonishment in the group. Many people were frantically eyeing Ye Xing. Li Tingting, tell me, who is this man? Huang Chun continued to press for answers. Li Tingting, Huang Chun, I know you have a good relationship with Ye Xing and that your family has some connections, but as classmates I advise you not to meddle in this. Haha, you still remember we are classmates. If I didn't know better I would think you are a pimp. Huang Chun sent a sideways glance emoji. Haha, pimp, that's quite an apt metaphor. Li the madam, when will you introduce one for us too? Huang Chun dares to say it. I'm just here admiring the beauty. The group erupted in a burst of laughter. Li Tingting, angry, said, Huang Chun, shut up. You are just a little connected, but compared to young Master Sheng you are nothing. Look at their vehicle. Have you seen something like that? Li Tingting sent a few photos of a Lexus in the group. This car is impressive, worth at least 200,000, right? Look at the spaciousness. Taking a girl out for a drive, that feeling is simply incredible. Know what you really care about is that drive. Don't think I don't know. How many years of salary would it take to afford this car? It's a pity I don't have Xiaoling's looks, otherwise I would find a rich boy and wouldn't have to work hard for life. I've seen a car exactly like this in my neighborhood. The owner runs a chain store and is super rich, making money while lying down. My husband works in management at a large company and just bought a car worth 200,000. His female colleagues are always trying to hitch a ride. It's so annoying. Then you need to keep a close eye on your husband. Rich people are scarce. By the way, is your family's car also a Lexus? Of course not. This Lexus probably costs over 300,000, and my husband still needs to work hard for a few more years to afford it. Everyone in the group, both men and women, envied the car. In a lavish KTV private room in Tianan City, Sheng Shilong reclined on the sofa, while the stunning Ding Xiaoling sat beside him. On a side sofa, Li Tingting sat enviously watching Ding Xiaoling carefully raising a colorful drink to present to Sheng Shilong. In front of the table, two beautiful girls dressed in maid outfits knelt on the ground mixing drinks from the table. A bunch of poor ghosts. Sheng Shilong held his phone in his left hand, while his right hand wandered unrestrainedly over Ding Xiaoling. His gaze fixed on the scrolling messages, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Xiaoling, who are these people you know? I must give them a little shock. Sheng Shilong tossed his phone to Li Tingting. Add me to the group. Li Tingting quickly scanned the QR code and added him to the group. Instantly, everyone in the class group noticed the message about a new member joining. Aren't all our classmates already in the group? Who is this ID called Big Young Master? Could he be the closed-door disciple of our class teacher? Wow, he seems to be Xiling's man, that unruly gaze, I like it. If you like him, go over to him. This is our class group. What does he count as? Right, I haven't heard that family members are allowed in the class group. Li Tingting, you are not doing a good job as group leader. The group was buzzing with discussions, some supporting, some opposing. Damn, a bunch of poor people still have standards. While drinking, Sheng Shilong became a bit angry and withdrew his right hand from Ding Xiling's clothing. Ding ding ding. Suddenly a flurry of red envelope notifications appeared in the group. Wow, 200 yuan. That's so generous, enough for me to enjoy several days of chicken legs. Thank you, big brother, for the reward. Several quick-handed people who snatched the red envelopes opened them, their eyes widening. The sender of the red envelopes was none other than the newly joined Big Young Master. Big Young Master, everyone gets a share, but don't fight over it. If it's not enough, I'll add more. The group erupted in excitement, scrambling for the red envelopes. Big Young Master, I bow to you. Awesome, entering with AV200. Big Young Master, from now on you are the 41st member of our class, and I will be your little junior sister. Big shot, I take back what I said earlier. Not only can you join the group, but you can also bring your uncle and aunt grandparents too, and I won't mind. Ye Xing stared wide-eyed, shocked by the scene. Is it really that difficult to maintain one's integrity? Damn, my grandparents are already resting in little boxes. Why would I join a group? Sheng Shilong looked at the messages, leaned back on the sofa, and laughed heartily. This amount of money was nothing to him, but seeing a bunch of losers bowing before him was immensely satisfying. You bunch of poor losers, open your eyes. My vehicle is a fully loaded Lexus LS worth over $1 million. Don't compare me to your imaginary ES models. And about that chain store owner, he isn't even worthy to hold my shoes. Got it. Sheng Shilong was radiant, freely insulting in the group. Classmates, my husband has a bad temper, please bear with him. In the dim light, Ding Xiling's eyes sparkled as she quickly typed a message on her phone. Xiaoling, too polite. With those red envelopes, it's hard to stay mad. Xiaoling, I like straightforward people, not hypocrites. Xiaoling, you don't need to say that. Didn't we all speak like this in school? Xiaoling, with such a good temperament, daring to think and act, no wonder he can achieve such great success. The group's messages quickly changed to a different tone. Dogman and woman. Suddenly, amidst the flattery, an unpleasant message popped up. Is it her? Ye Xing's face revealed an unusual expression upon seeing her ID. Song Yinxue. The image of Song Yinxue appeared in Ye Xing's mind. A tall girl with long hair cascading down her shoulders, starry eyes, snowy skin, striking features, and a gentle, serene demeanor. She was the campus belle of their university, rather reclusive, and interacted very little with other students. She was also the leading lady in the boys' late-night discussions. However, they were more timid than brave, feeling ashamed when facing Song Yinxue. It was rumored that several wealthy young masters tried to pursue her, but were all rejected. As a result, the male students gave her the nickname Ice Beauty. Ye Xing had little interaction with her, having only spoken a few words during a few class-organized events. Unexpectedly, she spoke up for justice today. The group chat fell silent, with those behind their phones feeling surprised, secretly speculating about the relationship between Song Yinxue and Ye Xing. Many were ignited with gossiping fervor, waiting for this Ice Beauty to clash with the young master. Who do you think you are to speak here? As the celebrated Sheng Shilong enjoyed the worship of the crowd, he saw the message and became furious. I am nothing, but I can't stand you colluding to distort the truth. Ding Xiaoling back. When you had a high fever at midnight, it was Ye Xing who risked disciplinary action to carry you out of the school to see a doctor and stay in the hospital. When your brother's tuition was insufficient, it was also Ye Xing who found a way to help you make up the difference. Do you really think everyone has forgotten about these things? Ye Xing opened his heart to you, and yet while in school you secretly flirted with unsavory characters behind his back and often bragged about it in the dormitory. I truly feel for Ye Xing. As soon as Song Yangshu's messages were sent, the group erupted again. They never expected that their goddess Ding Xiaoling appeared dignified on the surface, yet was so unworthy behind the scenes. Especially since Ye Xing even covered Ding's tuition. Ding Xiaoling was simply a sister con. In the private room, Ding Xiaoling held her phone, her face turning red and black, her eyebrows raised. She felt guilty for betraying Ye Xing. Being exposed by Song Yanxue made her feel as if she were naked, exposed for all to see. Song Yanxue, you are spouting nonsense. You are just jealous of me. Ding Xiaoling, humiliated and angry, sent a rebuttal. Head, jealous of you. In terms of looks, grades, and family background, I am someone you can only aspire to. What is there for me to be jealous of? Song Yanxue coldly laughed. Ye Xing's heart stirred. He was indeed curious about this mysterious and beautiful classmate. However, the ice beauty had an aloof demeanor, and her family background remained a mystery. He had only heard Huang Qin mention that Song Yanxue came from an extraordinary family, very wealthy. Now that she claimed her background was beyond Ding Xiaoling's reach, it piqued everyone's imagination. You? Ding Xiaoling was rendered speechless by Song Yangshu's retort, intimidated by her background, while also trying to maintain her goddess image. Feeling extremely aggrieved, her chest heaved, exuding a tempting allure. Long Gu, you have to take revenge for me out tonight. I will let you have your way. She caught a glimpse of Sheng Shilong staring at her chest. Ding Xiaoling pounced into Sheng Shilong's arms, twisting her body and acting coy. Really, just look at this, brother. Sheng Shilong's eyes lit up as he planted a kiss on Ding Xiaoling's fair cheeks. His gaze returned to the WeChat group. Young master, little girl, do you know who I am? Song Yanxue replied. You are merely a man with some filthy money, a scavenger of others' scraps. Sheng Shilong frowned, his expression darkening. He never expected there would be someone in the loser group who looked down on him. Young master, little girl, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Let me tell you, my family runs a little business called the Huaxing Group. I presume you've heard of it. What? This guy is actually the young master of Huaxing Group. Those watching the excitement on their phones couldn't help but gasp in shock. Huaxing Group is the leading giant in Tiannan City with a wide range of industries and is a major taxpayer in the city. Many companies in Tiannan City rely on Huaxing Group for their livelihood, including many of the workplaces of those in the group. Offending Sheng Shilong meant that with just a word, he could have them fired immediately. Now they understood where this guy's arrogance came from. Soon a wave of flattery messages flooded the group, pushing Song Yangshu's messages down. Young master sent a smug emoji. Little girl, are you scared now? I heard you look decent. I won't hold it against you. Just come to the Huaxing Grand Hotel and accompany me for 3 days, and he'll let you go. Young master, otherwise he'll make it impossible for you to stand in Tiannan. Sheng Shilong opened the photo of Song Yanxue on Ding Xiaoling's phone, and his eyes immediately lit up. Unable to contain his excitement, he sent the message out. From the photo, Song Yangshu's beauty surpassed that of Ding Xiaoling. He was determined to have this woman. Ye Xing frowned at this. His hand trembled as he sent a message. Sheng Shilong, if you have a problem, come at me. Why pick on a little girl? Do you have no shame? The group was in an uproar. After eating gossip for so long, they finally saw the main character. Normally, they would definitely have sent messages to speak up. However, with Sheng Shilong present, they dared not support Ye Xing. Ye Xing said, Song Yanxue, thank you for speaking up for me. From now on, this matter is between me and Sheng Shilong. What the hell, did Ye Xing take the wrong medicine today? Did he even realize who he was talking to? Who dares to confront Sheng Shilong in Tiannan City? Does he want to die? Everyone holding their phones gasped in shock, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. In the KTV private room, Li Tingting, Ding Xiaoling, and Sheng Shilong laughed loudly, as if they had heard the most ridiculous thing. Xiaoling, this group is truly bizarre, but has all kinds of people. A mere factory second generation dares to challenge me. Sheng Shilong laughed until tears almost came out. Long Gu, this guy is just ignorant of his own limitations. Teach him a lesson. Ding Xiaoling gritted her teeth, feeling incensed that Ye Xing defended Song Yanxue. In a villa in the provincial capital, Song Yanxue held her phone, staring at the screen, her face revealing excitement. A faint blush appeared on her snowy skin as she murmured, Ye Xing, I didn't misjudge you. The group fell silent, waiting for Sheng Shilong's wrath. Sure enough, a message quickly surfaced. Young master, kid, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? As for the matter between you and me, let me make it clear, I can crush you like a bug. If it weren't for Ding Xiaoling, you'd never even qualify for me to glance at you. Ye Xing's eyes flashed with cold light as he sent a message. Sheng Shilong, unleash your attack. I am waiting for you. After sending the message, he didn't care about the group's reaction and closed WeChat, because he sensed someone calling him within the transaction system. Ye Xing hurriedly opened the system panel. To his astonishment, he discovered several lines of information scrolling at the top of the blue panel. Jerry Xing, are you there? Jerry Xing, the purified water from the last trade was fantastic. Our entire fleet hasn't had pure water from nature in a long time. Jerry, we are eager to conduct a second trade with you. Jerry Xing, are you there? The information was pulsating, indicating that Captain Jerry was quite anxious. Ye Xing carefully studied the system and was amazed to find that it allowed both parties to chat. This made it possible to negotiate the trading goods and quantities in advance, reducing the transaction costs for both parties. Ye Xing was overjoyed and immediately began conversing with Jerry. Ye Xing, Jerry, hello. I'm glad you had a pleasant experience using my goods. Jerry, Xing, you arrived. That's great. We need another batch of purified water or some fresh vegetables from Blue Star, etc. Jerry, however, we have been away from our home planet for too long and are unfamiliar with many things. It would be great if you could provide a list. Ye Xing's heart stirred. During the last trade, he sensed that the other party was a high-tech civilization. Logically, high-tech civilizations shouldn't lack vegetables and fresh produce, as their technology could easily create better things. Recalling the soil he saw on Jerry's spacesuit during the last trade, he suddenly had a bold guess. Ye Xing, Captain Jerry, I can certainly provide purified water, but you should know that water is a precious resource. Many planets lack water supply. Ye Xing continued, let alone vegetables and meat products. You should know that in the solar system, where our home planet is located amidst the vastness of space, only our home planet harbors life. After sending the message, Ye Xing felt that his reasoning was very sound. Although on Earth vegetables and meat can be cultivated in tons. However, on a cosmic scale, finding a planet with water and abundant life is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Indeed, Jerry quickly replied. Jerry, Xing, you are absolutely right. To be honest, we have traveled at hundreds of times the speed of light for hundreds of years, crossing countless star systems, and have not found a planet as excellent as our home planet. Ye Xing gasped in surprise, stunned by Jerry's words. Hundreds of times the speed of light. What an advanced civilization. They might have reached a godly level of civilization capable of reaching the stars and the moon. Jerry, Xing, meeting you is our fortune. We are currently trapped in a cosmic void. You must have heard of this concept. Around us is only a sparse nebula. Ye Xing's expression grew serious. The so-called cosmic void refers to a barren area in the universe. In this area, the density of matter is extremely low, with no stars or planets, and spans vast distances, often billions of light years. Even if Captain Jerry's fleet can travel at hundreds of times the speed of light, crossing such a large-scale cosmic void would be like crossing a chasm. It is no different from a person on Blue Star crossing the ocean on a wooden raft. No wonder Captain Jerry looked at him as if he had found a lifeline. However, Ye Xing felt a bit disappointed. If the other party were on a certain planet, he could trade for some minerals. In the sparse nebula, merely replenishing the fleet's supplies was already difficult. Ye Xing, I can provide you with 10 boxes of purified water and a ton of vegetables. That should be enough for you for a while. Jerry, Xing, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. What do you want in return? Is it the same toy machine tool as last time? Ye Xing could feel Jerry's joy even through the system. A toy machine tool. He no longer felt he needed that urgently. Suddenly, he remembered the threat from Shengshi Long in the group chat. Having offended Shengshi Long and Hu Kai, they would surely not let him off. Moreover, as he would inevitably possess a great deal of wealth and technological secrets in the future, personal safety became a priority. He couldn't rely on bodyguards for protection all the time. Ye Xing, Jerry, I need nano armor. Jerry, nano armor. It sounds like the equipment from science fiction movies. Can you describe it in detail? Ye Xing briefly explained the functions of the nano armor he imagined to Jerry. Of course, he had only seen these functions in movies and novels. He wasn't sure if Jerry and the others could produce it. Jerry, are you referring to the energy shield? Xing, you truly are an antique enthusiast. Subsequently, Jerry sent over the specifications of the energy shield. Ye Xing's eyes widened as he looked at the description. The energy shield not only has invisibility and high-speed flight capabilities. Its main feature is the ability to withstand immense impact forces and extreme temperatures, with projectiles under nuclear blasts unable to harm the energy shield. Wearing the shield would ensure that one feels nothing even if they fall into lava during a volcanic eruption. As for shooting, it can output a power of 100,000 horsepower, automatically focusing on targets. 100,000 horsepower. It could propel a 10th Santon warship to race across the sea at 30 knots. Looking at the performance specifications, Ye Xing was nearly drooling. Wearing the energy shield, unless engaging the army directly, one would be nearly invincible in the world. Ye Xing, I am very satisfied with the performance. However, the supplies are rather tight, so I need to prepare a bit and will notify you when the time comes for the trade. Jerry understood. To be honest, it is quite embarrassing. The energy shield is merely a protective item we used in our civilization's early days to hunt alien monsters, and it has been eliminated for many generations now. What? This is just an outdated product. If active protective gear is that advanced? Ye Xing was once again shocked by Jerry's words. The conversation between the two ended. Ye Xing began calculating the funds and planning required. In a warehouse of a certain aerospace institute, there were numerous parts that had just arrived. A middle-aged man in a blue work uniform with a square face stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the parts, showing a faint worry on his face. Beside him, a young man held a measuring tool. Seeing the middle-aged man looking somewhat worried, he smiled and said, "Engineer Gu, are you worried about the quality of the outsourced processing again?" Gu Hui nodded and remained silent. He worked in the Precision Machinery Institute responsible for aircraft research and manufacturing, while also overseeing parts inspection. Originally, the Aerospace Institute had its own processing plant with precision levels leading the nation. However, with many recent research projects, the processing plant has been overwhelmed, thus adopting an outsourcing model for some parts. What Gu Hui didn't expect was that the parts produced by the external company had a very low pass rate, barely meeting the acceptance criteria. This not only caused complaints from the outsourcing company, but also dissatisfaction among the various research institutes under the Aerospace Institute. After all, these parts need to pass inspection by the Precision Institute before being sent to various research institutes for installation and machine testing. Recently, various research institutes have been complaining that the quality of the parts is not as good as before, leading to decreased overall machine performance and demanding the Precision Institute to raise verification standards. Caught in the middle, Gu Hui felt torn. He wanted to raise the standards, but there were no other production companies in Tiannan City with technical capabilities higher than the Precision Institute. Engineer Gu, this batch of goods was entrusted to General Hu for processing. It should meet the standards just like last time. I heard it was processed by Ye Xing Group, which has 2 foreign machine tools with high precision. The young man said with a smile. Let's check it first. Hearing the name Ye Xing Group, Gu Hui's frown relaxed slightly. The young man nodded, squatted down, and began measuring the parts with his tools. Not right. The young man suddenly exclaimed. What happened? Is the quality subpar? This Hu Kai is trying to fool us again. Gu Hui was reviewing the records on the table when he heard his assistant exclaim and quickly looked up. No, it's the dimensional accuracy that exceeds the standard. I must have misread it. The assistant picked up the measuring tool, looking puzzled. They had all the specialized measuring tools that could detect finer precision than the general calipers used in factories. Exceeding the standard? How is that possible? You must be mistaken. Measure it again carefully. Gu Hui shook his head with a bitter smile. Ever since the parts were outsourced, he was grateful if the components met the minimum standard. The machinery industry requires accumulation. The precision of the processed parts is closely related to the machining precision of the machine tools and the skill level of the operators. He was well aware of the processing companies in Tiannan City, no surprises would occur. Frowning at the processing records, Gu Hui realized that most recent production orders had been given to Hu Kai. He disliked Hu Kai with his chubby face and shifty demeanor, always eager to take on big projects. Hiss! Just then he heard his assistant gasp in shock again. He quickly looked up and saw his assistant crouched beside another part, measuring rapidly, his body seemingly trembling. What happened? Gu Hui hurried over to his assistant, realizing by now that there was an issue. Gu Gong, it's really exceeding the standard. It's exceeding the standard. Oh, let me see. Gu Hui took the measuring tool from the assistant's hand and began to examine it. Soon shock appeared on Gu Hui's face as well. 0.001 mm. He stared wide-eyed at the scale of the measuring tool. This level of precision was already the pinnacle achievable by their precision department, requiring not only high-precision machine tools for processing, but also skilled craftsmen for manual polishing, which was incredibly time-consuming just to barely meet the requirements. Only precision parts on engines required such polishing methods for processing. The precision of outsourced parts was not so strict. What exactly is this Hu Kai doing? His past orders were always completed with great difficulty, yet today they exceed the standard. Has he suddenly developed a conscience? Gu Hui squatted down, closely examining the part, his face filled with confusion. Gu Gong, I heard that the 2 machine tools imported by Ye Xing Group can only achieve 0.008 mm. They absolutely cannot reach 0.001 mm precision. The assistant moved to the center, measured several parts, and excitedly walked over. I also suspect it wasn't Ye Xing Group's doing. Gu Hui glanced at the measuring tool in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the part. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Get the pneumatic measuring instrument. Gu Hui waved his hand, holding a part and walking towards the side door. Gu Gong, no way. The young assistant looked at Gu Hui in surprise. He had never seen the usually calm Gu Hui become so agitated. He glanced at the scale of the measuring tool and immediately understood Gu Hui's intention. Their measuring tool could only measure up to 0.001 mm, but now the precision of the part had reached the limit of the measuring tool's capability. The pneumatic measuring instrument could reach 0.0001 mm, raising the measurement level to a new tier and capable of detecting finer details. But how could that be? Achieving a higher precision would require more precise machine tools, or wasn't that overkill? The assistant secretly laughed at Gu Hui's bold imagination. In the measurement room, Gu Hui placed the part on the measurement table, his gaze fixed intensely on the control panel. Gu Gong, shall I begin measuring? The assistant pressed the button on the measuring instrument, smiling at Gu Hui. He was afraid that the measuring tool might shatter Gu Hui's fantasies. Gu Hui didn't even raise his head, his eyes glued to the display screen. A beep sounded. The black and white display showed the reading. 0.0001 mm. Gu Hui and the assistant exchanged glances, their scalps tingling, looking as if they had seen a ghost. This part actually reached the measurement limit of the pneumatic measuring instrument again. The young assistant came to his senses and pressed the button a few more times. The reading remained the same. Not ready to give up, he took out a standard workpiece from the table to measure, and the reading was very standard, indicating that the pneumatic measuring instrument was not broken. No need to measure. The pneumatic instrument cannot measure it. Gu Hui clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the still unconvinced assistant, waving his hand. His face flushed red as he paced back and forth in the room, his eyes sparkling with unusual light. What was happening before him was too bizarre. A single part was breaking the limits of the measuring tool. He had never encountered such a strange occurrence in his life. He now had an even bolder hypothesis. The precision of this part was far higher than he had imagined. Let's go use the laser precision measuring instrument to measure. He made up his mind and waved his hand at the assistant. Gu Gong, the laser precision measuring instrument requires the director's approval. Will the director be angry if we use it to measure this part? The assistant was taken aback, shocked by Gu Hui's boldness. The parts produced by their precision department were already more than adequate for the pneumatic measuring instrument, and there was no need for a laser measuring instrument. The laser measuring instrument's measurement accuracy was several levels higher than that of the pneumatic measuring instrument and was generally used for measuring optoelectronic products. It could measure at the nanometer level. Because of its high measurement level, the usage permissions were also high, requiring the director of the Aerospace Institute's approval for review. We can't worry about that. We are delaying a national important matter. Gu Hui's expression grew serious. He had a vague feeling that this part was not simple. Perhaps a solution to the difficulties the precision department had always faced could be found here. National important matter. The assistant gasped. He certainly understood what this statement implied. In an office on the top floor of the Aerospace Institute, an elderly man with graying hair was sitting in his office chair, bent over the drawings on the desk. He was Zhang Tianming, the director of the Aerospace Institute, who had dedicated his life to the aviation industry with exceptional skills and an internationally renowned expert. The drawings laid out in front of him were filled with densely packed parts marked with dimensions extremely complex. The dimensional requirements are too high. I'm afraid the domestic machine tools will struggle to meet them. After staring for a moment, Zhang Tianming stood up, opened the window, and murmured to himself, his brow furrowed with worry. A loud bang sounded. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Gu Hui burst in, holding a part excitedly. Zhang Tianming frowned, but upon seeing Gu Hui, his displeasure turned to surprise. Director Zhang, I need to use the laser measuring instrument. Gu Hui shouted, not caring about Zhang Tianming's expression. Laser measuring instrument. Zhang Tianming raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The laser measuring instrument is used for measuring high-precision parts, achieving an accuracy of 1 nanometer, which is 0.000001 mm. Such precision in machine parts is rare. Looking across the country, only a few top research institutes have the capability to achieve this. Internationally, this belongs to high-tech, high-precision technology. Only a handful of countries with substantial technical accumulation can possess this capability. Nanometer precision is also known as the crown jewel of ultra-precision machining technology, and Western countries that possess this technology treat it as a strategic resource, prohibiting its export. Professor Tang, a friend of Zhang Tianming, is responsible for tackling ultra-precision technology projects, and they often communicate about technology, which allows Zhang Tianming to have a good understanding of international ultra-precision technology. Yes, Director Zhang, I need to use the laser measuring instrument to verify my hypothesis. Gu Hui, ignoring the sweat on his forehead, placed the part on the table and said excitedly. Zhang Tianming's gaze fell upon the part on the table, examining it carefully, and then he smiled. Gu Hui, this part's surface is as smooth as a mirror. The roughness must have been processed well. The precision of the outsourced products handled by the Precision Institute should meet the standard with this part. Gu Hui nodded. Generally, the higher the precision of a part, the smoother the cutting surface. Ordinary machining precision is at 0.01 mm, which results in a frosted mirror-like finish. However, the sample before them was indistinguishable from a mirror, and standing from the side, everything in the room could be clearly seen reflected on its surface. Zhang Tianming's expression turned serious as he said, it's indeed rare for an outsourced product to reach this level, but you must understand what level of products the laser measuring instrument is meant for. Isn't this a bit reckless? His gaze already carried a hint of dissatisfaction. The Aerospace Institute's tasks were heavy, and as the director, in addition to handling the trivial matters of the institute, it was more important to lead the technical team in tackling technical challenges. Gu Hui was a technical prodigy. He had personally trained with a high education and strong professional abilities, which is why Zhang Tianming promoted him from an ordinary researcher to a leadership position in the Precision Institute within a few years. However, his behavior today was too unusual. As a subordinate, he barged in without knocking and wanted to use a laser measuring instrument to measure an ordinary part. Isn't this using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Such a waste of resources. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Hui's assistant was also present, Zhang Tianming would have reprimanded him thoroughly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely tense. The young assistant gently tugged at Gu Hui, signaling him to retreat quickly. Director, I'm not being reckless. I have made a new discovery this time. Perhaps the difficult problems in our institute can be solved with this. Unexpectedly, Gu Hui seemed oblivious to Zhang Tianming's expression, pointing at the drawings on the table excitedly. Oh, tell me more. Only then did a hint of surprise appear in Zhang Tianming's eyes. Gu Hui briefly explained that the precision of the sample could not be accurately measured even with ordinary measuring tools and pneumatic measuring instruments. Zhang Tianming became curious. He understood that Gu Hui wouldn't lie. However, he still felt somewhat doubtful at this moment. If the sample before them had been processed by a research institute of a certain country, he would have believed it. A private enterprise could not possibly possess such technological strength, nor would it be necessary. Who would spend the effort worth 100 yuan to produce a product that is only worth 1 yuan? Let's go take a look together. I want to see who would be foolish enough to do this. After considering, Zhang Tianming decided to give it a try. The three quickly entered the Aerospace Institute's dedicated laser measuring instrument. The assistant placed the workpiece on the operation platform and then stepped aside to virtually press the button. Measure it. I just don't understand why you all are so nervous. Zhang Tianming crossed his arms unconcerned. Seeing Gu Hui and the assistant looking as if facing a formidable enemy, he found it somewhat amusing. Gu Hui nodded at the assistant, who immediately pressed the button. A green light imperceptible to the naked eye flashed across the part, and a reading appeared on the screen. 0.1 nanometers. Zhang Tianming, Gu Hui, and the assistant stood frozen, staring at the reading as if they had seen a ghost. 1 nanometer equals 0.0000001 mm. To put it in perspective, that is 1/80,000th of a human hair. Although Gu Hui had mentally prepared himself, estimating the precision of the part to be around 0.00001 mm, he never expected the measured precision to be 100 times more than he had anticipated. It had already reached the sub-nanometer level, and from the readings on the screen, it seemed the laser measuring instrument had not even reached the precision limit of this part. This is impossible. This can't be real. Zhang Tianming muttered as he stared at the reading, his heart racing and his face flushed with excitement. Measure it again quickly. After a long moment, Zhang Tianming seemed to remember something and gave a command to the assistant. The assistant hurriedly pressed the button again. Unlike ordinary manual measuring instruments, the laser measuring instrument does not require positioning. It only needs to place the part in the correct position. The previous reading reappeared on the screen. 0.1 nanometers. Great, we've struck gold. Zhang Tianming trembled with excitement, gripping the part tightly, unwilling to let go. In that moment, he thought of many things, the problems that had troubled the Aerospace Institute for a long time, and how the questions that his old classmates had pursued might soon be resolved. He recalled the many ultra-precision technologies that had been stifled due to technological embargoes, causing countless major projects to incur unimaginable costs. Now all these problems would be resolved effortlessly. As a responsible veteran in technology, the joy in his heart was about to burst forth. Old director. Seeing Zhang Tianming's somewhat frenzied demeanor, Gu Hui and the assistant were a bit worried. I'm fine. Zhang Tianming took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, calming himself down. This matter must not be disclosed to the outside. Well, implement confidentiality rules. Zhang Tianming looked at Gu Hui and the assistant with a serious expression. Gu Hui and the assistant were somewhat surprised, exchanging glances. Isn't this an ultra-high precision part? Why does it still involve confidentiality rules? Give me the contact information of this contractor. Zhang Tianming waved his hand, asking the assistant to step out first, then spoke to Gu Hui. The contractor is named Hu Kai, who has some connections in the city. This batch of goods should have been commissioned for processing by him, for profit sake. He is unlikely to disclose the processing factory. Gu Hui felt somewhat hesitant. He had dealt with Hu Kai before and had a very poor impression of the cunning Hu Kai. This matter is not up to him. It involves national interests, and anyone must yield. Zhang Tianming smiled faintly, without a trace of hesitation. After saying this, he walked into the office, picked up the landline phone, and dialed the number. Director Zhang, please give the order. A crisp voice came from the other end of the line. In Tian'an City, there is a businessman named Hu Kai. Within 10 minutes, I want to know which manufacturer processed his recent orders for the Aerospace Institute, and I need detailed personnel information and address. Zhang Tianming spoke very quickly and concisely. 10 minutes later, all the information regarding Ye Xing and Xingyu Machinery Factory was laid out on Zhang Tianming's desk. Established for only 20 years, with 50 employees and covering an area of 0.5 mu. The current factory director just graduated from university a year ago. This can't be right. Zhang Tianming read through the documents, rubbing his eyes, thinking he must have misread. Soon, however, this thought was dismissed. He had dialed a dedicated line directly to the National Security Bureau. The National Security Bureau would never make mistakes. This was their specialty. At this moment, the Bureau was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend why the Aerospace Institute would suddenly investigate a nondescript small factory. Ye Xing's classmate is named Huang Chun. Huang Chun's father works at an import-export company. Before joining the machinery factory, Ye Xing worked at a foreign trade company. This seems to make some sense. Zhang Tianming continued reading. Ye Xing's connections were quite simple, almost a model of a commoner's background. However, there was a twist with Huang Chun. He managed to enter a foreign trade company with Huang Chun's help. Zhang Tianming could understand this. It's normal for classmates to help each other out. He even began to speculate that the super-precision machine tools in Ye Xing's factory were imported from the foreign trade company. Although developed countries impose high-tech embargoes on long country, preventing the most advanced technologies from being imported. However, the volume of international trade is vast, making it inevitable for some businessmen to take risks for profit, secretly transporting many prohibited technologies into long country. Yes, it must be this way, otherwise there's no way to explain how a small factory could suddenly have super-precision machine tools. The more Zhang Tianming analyzed, the more convinced he became of his judgment. The subnanometer precision processing technology is not non-existent in the country, but only 1 or 2 research institutes have achieved such precision. Nanometer-level precision falls under the category of ultra-precision processing technology, primarily used for optical components. In the realm of mechanical processing, achieving this precision requires highly skilled technicians to grind meticulously, taking an extremely long time to meet the standards. Technicians of this caliber are considered national treasures, rare and sought after, usually regarded as key technology by major research institutes, and are seldom found in the private sector. Only with ultra-high precision machine tools and national treasure-level artisans can sub-nanometer-level precision be achieved. Such precision components are used only in particularly critical applications. At the same time, this also signifies that components requiring such precision cannot be mass-produced. This has been a persistent dilemma for Zhang Tianming. The blueprint laid out on his desk was for the latest fighter jet engine, requiring extensive precision, machining, and needing to be mass-produced. Once the mass production issue is resolved, many fighter jets equipped with the latest engines will soar across the skies of long countries, safeguarding its security. This batch of goods from Xingyu Machinery Factory addressed Zhang Tianming's pain point. Gu Hui had already reported to him that there were a total of 100 parts, each undergoing super-precision machining. Should I directly ask him about the source? If he reveals it, we could contact the source directly, making our target too obvious, and he would definitely be scared off. Right, let's pretend we don't know about this matter, but we must go to the site to investigate. If that doesn't work, we can approach his classmate Huang Chun and have him act as our intermediary. Zhang Tianming paced back and forth in the room, smoking one cigarette after another, various plans swirling in his mind. He usually didn't smoke, but now his thoughts were racing. The problem that had been unresolved suddenly had a clear answer before him. How could he not be excited? After a long while, he finally devised a perfect plan. Old Tang, hurry and take a flight to Tiannan. I've made a major discovery. Old Zhang, am overwhelmed with work. When would I have the time to go to Tiannan? Stop joking. Old Tang, I've notified you. If you don't come, you'll miss out big time, and the benefits will be snatched by others. Don't blame me. Zhang Tianming smiled, anticipating Tang Tao's response. Once the news of super-precision machine tools in Tiannan leaked, all major research institutes would flock there, and this juicy opportunity wouldn't be Tang Tao's. Zhang Tianming had his own selfish motives. Without investigating Ye Xing's secret, he wanted to take his friends to take a look first, preferably to bring one back for thorough study. Old Zhang, what exactly are you talking about? What benefits? Just say it. On the other end of the line, Tang Tao paused for a moment before quickly pressing for details. Zhang Tianming hung up the phone, sent the recorded video to Tang Tao, and added the limits of the laser measuring instrument. Old Zhang, you'll be in Tiannan in an hour. Wait for me. Half a minute later, Tang Tao called back, said it in a rush, and hung up. This guy's still the same personality. Zhang Tianming shook his head, made a few more calls, brewed a cup of tea, and quietly waited for his old friends. Inside Xingyu Machinery Factory, Ye Xing was unaware of the happenings at the Aerospace Institute. He was currently troubled about how to carry out business. The last order had earned him a total of 150,000, of which he allocated 50,000 as bonuses for the workers. The total funds on the factory's books were only 300,000. This sounds like a lot, but for a business, it basically means the operating funds are exhausted. With 50 workers in the factory, each earning around 6,000 paying salaries, each month would amount to 300,000. In other words, after paying the workers, the factory would have no money left. Ye Xing is now beginning to understand the difficulties his father faced in running a business. Being a boss may be enjoyable, but waking up every day to think about the 30,000 salaries that need to be paid each month is quite a different experience. Originally, Ye Xing wanted to buy a warehouse to stockpile some vegetables and meat for easier trading. Today, Ye Xing procured 10 boxes of purified water and a ton of vegetables which were delivered to the factory. When the workers saw this, he had to fabricate a lie to cover it up. Purified water could be said to be a welfare for the workers, but finding an excuse for the vegetables was more challenging. There are canteens and restaurants in the industrial area, and buying such a large quantity of vegetables seemed too strange. Now Ye Xing's hope was to make money quickly to rent a warehouse to avoid trading within the factory. Enter the system. Ye Xing's heart stirred as he entered the system space again. In the white space, Jerry was already waiting there. Upon seeing Ye Xing, he hurried to greet him. "Xing, it's a pleasure to see you again." "Ye Xing, I'm glad to see you too, Captain Jerry. Did you go out for activities again today?" Ye Xing noticed that there were dirt and water stains on Jerry's shoulder. Jerry showed a dejected expression. "Xing, to be honest, today a comet somehow broke in, and we managed to trap it with the gravitational shield. Unfortunately, its tail was composed entirely of carbon monoxide, and we found no traces of water wasting an energy stick." Jerry shrugged, looking quite helpless. Ye Xing looked at him with sympathy. "Jerry, it's all right, I'll provide you with water. Did you bring the energy shield?" "Jerry, of course, Xing, we create whatever you need at the first opportunity." After saying that, Jerry took out a cloud-like object glowing faintly red from the ring on his hand and placed it in his palm. "Is this the energy shield that is incredibly powerful for both protection and attack?" Ye Xing stared at the mass, feeling his heartbeat quicken and his mouth dry. Ding! Transaction successful. The pleasant electronic sound rang out as the items were exchanged between both parties. Ye Xing held the cloud-like energy shield in his hands. Initially, he was concerned about not knowing how to use it, but upon taking hold of the shield, he realized his worries were unfounded. Like the spatial ring, the shield resonated with his will, allowing him to control it at will. "Jerry, what is the energy source for the shield?" Ye Xing asked curiously as he placed the energy shield into the spatial ring. The shield's protective capabilities and energy output were astonishing. If it ran out of energy, wouldn't it become a one-time use item? "Xing, the energy shield utilizes outdated energy provision technology. It can harness solar energy, tidal energy, electrical energy, and other forms of energy conversion. I'm not sure what your intended use is, but to ensure it lasts longer for you, we've equipped it with a soft energy block that can last for 100 years. Jerry was happily looking at the vegetables and purified water inside the ring. Hearing Ye Xing's question, he quickly looked up to respond. Damn, to them 100 years only seemed to imply a slightly extended usage time. If they took it seriously, wouldn't it stretch to 1,000 or 2? Ye Xing was speechless, but it was fine. He didn't have to worry about recharging. Of course, if you want to recharge, you can wear it in sunlight, and it will convert the incoming light energy into stored energy completely. However, this method is too outdated and slow. Who would want to sunbathe? Jerry shrugged playfully. Well, with a 100 solar energy conversion rate, Ye Xing had nothing to say. Keep in mind that on Blue Star, the solar energy conversion rate is only about 20. Ye Xing bid farewell to Jerry and exited the system. After leaving the factory area, he took a taxi directly to the remote mountains in the suburbs. Tiannan City is nestled between mountains and the sea, being a harbor city. The desolate mountain where Ye Xing was located had a stream extending from the sea into the valley. Due to the steep terrain, it was sparsely populated. Ye Xing stood in the valley and glanced around, noticing there were no signs of human activity. With a thought, the energy shield enveloped his entire body, rendering him invisible to the outside world. However, Ye Xing could distinctly feel a layer of pale white light wrapping around him, leaving only his face exposed to clearly see the outside world without any discomfort. "Fly!" Ye Xing silently commanded in his heart, activating the flight mode. His body felt lighter, as if freed from the bonds of gravity, and he floated into the air with mountains and seas beneath him. A control panel appeared before him, indicating he was now 100 meters in the air with a speed of 0. There was also a speed adjustment slider that allowed Ye Xing to modify his speed. Accelerate to 100 meters per second. Ye Xing manipulated his thoughts to adjust the speed, which he considered safe. Without fully testing the limits of the shield, he did not dare to rashly increase the speed to supersonic levels, as achieving a sound barrier required a high strength in flying objects. Immediately, Ye Xing felt the mountains and rivers beneath him racing backward. Gentle air currents hit the shield, creating a pattering sound like raindrops. If someone were on the ground, they would see a humanoid figure swiftly darting through the air, moving far faster than any flying bird. Ye Xing flew for 7 to 8 kilometers nearing the city before reluctantly returning to the valley. Shooting mode. After just testing the flight mode, Ye Xing eagerly began experimenting with the shooting mode. Instantly, a clear semi-transparent disc appeared before him with a crosshair in the center, which was presumably the aiming device. Ye Xing aimed the crosshair at a rock about 10 meters away, the size of a wash basin. Strike. With Ye Xing's command, an invisible energy shot forth. A cloud of dust erupted, countless stones exploded into the sky, and the rock was no longer in existence. Ye Xing gasped. Indeed, this was cutting-edge technology. He had barely adjusted the slider a little. If he adjusted it to the maximum, this small hill in front of him would surely be flattened in an instant. Ye Xing took a deep breath, preparing to test the protective mode. Just then his phone suddenly rang. "Uncle Chung, what happened?" Ye Xing asked curiously. "Where are you? We have a big business deal." Chung Rui's voice came through the receiver, filled with excitement and urgency. "Big business. He'll be right back." Ye Xing was puzzled. He hadn't even started advertising or recruited staff. How could there be business? However, customers coming to the door was always a good thing, especially since the factory was currently in a transitional phase. Ye Xing activated flight and stealth mode, and within minutes, he was soaring above the factory. "Looks like the stealth mode works pretty well, or at least it can't be seen with the naked eye." Ye Xing nodded, secretly circling the factory in the sky before landing in a secluded corner, deactivating the stealth mode, and revealing himself as he walked towards the factory entrance. "Old Zhang, what are you up to?" Standing at the entrance of the Xingyu machinery factory, Tao looked as if he had been deceived, feeling both wronged and angry. He was a renowned expert in the machine tool industry, having dedicated his life to the study of precision machine tools, and was an internationally recognized academic and practical expert. After receiving the video and notification from Zhang Tianming, he immediately sensed the implications contained within. After all, that was a laser measuring instrument. If it couldn't measure the limits of the parts, it indicated that the precision of the machine tools processing them exceeded his comprehension. Thus, he had set aside all tasks to come to Tiannan City. However, Zhang Tianming brought them to wait outside a small shabby factory. Every minute of his time was incredibly important. How could he waste it waiting for a small factory director? Moreover, although the entrance of the machinery factory was clean and the workers looked quite diligent, its scale was too small. It didn't resemble a place with substantial technological strength. Tang Tao completely failed to understand why Zhang Tianming had brought them here. The other experts shared Tang Tao's sentiments, all complaining to Zhang Tianming. "Old Zhang, you've gone too far with this joke. You can't expect this small factory to produce a golden phoenix, can you? Old Zhang, what are you hiding in that gourd of yours? I still have many experiments to guide." "Exactly, Old Zhang, who exactly are we waiting for? Is it some expert or professor? Why arrange to meet here?" Zhang Tianming checked the time on his watch, and faced with his friend's complaints, he zipped his lips and said nothing. He himself was also uncertain, not believing that this small factory could hide super machine tools. However, the National Security Bureau wouldn't make a mistake. The parts were indeed produced by the Xingyu machinery factory, not by the most technologically advanced Huaxing group in Tiannan City. His voluntary wait here was also out of respect for that young man he had never met. "Our factory director is back." Just then, Chung Rui, who had accompanied him, pointed at Ye Xing, who was striding over. "Old Zhang, is this the technical expert we've been waiting for?" Seeing the beaming face of Ye Xing, a wave of disappointment washed over the many experts present, and Tao couldn't help but voice his complaints. Having spent his entire life in the research field, he had seen countless outstanding young talents, some of whom were of similar age to Ye Xing, each boasting impressive degrees and profound scholarship. Even so, making a mark in the research field requires considerable time. It is only possible to achieve a bit of progress in their early 30s. A young person like Ye Xing, who primarily devoted his time to starting a business, hardly had the opportunity to spend much time on research. Even if Ye Xing put on a pair of glasses to feign being an intellectual, it would only serve to comfort himself. "Old Tang, please be mindful of your tone." Zhang Tianming also felt a bit disappointed, but still gently reminded him. He had a bit more information about Ye Xing and did not regard him as a technical expert, but rather as an intermediary with special channels. However, there was no sign of slickness or worldliness on Ye Xing's face. He seemed no different from a fresh university graduate. "Hello, what should I call you?" Ye Xing walked up to Zhang Tianming and extended his hands. He found the group of elderly clients before him somewhat strange. They were all white-haired, and their demeanor was quite different from that of business people. They looked more like professors than the professors he had encountered at university. "Just call me Manager Zhang." Zhang Tianming nodded nonchalantly. "Manager Zhang, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Let's head to the meeting room to discuss, please." Ye Xing glanced at the group of elderly clients and noticed some wearing looks of disdain, thinking it was because he had kept them waiting, feeling a bit embarrassed. No need for that, Director Yi. Can we go directly to the production area? Zhang Tianming waved his hand, declining Ye Xing's courtesy. Here's the thing, I have a batch of urgent work with high profits, but the technical requirements are somewhat stringent. I need to assess your technical capabilities first, otherwise we'll have to look for the next company. Zhang Tianming wore a polite smile as his gaze swept across the other factories in the industrial area. He understood that these small processing factories, due to their limited business capabilities, were desperate for orders. If he presented the order, it would allow Xingyu Machinery Factory to showcase its true technical capabilities. The other experts, seasoned in their years, immediately grasped Zhang Tianming's meaning, their eyes all focusing on Ye Xing. All right then, let's head to the workshop, though it might be a bit noisy. Ye Xing nodded. That's no problem. We're not delicate people, we frequently handle parts and machine tools, so please lead the way, Director Yi. Zhang Tianming was unconcerned, his gaze already glancing toward the workshop entrance. Ye Xing nodded and led them into the workshop first. Within the workshop, the workers were busy. With 50 people present, it was impossible for everyone to be using ultra-precision machine tools. Most were still using older machines. Thus, the entire workshop was filled with a loud clamor as overhead cranes transported raw materials past them. Such a waste of a trip. What treasures could there possibly be here? Tang Tao, the machine tool expert, scanned the workshop and recognized the models of those ordinary machine tools, even able to name the manufacturers. These machine tools were worlds apart from the ones he had developed, lacking even the qualifications to perform rough processing in his laboratory. He had flown all this way just to see this. He felt dissatisfied, his voice not small, and the few people walking nearby heard him clearly. Ye Xing frowned slightly, but did not stop moving. Manager Zhang, I wonder if you brought any blueprints. Ye Xing looked at Zhang Tianming. While super-precision machine tools were great, not every part could be processed with them. For orders with low dimensional requirements and ample processing deadlines, it was still best to arrange for ordinary machine tools. Take a look at this. Zhang Tianming pulled out a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Ye Xing. Ye Xing took the blueprint, glanced at it roughly, and had a general impression in his mind. However, when his gaze fell on the dimensions and tolerance precision, he was taken aback and looked up at Zhang Tianming. 1 nanometer. Are you joking? Who could possibly achieve that? Cheng Rui leaned in as well. Upon seeing the precision requirement, he was startled, immediately exclaiming. For ordinary processing factories like theirs, the production precision generally controlled above 0.01 mm. The last order from Hu Kai had a precision of 0.008 mm, which they could not produce at all. Now the other side was asking for a nanometer level, which was equivalent to raising the precision of the previous batch of orders by 1,000 times. Hearing the shout, the surrounding workers gathered around, and upon seeing the precision requirements on the blueprint, they all looked at Zhang Tianming and the others with eyes as if they were looking at lunatics. Who uses such high precision for ordinary civilian parts? Did these people mistake their small workshop for a research institute? The last time they used super precision machine tools, the precision was only 0.008 mm, so they all believed that this was already the limit of super precision machines. Zhang Tianming, however, seemed not to have heard, as his gaze was already drawn to the sci-fi appearance of the super-precision machine tool deep within the workshop. This had to be the ultra-precision machine tool that he believed to be smuggled and imported. Just from its appearance, one could tell how extraordinary it was. Tang Tao and the others shared the same expression, completely ignoring the gazes of those around them. Manager Zhang, we can definitely handle this order. Seeing the expressions of Zhang Tianming and the others, Ye Xing suddenly understood and said solemnly, Director, you please take a closer look, don't get fooled again. Cheng Rui, still haunted by the previous incident, anxiously reminded him. This was a nanometer-level precision, 1,000 times higher than the last order's precision, and the number of countries capable of producing it was few and far between. What an obvious pitfall. The young boss was actually about to jump in. Uncle Cheng, I've looked it over, we can do it. Ye Xing did not hesitate. Even if it increased by 100 times, it would not be a problem. Only after he finished speaking did he realize that the impatient old man had already rushed to the super-precision machine tool, running his hands over its body, making sounds of astonishment. A group of old experts surrounded the super-precision machine tool, either caressing it, tapping it with their hands, or squatting down to study its fine gaps. Having immersed themselves in the machinery industry their whole lives, they possessed more knowledge and experience than those workers and could recognize the machine tool's differences at a glance. Look at this design, we are still lagging behind. The material of this casing is quite peculiar, not ordinary metal. If only I could cut a piece off. Have you noticed? There's not a trace of oil around the machine body, nor any seams. I really wonder how the raw materials were inserted. A group of machine experts surrounded the super-precision machine tool, like children discovering an unfamiliar candy, filled with curiosity and excitement. Old Tang, what are you looking at? Zhang Tianming with his hands behind his back was eagerly watching the super precision machine tool, but when he turned his head, he found his old partner Tang Tao staring blankly at a panel. Old Zhang, I feel like this entrance is exactly the effect I've always dreamed of. Tang Tao pointed at the black panel, his voice trembling slightly. What? You mean this is the drawing board? Zhang Tianming was taken aback, his heart filled with shock. Zhang Tianming knew that his old friend Tang Tao had always had a dream, which was to hand over the blueprints to a machine tool, allowing it to read the blueprints automatically and then program itself to process the finished products. At this stage, if combined with robots, it would enable automation where workers would only need to place the raw materials into the machine tool, while everything else would be handled by the machine. However, to achieve this goal, it involves many cutting-edge disciplines such as computer science, electrical engineering, mechanical design, and automatic control. Tang Tao and his team made slow progress over many years. After a lifetime of struggle, he suddenly found that the dream he had longed for was right in front of him. How could he not be overjoyed? Is it possible that I misread it? Zhang Tianming said, gently, not wanting to discourage his old friend. It's impossible to misread. If I were to design it, the blueprint reader should be designed this way. Moreover, look, there is a scanning port on the top of the blueprint reader that can be used to read the diagrams. Tang Tao shook his head, firmly pointing at a faintly glowing light strip above the blueprint reader. You really understand this, huh? Ye Xing glanced at Tang Tao in surprise, but said nothing, reaching out to press the start button. The seamless machine tool suddenly opened, a pair of mechanical arms extending out to grasp the raw materials before retracting back into the machine, which then closed up again. The entire operation flowed smoothly like water, more stable and faster than any human. How could this be? Zhang Tianming and the others were left dumbfounded, their hearts shaken for a long time. They had imagined mechanical arms, but the ones before them were too advanced, able to automatically identify the location of raw materials, grasp them, and even secure them automatically. A few minutes later, the machine tool opened again, the mechanical arm holding a component, placing it on the ground before slowly closing again. Why was it really that fast? A few gray-haired experts were once again stunned with only that word able to express their feelings at that moment. They were all experts in their fields, and the blueprints they brought included various processing techniques. Turning, milling, planing, grinding, everything was covered, requiring multiple machine tools and processes. In their imagination, even with super precision machine tools, it would only be used for the final precision processing. Who would have thought that the super precision machine tool would actually be a multi-process integration, with both its concepts and technologies being shockingly advanced? After a long while, Zhang Tianming finally snapped out of his shock and cleared his throat. Can we process another one, and let us observe the process? Ye Xing glanced at Zhang Tianming and nodded, restarting the machine tool, but this time pressing the button to open the cover during the processing. A glass cover appeared in the middle of the machine, revealing the internal structure. Tang Tao and several other experts bent over, their eyes fixed on the internal structure of the machine, their faces showing excitement. They came from various fields, some researching transmission, others electrical, and others control, all being the elite in their respective industries. Upon seeing the internal structure of the machine, they each found the technology they had longed for in their own fields. Zhang Tianming examined the component in his hand, noticing its mirror-like smooth surface, nodded, and then handed the component to an assistant next to him, whispering a few instructions. The assistant took the component and quickly left the workshop. Before long, the second component was processed. Shall we discuss in the office? Zhang Tianming glanced at his eager old friend, smiling as he spoke to Ye Xing. As soon as they entered the office and closed the door, Tang Tao and the others eagerly encircled Ye Xing. They had so many questions to ask. Tell me, is that black panel the blueprint reader? This super machine tool can read blueprints automatically, right? Can I see the automatic sensing system inside the machine tool? Is that possible? Shall I research robots? Which country is your machine tool made in? Is it from Eagle Sauce? Can you open it so I can take a closer look? Shall let's be clear. I'm from Jiangnan shipyard, and a machine tool of this precision level is too wasted in your machinery factory. Name your price, and I'll take it. Old hands, that's too domineering. Is Jiangnan shipyard more important than my optical machinery institute? No way, there's got to be a fair share. You can't monopolize it all. What do you mean by fair share? Isn't this supposed to be allocated based on task urgency? Speaking of which, I must mention my aircraft factory. The tasks are urgent, and the workload is heavy, so I should naturally get more. Several old experts with white hair surrounded Ye Xing's desk, bickering like children fighting over candy, having completely cast aside their earlier politeness. They all knew that seizing a super machine tool would elevate their unit's research and development capabilities to a new level, whether for research or processing. As for money, Zhang Tianming frowned as he looked at the clamoring old friends, waving his hand to stop their debate. Gentlemen, have you forgotten what you said when you arrived? The arguing old experts immediately quieted down, though their eyes still held a determined gaze. Xiao Yi, are the several super machine tools in your factory newly manufactured from eagle sauce? Zhang Tianming looked at Ye Xing with a smile. Eagle sauce is the country with the most powerful technological strength on the current blue planet, especially in the military industry, which is incredibly strong. Only they could produce such advanced machine tools. You could say that. Ye Xing nodded noncommittally. From the bickering of the experts, he inferred that they likely came from the military industry, and it was very possible that they had discovered the secret of the components. This is also a bug of the super precision machine tools. No matter what precision parts are processed, they are done so at the highest precision. After all, Jerry thought of himself as an ancient machinery enthusiast, and to maintain his pride, he designed it for the highest precision. Xiao Yi, can you still get such machine tools? Zhang Tianming asked cautiously. The others also looked at Ye Xing nervously. If he said no, then the 10 currently available would be the only ones left in the country. This national treasure, whether used in military production or aerospace, or taken apart for reverse research, would greatly enhance the national strength. However, with so many research military units in the country, once word got out, there would be no chance for them. There are too many wolves and too little meat. Are you from military units? Ye Xing did not answer directly, but looked thoughtfully at Zhang Tianming. Zhang Tianming nodded. Did you just mention orders? Ye Xing asked softly. He had long sensed that the other party had a significant identity and sharp eyes. Ye Xing was only concerned that if he said he had connections, he would be targeted, losing his freedom of movement. It would be fine if he was protected by the military, but there was a greater chance of being watched by other forces. At this stage, Ye Xing just wanted to base his operations on the factory and build his industrial empire. Orders. Zhang Tianming was taken aback, and at that moment his phone suddenly rang. Director, the product precision is completely up to standard. A deep male voice on the phone said briefly before hanging up. Confirmed. Zhang Tianming's eyes lit up with excitement as he nodded to his old friends, who also displayed the same expression. We do have orders. I currently have an order worth 50 million yuan, and all the outsourcing from our institute can be given to your factory. Zhang Tianming said firmly. Zhang Tianming took out a pre-drafted contract from his briefcase and placed it in front of Ye Xing. Ye Xing picked up the contract and quickly scanned its contents, which detailed the dimensional requirements for various processed parts along with their unit prices. Then he glanced at the signature, and indeed the party A was a certain aerospace institute he had suspected, complete with a bright red official seal. Damn it, Hu Kai is too greedy. He took 90% of the last order for himself and left only 10% for Xingyu Machinery Factory. He actually wants to devour Xingyu Machinery Factory whole. Ye Xing looked at the quote, furrowing his brow, and inwardly cursed Hu Kai. Xiao Yi, what's wrong? Do you find the price unsuitable? We can negotiate on this. Seeing Ye Xing frown, Zhang Tianming's heart skipped a beat. He still needed something from Ye Xing. While he could use other means to obtain what he wanted, after careful consideration, cooperating with Ye Xing was the most stable path. If he angered Ye Xing and danced around the issue, it would only waste energy and time. That's not it. I was just lamenting how harshly I've been exploited in the past. This order is no problem. I'll take it. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Xing picked up the official seal and stamped it on the contract. He had calculated the profit from this order. After deducting the raw materials, it would yield about 30 million, and it included not only high-precision processing, but also some ordinary processing. This order alone would keep the workers at the factory busy, and their income would naturally rise. Seeing Ye Xing sign the contract, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Tianming's mouth. Our institute has long-term outsourced orders. As long as the technology meets the requirements, who are we not to work for? Xiao Yi, it turns out you were short on orders. Bring in a secretary to draft a contract. I have a 20 million order for you. Right, our aircraft factory also has long-term outsourced orders. So we'll cover the materials and shipping costs. You just need to handle the processing. I trust your technology. Tang Tao reacted, eagerly pledging to provide Ye Xing with orders. Ye Xing beamed with joy, calling in Cheng Rue to sign orders one by one with Tang Tao and the others. Cheng Rue looked at the enthusiastic experts, utterly bewildered. Why did these clients seem so kind and eager, as if afraid Ye Xing wouldn't sign the orders? While modifying the contract on the computer, he was stunned to hear the units of the other party. His jaw dropped in shock. All were military units, the big clients that he couldn't even hope to reach normally. Seeing Cheng Rue struggling to type on the computer, the keyboard almost catching fire, Ye Xing felt it was imperative to expand the factory and hire more employees. Cheng Rue shouldn't have to bear the dual responsibilities of chief engineer and typist. Before long, several contracts were printed out totaling 100 million. After subtracting the raw material cost, the profit reached 70 million. Xiao Yi, I have a proposal. Oh, please consider it, Zhang Tianming said gently after Cheng Rue stepped out. Xiao Yi, you should convert the machinery factory into a joint stock company. Our aerospace institute will invest in your company. You will maintain the management and decision-making power, and we will only take dividends. What do you think? Zhang Tianming smiled as he looked at Ye Xing. Ye Xing was taken aback, glancing over Zhang Tianming and Tang Tao, seeing hope reflected in their eyes. Xiao Yi, this is a good thing. With the Aerospace Institute's name, whether you pursue business or handle matters, others will look upon you favorably. Not to mention there are other benefits. Tang Tao, impatient, reminded him. Ye Xing understood immediately that having the Aerospace Institute as a shareholder would mean military protection. When doing business, people would regard him more favorably, and obtaining loans or permits would be smoother. The unscrupulous means commonly used by merchants would also automatically distance themselves. Thank you for your kind offer, but I will visit you when I truly encounter difficulties. Ye Xing said, lightly rejecting Zhang Tianming's good intentions. He felt that now was not the time to collaborate with the state, having just introduced super-precision machine tools. Gentlemen, now that the business has been settled, let's discuss your requirements. Ye Xing got straight to the point. Xiao Yi, you truly are a clever one. Let me be straightforward. Help us get a few machine tools, or can we dismantle one from your factory to study it? Yes, Xiao Yi, just name a number. We will provide people and equipment to help you dismantle it. Tang Tao could hardly bear the time it would take to smuggle the equipment from overseas and preferred to dismantle what was readily available. Ye Xing tapped his temple. For him, acquiring a few machine tools was easy, merely a matter of exchanging a few boxes of instant noodles. The challenge lay in seamlessly pretending to transport the items from overseas. Xiao Yi, you need not worry about the money or domestic customs. As long as you can acquire the machine tools, we can provide naval and air force escort on the high seas. Seeing Ye Xing's troubled expression, Zhang Tianming assumed he was concerned about transportation safety. This high-tech equipment banned by the Bateau Treaty could significantly boost national strength. In Zhang Tianming's view, deploying military escorts was entirely justified. "Ah, that seems a bit excessive," Ye Xing exclaimed, astonished. "For a few boxes of instant noodles, did it require such a grand operation? It's necessary. The seas aren't peaceful right now. There are many pirates." Zhang Tianming's words had a double meaning. Ye Xing shook his head, directly rejecting Zhang Tianming's kindness. Then he and Zhang Tianming finalized the quantities. After much discussion, they finally settled on one machine tool per research institute. "Director Zhang, how do you propose we set the price?" When it came to pricing, Ye Xing was somewhat uncertain. He merely wanted the other party to cover the shipping costs. After all, they were buying machine tools for the nation. If he took the opportunity to inflate the price, it would be too despicable. Who doesn't have a sense of patriotism? This amount. Zhang Tianming held up a hand and shook it. 500,000. Sure, let's set it like that. Ye Xing nodded, as this amount was just right for the shipping costs. The room fell silent as Tang Tao and the others stared blankly at Ye Xing. When did the high-tech equipment banned by the Bateau Treaty become so undervalued? Zhang Tianming, waving a hand, represented 500 million. He felt that even that was a low price for such a national treasure that was difficult to acquire. "You child, are you joking? 500,000 wouldn't even buy the shell. Are you trying to amuse us old men?" Tang Tao glared at Ye Xing. "Xiao Yi, I meant 500 million. This is a matter of national importance. You cannot treat it lightly." Zhang Tianming's expression grew serious. "Director Zhang, did you say 500 million for one machine? Am I hearing things?" Ye Xing stared dumbfounded at Zhang Tianming, swallowing hard. 500 million for one machine. They wanted 6 machines totaling 3 billion. Then why bother taking orders? Just trading instant noodles would suffice. However, it seemed this item could only be sold to the state. Zhang Tianming nodded solemnly. "That won't do. How about 1 billion? After all, it's for the state. We can't be too greedy, can we?" Ye Xing contemplated. There would be many collaborations with the state in the future, so a steady stream of income would be better. 1 billion. Xiao Yi, are you joking? Are you going to lose money on this deal? What's your motive? Zhang Tianming, Tang Tao, and the others exchanged glances. The manufacturing difficulty for such high-precision machine tools was immense, with costs approaching 1 billion. Adding in the costs for connecting contacts, shipping, and smuggling fees, even 500 million would barely cover costs. Yet Ye Xing was asking for just 1 billion. They couldn't comprehend. What's wrong with wanting to be patriotic for the sake of wild love for the country? Ye Xing's lips curled into a faint smile. Inside the Hush Trading Company in Tiannan City, Hu Kai sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness. On the surface, the order from the Aerospace Institute was smoothly transferred, earning him several million. However, without a signed contract with the Huaxing Group, once the machine tools were repaired and the parts processed, Hu Kai still had to obediently pay. In summary, Hu Kai had effectively only earned a runner's fee. Huaxing Group. Ye Xing. Hu Kai put down his phone, his face contorting with rage, gritting his teeth. His greatest hatred was directed at Ye Xing. If it weren't for this kid somehow obtaining several mysterious machine tools, his plans would have succeeded. The Xingyu machinery factory and the Yi family's property would belong to him. Hu Kai, wouldn't that be better than the current situation? As for the Huaxing Group, he didn't even dare to harbor hatred. The Huaxing Group wielded immense power in Tianjin City, far beyond what a small trading company like his could compare to. Moreover, future military orders would still rely on the Huaxing Group. Mr. Hu. Just then the office door opened, and a voluptuous female secretary sauntered over to Hu Kai with captivating charm. The fragrant breeze swept over, and Hu Kai's heart raced, eagerly grasping the secretary's small hand. Mr. Hu, someone named Song Ming wants to see you. What do you think? The secretary fell into Hu Kai's embrace, whispering softly, "That bastard Song Ming, tell him to get lost." Hearing that name, Hu Kai flew into a rage. "Then I'll have him leave." The secretary stood up and walked towards the door. "Wait, let him in." Hu Kai seemed to remember something and instructed the secretary. Before long, a haggard-looking Song Ming stood in front of Hu Kai, looking at him, hesitating to speak. Hee are the spicy girl's fun. Hu Kai tapped his feet on the boss desk, looking at Song Ming with a smirk. He had given Song Ming several thousand yuan to betray the Xingyu machinery factory and lead Ye Xing into a trap. He had also arranged for him to be in a lavish KTV, where Song Ming, who would only ever deal with machinery, was easily tempted by the young women there. In just a few days, he squandered all the money he had, and his years of savings ended up in the pockets of several dancers. "Mr. Hu, please don't make fun of me, can you? Give me the remaining payment. I'm really running out of money." Song Ming looked at Hu Kai with some trepidation. He regretted it so much that he felt like his back teeth were crumbling. He shouldn't have trusted Hu Kai in the first place. He didn't receive the money and was scolded by his peers for being ungrateful wherever he went. "Payment. Song Ming, you teamed up with Ye Xing to play me for a fool, and I didn't break your leg, and you still have the gall to ask for money." Hu Kai slammed the table, roaring, "Mr. Hu, I didn't. I was following your instructions right." Song Ming trembled in fear, his words coming out stammered. "Then tell me, where did Ye Xing get the 10 precision machine tools? This news has spread throughout the circle. You hang out with Ye Xing every day. Oh, how could you not know?" Hu Kai glared at Song Ming. The news of the Xingyu machinery factory acquiring 10 precision machine tools was hard to conceal. Anyone with the intention could easily ask the workers there. Song Ming was dumbfounded, and after a long pause he slowly said, "Ye Xing has a classmate at the import-export company. Maybe he helped Ye Xing import them." An import-export company? That might indeed be possible. Hu Kai stared at Song Ming for a long time, pondering for a moment before finally relaxing his expression. "Song Ming, do you know that because of your delay in information, I've suffered a total loss? If you can't think of a way to turn the situation around for me, then you can forget about your money." Hu Kai plopped back onto the sofa, casting a cold gaze at Song Ming. Song Ming felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake, shivering involuntarily. Song Ming's eyes rolled, and he thought of a plan. Just as he was about to speak it out, he heard his phone on the table suddenly ring. "Hello, old Zhang, is there another order?" Seeing the call, Hu Kai's cold face immediately brightened, his body slightly bending forward. "Order." A dismissive chuckle came from the other end of the phone. "Old Zhang, what's wrong?" Hu Kai became anxious, feeling a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. "Hu Kai, starting today, our cooperation is at an end. You should thank yourself for allowing us to discover the Xingyu machinery factory. Their technology is excellent and also reliable." The person on the other end continued to praise the Xingyu machinery factory, but Hu Kai heard nothing. It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed over him, with only the phrase "cooperation" is over echoing in his mind. He had put in great effort to secure the order from the Aerospace Institute. Hearing that they had high-quality requirements, he did not hesitate to approach the Huaxing Group with a humble attitude for processing. But who knew that in the end his efforts would only serve to benefit the Xingyu machinery factory? A sense of humiliation from being toyed with ignited like a raging fire in his heart. "Old Zhang, is there really no chance? Can I come to visit you personally?" Losing the golden goose, Hu Kai hurriedly begged with a humble demeanor. "Hu Kai, don't call me any more in the future." The other side hurriedly hung up. All that was left was Hu Kai standing there dazed with his phone in hand. "Ye Xing, you little brat, dare to steal my opportunities." After a long time, Hu Kai raised his head, fierce light blazing in his eyes. "You just mentioned having a good idea. Let's hear it." Hu Kai glared at Song Ming with a dark expression. Song Ming trembled in fear, feeling as though Hu Kai's gaze could kill. "Mr. Hu, given the situation, the only option is to capture Ye Xing and interrogate him about the source of those high-precision machine tools. We can also buy a few ourselves, and Ye Xing would then have no advantage, right?" Song Ming cautiously suggested, watching Hu Kai's expression. Hu Kai's eyes lit up. Oh, how had he not thought of this? "Let's go well guard at the entrance of their factory right away." Hu Kai yanked Song Ming up. Half an hour later, a black Mercedes parked at the alley entrance a few dozen meters from the Xingyu machinery factory. Inside the car, Hu Kai and Song Ming, along with 4 burly men dressed in black, kept their eyes fixed on the factory entrance. Time gradually passed, and it was soon past 6 in the evening. Workers began to emerge from the factory. Mr. Who looked quickly, Ye Xing is coming out. An hour later, Song Ming slapped the drowsy Hu Kai awake, pointing excitedly at the factory entrance. Hu Kai opened his eyes and followed his gesture. Sure enough, Ye Xing was standing at the factory entrance, gazing towards the east. Aside from him, there was no one else in the entire factory area. Action! Hu Kai waved his hand and was the first to get out of the Mercedes, pulling down his hat, and walked towards the factory entrance. The other men, dressed similarly, their eyes gleaming with malice, walked briskly. Just then suddenly a deep rumbling sound echoed from afar. The group involuntarily came to a halt, looking towards the source of the sound. What the hell? Realizing the situation, Hu Kai and the others were rooted to the spot, their expressions astonished. 2 camouflage-painted trucks sped forward, flanked by a row of valiant soldiers. Clad in camouflage uniforms and wearing steel helmets, the soldiers scanned their surroundings with sharp eyes, their rifles held firmly in hand. Military vehicles. Hu Kai and the 4 burly men couldn't help but gasp, their legs trembling involuntarily. They only dared to intimidate ordinary people. How could they have the courage to confront soldiers? Just a glance from the soldiers sent shivers down their spines. Why are you still dawdling? Run! With a wave of his hand, Hu Kai led the way back to the Benz. He drove the car forward for several dozen meters, hiding at the mouth of an alley before he felt a little less scared. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the factory entrance. He watched as an agile officer jumped down from the truck and saluted Ye Xing, then made a gesture with his hand. The soldiers from the truck jumped down in formation, quickly dispersing around the factory. 2 soldiers with rifles stood at the gate of the machinery factory, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Subsequently, several black trucks rolled in, covered with black cloth, obscuring their contents. Following the black trucks were several rumbling cranes, creating an imposing spectacle. Behind the cranes trailed a few minibuses, the occupants unknown, but from Hu Kai's perspective they appeared solemn and professional. Behind the minibuses was a convoy of over a dozen black Benz cars. Hu Kai and Song Ming were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a menacing display in their lives. A question loomed in their minds: what exactly was Ye Xing that could provoke such a military response? Suddenly a roar filled the air above. Hu Kai and the others looked up, their eyes widening in astonishment. In the gloomy sky, 2 green dots rapidly approached, growing larger until they became 2 military green helicopters. The 2 military helicopters hovered over the machinery factory, their deafening roar resounding like thunder. Beneath the helicopters, 2 dark nozzles extended ominously. Damn it, Song Ming, you're going to get me killed. What kind of background does Ye Xing have to bring the military here? Hu Kai felt a wave of fear wash over him, thankful that he hadn't acted hastily. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would have died. I didn't know either. If I had known he had military connections, would I have dared to betray the Ye family? Song Ming said with a bitter expression, both scared and regretful. If he had known the Ye family was acquainted with the military, he wouldn't have tried to curry favor with Hu Kai for a mere pittance. Brother, we shouldn't stay here any longer. I feel like we're being targeted. Yes, brother, look at that black pipe under the helicopter. Why does it keep pointing at us? That black pipe can't be a missile, right? Our car can't withstand even 1 missile. The 3 burly men in the back seat were already petrified by the military helicopter, trembling as they pointed at the aircraft above. Their fear made them feel as if the helicopter had locked onto them and a missile could strike at any moment. Shut up. You should take a look at yourselves and see if you're worth a missile. Hu Kai was sweating profusely. Who should we offer Ye Xing some money to let us go? Song Ming watched Ye Xing chatting amicably with the officer from a distance and forced a smile at Hu Kai. Nonsense. Now that things have come to this, do you really think the Ye family will let you go? Stop dreaming. Hu Kai shot a fierce glare at Song Ming, unable to tolerate such cowardice. We'll go back and lay low for a few days. I refuse to believe this kid will always have someone protecting him. He won't escape my grasp. Hu Kai commanded the driver, terrified, yet trying to maintain his composure in front of his subordinates. The Benz turned around and quickly exited the alley, merging into the street. At this moment, the convoy had reached the factory entrance, where dozens of workers in uniforms jumped out of the minibuses and entered the factory under the soldiers' escort. A group of elderly men with gray hair descended from the Benz and greeted Ye Xing, who accompanied them into the factory. Inside the workshop, the elderly men gathered around a super-precision machine tool. Old Zhang, is this the ultra-precision machine tool you mentioned? Old Zhang, you sly dog, keeping this all to yourself. This is indeed the most advanced machine tool. Just look at its shape and structure. It's extraordinary, and there is so much for us to learn. The elderly men surrounded the machine tool, their eyes glowing with excitement. Zhang Tianming followed, closely, feeling awkward. He didn't know who leaked the news. He had just returned to the research institute when he received a flurry of calls. The senior experts from research institutes across the country criticized Zhang Tianming for his selfishness, then hurried to Tiannan City. Gathering at the Aerospace Research Institute, they strongly urged Zhang Tianming to take them to see the machine tool. Zhang Tianming had no choice but to contact the military, and with their coordination they arrived at Xingyu Machinery Factory. Be gentle. This is a national treasure. Ukraine operator, be steady, don't bump into the machine tool. Drill a bit deeper. This bolt is not simple and has significant research value. The workers dismantling the machine tool were all selected technicians from across the country, each exceptionally skilled. The elderly men directed the workers in dismantling the machine tool, continuously shouting in fear that the workers' rough handling might damage it. What they found particularly frustrating was the maintenance of the super machine tool. Maintaining the precision of high-end machine tools requires meticulous care, including high-quality lubricants, protective casings, dust and debris cleaning, and regular inspections and maintenance, all needing specialized personnel and tools. Some precision instruments even must operate within specific temperature ranges. Yet Ye Xing casually covered it with a black oil cloth, far too careless. Oh my God, now I understand what wasteful extravagance means. Look at this machine tool worth millions, and it's just covered with an oil cloth. It's treated worse than my grandson's little electric scooter. We should at least get a cotton cover for the machine tool. What is this oil cloth even about? The experts felt like they were losing their minds looking at the casually covered super machine tool. Listening to the elderly expert's outburst, Ye Xing stood by the side, feeling embarrassed. He had never realized how precious the super machine tool was. Even just getting a lithography machine back would be treated this way. An hour later, the two machine tools were finally dismantled and hoisted onto the truck. Ye Xing escorted the experts to the factory gate where the soldiers boarded the military vehicles. A tall, dark-complexioned, middle-aged man without any insignia on his shoulders approached Ye Xing and saluted him. Mr. Ye, thank you for your contribution to scientific research. I have a request that I would like you to consider. Sun Yunlong's eyes were bright as he fixed his gaze on Ye Xing, his voice booming. Go ahead. Ye Xing glanced at Sun Yunlong's shoulder, feeling somewhat puzzled. Generally, officers have insignia on their shoulders to indicate their ranks, and the absence of such insignia meant the officer held a high rank or was unable to display it. Either way, it clearly indicated that the person's identity was not simple. Mr. Ye, the research institutes across the country have learned about the super precision machine tool and all wish to acquire one for their units. This could greatly enhance our country's research capabilities, especially for heavy machinery units that have a greater need. Sun Yunlong's gaze lingered on the few remaining super machine tools in the workshop, his eyes filled with eagerness. If it were up to him, he would offer more money to take the remaining ones as well, letting the experts and scholars study them to their heart's content. This would save him from their daily complaints begging for a super machine tool. However, Ye Xing had a special channel, and he had to carefully maintain the relationship between both parties. Are you suggesting buying a few more machine tools? Ye Xing understood the implication and said it outright. A few? Mr. Ye, can we really buy a few more? Sun Yunlong and Zhang Tianming exchanged shocked glances. This technology, representing the highest precision machining capabilities of Blue Star, was prohibited from being exported by the West. Bringing even one back was an immense challenge fraught with numerous obstacles. This kid actually mentioned a few right off the bat. Sun Yunlong realized why Zhang Tianming had urged him to take Ye Xing seriously. It turned out this kid was not simple at all. Of course, it may be a bit troublesome, but since the country needs it, I will take it upon myself. Ye Xing readily agreed, without hesitation. Mr. Ye, we indeed did not misjudge you. The country will not treat you unfairly. Sun Yunlong looked at Ye Xing with admiration in his eyes. Mr. Ye, considering your personal safety, I suggest arranging a personal bodyguard for your protection. What do you think? Sun Yunlong continued to make suggestions. Thank you for your kindness, but I think it's unnecessary to go through so much trouble. Ye Xing, aware of the good intentions, declined without hesitation. He didn't want a shadow following him around which would expose all his secrets. As for personal safety, he didn't believe anything could harm him with the energy shield in place. Mr. Ye, please reconsider. Enemies can be insidious. If anything were to happen to you, we would be deeply troubled. Sun Yunlong was somewhat taken aback. Thank you, I have the ability to protect myself. Ye Xing smiled lightly, politely refusing. All right, Mr. Ye, if you need anything, you can reach out to old Zhang, and we will provide you with protection at any time. Sun Yunlong shook his head helplessly. Since Ye Xing was unwilling, he could only opt for covert protection. He waved to the soldiers as they boarded the military vehicles and bid farewell to Ye Xing. After watching them leave, Ye Xing returned to his office and quickly dialed a number. Hoffman, I will be flying to Munich tomorrow. Oh, please help me book a cargo ship in advance. The next day at the capital airport, Ye Xing carried a black backpack and took out his phone, waiting idly for his flight. As for why he had to go to Munich, it was because during his time working at a foreign trade company, he had only dealt with one client from Munich, Hoffman. He wanted to visit the Eagle Sauce country and Cherry Blossom country, but he didn't know anyone there, and the language barrier made it impossible to find the right places. This was his first time going abroad after a phone call with Hoffman from Munich last night. He only remembered this morning that there were many procedures to complete. He had thought that the procedures would take a lot of time, but to his surprise it was exceptionally simple at the government hall, taking just over an hour to complete everything. When Ye Xing received his plane ticket, he even felt as if everyone knew he was about to go abroad and was waiting specifically for him. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Today happened to be Saturday, and the group chat was quite lively with many people sharing their feelings about work, mostly complaints. Some classmates were anxious about job hunting. Finding a job in mechanical engineering wasn't too difficult, but the working environment was poor with very few able to stay. Li Mingyu, I had another argument with my boss today. Damn it, he's so stingy. No overtime pay for weekend work. Who can stand that? I might get fired. Su Chi, boss, I support you. If you don't agree, fight back. Don't spoil them. Some people in the group echoed Li Mingyu's sentiment, but more were mocking him. Li Mingyu, you need to see yourself clearly. We are just from an ordinary third-tier school. Do you think you're a graduate from a 985 university? Do you know how to write the word steady? Li Mingyu, society is like this. You can't be so sharp like in school. Suffering a little is a blessing. Mingyu, I don't even know what abilities you have to argue with the boss. Is your experience the best in the company? Can you do what others can do? Seeing these messages, Ye Xing frowned, unable to believe that just a year after graduating, those passionate youths who once inspired aspirations had become so mundane. Li Mingyu, no way, I'm working for a salary, not as a slave. Why do you all feel like you've become second-class citizens? Su Chi, exactly, could you at least have a bit of self-respect? Ye Xing nodded. Indeed, his brothers had a correct sense of right and wrong. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a message from Li Tingting. Li Tingting, oh indeed, we are in the same boat. Your good brother Ye Xing is about to go bankrupt, and you, Li Mingyu, are arguing with your boss. Aren't you afraid of getting fired soon? Li Tingting, I say, Li Mingyu, you might as well join Ye Xing. The two of you can beg on the street together. That Su Chi is quite talkative. He can be the front man. The three of you can wander the world carefree. Tingting's idea is quite good, though it might embarrass the school. After all, our school may be lacking, but we still have some pride. The group was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Everyone had just been irritated by the comments of Li Mingyu and Su Chi. Now that Li Tingting had vented their frustrations, everyone felt quite pleased, reveling in the opportunity to mock the two. Ye Xing's expression darkened. Li Tingting was too harsh. There was no need for classmates to speak so unkindly. He currently had several million in his hands, and with the interstellar trading platform, he could establish a technology company that urgently needed manpower and could bring Li Mingyu and Su Chi on board. Both of them were close friends from his dormitory, reliable in ways that outsiders were not. Ye Xing, Li Tingting, you just talk nonsense. Oh, when did I go bankrupt? If you spread rumors again, watch out for me suing you. The group fell silent. Ye Xing continued to send a message. Mingyu, Su Chi, am planning to start a company soon, injecting 30 million. If you're interested when I return from abroad, let's work together. At least one vice president position is guaranteed. Why suffer outside? The group erupted into chatter again, as many people clearly thought Ye Xing was bragging. A registered capital of 30 million is no small amount. Many small companies register with capital in the hundreds of thousands or millions, and that's not even the actual paid-in capital. If Ye Xing had said he was starting a shell company with a registered capital of several hundred thousand, everyone would have laughed it off. But starting with 30 million was too outrageous. Did he really think money could just fall from the sky? Li Tingting, Ye Xing, how can you be so full of hot air? 30 million. Can you even take out 100,000 right now? You almost had me fooled just now, though I suspect you can't even afford lawyer fees. Ding Xiaoling, classmates, no one knows Ye Xing better than I do. He can't even afford to buy a wedding house, yet he wants to start a company with 30 million. How can he not go to the sky? Familiar faces revealing shortcomings is the most frightening. The group erupted again. Ye Xing bragging in front of classmates is pointless. Who doesn't know who? Exactly, you can't even manage that small broken factory. You want to start a company. What are you selling, miracle pills? Ye Xing, come on, check out the V100. Ye Xing, you've earned so much money, I'll at least get a new ride. I've just switched jobs to a car dealership, or if you want to buy a car, I can give you a discount. Just afraid you won't dare to come. Ye Xing felt breathless, opening his phone to find a few signed contracts to send to the group, hoping to give them a little shock. But when he opened his album, he realized he had forgotten to take any photos. Suddenly, WeChat vibrated. Someone sent a private message. Li Mingyu. Ye Xing, at this moment, can we stop pretending? It's too embarrassing. Su Chi, Xing, how's your mental state? Did you get your account hacked? What, even Su Chi and Li Mingyu didn't believe him. Ye Xing had a dark expression and prepared to download a bank app to take a screenshot of his assets as proof. Li Tingting, everyone, look how good Ye Xing is at bragging. He even went abroad. Why not send a location to prove if he's bragging? It's very simple, right? Right, send a location so we can see. This is a good idea. Ye Xing, send it now. Ye Xing, you're not going to shrink back again, are you? The classmates in the group began to tease, demanding Ye Xing send his location. It seems he wouldn't shed tears until he faced the king of hell. Ye Xing sighed and opened the location, sending a screenshot to the group. Capital Airport Departure Hall 3. Suddenly, the previously buzzing chat fell silent. No one expected Ye Xing to really be at the airport. Those who had mocked him just felt their faces flush. Not far away, a tall woman stood up and slowly walked towards Ye Xing. The woman wore a pink short suit on her upper body and a black short skirt on the lower half. Her features were both refined and exquisite, with delicate snow-white skin exuding a gentle yet aloof coldness. Her long white legs swayed slightly with each step, further accentuating their roundness and allure. The eyes of those in the waiting hall were drawn to her, and their throats moved rapidly as they followed her form with their gaze. Song Yinxue, the undisputed first ice-cold campus beauty of Tian'an University. At this moment, however, a smile played on her lips, and her star-like bright eyes were fixed on Ye Xing's face, filled with a hint of surprise. Next to her was a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit resembling Song Yinxue in appearance, with an imposing demeanor. Song Yinxue, what are you doing here? Ye Xing, this is my father, Song Yinxue introduced, pointing at the middle-aged man beside her. Uncle. Ye Xing quickly greeted him. Song Yi looked Ye Xing up and down, noticing his ordinary attire, frowned slightly, and nodded. Then, holding a thermos in one hand and picking up his phone with the other, he sat down and began to scroll through it. Sensing the other's arrogance, Ye Xing forced a smile, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. Ye Xing, my father is always like this, don't take it to heart, Song Yinxue said, giving Song Yi a reproachful glance, apologizing to Ye Xing for his rudeness. I understand Uncle Song is busy with business, and I am also a businessman. Oh, I still need to learn a lot from him in the future. Ye Xing smiled slightly, as he had seen many people with inflated egos since entering society. Ye Xing, are you going abroad? Song Yinxue asked curiously. Yes, I am going to Munich to discuss a business deal. To Germany. I heard your family's machinery factory is facing some issues. Are you going to buy equipment? Song Yinxue's tone was calm, but her concern was evident in her words. Song Yi paused his actions, leaning back in the soft chair, pretending to close his eyes while slowly sipping tea, but his gaze was secretly fixed on Ye Xing through his partially closed eyelids. He found it strange his exceptionally beautiful daughter usually treated those rich young heirs with disdain. Why was she talking so much with a classmate of no notable status today? However, as he recalled the difficulties facing his own group and his daughter's future, his mood grew heavy. No, I am going to Munich to buy some scrap metal. Ye Xing shook his head. Uffed. Song Yi suddenly spat out the tea in his mouth, his face reddening from stifled laughter. He was truly taken aback by Ye Xing. With so much scrap metal in the country, why would he need to go to Germany to buy it? Could it be that German scrap metal could be turned into gold or something? He looked like a perfectly normal young man. Oh, why was his thought process less mature than an 80-year-old's? Song Yi felt an urge to pull Song Yinxue away from Ye Xing, having heard that spending too long with low-intelligence people could be contagious. Low laughter erupted around them, with many casting sympathetic glances at Song Yinxue. The moment Song Yinxue appeared, she captivated everyone, and many were secretly listening to their conversation. They lamented how such a beautiful and alluring business elite could have such a foolish classmate. Song Yinxue covered her mouth with her snow-white hand, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at Ye Xing. After a long pause, she slowly said, Ye Xing, if you really want to buy scrap metal, I can help you. You don't have to spend unnecessary money. Song Yinxue, thank you, but I can handle it myself. Ye Xing shook his head, firmly, feeling an indescribable bitterness in his heart. If he could resolve it domestically, he wouldn't have to explain the origins of the super machine tools. Is German scrap metal better to use? Song Yinxue pondered for a while before considering a possibility. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Ye Xing had to go abroad to buy scrap metal. Oh my, the rumors were indeed true. His daughter's intelligence was plummeting. Song Yi covered his eyes with his right hand, lamenting silently. Their family was in the mining business and was very familiar with scrap metal. Scrap metal from any country is the same. Oh, what could be the difference? That's not the case. It's just that this trip to Munich involves more than just my business layout. It also relates closely to the fate of Long Country. Looking at Song Yinxue's sincere face, Ye Xing didn't want to deceive her, but it was also inconvenient to say too much. Nevertheless, his statement only made him sound more like a fraud. Goodness, is the fate of Long Country so insignificant? Damn, has Long Country really reached the point where it needs scrap metal to be saved? If you didn't know better, you'd think you were going abroad to buy an aircraft carrier. Who gave him the courage to think he could lead the fate of the country? The passengers, eavesdropping on the conversation, couldn't hold back any longer and burst into cheerful laughter. Song Yi covered his eyes with both hands, leaning away from Ye Xing, trying to pretend he didn't know him. He deeply regretted not checking the calendar before leaving today. If someone with ulterior motives saw him with a big fool, his family stock would probably plummet. Song Yinxue gently bit her cherry-red lips with her white teeth, her gaze hazy, filled with disappointment and hesitation. She wanted Ye Xing to leave a good impression in front of Song Yi, hoping to ask him for help with the Song family. However, Ye Xing's performance was too disappointing for her. Song Yinxue, are you going abroad for business? Ye Xing noticed her awkwardness and changed the subject. A shadow crossed Song Yangshu's exquisite face, her beautiful brows furrowed as she fell silent for a long time. Song Yinxue, are you facing any difficulties? Perhaps I can help a little. Ye Xing noticed something was off and quickly asked. He could turn a blind eye to other classmates, but not to Song Yinxue. She had stood up for him in the class group, and he owed her a favor. Ye Xing, my father and I are going to Kangaroo Country. If you have any financial difficulties, you can come to Jinling to find me. Song Yinxue didn't answer, but pulled out a black business card from her pocket and handed it to Ye Xing. Song Group Mining. Ye Xing's gaze fell on the words on the card, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Song Yinxue. A well-known mining group in the provincial capital with assets reaching billions, its business spanning mineral exploration, extraction, and sales. The founder started with coal mining and rapidly transitioned to the mining market after accumulating initial capital, quickly becoming a prominent mining group in the provincial capital within a few years. Rumor has it that the future heir of Song Group Mining is a stunning beauty, the object of pursuit for wealthy young men in the provincial capital. Ye Xing had also speculated with classmates about what this mysterious heiress looked like when he was in school, but he never expected that this mysterious heiress would turn out to be his classmate, Yin Shui. Just then a group of people hurriedly walked into the waiting hall, and a young man in a black suit strode in, flanked by his subordinates. The young man had a slender physique, dressed in an exquisite suit. His hair was slicked back, and his narrow eyes glimmered with a cold shine, his face pale with a hint of green, and his eyelids slightly puffy and dark. He exuded the aura of a seasoned veteran of the nightlife. Young master, you have arrived? Upon seeing the young man, Song Yi immediately stood up, slightly bowing, trying to curry favor with her eyes. Yu Hao ignored Song Yi entirely, striding directly to Song Yinxue, his eyes narrowing as he greedily scanned her face, chest, and thighs. Feeling Yu Hao's gaze, Song Yinxue frowned slightly, instinctively leaning behind Ye Xing. The rolling hills transformed into an airport. Her delicate white hands turned into sturdy arms covered with hair. Yu Hao felt a bit of discomfort in his eyes, and when he looked up, he met Ye Xing's playful grin. Buddy, have you never seen a woman before? Staring at her so openly in public is quite uncouth, don't you think? Ye Xing stood in front of Song Yinxue, jokingly looking at Yu Hao. What? Who do you think you are? Get out of my line of sight. Yu Hao exploded in anger, his enjoyment interrupted by this foolish bird that appeared out of nowhere. I am Song Yinxue's classmate. A classmate of Yinxue. A poor loser like you has no business standing next to her. Get lost. Yu Hao sneered coldly as everyone in the circle knew that Song Yinxue was attending a second-rate university surrounded by classmates of ordinary backgrounds. The rich kids would often mock her for this during gatherings. Yu Hao waved his hand, and two burly men approached Ye Xing. The atmosphere became tense and people around them began to back away, sweating for Ye Xing. Buzz! The energy shield activated, vibrating the surrounding air, an invisible white light enveloping Yu Hao. In his line of sight, two cross symbols appeared on the chests of the two burly men, the energy torque spinning wildly, ready to strike at any moment. A formless pressure forced the faces of the two bodyguards to change color as they took a few steps back. Young master, you don't stoop to this foolish boy's level. Yinxue, let's leave. At this moment, Song Yi walked over and pulled Song Yinxue out from behind Ye Xing. Yinxue, whether our family can be saved this time depends on young master you. You must. Song Yi sighed softly in Song Yangshu's ear. Song Yinxue glanced at Yu Hao, who wore a smug expression with a hint of annoyance. Yinxue, the president of Rio Tinto, has already booked a hotel in Melbourne. We just need to go over for negotiations. Yu Hao approached Song Yinxue, intentionally raising his voice. Rio Tinto from Kangaroo Country. The largest mining company globally, managing iron, or coal, copper, aluminum, nickel, and other resources, ranking among the top in the world. It is one of the top 200 enterprises in the global Fortune 500, with immense strength beyond the reach of many small nations. The waiting area was predominantly populated by business professionals well-versed in the industry. Upon hearing that Tang Tao was actually a guest of Rio Tinto, they cast envious glances his way. In contrast to Ye Xing, who was going to Germany to buy scrap iron, everyone felt that one was from heaven and the other from earth, impossible to compare. This is truly a match made in heaven for the wealthy. At such a young age, they are already a guest of Rio Tinto. Their background and abilities must be extraordinary. I think that beauty is a bit unworthy of young Master Yu. With wealth and youth, what kind of woman can't he find, eh? If I were that foolish boy, I would keep my distance from that beauty. Otherwise, if I angered the rich second generation, I wouldn't even know how I died. People around looked at Yu Hao, Song Yinxue, and Ye Xing, discussing among themselves. Ye Xing am leaving now. Oh, if you need anything you can come find me in Jinling. Song Yinxue feeling down waved goodbye to Ye Xing and walked towards the boarding gate with Song Yi. Kid, I remember you. Yu Hao extended his hand, his eyes revealing a killing intent as he looked at Ye Xing, making a gesture across his throat. Then he waved his hand, leading the bodyguards to follow behind Song Yinxue. Ye Xing watched the direction in which Song Yinxue disappeared, feeling a sense of loss. The autumn was crisp and refreshing, and the blue Danube flowed gently through Munich. As soon as Ye Xing got off the plane, he spotted the tall, bearded Hoffman waiting at the airport. He recognized Hoffman instantly, having seen him in videos before. The key point was that he had helped Hoffman meet many clients in the Dragon Nation, earning him a considerable amount of money. Oh dear Xing, it's so wonderful to see you. Hoffman recognized Ye Xing at first glance, and quickly stepped forward to embrace him warmly. Hoffman, I am also very glad to see you. Ye Xing extricated himself from Hoffman's embrace, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with such enthusiasm. Next, Hoffman took Ye Xing to the hotel he had booked in advance and invited him to the most famous restaurant in the area. Enjoying Munich's light beer and roasted pork knuckles, they basked in the golden autumn sunlight. The Danube, resembling a blue jade, flowed quietly before them. Ye Xing couldn't help but daydream, imagining buying a villa here one day to live a quiet life. Ye Xing, what products do you want to order this time? Munich has a long history of developing mechanical products. They are stable and reliable, and we can definitely help you open the market in the Dragon Nation. Hoffman took a sip of beer, eagerly looking at Ye Xing. Hoffman, I want to order a cargo ship full of scrap iron as soon as possible. What? Ye Xing, you can't be joking. Hoffman widened his eyes, struggling to believe what he had just heard. Scrap iron is everywhere. Why travel across the ocean to buy it in Germany? Ye Xing nodded. This was the most cost-effective way he could think of. Hoffman, I can raise the price a bit. I have started my own company now and will develop some high-tech products. You can be the agent and make a lot of money. Seeing Hoffman hesitating, Ye Xing immediately understood that he was dissatisfied with the lack of profit. All right, Ye Xing, you help me before I will do my best to arrange this for you quickly. After thinking for a moment, Hoffman nodded. 3 days later, the Bremer cargo ship loaded with goods docked at Munich port, ready to head straight to Zhoushan port in the Dragon Nation. As the cargo owner, Ye Xing boarded the ship before it set sail to inspect the goods. Accompanied by the ship owner, he looked through several cargo holds, secretly noting their locations. After Ye Xing disembarked, the ship owner and crew laughed at his retreating figure. They had never seen such an absurd customer traveling so far just to buy a few containers of scrap iron. Ye Xing did not return with the cargo ship, nor did he fly directly to the capital. Instead, he bought a ticket for a cruise ship boarding a luxury liner, planning to disembark and return to the country when the cruise ship docked at a domestic port. On the night 5 days later, the sea was calm and bright moonlight illuminated the deck. Ye Xing held a glass of wine, leaning against the railing, admiring the sea under the night sky, lost in thought. Inside the cruise ship's hull, brightly lit, the lively sound of singing and dancing occasionally drifted up to the deck, while Ye Xing was the only one on the entire deck singing to the moon. Suddenly, Ye Xing's figure vanished from the deck, leaving only the wine glass on the table. In the air over 100 meters high, a blurred figure emerged from the dark clouds, pausing for a moment. That figure transformed into a white streak, slicing through the clouds as it rolled towards the east. A series of rumbling sounds echoed in the calm air as if thunder were crashing down. The revelers aboard the cruise ship simultaneously looked up, terror etched on their faces as they gazed at the sky. A white streak shot through the dark clouds at an incredible speed, with billowing white vapor rolling behind it. Heavens, what kind of flying machine could possibly achieve such speed? I estimate it must be over 5 Mach. You're mistaken, or it would need to be at least 7 Mach to create such a commotion. Why can't we see the flying machine? Many people raised their heads to discuss in confusion, expressing their inner doubts. Meanwhile, in the captain's quarters, Captain Firth and the first officers stared at the radar display with astonishment. 12 Mach. As far as they knew, the fastest flying machines known on the entire blue planet barely reached 8 Mach. Yet the radar had detected a speed far exceeding this value. Could it be a UFO? Firth muttered to himself. As a captain who had traveled extensively, he had seen many strange occurrences. But witnessing something that could be captured by instruments was a first for him. Captain, it's heading east. Could it be a new flying machine developed by the Eastern superpower spying on our territory? The first officer suggested a novel idea. Firth's expression immediately turned serious. With the Eastern superpower's national strength continuously rising, the gap in aviation military power between them and the developed Western nations was narrowing, and news of technological breakthroughs from the Dragon Kingdom occasionally emerged. Firth quickly picked up the communicator to report. Minutes later, 2 F-22 fighter jets took off from the nearest airport, racing toward the area where the cruise ship was located. Ye Xing, who was unaware of the events unfolding aboard the cruise ship, was entirely focused on maneuvering the energy shield. On the panel before him, the coordinates of the Bremen were displayed along with the distance between them. As long as Ye Xing controlled the speed, the coordinates would guide the energy shield toward the target. The reason it could be captured by ground radar was that the energy shield stealth only worked against the naked eye and could not evade radar scans. After all, the energy shield was merely a tool used by fleet civilizations in ancient times for hunting, not for combat. Hiding behind the shield, Ye Xing watched clouds collide with him at a speed beyond description, only to shatter and disappear. He could only imagine that without the shield at such altitude, he would be utterly pulverized. Minutes later, the Bremen appeared on the shimmering surface of the sea. Ye Xing slowed down, gently landing at the rear of the cargo ship. It was deep night, and aside from the patrolling crew on the deck, no one else was present. Ye Xing quietly opened the warehouse door and entered the cargo hold. Inside were a dozen large containers piled up in the dark space. Ye Xing jumped onto a container using his mind to activate the space ring and store the scrap metal within it. Then he placed the 15 super precision machine tools he had already traded into the container. Having completed all this in less than half an hour, Ye Xing exited the cargo hold, glanced around, and activated the flight mode again, disappearing into the sky. Minutes later, Ye Xing soared above the cruise ship. From high above, he could see the ship brilliantly lit, with many people looking up at the sky. Could it be that I've been spotted? Ye Xing thought, preparing to slow down and find a less populated area to land. Suddenly, a red light flashed on the panel before the energy shield. A flying machine is approaching from 20 kilometers away. The opponent's radar is scanning. Warning: you have been locked onto by the opponent's fire control radar. A series of alert messages appeared on the panel. Ye Xing froze in midair, cold sweat trickling down his back. This was his first time using the energy shield against an enemy, and he encountered modern fighter jets representing the pinnacle of human technology. He had no confidence in whether the energy shield could withstand an attack from a fighter. Display the opponent's aircraft model. Taking a moment to compose himself, Ye Xing calmed down and issued the command. The panel quickly displayed the model and distance of the fighter jets. On the panel, two F-22s were closing in at a flanking angle from 10 kilometers away, with two streams of green waves continuously shooting from their bellies towards Ye Xing. Although Ye Xing knew this was just a simulated diagram, the real situation would be even more dire. Escape. The thought flashed through Ye Xing's mind like lightning. As a military weapons enthusiast, he knew that each F-22 carried 6 AIM-9 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. The Sidewinder missile used infrared guidance. Once launched, it would tightly track the target until it was destroyed. Faced with such missiles, the only option was to dispense heat source decoys to lure the missiles elsewhere. However, Ye Xing was aware that the energy shield lacked this functionality. Although Captain Jerry said that the energy shield could withstand attacks from any weapons below a nuclear bomb, Ye Xing did not dare to take chances, for these were missiles. If something went wrong with the energy shield, he would be done for in the ocean. Fortunately, the energy shield had one characteristic: speed. Accelerate to 30 Mach. Ye Xing turned his head, pouring out energy frantically, achieving unparalleled speed. Inside the F-22 cockpit, the strong Lieutenant David looked at the instrument panel, his face displaying shock. He had received the order and immediately rushed to the incident area, having searched thoroughly without finding any targets. He thought it was another farce like previous UFO incidents. Who knew that just as they were about to turn back to report, they unexpectedly discovered a new finding on the radar. A bright spot appeared 20 kilometers away and was continually approaching. Though they had excellent vision, it was nighttime, making it difficult to spot a target 10 kilometers away with the naked eye. However, being detected by radar indicated that the opponent's stealth capabilities were poor, definitely not on the same level as theirs. This eased their minds, as long as it wasn't the legendary extraterrestrials. With the Eagle Sauce country's highest weaponry, they were confident they could capture or destroy the target. David first took up the communicator and, following international protocols, notified the other party, pointing out their violation of airspace and requesting cooperation in landing at a designated airport for processing. To his surprise, after the message was sent, it was as if a cow had sunk into the sea, receiving no response. They actually think so little of us. Then let them taste the Sidewinder's wrath. A cold smile appeared on David's lips. It had been a long time since he had experienced the thrill of launching a missile. Following protocol, David locked onto the target using the fire control radar. If the other party continued to act recklessly, David would push the missile launch button next. A small military conflict would ensue. Launch. After waiting a few seconds, David's patience ran out, and he issued the attack order. Two F-22s unleashed jets of flame from under their wings, charging towards Ye Xing. A smile spread across David's face as he reclined heavily in his seat, ready to savor the moment when the missile would obliterate the target. His rich experience told him that the opponent had no means of counterattack whatsoever, otherwise they wouldn't remain oblivious even after being locked onto by the fire control radar. However, the corner of his eye caught something on the instrument panel. and he immediately jumped up as if bitten by a venomous snake, his eyes fixed on the screen. Heavens, is this the speed achievable by humans? David cried out in horror, staring at the rapidly moving white streak. 30 Mach 10 kilometers per second. In 1 minute it can cover a distance of 600 kilometers. The speed of the Sidewinder missile is 850 meters per second, with an effective range of 12 kilometers. If the Sidewinder missile and Ye Xing were to launch simultaneously, the missile would be far behind Ye Xing. Looking at the speed of the bright dot on the dashboard, the two missiles appeared to be crawling like snails in comparison. David's face turned pale as he felt for the first time the sensation of a dimensional defeat. John, accelerate and flank him, get close and take a shot. David, unwilling to accept defeat, picked up the communicator and ordered John on the wingman plane. The two F-22s cut through the clouds, one heading east and the other west, flanking Ye Xing from both sides. Ye Xing stood in the air watching the panel where the paths of the F-22 and the missile were clearly displayed. The Sidewinder missile, after flying a distance, fell into the sea in a parabolic trajectory. The two F-22s, clearly unwilling to back down, were rapidly flying towards him. A cold smile appeared on Ye Xing's lips. The high-speed flight had given him a new understanding of the energy shield. The ability to instantly accelerate to 30 Mach had already placed him in an invincible position. Now he was going to test his attack capabilities. In an instant, Ye Xing accelerated and flew to a distance of 15 kilometers from the wingman. At this distance, the missile, even if it flew over, would have little accuracy and could not catch up to Ye Xing. John and the F-22 wingman, while piloting the plane, kept an eye on the dashboard. When he saw Ye Xing coming towards him, he hurriedly pressed the missile launch button. With a whoosh, a missile surged out from beneath the wing, shooting towards Ye Xing. Ye Xing stared at the display panel, watching the missile approach, his heart racing. This was the first time he faced a missile at close range. 3 minutes later, a bright white missile several meters long appeared in Ye Xing's field of vision, growing larger. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. David and John watched as the missile got closer to the target, their hearts tightening. If the opponent didn't turn and flee, the missile would definitely hit the target. 50 meters. David and John became excited. The opponent still showed no signs of movement, and they were 80% sure he couldn't escape. Boom. Suddenly, a brilliant firework lit up the sky, illuminating the nearby clouds. John, we can celebrate with champagne when we get back. David excitedly shouted to John over the communicator. That firework was the explosion from the missile hitting the target. Although they didn't understand why the opponent didn't evade, that was no longer their concern. David, I just feel that it was too smooth. John looked at the dashboard with disbelief. He had witnessed the opponent flying at 30 Mach. It was too easy to hit the target this time, and he felt a bit uneasy. John, don't worry, that's a Sidewinder missile, heat guided. If the target hasn't deployed heat decoys, it must have hit him. David said excitedly, turning to prepare to return. Just then he suddenly saw a dark figure flying out from the distant clouds. David's heart felt as if it had been grasped by someone, and his breath seemed to stop as he focused on the increasingly close figure. My God, it was a person flying in the air with no auxiliary equipment. David could hardly believe his eyes, staring in shock as Ye Xing approached him. When the distance between them was only 5 kilometers, he finally reacted and hurriedly pressed the launch button again. A Sidewinder missile once again whistled towards Ye Xing. Ye Xing halted his flight, standing in the air, staring at the high-speed incoming missile without a trace of panic. In his sight, a crosshair had already been marked on the missile. When the missile was 100 meters away from Ye Xing, he launched his attack. With a power of 100,000 horsepower, the air along the way was twisted slightly, forming a horizontal tornado that spiraled towards the missile. The missile was tossed about in the tornado, and the immense pressure began to deform the warhead. Boom. The missile, compressed to its limit, finally exploded, and the shockwave expelled the surrounding air, leaving only the flames raging in the center. Ye Xing, 100 meters away, was shaken twice by the blast, but fortunately most of the energy had been absorbed by the shield, causing him no harm. David, who witnessed the entire process, opened his mouth wide. He now realized that the first missile explosion had not hit the target at all. Instead, it had been detonated by the opponent using some unknown means. Cold sweat seeped down David's back, and a sense of great danger enveloped him. John, quickly clear the missile bay, run. David frantically pressed the launch button while loudly commanding John. After releasing all 4 missiles carried by the plane, David turned the aircraft around and flew back towards the base. He was terrified by Ye Xing. Ye Xing exploded the first 2 missiles that approached him from 100 meters away and turned to escape again at 30 Mach. There was no choice. The opponent was also very cunning, launching 2 waves of missiles from different directions, forcing Ye Xing to eliminate one side. If he didn't escape in time, it would be difficult to retreat safely under the attack of 4 missiles. He didn't want to test whether the energy shield could withstand the simultaneous explosion of 4 missiles. Watching the 4 missiles follow a parabolic trajectory into the sea, Ye Xing flew back over the cruise ship. Finding an unnoticed corner, Ye Xing landed, revealing his figure on the deck, standing with the crowd looking up at the sky. In the sky, more than a dozen aircraft appeared, conducting a joint search in the nearby airspace. Several armed helicopters flew low over the sea, searching. The tourists on the cruise ship watched the military's actions with curiosity, speculating about their intentions. The duel between Ye Xing and the F-22 had taken place in the high altitude, making it difficult to see with the naked eye except for radar detection. Half an hour later, the planes withdrew and the sea returned to calm. Ye Xing remained seated on the deck, observing their actions. Although he was very close to them and appeared dangerous, he felt completely safe. In this world, aside from Ye Xing, no one would believe that someone could fly and compete with an F-22 in the air shooting down their missiles. Next time we meet, it won't be this result. Ye Xing raised a glass of red wine and slowly drank it. In this encounter with the F-22, Ye Xing had the upper hand, and if he thoroughly verified the protective capability of the energy shield, then next time Ye Xing would be confident in ensuring the F-22 wouldn't return. Zhoushan Port was bustling with ships. Sun Yunlong, dressed in casual clothes, frequently checked his wristwatch, showing a hint of anxiety and worry on his brow. Behind him was a group of elderly experts with graying hair, all from various fields across the country. Their expressions were a mix of anxiety and anticipation, with some shielding their eyes to look out at the sea. Since the news about the Aerospace Institute acquiring several super-precise machine tools spread, the engineering and research circles in the country erupted. Bigwigs from relevant sectors gathered at Zhoushan Port, each vying for usage rights for their units. They appeared respectful and courteous on the surface, but were actually wary of each other. After all, there were many wolves and little meat. Missing this opportunity meant they didn't know when the next would come. Watching this group of old experts, Sun Yunlong was also troubled about how to allocate the machine tools later. At the same time, he was even more worried about whether the goods would be obstructed during transportation. After all, these machine tools were contraband. The ship has arrived. Just as he was anxious, a subordinate rushed over to report. As the Bremen docked at the port, people immediately rushed to their designated positions, and the cranes were all set up. The surrounding vessels looked at the crew of the Bremen with envious and jealous eyes. Unloading at the port was done in the order of arrival, and some ships even had to wait a day or two to unload. They speculated about the significance of the Bremen. The captain and crew of the Bremen were equally bewildered, as they knew that their ship was loaded with scrap metal. Could it be that the Dragon country lacked scrap metal? A bold thought crossed the minds of the captain and crew. The gigantic crane lifted the containers from the cargo hold and placed them on the dock. Then they were transported to the warehouse by trucks that had been waiting there. Experts surrounded the containers, watching as workers unloaded them, holding their breath for fear of missing anything. When 6 super-precision machine tools appeared intact before everyone's eyes, the experts broke into cheers. Sun Yunlong wiped the sweat from his forehead in relief and let out a long breath. This mission was finally completed successfully. Although there were many experts present, they had all signed confidentiality agreements, so he was not worried at all about any leaks. After all, these top experts had a special loyalty to the country, which was admirable. This time our Ship Power Institute is definitely taking one of them, so don't compete with us for it. An old man spoke up first, wrapping his arms around a machine tool, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. However, no one would ridicule his actions now. Instead, the atmosphere grew more heated. There are only 6 in total. Why should you get one first? Our Electronics Institute also needs one. I don't understand, old Lu. This super machine tool pertains to mechanical matters, but what are you Electronics Institute meddling in, eh? Exactly, the Ship Power Institute taking one for research and processing makes sense, but what are you Electronics Institute, Power Institute, and Optoelectronics Institute all getting involved for? Someone immediately echoed this. They usually had work-related interactions, but now that it involved the interests of their respective organizations, they disregarded that. Old Tang, what you're saying is unprofessional. This super machine tool not only contains mechanical transmission devices, but also breakthroughs in electronic sensing and motor servo systems. Once we study it thoroughly, it will greatly enhance national power, and you mechanical experts will benefit too. Old Lu, don't you really think they don't understand? They are just pretending to be confused, wanting to prevent you from occupying a spot. Someone pointed out the situation candidly. Sun Yunlong listened nearby, amused and exasperated. These top experts had lived a long life, yet their tempers were like children. However, he could understand them. After all, super machine tools were so precious that even money couldn't buy them. If Ye Xing could get a few more, that would be even better, and it would save him some trouble. All right, everyone stop arguing. Sun Yunlong waved his hand, and the crowd immediately quieted down. The allocation of the machine tools will definitely be arranged by the organization. I suggest everyone discuss it first, and then return. Sun Yunlong slowly expressed his suggestion. The many old experts fell silent for a moment, nodding in agreement with Sun Yunlong's opinion. They also understood that this matter could not be driven by emotions. The organization would surely provide them with a satisfactory answer. Young Sun, can't we buy a few more? You must know that the significance of super machine tools to the country cannot be measured in money. An old expert couldn't help but propose. This is a good suggestion. Sun Yunlong smiled, wryly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't know whether to say this old expert was too naive or that he was treating foreign intelligence agencies as fools. To smuggle back such forbidden advanced technology from abroad is to say it would face numerous obstacles is an understatement. Sun Yunlong still couldn't understand how Ye Xing managed to accomplish this. 3 days later, at Jinling Airport. As Ye Xing exited the airport, he immediately saw Zhang Tianming and Sun Yunlong waiting at the entrance. At the same time, he noticed that the atmosphere at the airport seemed somewhat different, as a few individuals intentionally or unintentionally isolated him from the surrounding people. Sun General. Ye Xing walked up to Sun Yunlong and was about to call him General Sun, but was stopped by Sun Yunlong. I'm only a few years older than you. Just call me Brother Sun. Sun Yunlong scanned the surroundings and said lightly. The confidentiality of the operation was paramount. Even a slight negligence could cost Ye Xing his life. He was very familiar with Ye Xing's movements within the country, but he just couldn't understand how Ye Xing managed to buy super machine tools abroad and then successfully transport them back. Ye Xing seemed mysterious in his eyes. Brother Sun Zhang Lao, you even made me wait at the airport. I could have gone back by myself. That's different. You went out with a mission this time, and we must ensure you return home safely. Sun Yunlong replied to Ye Xing with a double meaning. Brother Sun, you are being overly cautious. What unexpected events could happen once I'm on my own turf? Ye Xing shook his head dismissively. The group chatted while walking outside. Several cars were already parked outside, and as soon as Ye Xing got in the car, the vehicles surrounded his like stars surrounding the moon. The journey from Jinling to Tian'an City covered more than 100 miles, and after over an hour they arrived at the entrance of Xingyu Machinery Factory. In the car, Sun Yunlong and Ye Xing exchanged a few simple words, learning that Ye Xing's route was to purchase the machine tools from Munich and transport them directly to Zhoushan Port. Sun Yunlong had no doubts about Ye Xing's words, as the information he had was identical to what Ye Xing said. As for any deeper transaction details, Sun Yunlong didn't inquire further. That was Ye Xing's private secret. If he made Ye Xing unhappy, he wouldn't be able to buy super machine tools next time. Once they got out of the car, Sun Yunlong and Zhang Tianming escorted Ye Xing to the entrance. Looking around the factory entrance, Sun Yunlong was surprised to find that there were no parked cars. Young Yi, where's your car? He asked, somewhat astonished, as he knew that Zhang Tianming had given Ye Xing a contract worth over 10 million. A person like Ye Xing shouldn't be unable to afford a car. If he had to take public transport, Sun Yunlong felt guilty. Ye Xing scratched his head. I haven't had the chance to buy one yet. Oh, I see. Young Yi, take this card. Sun Yunlong thought for a moment and pulled out a black business card from his pocket, handing it to Ye Xing. The black card was made of metal, felt substantial in hand, and the corners were embedded with diamonds, featuring a fierce golden dragon in the center, magnificent and extraordinary. The entire card exuded luxury and prestige. Although Ye Xing did not know its purpose, he sensed its extraordinary origin. He was taken aback and quickly refused. Brother Sun, I can't accept this. Young Yi, take it. You've done such a great service for the country. We have an obligation to ensure you enjoy a better life and safety. Ye Xing stared blankly at Sun Yunlong. This is the Sihai card. With this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount at top consumer institutions across the country. Young brother, your future is boundless. You'll definitely find this card useful. Sun Yunlong pressed the Sihai card into Ye Xing's hand. Then, lowering his voice, he added, the card has another use in emergencies. Presenting this card can save your life. Ye Xing was taken aback, instantly understanding Sun Yunlong's meaning. Sun Yunlong smiled and prepared to leave with Zhang Tianming. Brother Sun, wait a moment. Shall Yi, feel free to speak your mind. Sun Yunlong looked at Ye Xing with a smile. He held a good impression of Ye Xing, who was patriotic and not arrogant about his achievements. Brother Sun, have you heard of Song's Mining? Song's Mining. I've heard it's a large mining group. Has something happened to you with them? Sun Yunlong frowned slightly, a serious expression appearing on his face. He was sent by the state to communicate with Ye Xing and was responsible for his security. Being from the capital, he wasn't familiar with Jinling. Hearing Ye Xing's solemn inquiry, he naturally assumed that there was some connection between Song's Mining and Ye Xing. If that were the case, he needed to warn Song's Mining to back off. That's not the case. It's a company owned by my classmate, and it seems they've run into some trouble. Can you help me look into it? Ye Xing's mind recalled the sorrowful gaze of Song Yanxue when she was taken away by Song Yi. No problem, I'll ask around. If there's not much of an issue, we will help to resolve it. Sun Yunlong nodded solemnly. Thank you, Brother Sun. Ye Xing said, joyfully believing that with the state's involvement the Song family could turn the crisis into safety. Shao, you don't stand on ceremony with your brother's son. Sun Yunlong chuckled, patted Ye Xing on the shoulder, and got into the car with Zhang Tianming, leaving the factory area. Sun Yunlong drove around the outskirts of the city several times before parking in front of an inconspicuous building. This was the National Security Bureau of Tian'an City. On the surface it seemed like an ordinary apartment, but in reality, both the security and staff were well trained. After a security check, Sun Yunlong entered a spacious office and took a seat. On the desk lay a dossier containing all of Ye Xing's interpersonal relationship data since birth. As Sun Yunlong flipped through the documents, his expression grew increasingly perplexed. From the records, Ye Xing's background appeared utterly pristine, indistinguishable from the millions of working youth in the country. Schooling, working, his life trajectory couldn't have been simpler. The strange changes began when Hu Kai came to collect debts. Could it be that Ye Xing really had some hidden overseas experiences? But that was impossible. Aside from this trip abroad, he hadn't even left the province. Sun Yunlong felt his mind was a muddled mass of questions. However, when his gaze fell on a photo of Ye Xing's classmate Song Yinxue, a knowing smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Kid, are you planning to be a hero and rescue the beauty? All right, big brother will lend you a hand. Sun Yunlong muttered to himself, then picked up the phone on the desk and dialed a number. Find out about Song's mining and whether they've encountered any troubles recently. Sun Yunlong issued the command in a deep voice. After completing these tasks, Sun Yunlong took out his phone and began scrolling through videos while awaiting the results of the inquiries. Though he was a soldier, he was no different from an ordinary person in his daily life, except that the mobile phone he used was specially processed to prevent information leaks. Like all middle-aged men, he enjoyed browsing through news from home and abroad, finding amusement in it, though he never participated in discussions. After scrolling for a while, he came across the same old news, making Sun Yunlong yawn. Just as he was about to put down his phone and take a break, his eyes fell on a bizarre article, instantly wiping away his fatigue. The Eagle Sauce military in Germany deployed F-22 jets to engage an unidentified flying object over the Atlantic. Sun Yunlong read softly, astonishment spreading across his face. In recent years, UFO sightings had become rampant, with reports emerging from various countries, some even accompanied by clear videos. However, after expert evaluations, most incidents were deemed natural phenomena or rocket launches. There was not a single case that could withstand scrutiny, and many were ultimately exposed as hoaxes. Yet this instance of unidentified flying object contact prompting the Eagle Sauce country to deploy F-22s was unprecedented. A cruise ship in the Atlantic detected an unidentified flying object, and the captain initially believed it to be a mysterious aircraft newly developed by the Dragon country, testing over international waters, inadvertently entering their airspace. Upon reading this, Sun Yunlong couldn't help but smile wryly. With the Dragon country's growing strength, many nations began to hype up the threat of the Dragon country, repeatedly spreading rumors. Now even aliens were being pinned on the Dragon country. This was too absurd. Although Sun Yunlong could be certain that this incident was not orchestrated by the Dragon country's military, he still felt a tiny glimmer of hope that it might be related to them. In the past, it was always them relying on their military technological advantage to spy on the Dragon country's secrets, but now it was their turn to feel anxious. 2 F-22s were quickly dispatched upon receiving information arriving in the relevant airspace, and through advanced technology, they located the unidentified flying object. When no response was given to their communications, they fired missiles to try to shoot down the unidentified flying object that had invaded their airspace. According to the visual observations of the F-22 pilots, the unidentified flying object appeared to be a humanoid entity. After reading the entire report, Sun Yunlong's face was filled with shock, and his heart remained unsettled. He was different from ordinary people. He had undergone extensive military training and possessed considerable military technical knowledge. From the report, the details seemed credible, with time, location, and individuals clearly outlined. All the tourists on the cruise claimed to have witnessed the F-22 searching for the unidentified flying object and the explosion of the missiles. And the Eagle Sauce country dispatched an air squadron for a large-scale search. The report even noted that the 2 F-22s launched a total of 6 Sidewinder missiles, 3 of which were detonated. A humanoid flying object traveling at 30 Mach able to shoot down Sidewinder missiles midair. Who would have thought that the formidable Eagle Sauce country would also suffer a setback? Reading this felt like indulging in an utterly mindless piece of fiction. Sun Yunlong felt as comfortable as enjoying an ice cream on a hot summer day. What kind of technology was this? Just the speed of 30 Mach was enough to place the Dragon country at the pinnacle of military technology. Missiles on Blue Star would likely become scrap metal at such speeds. All missiles would be crawling like snails. What a pity, though, that this flying humanoid was uncertain whether it was one of the Blue Star inhabitants. Sun Yunlong's excitement turned to regret as his gaze fell on the cruise ship, and suddenly a thought struck him. It seems Ye Xing returned on a cruise ship, and the route he took was exactly through the Atlantic. The time and people all match up. Could this report be a cover-up? Did Eagle Sauce discover Ye Xing's identity and dispatch military aircraft to intercept the cruise? Sun Yunlong immediately sat up straight and flipped to the last page of the dossier. That page listed the cruise ship Ye Xing took upon his return, and it bore the exact same name as the one in the report. Sun Yunlong froze, guilt washing over his face. I was too negligent in my duties, almost allowing Ye Xing to be captured by Eagle Sauce. The state owes Ye Xing a debt of gratitude. Sun Yunlong wished he could slap himself. He had just been laughing at the Eagle Sauce, but the reality turned out to be quite different. At that moment, the phone on the desk rang. Sun Yunlong grabbed the phone and asked in a deep voice, "How's the investigation going?" Report leader. Song's Mining is not only having issues with their funding. The person on the other end began to detail the problems faced by Song's Mining. What? Song's involved in the international mining capital Whirlpool. Sun Yunlong's brows gradually furrowed and his expression grew serious. He felt a twinge of guilt. Ye Xing had taken the risk of bringing back the super machine tool under his encouragement, and during the journey, he was intercepted and checked by military aircraft from Eagle Sauce. One can only imagine how dangerous that situation was, yet Ye Xing never mentioned a word of it. Such a young person was incredibly precious. No matter how the state rewarded him, it would not be too much. Ye Xing had painstakingly asked him for help, yet even with the state's support, he felt powerless. A wave of helplessness surged in Sun Yunlong's heart. First, let the bank contact Song Yi to provide financial support. Most importantly, send someone to protect Song Yinxue. That Yi Hao should keep his distance from Song Yinxue and understand that she is not someone he can touch. Sun Yunlong's voice was sharp, carrying a decisiveness unique to soldiers. Off. A surprised response came from the other end of the line. As a subordinate of Sun Yunlong, he was taken aback by how the old commander was so concerned about a girl's social connections. Was this still the same commander who had once commanded on the battlefield? The next day, Ye Xing woke up, had a simple breakfast, and then arrived at the factory. President Yi, you're here. As soon as Ye Xing walked into the factory area, Cheng Rui had already spotted him and hurried over. Ye Xing nodded and glanced into the workshop. The sound of machines roared within, bustling with activity as everyone was engrossed in their work, completely oblivious to the boss observing at the entrance. This was the state Ye Xing most hoped to see, with everyone minding their own business. He could hardly tolerate the actions of older generations of entrepreneurs who felt the need to constantly supervise their employees' work. Employees had their own basic understanding and worked diligently, so as long as they were given ample tasks and appropriate compensation, they would adjust their work attitudes accordingly. Further inspections would only be a hindrance to them. Moreover, he could see that the workers wore expressions of excitement. "Uncle Cheng, do they all know about the orders?" Ye Xing asked Cheng Rui with a smile as he walked towards the office. Of course, they heard that the young boss secured a big order, and they are all very happy. A few young workers even drank a bit more last night, and were late this morning, so I had to scold them a bit. Moreover, several older employees, including Lu Zhonghua, have brought their children from their hometown to Tianan, saying they want to work hard for the young boss for a year. Workers from nearby factories have also heard the news and were discreetly inquiring at the night market whether our factory is still hiring. Cheng Rui's face flushed with excitement as he described everything to Ye Xing. In his eyes, Ye Xing was the embodiment of perfection, having calmly stepped in to save the entire factory and then bringing in contracts worth nearly 100 million. These orders were highly profitable, with ample time given enough for their small mechanical factory to digest for a long while. For processing enterprises like theirs, orders were life itself. With orders, workers could earn enough to support their families and buy homes. The two entered the office, and Ye Xing took a look around, shaking his head. The entire office was quite small, only about 20 square meters, furnished with an old desk, 2 office chairs, a telephone, a fax machine, a computer, and a water dispenser. It was a typical style for a private small factory office. What made Ye Xing feel even more awkward was that although this was supposedly his office, he actually shared it with Cheng Rui. If he accidentally looked up, it would be quite embarrassing for both men. Ye Xing also understood that most factories of their scale in the industrial area had similar working conditions. However, Ye Xing still felt quite uncomfortable, especially with the absence of any female presence. "Uncle Cheng, contact the renovation company today and have the remaining offices fully renovated. Don't hesitate to spend money." Huh? Cheng Rui looked at Ye Xing in surprise, not understanding what he was planning. "Also contact the recruitment website to hire 3 female clerks, 1 female accountant, and 5 technicians with salary standards set at 1.5 times that of similar companies. Additionally, hire 50 more workers, raise the base salary of old employees by 1,000 yuan, double the hourly rate, and the base salary for new employees will be according to the old standard with the hourly rate matching the old employees. Ye Xing articulated the expansion plan he had already conceived in his mind. With the backing of major research institutes, orders would flow in continuously, and the mechanical factory had reached a point where expansion was essential. The funds at hand were fully supportive, and since the workers were wholeheartedly following him, improving employee welfare was only natural. Thank you on behalf of the employees, young boss. Cheng Rui's eyes widened, filled with infinite emotion. In factories like theirs, the main income for workers came from hourly wages, and many workers worked over 10 hours a day not because they loved working, but because they relied on long hours to increase their earnings. By doubling the hourly wage, Ye Xing was essentially doubling the workers' income out of thin air. He could imagine the grand scene of workers from surrounding factories lining up at Xingyu Mechanical Factory. From now on, you will lead the personnel in the factory. When I'm not here, you are the factory manager. Ye Xing smiled at Cheng Rui, who seemed to have something to say. Young boss. A warm current flowed through Cheng Rui's heart, and he felt somewhat choked up. After years of struggling in the industry, he had heard numerous stories of successors seizing power from the old guard as soon as they took office. Yet Ye Xing diverged from that path, practically handing over the entire factory to him. By the way, there will be no age restrictions on all recruitment. As long as they are not retired, everyone should have equal opportunities to compete, with middle-aged individuals bearing heavy family burdens given priority. Ye Xing picked up his bag and stood up, speaking to Cheng Rui. He truly disdained the atmosphere of hiring in the country where anyone over 35 was not employed. It was utterly absurd. Is a person's lifespan only until 35? Ye Xing was determined to set an example for all entrepreneurs. Yes, young boss, I fully support this. Anyone who dares to discriminate by age will be kicked out. Cheng Rui nodded vigorously, looking at Ye Xing with admiration. Ye Xing walked out of the factory area, hailed a taxi by the roadside, and said, Wuzhou Car Dealership. The driver looked at Ye Xing with surprise. Wuzhou Car Dealership was the top dealership in Tiannan City, primarily serving upper-middle-class clients. Given Ye Xing's attire and age, he certainly did not seem like someone who could afford to shop there. Ye Xing took out his phone and sent a text message to Li Mingyu and Su Qi. Gather at the entrance of Wuzhou Car Dealership in 10 minutes. I'll treat you to a lavish lunch at Haiqiao Hot Pot. After sending the message, Ye Xing revealed a proud smile. Without that last line, he wouldn't have had the confidence to call these two out. 10 minutes later, when Ye Xing got out of the car, Su Qi and Li Mingyu were already squatting at the entrance of Wuzhou Car Dealership waiting. Behind the glass door, several female salespeople were looking at the two with disdain. These two really have no sense of image, do they, eh? Ye Xing felt a wave of dizziness as he saw them. Fat Su Qi was still wearing a white t-shirt with a cartoon character on it, nearly blinding Ye Xing's eyes. Li Mingyu was no better off, sporting a black short-sleeve shirt worth no more than 50 yuan and wearing oversized flip-flops exposing his toes. Dressed in black and white, squatting at the grand entrance of the dealership, they looked like the Grim Reapers patrolling the mortal realm. Seeing their attire, Ye Xing could understand why the female salespeople were giving them side glances. Anyone not spitting on them must have a good temperament. Little Xing, why did you choose such a place? It's too far from Haiqiao Hot Pot. Su Qi greeted Ye Xing as he approached. Exactly, you don't have much money. We could just find a cheap hot pot place to get by. Why go to Haiqiao Hot Pot? It's so expensive. Li Mingyu chimed in with a smile. Ye Xing was furious. Were they only here to eat hot pot? Of course you come to a car dealership to buy a car. I said, can you two dress more appropriately next time? We are all people of status, have some standards, all right. Ye Xing lamented. What status? Just a bunch of unemployed drifters. Wait, what did you just say? You want to buy a car? Here, Su Qi said nonchalantly. Then, as if stimulated, he looked up at the dealership sign and stared at Ye Xing. Of course, not just me, each of you will have one. Ye Xing couldn't be bothered to explain and was ready to push the door open. What the hell, did I hear that right, you? You slapped me to wake me up. Su Qi looked up at the sun in the sky, confirming it was indeed daytime. Smack. He gave himself 2 loud slaps to the face. Li Mingyu raised his hand and slapped his own face twice. Then he slowly turned to Ye Xing and said, Brother Xing, I'm awake now. Can you repeat what you just said? What are we doing here? Ye Xing was nervously grinding his foot on the ground, wishing he could find a crack to hide in. He felt he might vomit blood from the anger these two were causing him. A black BMW slowly approached, ready to stop, but upon seeing Li Mingyu slapping himself, it revved the engine and sped away. Behind the brown glass door, a group of elegantly dressed female salespeople watched the three with horror covering their mouths. They've been squatting here for several minutes. The customers have been scared off by them. Exactly, looking at their attire, anyone who didn't know would think our shop was holding a funeral. They're even performing a skit here. This is outrageous. The customer who just left was driving a Mercedes, and we just lost a commission. Have the manager call security to chase them away. The saleswomen were indignant, their expressions showing they could endure no more. "Oh, they're coming in." At that moment, a female salesperson pointed at the door and screamed, "Wow, so many cars." Upon entering the dealership, Su Chi scanned the spacious showroom with astonishment. The first-floor showroom alone spans nearly 40 square meters, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling glass windows, with various vehicles neatly arranged in the center. A glance revealed many familiar brands and models along with several unfamiliar ones to Ye Xing. However, what embarrassed Ye Xing was that not a single salesperson came to greet them as they stood there. The female salespeople who had just been watching pretended to be busy scattering to different corners while secretly glancing at Ye Xing and the others. In one corner of the hall, a tall, exquisite-looking female salesperson took out her phone, quietly snapping a photo of Ye Xing and the others before opening WeChat. Yang Lele, ladies, explosive news. Ye Xing, Su Chi, and Li Mingyu are at the Wuzhou dealership buying cars. Should I pretend not to know them or take them for a tour? Then Yang Lele sent her location. The quiet class group instantly erupted. "Yang Lele, you work at Wuzhou? That's the largest dealership in Tian. Nan, I'm so jealous. The winner of life. I've heard that Wuzhou is the first choice for wealthy people to buy cars. One day you might get noticed by a rich person and become a millionaire. Lele, your salary must be high working there. You should treat us sometime. Lele, having such a good job means you owe us a treat. Lele, take me to visit your workplace sometime. Us poor folks feel embarrassed to go in during the day." The classmates in the group all came out to flatter Yang Lele. Yang Lele smiled brightly, her vanity greatly satisfied. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, she sent a WeChat message. "Thank you all for the encouragement, but Ye Xing and the others are still in the store. If I don't go greet them, wouldn't that be too heartless?" The classmates in the group then noticed the attire of Ye Xing and the others. What the heck are these three really dressed like this to buy a car? Are they playing a prank? Lele, you mustn't pay them any mind. I admire their courage. Their pockets are cleaner than their faces, yet they dare to come to the Wuzhou dealership. Lele, just pretend you don't know them. Otherwise, you'll lose face in front of your colleagues. Is this really something to lose face over? This is the rhythm of losing your job. Is it easy for Lele to find a decent job? Sai, it's really unfortunate to have classmates like these. Lele, don't let your classmates' feelings bind you. If you can avoid them, do it. Yang Lele's lips curled into a proud smile as she tapped a few times on her phone. "Thank you for your concern, classmates. I will live stream the entire process of their car purchase." Putting down her phone, Yang Lele pretended not to see Ye Xing bending down to fill her water cup at the water dispenser. However, her gaze kept drifting toward Ye Xing and the others. "What's going on? There are no staff to attend to the guests." At that moment, a woman around 30 emerged from the back of the showroom. Upon seeing Ye Xing and the others, her expression immediately turned serious. "Sister Yu." The saleswomen greeted Yu Mei as they saw her. Yu Mei glanced over Ye Xing and the others, instantly understanding the situation, and her expression grew even more unpleasant. The highest realm of customer service is to treat customers with genuine respect regardless of their appearance. Clearly, her subordinates were far from that. "Gentlemen, I apologize. It was a lapse in our service. I'll arrange for a customer service representative for you right away." Yu Mei approached Ye Xing and said apologetically, "It's no problem." Ye Xing replied lightly. Since the other party had this attitude, he didn't want to delve deeper. Yu Mei's gaze swept across the hall and landed on Yang Lele, who was heading towards the back room. "Yang Lele, you're new here. Please introduce the models to these gentlemen." Yang Lele felt as though she had been shocked by electricity, shivering slightly. Reluctantly, she turned her head toward Ye Xing and the others, forcing an awkward smile. "Yang Lele, is that you?" Su Chi and Li Mingyu exclaimed in surprise. Ye Xing suddenly realized that Yang Lele had recognized them long ago, but was unwilling to acknowledge them out of embarrassment for being seen with her old classmates. Understanding this, Ye Xing's face turned frosty as he snorted heavily. Yu Mei curiously asked, "Do you know each other?" "I wouldn't dare to climb so high. I'm fortunate to be in the same class as Miss Yang." Ye Xing smirked coldly as he spoke. Yu Mei's expression turned cold, glaring fiercely at Yang Lele, her impression of Yang Lele dropping several levels. "So these three beggars are Lele's classmates. I thought Yang Lele wasn't joining in on the fun earlier." Yang Lele is also quite ruthless, even disregarding the bond of classmates. "Do you think Yang Lele could get into Wuzhou? As a third-rate university student, if she wasn't tough on herself, would she be able to associate with us? I heard Yang Lele is quite close to Vice President Wang. There must be something going on, as Vice President Wang likes young girls." The female salespeople gathered nearby, gossiping and laughing, their curiosity ablaze. Yang Lele listened, her face alternating between red and pale, her hatred for Ye Xing and the others boiling. "Please assign us another sales representative. We can't afford Yang's service." Ye Xing shot a cold glance at Yang Lele. "All right, Qi Xingyue, you come to explain to these gentlemen." Yu Mei nodded and waved to someone in the distance. A young woman dressed in a black suit, looking sweet, quickly approached, wearing a professional smile and first bowed to Ye Xing. "Hello, gentlemen." Ye Xing nodded, observing Qi Xinyue before him, noting that she was about their age, her face still carrying a youthful innocence typical of students. Yume waved her hand, sending Yang Lele back to her post. "Gentlemen, do you have any preferred models?" Qi Xinyue guided the three towards the showroom, her eyes continuously shifting between them. The skill of a salesperson lies in quickly identifying who can make the decisions in a group. However, looking at Qi Xinyue's eyes, it was clear that all three had similar temperaments, making it impossible to tell who had leadership qualities. "Sister, take us to see the Wuling Hongwang. That car is sturdy." Su Qi strode ahead, hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority. "Oh no, why is this guy so eager to steal the spotlight? If I didn't know better, I'd think he was the one paying." Ye Xing couldn't help but twitch his lips at Su Qi's bold actions. "Ah, the Wuling Hongwang." Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing and the others in confusion, thinking she had misheard. After all, they were at Wuzhou, where the cheapest cars started at over 200,000. Suddenly she understood why no one wanted to come and attend to them. A feeling of being played surged in her heart. Yang Lele was hiding behind a nearby Mercedes, secretly listening to their conversation. Then she updated the group chat. "Yang Lele, ladies, I was careless, they recognized me, and they're even reporting me to my boss. It's so embarrassing." The group chat exploded with female classmates expressing their sympathy for Yang Lele. "Lele is too unfortunate. Knowing those three is your bad luck. How could they do this? After all, we are all classmates. I can't stand it. I warned you to stay away from them, but you didn't listen." Looking at the replies, Yang Lele's mood, which had just improved after being scolded by Yume, worsened again. Just then, Su Qi mentioned wanting to buy a Wuling Hongwang, and Yang Lele hurriedly sent that message to the group again. "Ha, going to Wuzhou to buy a Wuling Hongwang. Isn't that ridiculous? No need to ask. I know it must be Su Qi who said that. Do you think Ye Xing wouldn't do something like that?" It's not surprising for those three to do anything bizarre. The group chat erupted again, filled with a joyful atmosphere. Suddenly, Yang Lele heard Ye Xing's voice coming from a distance. "Take us to the luxury car area." Yang Lele was stunned, Qi Xinyue was stunned, and Su Qi and Li Mingyu were also stunned. They felt they must have misheard. Ye Xing was actually going to the luxury car section. Especially Qi Xinyue, who was confused about the identities of the three, one claiming to buy a Wuling Hongwang and another wanting a luxury car. Whose words should she listen to? "What do you mean, sir?" Qi Xinyue turned directly to Li Mingyu. "Sister, don't listen to those two. Just take us for a spin, then we can do what we need to do. Don't waste time," Li Mingyu said with a sincere expression. Qi Xinyue was about to go crazy. What kind of people were these, treating the Wuzhou car dealership like a supermarket? Yang Lele overheard all three of their comments and secretly rejoiced at her good judgment, timely distancing herself from these three unreliable characters. She shared Li Mingyu and Ye Xing's words in the group chat. Naturally, this sparked a round of uproarious laughter, bringing more lurkers out to watch the spectacle. Qi Xinyue's expression darkened as she forced a smile, leading the three to the mid-range section. "Gentlemen, this Audi A6L is one of our recently promoted models. It features high-quality materials in its interior with exceptional power and safety, especially with its 10-inch LCD panel for entertainment, making it the perfect model for business and family travel." Pointing towards a row of similarly styled Audi vehicles, Qi Xinyue patiently introduced them. Meanwhile, she secretly observed the expressions of the three. The prices for this series ranged from over 400,000 to over 600,000, clearly reflecting the economic strength of the buyers. If they lacked such strength, they would make excuses, allowing her to recommend cheaper cars. Su Qi and Li Mingyu walked around the car, twice expressionless. After all, they weren't buying anything, just there to enjoy the show. "Su Qi, do you like this car?" Ye Xing crossed his arms, glancing over it. He wasn't interested in this model. "Sure, isn't this better than the Wuling Hongwang? Brother Xing, let me tell you, driving this car around campus will make the little junior sister swoon on the playground." Su Qi said seriously, who can't brag. "You fatso, are you going against the Wuling Hongwang?" Ye Xing rolled his eyes, quite speechless. "Li Mingyu, make your stance clear. Do you like it or not?" Ye Xing looked at Li Mingyu again. In his plans, the company would do business with international giants in the future, and the means of transportation would represent the company's image. "Brother Xing, stop messing around. Does it really matter if I like it or not? What I mean is, let the beautiful lady take us for a spin, and let's hurry to eat hot pot, or we'll have to queue." Li Mingyu shrugged and said humorously, "Beautiful lady, the top configuration of the Audi A6L is just over 600,000. It's severely mismatched with our company's strength. Please take us to see the Audi A8L." Ye Xing glanced around the car and said lightly, "I want to see the Audi A8L." Qi Xinyue felt disoriented. Were these three performing a comedy skit here? Yang Lele, listening from behind, was already holding her stomach, unable to get up. She knew the true nature of the three very well. They were seriously mismatched with the company's strength. What kind of company do you even have? However, both she and Qi Xinyue were new and didn't have a good relationship, so she couldn't be bothered to step forward and explain to Qi Xinyue, happily watching the drama unfold from behind. Qi Xinyue patiently introduced the Audi A8 LS Performance, then looked at Ye Xing. This black flagship model. Ye Xing nodded. Sir, are you sure? Qi Xinyue's beautiful eyes sparkled. She hadn't closed a deal since coming to Wuzhou. This car's total price was around 1 million, and she could earn over 10,000 in commission. Absolutely. Before Ye Xing could speak, Su Qi's weak voice came from behind. He had realized that Ye Xing came to the dealership just for fun. Oh, anyone can show off. Absolutely. Ye Xing helplessly responded, realizing he was a step slower. That's wonderful, I'll go get the contract now. Qi Xinyue wanted to run upstairs to the finance office to fetch the contract. Wait, I still haven't finished buying yet. Ye Xing reached out to stop her. Sir, you want to buy another one? Is that true? Qi Xinyue's eyes widened. A car worth over 1 million, and he wanted to buy more than one. Such extravagant spending was rare for Wuzhou car dealership. Of course, I want to see another BMW 7 Series, the latest model. Ye Xing pointed to the adjacent BMW showroom. Following the same pattern, Ye Xing also ordered a top-end BMW 7 Series. The total price reached 230,000. Their commotion attracted the attention of the female sales staff, who all turned to watch them. However, they all doubted Ye Xing had the means and quietly notified security, planning to take them to the police station if Ye Xing didn't pay. Yang Lele timely updated the group chat. These three are looking for trouble. They dare to provoke Wuzhou car dealership. Exactly, it's outrageous. If they're not buying, they should just leave. Why act like big shots? Lele, keep your distance from them. Don't let their blood splatter on you. These three, I thought they were bad news back in school, and now they are playing tricks. While others are trying to bring glory to their alma mater, they are doing the opposite, bringing shame. Ye Xing's classmates shifted from watching the fun to being furious. Inside the Wuzhou car dealership, Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. However, Su Qi and Li Mingyu were looking at the door with a somewhat distracted expression, cold sweat forming on their backs. Damn, now they felt that Ye Xing was taking it a bit too far. Mr. Ye, I'll take you to check out and print the contract. Today is a bit tight, so the loan procedures might need to be done tomorrow. Qi Xinyue carefully considered her tone, fearing that one wrong word might offend a big customer. What loan? Just pay in full. Ye Xing said nonchalantly. He currently had tens of millions at his disposal. Spending 1 or 2 million on a car was just a drop in the ocean. Then, sir, shall we go upstairs? Qi Xinyue was a bit confused, pointing at the upstairs office. No, I want to buy another one. Do you have a Porsche 911 here? Ye Xing waved his hand, searching the showroom with his eyes. Mr. Ye, you want to buy a supercar? Qi Xinyue was shocked, her eyes wide. The hall suddenly fell silent. The two cars Ye Xing had just ordered were business vehicles, yet now he wanted to buy a supercar. Extravagant could no longer describe Ye Xing. The rich second-generation kids of Tiannan City would probably kneel before this casually dressed young man. Yes, I prefer the 3.8T version. It has powerful performance. Ye Xing said calmly. Qi Xinyue gasped, realizing that the model he referred to was the Porsche 911 Turbo S, which started at over 3 million. She also knew that there were very few cars of this series at Wuzhou car dealership, and they were all gathering dust on the second floor because there were too few people in Tiannan City who could afford them. So let me confirm once again, are you sure you want to buy it? Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing with a serious expression. She keenly noticed that the faces of Ye Xing's two companions had turned pale, their expressions flustered. I'm sure, let's go. Ye Xing nodded, still as carefree as ever. In an unnoticed corner of the exhibition hall, a Porsche 911 Turbo S stood still. The entire car resembled a fierce clawed yellow, its surface reflecting a muted glow. Ye Xing had researched and knew this was a high-end car, paint produced in Miami. Its 4 matrix headlights were embedded in the body, extravagant and luxurious, and the sleek silhouette combined with prominent wheels made Ye Xing's heart race. When he was broke, this was his favorite car, and he had gathered a wealth of information about it. Thus, once his financial situation allowed, he couldn't wait to buy it. Su Qi and Li Mingyu also felt their blood racing from the side. Sports cars are every man's dream. So let me introduce you to its performance. Qi Xinyue picked up the information in her hands, quietly taking notes and clearing her throat. Every salesperson at Wuzhou car dealership could only sell familiar models. The higher their seniority, the more expensive models they could handle and the better discounts they could offer. Like Qi Xinyue, who had just started, she could only sell entry-level models. Selling 2 BBA cars today was a real stroke of luck. No need. Ye Xing waved his hand and walked around the car. 8,000 Newton-meters torque, 3.8-liter twin-turbocharged engine, maximum power of 650 HP, 0 to 100 km/h in 2.7 seconds. Ye Xing recited the specifications of the Porsche 911 Turbo S like a treasured heirloom. Qi Xinyue blushed, surprised that the customer was even more familiar with the vehicle than she was. At the same time, an uncertain fantasy arose in her mind. She recalled that Yume had once told her during a sales training session that the more a customer knew about a car's performance, the greater the likelihood of a sale. Alright, I'll take this one, let's handle the paperwork. Ye Xing opened the car door, glanced at the interior, and said to Qi Xinyue without hesitation, Mr. Ye, although this might be a bit abrupt, I still want to remind you that this car costs 3 million and you've already purchased 2 vehicles. Are you sure you want to proceed? Qi Xinyue was somewhat anxious. She was a kind-hearted girl and had never seen such a wealthy customer before. Although her words violated the store's rules, she felt it was necessary to hint that the customer had already spent quite a bit. Hiding not far away, Yang Lele couldn't help but smirk at Qi Xinyue's words. Are you stupid? Who complains about a customer spending too much? However, thinking that the customer was her familiar broke friend Ye Xing, she became excited, envisioning the painful expression Qi Xinyue would have when Ye Xing couldn't pay. Just thinking of that outcome made her unable to contain her excitement, and she quickly sent an update to the group. Yang Lele, classmates, breaking news. Ye Xing is about to buy the only Porsche 911 Turbo S in our dealership. Ooh, do you know how much that car costs? 3 million. Yang Lele. I heard from the old predecessors that this car has been sitting at Wuzhou car dealership for 2 years, and many rich second-generation kids only dare to look, but don't have the strength to buy. Is Ye Xing crazy? Is this how he seeks fun? I've looked at the Porsche 911 Turbo S hundreds of times on my phone, but I've never touched one. How could Ye Xing say he wants to buy it? Does he think he's Ma Baba? Is it that easy to touch? Aren't you afraid of not being able to leave the dealership? I heard Wuzhou car dealership is not simple. Ye Xing is probably not getting out today. Just wait and see the trending news tomorrow. Everyone in the group was discussing, and even Song Yinxue, who hadn't spoken for a long time, appeared. Song Yinxue, Yang Lele. Yang Lele, could you please tell your manager to let Ye Xing and the others go? If compensation is needed, I can pay for him. Yang Lele, Song Yinxue, don't joke around. Why would Ye Xing choose to mess with Wuzhou car dealership? That's like digging a hole on the head of a great deity. Besides, how much can you compensate? 1,000? 2,000? Our Wuzhou wouldn't care about such a small amount. Li Tingting. Ye Xing is purely blinded by jealousy. He should look in the mirror. What does he have in common with young Master Sheng? Seeing that young Master Sheng has a fully loaded Lexus LS, he wants to buy a Porsche 911. Isn't that pure insanity? Ding. A picture was sent to the group. In the image, Ding Xiaoling was strolling on the beach in a bathrobe with blue skies and white clouds behind her and waves crashing on the shore. Coupled with Ding Xiaoling's fair skin exposed outside her clothing, her lazy expression and exquisite face made her simply stunning, quickening the heartbeat of men and driving women to jealousy. Ding Xiaoling, classmates Sherlong and I are on vacation in Bali. The scenery here is beautiful. Seeing everyone so lively, I feel envious and truly wish to return to the days when a loaf of bread could last a day. A strong sense of flaunting swept over. Although Yang Lele was also a material girl, she couldn't help but feel inferior upon reading Ding Xiaoling's words. It was simply breathtaking. Ding Xiaoling continued. I'm sorry to have triggered my ex-boyfriend. I can only urge my classmates to shop within their means and not spend beyond their capabilities. Not everyone has a good father. The group immediately fell silent, the female students gritting their teeth in jealousy, having been shown up by Ding Xiaoling. Yang Lele. Classmates, they have gone upstairs to the office. I will check the military situation and report back to you. After sending the message, Yang Lele followed the female sales staff upstairs. Buying 3 cars at once totaling 5 million was a first at Wuzhou car dealership. All the salespeople were stirred, crowding at the office door, eager to see if the 3 pranksters could muster the money to leave Wuzhou car dealership. In Tiannan City, no one had dared to cause trouble at Wuzhou car dealership. Inside the office, Ye Xing and the 2 others sat on the sofa while a female secretary was organizing the contracts, and Yume and Qi Xinyue stood by the table to assist with stamping. Brother Xing, stop messing around, let's go. The security guards have gone upstairs. Yes, Brother Xing, this prank has gone too far. Wuzhou car dealership is not easy to mess with. I'll teach you a trick. When they hit you, cover your head and protect your stomach. Su Qi and Li Mingyu were like cats on a hot tin roof, wanting to pull Ye Xing away secretly. However, the entrance was blocked by the female sales staff, leaving them no chance. After a while, the female secretary finished organizing the contracts, and Qi Xinyue walked up to Ye Xing with the contract. Mr. Ye, the total is 5 million. Will you be paying by card or transferring from the bank? The atmosphere immediately fell silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Ye Xing. Will this work? Ye Xing pulled out a Qihai card and handed it to Qi Xinyue. Oh no, we're doomed. Su Qi and Li Mingyu covered their eyes and lowered their heads. Qi Xinyue's face showed anger after being tricked. The others, however, watched Ye Xing with amused eyes, as if looking at a corpse. They couldn't help but admire Ye Xing's audacity. Having deceived their way to the payment stage, he still brought out an unknown broken card to toy with the finance department. This was a rhythm of no retreat with Wuzhou car dealership. Knock, knock, knock. The only sound in the room was the echo of Yu Mai's high heels on the floor. Her face was cold and her brows were tightly furrowed. She picked up the C-High card and examined it repeatedly, her expression darkening with anger. Having worked at Wuzhou car dealership for such a long time, she had seen all kinds of bank cards, from debit cards to black gold cards, Centurion cards, and various overseas VIP cards. However, the C-High card in front of her looked exquisitely made, exuding an air of luxury and opulence. Yet based on her experience, she could tell that this card was absolutely useless for transactions, especially for a deal amounting to 5 million. Sir, I do not recognize this card. Please do not mock us. Although Wuzhou car dealership is not a criminal organization, we are not to be trifled with. If Mr. Yi does not clarify something, it will be difficult for him to leave this place. Yu Mei crossed her arms, looking down at Ye Xing and the others. After speaking, she lightly clapped her hands. Immediately, 5 tall security guards squeezed in from outside, wielding electric batons that crackled ominously. The 5 men blocked the way of Ye Xing and his companions, glaring at them with hostility. Haha, I guessed correctly. They really came here looking for trouble. Who gave them the audacity to try and swipe 3 cars with a worthless black card? Have the scammers become this bold nowadays? This is going to be entertaining. They won't get out of Wuzhou car dealership without suffering some consequences. But what if there's something more to it? Did you see how calm and confident that guy is? Can a scammer achieve that? If even Sister Yu believes he is a scammer, how could there be any mistake? Sister Yu has been with the boss since the beginning. Ooh, what kind of bank cards hasn't she seen? The female sales staff crowded at the door whispered among themselves, wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Madam, I believe you should update your understanding. This card is called the C-High card, which can be used at all top-tier consumption institutions, and it offers a 30% discount. Ye Xing stood up, waving the C-High card in front of Yu Mei as he spoke coldly. The C-High card was given to him by Sun Yunlong, who as a military figure was undeniably credible. A 30% discount on top-tier consumer goods amounts to a significant sum, and such a card further proves that the issuer is someone carefully selected, indirectly showcasing the exceptional identity of the user. What? A 30% discount? Are you joking? Do you know how much 300,000 is? 150,000. Yu Mei was furious. Have scammers become so brazen? Not only did they try to con people with a worthless card, but they also insisted on a 30% discount. What infuriated her the most was that the scammer had the audacity to mock her knowledge. Laughter erupted at the entrance, as the female sales staff had never witnessed such a farce, laughing so hard that they could not stand. Su Qi and Li Mingyu sighed instinctively, squatting down, cradling their heads in anticipation of a storm. Take them away, teach them a lesson, and then hand them over to the police. Be careful not to make it bloody. Yu Mei waved her hand impatiently at the security guards, no longer wanting to entangle herself with Ye Xing. She had to handle many business matters every day, and there were guests waiting to be received in the showroom. She had no time to waste on these 3 trash. You all go back to work. What's there to watch? It's just some punks causing trouble. A good beating will make them behave. Yu Mei glanced at the female sales staff at the door and waved her hand. The female sales staff dispersed reluctantly, wanting to see the outcome for the scammer. Yang Lele hurriedly sent the latest developments to the group. Classmates, breaking news. That big scammer Ye Xing actually dared to present a worthless card and demand a 30% discount. Just how bold is he? Fortunately, our manager has keen eyes and saw through his tricks, already having the security prepare to deal with him. Yang Lele excitedly sent 2 messages in quick succession. Oh no, our boss is coming. Ye Xing might end up in serious trouble this time. Yang Lele was about to close WeChat when she looked up and saw a neatly dressed middle-aged man striding down the corridor. Hello, Chairman. The female sales staff quickly stepped aside, bowing to Qian Wuzhou with expressions of respect and awe. The newcomer was of medium build with dark skin and a buzz cut, wearing a gray suit. He was the very image of a nouveau riche. Fortunately, the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose added a touch of elegance, making him appear less vulgar. However, the female sales staff at Wuzhou car dealership knew his past well. He had started in earth-moving and only established the dealership after making his first pot of gold, growing the business larger and larger. Qian Wuzhou had a complex background and was ruthless, otherwise he would not have been able to expand his business across industries. What's going on? Qian Wuzhou, holding an exquisitely crafted leather bag in his right hand, hurriedly walked toward the office. Upon noticing the crowd in the corridor, he looked puzzled. Brother Qian, someone is causing trouble. Yu Mei stepped out from the finance office to report to Qian Wuzhou. Oh, just let the security handle it. Is it really necessary to gather and watch such a trivial matter? Qian Wuzhou kept walking. He had been through many storms. Handling punks was something his security could manage without him needing to intervene. However, he found it strange that these employees who had seen their fair share of scenes would come upstairs to watch. Moreover, they were in the finance office. Brother Qian, this one seems a bit special. Yume pondered for a moment in her heart, feeling that Ye Xing and his companions were somewhat different from ordinary punks. Oh, what's special about it? Is it the number of people, or is their background significant? Call Lao Zhang and have him bring more people over. We can deal with any trouble as it arises. Qian Wuzhou was unimpressed as he took out his keys to open the chairman's office. It's not that. This person presented a black card and claimed it was called the Sihai card, offering a 30% discount. I'm wondering if it's a new scam. How could someone still manage to scam us at Wuzhou? Yume stood beside Qian Wuzhou, chuckling as she recounted what she found amusing. Unbeknownst to her, Qian Wuzhou's expression changed drastically, his body trembling slightly. Yume, what did you just say? He said the card is called the Sihai card. Qian Wuzhou's face became extremely serious, even showing a hint of tension. Yes, that's what he said, Brother Qian. What's wrong with you? Yume noticed something unusual about Qian Wuzhou. She had never seen him so anxious before. Is it a black card with diamonds on each corner and a golden dragon in the middle? Qian Wuzhou questioned loudly. Yume sensed something was off, unable to say a word, and could only nod incessantly. You didn't do anything to him, did you? Cold sweat beaded on Qian Wuzhou's forehead, and his heart sank. A holder of the Sihai card is either wealthy or influential. He could not afford to offend any of them. There's still time. Yume pointed nervously toward the finance office, hoping that the security would not take action. Qian Wuzhou rushed to the finance office, stopping abruptly. His expression of anger instantly transformed into a smile, and he slightly bent his previously straight posture. He then entered quietly. The female sales staff in the corridor looked at Qian Wuzhou's dramatic change with disbelief. Even the most oblivious person could tell that Ye Xing and his companions were Qian Wuzhou's esteemed guests, individuals he needed to treat with a smile and guard carefully. Yang Lele was dumbfounded, a deep sense of regret flooding her heart. At the entrance of Wuzhou car dealership, all the employees stood in two lines, slightly bowing, as they respectfully sent Ye Xing and his companions off. Just now, Qian Wuzhou personally apologized to Ye Xing, then immediately decided to give him a discount. The total price of 5 million was reduced to 350,000 after a 30% discount, and with additional concessions, Ye Xing only paid 340,000. The discounts alone could buy a basic vehicle, and they had never seen the boss so generous before. Subsequently, Qian Wuzhou mobilized all personnel to handle the insurance and license plates, completing everything in the shortest time possible. During this time, Qian Wuzhou's respectful attitude towards Ye Xing sent shivers down the spines of many female sales staff, who speculated on which prominent family Ye Xing belonged to. A few attractive women even took the opportunity while handling the paperwork to throw flirty glances at Ye Xing. Unfortunately, Ye Xing pretended not to see, engrossed in banter with his two teammates. Mr. Yi, I'm a few years older than you, so I'll take the liberty of calling you little brother. Is that all right? Qian Wuzhou said with a smile slightly ingratiating. Brother Qian is too polite. I, Ye Xing, am merely doing a small business, unlike Brother Qian's esteemed Wuzhou car dealership, which is famous across Tian, and I'm just lucky to be associated with you. Ye Xing replied with a smile, fully aware that the reason for the other party's attitude was due to the Sihai card, not specifically directed at him. Businessmen like Qian Wuzhou have expansive networks, and establishing connections is only beneficial for their ventures. But what kind of business does the little brother operate? Qian Wuzhou asked out of curiosity, as it was quite uncommon for someone in Tiannan City to be able to take out 3 million at once. However, young people who could spend 3 million on luxury cars were few and far between. I run a machining factory, Ye Xing replied casually. A machining factory? Are you joking? Qian Wuzhou was taken aback. Being well-versed in business, he understood that the profit margins in manufacturing are thin, and many factory owners labor their entire lives without earning as quickly as investing in a few properties. Over the years at Wuzhou car dealership, he had clients from various industries, with the wealthiest being those involved in investment and finance, followed by real estate and the internet. As for manufacturing, the profits are too slim to compare with the first two categories. I'm not joking at all. I genuinely run a machining factory. Here's my business card. Ye Xing pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Qian Wuzhou. Xingyu Machinery Factory. Never heard of it, and the address seemed to be in an industrial park, a place he didn't know had any noteworthy factories. Qian Wuzhou respectfully took the card, glancing at it and feeling somewhat dazed. Perhaps this kid was involved in some business he was reluctant to disclose, otherwise how could he have obtained the Sihai card and casually produced millions to buy a car? This doubt flashed through Qian Wuzhou's mind, but he quickly found a better excuse for Ye Xing. Indeed, little brother is a dragon among men. Even running a machining factory can flourish. Brother, I have some connections in Tiannan as well. If you encounter any trouble and need help, you can come to me, and I'll help you sort it out. Qian Wuzhou carefully placed the business card into his wallet, squinting at Ye Xing as a hint. Ye Xing nodded, recalling something, and said to Qian Wuzhou, I plan to start a company and want to rent a floor of office space. Do you have any good recommendations? Renting a floor of office space. As the second city of a major economic province, Tiananmen is known for its high real estate prices, with office buildings primarily located in bustling areas. Renting a floor of office space would require at least several million in annual rent, which can't be considered anything but lavish. However, the female sales staff at the entrance and Su Qi had already been stunned by the recent luxury car purchase and were no longer numb to it, feeling little excitement. Instead, they felt that given Ye Xing's financial capacity, it was only natural. A little brother is quite extravagant, looking to rent a whole floor. May I ask what kind of company you plan to run so I can introduce some options based on actual needs? Qian Wuzhou's eyes lit up, feeling that Ye Xing had finally spoken the truth. The capability to rent an entire office floor was certainly not something a small shabby factory could manage. Company business. I haven't figured it out yet. I might delve into lithography machines or new energy vehicles, high-tech sectors. Ye Xing pondered for a moment. He had an interstellar trading platform, so he wasn't worried about making money. The immediate priority was to establish the framework of the company. Qian Wuzhou gasped in surprise. Were young people really this extravagant now? Lithography machines are not something an average person could dabble in. Little brother, you truly have a far-reaching vision. If you do manufacture new energy vehicles, you must reserve an agency position for me, so I can make some money alongside you. Qian Wuzhou didn't really believe it, but he still maintained a smiling facade, flattering Ye Xing. Then he changed the subject, pondering for a moment before saying, speaking of office buildings, I do know a good place. It's by the sea with a wide view and convenient transportation, though the rent is a bit high. What place? Ye Xing asked, not at all concerned about the rental cost. He was confident, even in an international metropolis. I heard from a friend that the 8th floor of the Xingdi building is up for rent. I wonder if the little brother is interested. Qian Wuzhou smiled as he looked at Ye Xing. The Xingdi building is the most luxurious office building in Tiananmen City, where many international brands have set up branches. The white-collar workers entering and exiting the Xingdi building are all highly educated and well-paid elite. People in Tiananmen City take pride in working at the Xingdi building. Qian Wuzhou mentioned the Xingdi building to test Ye Xing's capabilities. If buying luxury cars could possibly be considered pocket money for the offspring of prominent families, then renting an entire floor at the Xingdi building and maintaining it long-term would require expenditures far exceeding those of buying a few luxury cars, decisions only the heads of families could make. The Xingdi building. That's it. Ye Xing's eyes lit up. The Xingdi building is renowned in Tiananmen City in name. He had heard countless times. However, news of available rentals in the Xingdi building is generally not disclosed. For such popular office buildings, once a room becomes available, it's quickly claimed, and they won't publish it online. Only those within the circles of wealthy individuals would circulate such information. By the time ordinary people learned of it, it would have already been rented out. After all, having a company in the Xingdi building signifies strength. Qian Wuzhou and the employees of Wuzhou Company were all taken aback, looking at Ye Xing with disbelief. Although they had already been shocked multiple times during the car purchase, Ye Xing's boldness left them even more stunned. What kind of background does this guy have to rent an entire floor in the Xingdi building with a mere wave of his hand, and without even asking the price? Little brother, I must remind you that the rent for the Xingdi building is 30 yuan per square meter. Qian Wuzhou whispered to Ye Xing as they walked a few steps. At 30 yuan per square meter for a 400 square meter floor, the monthly rent would be 360,000, totaling 4,300,000 a year. Adding in renovation and employee salaries, the investment would reach tens of millions. Therefore, opening a company in the Xingdi building is not a simple matter. Oh, that's manageable. Ye Xing calculated briefly in his mind and felt it was still within his means. Currently, his funds were insufficient, so he could only rent an office building. Otherwise, he would be buying buildings to name his company like those internationally renowned firms. Little brother is indeed a dragon among men. I'm glad to have crossed paths with you. Qian Wuzhou was astonished, his understanding of Ye Xing deepening further. Initially, he thought Ye Xing was just a wealthy second-generation squandering pocket money from his family. Unexpectedly, Ye Xing's financial capabilities far exceeded his imagination, leaving him in awe. Take this business card. The property management of the Xingdi building is difficult to deal with, and she can help you save a lot of money. Qian Wuzhou, eager to befriend Ye Xing, pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Ye Xing. Ye Xing took a look and saw it was a sales manager named Yao Yichuan from a brokerage firm, seemingly a woman, leaving him somewhat puzzled. However, Qian Wuzhou, having been in society for many years, wouldn't recommend useless people to himself. Ye Xing thanked Qian Wuzhou and put the card in his pocket. Little brother, don't underestimate manager Yao. She is exceptionally capable and stunningly beautiful. If you can win her over, that would be. Qian Wuzhou lowered his voice, a mischievous smile of desire appearing on his face. Ye Xing smiled faintly, not taking Qian Wuzhou's words to heart. At that moment, the roar of engines approached, and 3 brand-new cars appeared before everyone, with the leading one being an ostentatious Porsche 911 Turbo S. Qi Xingyue, go see Mr. Ye. Qian Wuzhou gestured to the gathered female sales staff. Yang Lele, thank you for letting me have the classmate. Qi Xingyue whispered something to Yang Lele, standing proudly and striding towards the Porsche 911 Turbo S with a triumphant demeanor. You. Yang Lele felt as though her heart had been violently struck, a mix of disappointment and regret rolling over her. She watched helplessly as the lithe and graceful figure entered the luxury car and sped away. Huang Qin posted an update. Just as Ye Xing was about to start the car, he heard a ding from his WeChat, opened it, and was surprised. Ye Xing prepared to take a closer look, noticing that Qi Xingyue had already climbed into the car and settled into the passenger seat, prompting him to put down his phone. A delightful sweet fragrance wafted to his nose, and when he turned to look, he found Qi Xingyue smiling at him. Qi Xingyue, with her naturally sweet appearance, looked particularly enchanting at this moment, her cheeks slightly flushed from the shyness of accompanying a guest for the first time. Looking further, the young girl, whether intentionally or not, had changed into a short skirt that revealed her snow-white skin, and to his surprise, she was even wearing black stockings. Who could resist this? Ye Xing's heart raced, his mind slightly hazy. Mr. Ye, where are we going? Qi Xingyue asked playfully, seemingly unaware of the allure of her appearance. Logically, one would typically test a car before purchasing, checking its performance before deciding whether to buy. Ye Xing skipped these steps and made a direct payment, effectively bypassing the test drive. However, Qian Wuzhou had his own intentions, deliberately having Qi Xingyue dress up to accompany Ye Xing, making his purpose quite clear. If you have no other plans, let's join us for some food at High Tea on Hot Pot first, and then. Ye Xing started the car while turning his head to speak to Qi Xingyue. This young girl seemed to have received some pointers, completely transforming from her initially demure demeanor during the car sales pitch to adopting a more seductive yet innocent style, increasing her allure exponentially. Mr. You can decide today. Xingyue is yours. Qi Xingyue said softly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Goodness, why is she saying this at such a time? Ye Xing felt a rush of blood, unable to control his feelings. Fortunately, at that moment, the engine roared to life, and the Porsche 911's monstrous performance kicked in, instantly pushing the car to its limits. The 3 cars, one behind the other, majestically arrived at High Tea on Hot Pot. The appearance of the 3 luxury cars inevitably drew the attention of onlookers taking photos, especially the Porsche 911, which commanded respect, causing other vehicles to keep their distance. Ye Xing experienced the treatment of a luxury car owner. Inside High Tea on Hot Pot, he ordered the most luxurious seafood platter with lobsters, fresh abalone, and geoducks filling the table. Su Qi and Li Mingyu initially had a plethora of questions for Ye Xing, but upon seeing the abundance of delicious seafood, they instantly cast their doubts aside. They now understood that Ye Xing was no longer the same Ye Xing. As long as they followed him, they would enjoy a life of indulgence. As for Qi Xingyue, after a few glasses of red wine, her face turned rosy, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her bright eyes making her even more enticing. Finally, using the excuse that the air conditioning was too cold, she leaned closer to Ye Xing. Under the table, her fair, cool calf occasionally brushed against him, causing his thoughts to wander. Su Qi, Mingyu, you two can take the car back today. This will be your company car from now on, Ye Xing said, taking a sip of red wine as he addressed them. Given his current financial capacity and their relationship, it was no problem for him to give them a car. However, Ye Xing understood their personalities. They were not the type to accept gifts casually, and if he offered it as a gift, they would likely refuse. By saying it was a company car, they had no reason to decline. Qi Xingyue looked enviously at Su Qi and Li Mingyu. On $1 million BBA was something many people spent their entire lives striving for, yet Ye Xing offered it as a company car for them to use. In her heart, she admired Qian Wuzhou for his keen insight, recognizing Ye Xing as a potential asset and sending her to accompany him. Xinggu, are we really starting a company? Of course, the company will be located in Xingdi Building, and you and Mingyu will handle the decoration and hiring. The mechanical factory is quite busy, so I'll rely on you to oversee things here. Ye Xing nodded, assigning tasks to the two. Xinggu, hiring. What kind of people should we hire, and what are the requirements? Li Mingyu, having entered society, understood the gravity of the responsibility. Hiring may seem simple. Just post a job advertisement and let people come for interviews. However, the art of selecting suitable candidates during the qualification review and interview process is a skill in itself. Otherwise, hiring people who do not excel in their roles would be a loss for both the company and the job seekers. I've heard that Huaxing Group has invested heavily in entering the battery and new energy vehicle sectors. We should also venture into batteries and automobiles. Ye Xing had long studied the business structure of Huaxing Group and spoke without hesitation. Huaxing Group was involved in many sectors, including real estate and energy, with mechanical processing being just a trivial part of their business. Even if he took over all the mechanical processing business in Tiannan City, it would not fundamentally harm Huaxing Group. Recently, new energy vehicles have been emerging rapidly, iterating quickly, seizing a significant portion of the automotive market, prompting many capable capitalists to enter the fray. Huaxing Group also refused to lag behind. Not only did they acquire stakes in several new car-making forces, but they also invested heavily in land and factories, preparing to make a big push to secure a place in the new energy vehicle market. Ye Xing was pondering what business to pursue for profit when Huaxing Group provided him with a clue. Walk the path of Huaxing and leave them with no path to walk. Xinggui can't be reckless. Both Su Qi and Li Mingyu halted their actions simultaneously, looking at Ye Xing with serious expressions. Even with their lack of social experience, they understood that the capital required to enter the new energy vehicle and battery industries was calculated in billions. Throwing a few million into buying luxury cars wouldn't even make a splash. Ye Xing wanted to follow Huaxing Group into business out of personal grudges. Oh, what difference was that from courting disaster? Qi Xingyue also looked at Ye Xing in astonishment, feeling that he was shrouded in many mysteries that she could not decipher. I'm not being reckless. You all should start hiring tomorrow and make sure to recruit industry elites. Ye Xing nodded affirmatively, suddenly smiling as he lowered his voice. For clerical and secretarial positions, I'll give you a privilege. You can hire a few well-presented female secretaries per your preference and pay them well. Oh, don't be afraid to spend. As a friend, this is the best I can do to help. Su Qi and Li Mingyu were stunned, then became excited. Ye Xing's words carried profound meaning that any man would understand. Xinggu, am I that kind of person? Su Qi blushed slightly, stating his thoughts so plainly in front of a woman. He found it hard to hold back. You are that kind of person? Stop pretending to be serious in front of Xingyue. Ye Xing shot Su Qi a glance, prompting Qi Xingyue to turn her head and look at Ye Xing. Xinggu, can I come to your company? At that moment, her face was slightly red, her gaze sparkling, stunningly beautiful, making Ye Xing's heart race. Sure, but I want to interview you first. Is that all right? Ye Xing raised his glass, smiling at Qi Xingyue. The hot pot feast continued into the deep night as Su Qi and Li Mingyu drove away in their respective cars. Ye Xing and Qi Xingyue, sharing a mutual understanding, entered a hotel. That night, Qi Xingyue fully blossomed, eagerly serving as the two enjoyed several passionate moments. The next day, Ye Xing woke from his slumber, gazing at the sun outside the window, and the beautiful woman sprawled beside him, feeling as if he were in another world. Just a few days ago, he was still an ordinary person at the bottom of society. Today, he had everything within his grasp: luxury cars and beautiful women. Qi Xingyue was still asleep, her clothes in disarray, revealing a pair of long, fair legs exposed outside the blanket, incredibly alluring. Ye Xing picked up his phone. It was already noontime for lunch. His gaze fell upon Qi Xingyue's fair face. A surge of impulse arose within him as he greedily admired her for a moment. Ye Xing gently leaned toward her face, just about to kiss her softly. But suddenly he saw her large eyes wide open in front of him. Xing, were you just stealing a glance at me? Qi Xingyue smiled charmingly at Ye Xing, a smug grin appearing on her lips. Her confidence in her looks was unwavering. You were already awake. Ye Xing was a bit dazed as she must have caught him in the act of peeking. Of course, why are you feeling guilty? Qi Xingyue smiled seductively, leaning back on the bed, playfully gazing at Ye Xing. After a night of intimacy, they had grown very close. What do I have to feel guilty about? I just want to check the quality, ha. Ye Xing could no longer resist Qi Xingyue's teasing and shouted as he lunged forward. After another round of passion, Ye Xing lay back on the bed. You should take a day off from Wuzhou today and rest well. As he got dressed, he spoke to Qi Xingyue. He quite liked this mode of interaction where they both got what they needed without much entanglement. Give me your bank account number later, and I'll transfer some money to you to use first. After some thought, Ye Xing felt it was better to give her some money. After all, Qi Xingyue was willing to come out with him to thank him for buying the luxury car from her. There was no movement on the bed. Ye Xing turned around to see Qi Xingyue looking at him with a hint of sorrow. Xing, I don't need money. Qi Xingyue spoke calmly. Ye Xing looked at her in surprise, feeling a bit of a headache. Was she thinking of becoming his girlfriend? Do you remember the promise you made me last night? You mean wanting to join my company as a secretary? Ye Xing looked at Qi Xingyue with some astonishment. This girl was quite stubborn. His company didn't even have a name, yet wasn't she afraid of being deceived? Yes, I'll handle the car dealership matters myself. But Xinggu, you won't go back on your word from last night at the dinner table, right? I'm confident I'm much more reliable than your two friends. This is my graduation certificate and the certificates I've obtained to take a look. Qi Xingyue put on her clothes, regaining her poised demeanor, took out her phone, scrolled a bit, and handed it to Ye Xing. Curiously, Ye Xing took her phone, and what caught his eye was a photo of a graduation certificate. It turned out to be from a well-known 211 university in the province, majoring in finance several tiers above his mediocre university. Scrolling further down, he saw various certificates she had obtained, including a driver's license, an English Level 8 certificate, and an accounting qualification certificate. Just looking at these certificates made it clear that she hadn't wasted her time in school. Ye Xing felt a bit embarrassed. Compared to her, his university experience seemed like a dog's life. From the perspective of a boss, Qi Xinyue was indeed much more reliable than Su Qi and Li Mingyu. Ye Xing sat in the chair watching Qi Xinyue with great interest. His company was destined to be extraordinary, and having an elite like Qi Xinyue on board would be beneficial for the business. Moreover, he had an unusual relationship with Qi Xinyue, which would make their bond stronger than that of ordinary employees. Xinyue, is there a possibility that what I said at the dinner table yesterday was just boasting? Look, I only have some money now, and not even a semblance of a company. Aren't you afraid it'll run away? No way, a woman's intuition is very sharp. From the moment Wu Zhou changed his attitude toward you last night, I knew you weren't an ordinary person. Qi Xinyue answered directly without even taking time to think. The only skill I learned during my time at the car dealership was recognizing people. You were very steady in all your actions at the dealership yesterday with clear goals. You obviously have big plans, am I right? Ye Xing nodded, his curiosity about Qi Xinyue growing stronger. This girl not only had good instincts, but also a rare clarity of mind. Starting a company requires talents that can determine its survival, and I believe I can help you establish the company's framework. I can stay with you, not asking for a title or salary, just an opportunity. After Qi Xinyue finished speaking, she blinked her big eyes at Ye Xing. Ye Xing rubbed his temples, thought for just a few minutes, and agreed. In this world, some people's superior status comes from maternal lineage, some from hard work, some from selling dignity, some from luck, and some from vision. Qi Xinyue was undoubtedly the last type. Her words were evidently well thought out, not just improvised. Nevertheless, Ye Xing was willing to give her this opportunity. A growing company needs all kinds of talented individuals, each capable of taking charge with their own plans. A business owner must coordinate them with benefits to achieve goals. Qi Xinyue came from an ordinary background, seeking nothing more than a job opportunity. In this bizarre society, she was far more noble than those women who sold their charms as mistresses. If she truly had outstanding abilities, Ye Xing would not mind giving her more. Then you can resign from Wu Zhou today. The commission from the dealership Wu Zhou will settle for you. Ye Xing pondered for a moment before speaking to Qi Xinyue, then continued, your task today is to help me find a warehouse. It must be coastal and large. All right, mister. Yeah, I will do my best. Qi Xinyue happily bounced off the bed, looking just like a diligent employee ready to take orders. Ye Xing nodded in satisfaction. This girl was truly remarkable, both beautiful and charming. As for the monthly salary, let's set it at 30,000. If you do well, increase it. Ye Xing knew that at the dealership her salary was only around 5,000 or 6,000. To earn more, she had to rely on commissions. A monthly salary of 30,000 was quite high in the entire Tiannan city. Thank you, Mr. Yi. A glimmer of joy flashed in Qi Xinyue's eyes. She quickly walked up to Ye Xing, her red lips close to his ear, whispering, Mr. Yi, should I wait for you here tonight? Ye Xing nodded and hurried out of the room. He couldn't handle how quickly this woman switched modes. In the underground parking lot, just as Ye Xing was about to start his Porsche 911, he suddenly felt a tremor in his mind. The system has begun the second transaction, object matching. Ye Xing became excited. The previous times had all been transactions with fleet civilizations. However, the universe is home to myriad races and not just technological civilizations. Each civilization develops along different trajectories due to the environments they inhabit. Ye Xing was also looking forward to experiencing different civilizations. Host, the Rockshell civilization has been matched for you. Do you wish to negotiate with the matched entity? On the blue panel, the system posed a question. Ye Xing glanced around, and seeing no one, rolled down the car window. A flash of white light, and Ye Xing found himself back in that suspended hall again. Outside, the space remained dark, adorned with the enchanting beauty of nebulas. Ye Xing sat in his chair, feeling a mix of apprehension and longing. What troubled him was the uncertainty of what the beings from the Rockshell star civilization looked like. Were they humanoid, or did they resemble the insects depicted in movies? Could it be that he wouldn't even be able to see them, as tiny as dust? What items did the Rockshell star civilization need, and what could he exchange with them? A flurry of questions filled Ye Xing's mind. Just then a flash of white light appeared, and a tall figure stepped out from the darkness. Ye Xing quickly turned to look, his body instinctively shrinking back as a chilling sensation rose from his heart. The creature before him stood 3 meters tall, with a bald head and blood-red eyes embedded in its face, devoid of eyelids, complemented by visible golden fur on its face. Its nose was wrinkled like that of a monkey, yet it sported a pink protrusion that reminded Ye Xing of a rat's nose. It had robust limbs with hands resembling human structures, the ends yellowed and evidently repaired, lacking the sharpness of a beast's claws. On its back were a pair of bat-like wings. Standing across from Ye Xing, its body slightly hunched, it wore a fiery red robe. To Ye Xing, the creature appeared to be an uncivilized beastman possessing some rat-like features, while still retaining some human characteristics, both barbaric and crude. Although Ye Xing had anticipated such an encounter knowing that humanoid beings in the universe were rare, he was still taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a peculiar beastman. Ye Xing's gaze shifted to the tail swaying beneath the red cloak, which was indeed as thick as an arm. The creature did not sit in the chair, but instead supported itself with its hands on the ground, crouching as it looked at Ye Xing. Ye Xing felt a complex mix of fear and curiosity. After all, the being before him was a 3-meter-long monster, its temperament unpredictable, perhaps even entirely devoid of temperament. However, Ye Xing did not worry about his safety. The trading hall ensured the safety of both parties, with any violent actions being swiftly suppressed. As for communication, he needn't worry, for the trading hall came equipped with a language conversion feature, transforming all planetary languages into Mandarin as they reached Ye Xing's ears. Hi, my name is Ye Xing from Blue Star. Our planet is composed of land and oceans, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Hi, I'm Tuo from Rockshell Star. It's nice to meet you. Our world is filled only with darkness and blazing fire. What is an ocean? The creature named Tuo emitted a shrill cry reminiscent of a wild beast imbued with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Its gaze turned toward the nebula outside the hall, filled with curiosity and greed. Ye Xing noticed that when shooting stars flew out of the darkness, Tuo shrank back, covering its eyes, with its forelimbs seemingly afraid. Yet through its fingers, Ye Xing saw it still gazing intently, much like a child on Blue Star encountering an unknown object, both curious and afraid. Earlier, Tuo mentioned that their civilization lived in darkness and fire. What could that possibly mean? Ye Xing's curiosity grew stronger. I truly envy that you can see the outside world. Unlike us, who are trapped within the rock shell from birth to death, never knowing what lies beyond it. Tuo spoke while gazing at the nebula outside. Ye Xing's mind stirred, recalling a piece of biological knowledge he had read online. Tuo, what did you see just now? Can you tell me? Ye Xing asked Tuo. It seemed like a vague white light. In our world, we've never seen such a spectacle. Do you Blue Star people often witness such wonders? Tuo turned its head toward Ye Xing, its eyes brimming with curiosity. Ye Xing sighed. The shooting star that had just passed was clearly green, confirming his suspicions about the beings from Rockshell Star. That is to say, these creatures living in darkness had very poor vision, having long been deprived of sunlight, which caused their visual organs to deteriorate. If his guess was correct, Tuo must rely on ultrasonic waves and other sound waves to discern objects. Tuo, what do you desire? Ye Xing looked at Tuo with a mix of sympathy and disappointment. This was a civilization still in the early stages of enlightenment, yet to develop its own culture, possessing little more than a fragment of world awareness compared to humanity's ancestors. For such a primitive civilization, there was little that humanity, on the brink of classifying as a Type 1 civilization, could exchange. It was akin to a modern person seeking to trade with a gorilla. Star, I know your planet is very advanced and beautiful, entirely different from our dark world. However, I would like to share our story so you can understand what we need. Tuo crouched on the ground like an ancient elder, speaking with a deep tone. Ye Xing was taken aback. He had no idea what stories a civilization that had not even shed its animal fur could tell. Our world is a hollow space surrounded by solid and thick rocks spanning tens of thousands of miles. Here there is water-red magma plants and various creatures, all of which are as large and rough as I am, unlike your delicate intricacies. Tuo spoke slowly, describing the form of the Rockshell Star. Ye Xing suddenly realized, oh, wasn't that just a world within the Earth's core? Since childhood, the elders have told us that the world is like this, protected by those thick rock walls, and no one ever thinks about what the outside world is like. Star, can you understand what I'm saying? Tuo spoke as if reminiscing about history. Ye Xing nodded. He fully understood the story Tuo was sharing. In human history, there were also such eras when people believed that the land was carried by a giant turtle, and those who had never seen the sea thought that the land encompassed everything. Yet Ye Xing suddenly froze, staring blankly at Tuo. Only those who knew there was another world beyond the rock walls could be so certain. You now know that beyond the rock walls lies another world. How did you come to this knowledge? Ye Xing's heart brimmed with curiosity as he sensed that the Rockshell Star civilization was not so simple. Star, a great person emerged from our civilization. It is because of him that we realized the rock walls could be drilled through. Once we break through them, we can soar into the outside world. Tuo exclaimed excitedly, standing up as well. Oh, Tuo, please continue. Ye Xing said, looking at the half-beast, half-human creature before him, filled with deep interest. From Tuo's narration, he discovered that the technological development of the Rockshell civilization seemed quite different from that of Blue Star. Over 1,000 years ago, there was a brave warrior in our race. During a chase, he accidentally collided with a rock wall and then fainted. When he awakened, he found a large chunk of rock beside him shattered into dozens of small pieces from the impact. This discovery immediately caused a sensation throughout the entire race, and everyone came to see the shattered rock. Tuo excitedly recounted, even flapping his fleshy wings to demonstrate flying. Tuo, wait a moment, I don't quite understand. Is it really such a big deal to break a rock? Ye Xing looked at Tuo with confusion, unable to grasp the significance. Xing, you might not know, but in our ancient legends, rock walls are incredibly solid and cannot be destroyed by anything unless by the same kind of rock. They protect us, the weak, like a father. But now it has been shattered by our bodies, which is utterly unbelievable. So much so that all the tribes stopped fighting and gathered around the shattered rock to investigate. Seeing Ye Xing's confusion, Tuo explained further. Ye Xing suddenly recalled the moment when the dawn of science first appeared on Blue Star, where pioneers discovered differences from religious legends. This great warrior was named Xilin. He was the first to realize that not all rocks are the same. Some rocks are very brittle and shatter easily upon impact with hard rocks, while others are extremely hard and remain unyielding no matter how much they are struck. The elders in our clan began to forbid us from damaging the rock walls, using various ancient legends to frighten us. Yet Xilin was unafraid. He led adventurers to intentionally strike more rock walls and discovered many interesting things. Sometimes striking a rock wall would actually produce echoes, leading him to propose that perhaps beyond the rock walls lay another world. This bold conjecture attracted more and more people to join his cause, devising various methods to break through the rock walls, eager to see what the outside world was like. Over 200 years later, the entire rockshell race participated in the effort to break through the rock walls. Our world is no longer at war. Everyone is united with one heart, only wanting to open the rock walls and venture into the outside world. Tuo's eyes sparkled with excitement, his speech quickening. So fortunate, so incredible. Ye Xing listened dumbfounded. Although he knew that in the vast universe, each world has its own evolutionary process, the evolution of the rockshell civilization still shocked him. The Creator truly favored them, allowing them to strive towards a common dream of global unity in the early stages of their civilization. In contrast, Blue Star, which is hundreds of times more advanced than the rockshell civilization, is still embroiled in endless wars with countries fighting each other for their own selfish interests. Tuo, you truly are a fortunate civilization. What can I do to help you open the rock walls sooner? Ye Xing looked at Tuo with great enthusiasm. This was a civilization that was technologically primitive, yet harbored tremendous potential. They had eliminated war and were solely focused on seeking truth. Once guided down the right technological path, they would surely develop rapidly. Xing, thank you for your kindness. Please let me finish speaking first, Tuo said, nodding gentlemanly at Ye Xing. In that moment, Ye Xing felt that Tuo's civilization seemed to be on par with humanity. It was just that by human standards, their appearances were somewhat rough. In our process of digging through the rock walls, we discovered that burning rocks can produce some more solid substances. Different rocks yield different materials, some lighter and some heavier, thus forming a specialized discipline. At the same time, during the excavation of the rock walls, we made many different discoveries. For example, we could use trees to create mechanisms to carry the burned materials using wooden poles, saving a lot of effort, which formed another new discipline. Tuo continued to recount. Ye Xing was astonished, marveling at the perseverance of the rockshell people. Wasn't this the extraterrestrial version of Yugong, moving mountains? Moreover, it was the entire world's life forms together, moving mountains. Even more astonishingly, they developed technology in the process of moving the mountains. Such a civilization deserves admiration and assistance. Tuo, those materials produced from burning rocks are called metals. Each has its own characteristics, displaying different properties. Moreover, relying solely on burning rocks is too slow and yields only lower quality metals with low purity. Ye Xing explained to Tuo with a smile. Xing, you are truly impressive. In just a few sentences, you have provided more insights than our civilization's research over hundreds of years. You mentioned that burning rocks is too slow, so there must be faster methods, right? Tuo's gaze towards Ye Xing was filled with admiration, yet at the end his expression turned urgent and earnest. Of course, our civilization has developed many metal smelting methods. Ye Xing nodded, now understanding what the other party wanted. If the scene were different, he wouldn't mind acting as a scientific guide to point the rockshell civilization in the direction of some technological trees. But now they were within a trading system, and the other party must offer something in exchange. He was very curious about what the rockshell civilization could use to trade with him. That's excellent. We just need the method you mentioned for smelting metals. Tuo's eyes widened, lacking eyelids, and both arms and wings flailed excitedly, making Ye Xing a bit uneasy, fearing that this creature might uncontrollably pounce over. Then it quieted down, scratching its head with its forelimbs and making what seemed to Ye Xing like an embarrassed expression. Xing, our world is quite poor. Apart from various rocks, there are no other meaningful substances. To show our sincerity, I have organized our world's rocks. Please take a look and see if there is anything you need. Tuo produced a rolled object from its red robe and placed it in the center of the table. Ye Xing took the object, which was a strange material resembling paper. It was covered with various stones, large and small, in many colors. Several large sheets showed that the rock-shell people had put in great effort in geology. The rock-shell people's artistic skills were exceptional. Each stone was depicted vividly, feeling as though one was immersed in the scene. If not observed closely, one might mistake it for a photograph. Ye Xing browsed through the scroll of rocks or minerals, but his limited geological knowledge was only what he learned in middle school. Thus, he could only recognize common granite and coal, while the rest were unfamiliar. However, to present himself as knowledgeable before Tuo, he feigned a nodding expression. The system truly did not choose the wrong person. Tuo's eyes fixed on Ye Xing, and seeing his seasoned demeanor, it grinned widely. Wait, is this gold? Suddenly, Ye Xing's gaze fell upon a familiar image, his heart racing and breath becoming heavy. On the image, there is a rock shaped like cow dung, its surface covered with a layer of gray sand embedded with many small black dots. Only a few exposed areas are bright yellow. It is precisely because of this that Ye Xing thinks it resembles gold. After all, the gold Ye Xing has seen in the modern world is all refined and processed, which is vastly different in form from the natural gold found in nature. Tuo, are there many of these stones where you come from? Ye Xing's surprise flashed across his face before he continued to browse other rocks, and then pointed to a type of black rock to ask. Tuo looked down at the rock pointed out by Ye Xing and nodded. Yes, we have plenty of this type of stone, especially after the magma melts. Xing, do you need this rock? Ye Xing shook his head, pretending to be casual, while pointing at a stone similar to gold, and continued to ask, Tuo, what about this kind of stone? There are too many of these stones, and they are too soft with almost no use. Sometimes we have to spend manpower to remove them. Seeing the stone similar to gold, Tuo began to complain. Ye Xing was baffled. Is gold really so worthless on the rock-shell star? After all, gold is still a precious metal, isn't it? However, he then thought that the development of civilization on the rock-shell star has nothing to do with Blue Star. Their greatest pursuit is to penetrate the rock walls in search of scientific truth. Indeed, gold holds little value in their value system. Tuo is the currency you use for trade, becoming more valuable the harder it is. Ye Xing first explained the concept of currency to Tuo, and then asked, Xing, you are truly clever. This is the hardest metal in our civilization. Its value is extremely high, and it can not only be used for trade, but also to carve through rock walls. Tuo pointed to a shiny metal in the picture and said to Ye Xing, Isn't that just brass? Ye Xing recognized it after just one glance, as it was clearly processed and very similar to copper products on Blue Star. For a moment, Ye Xing's mood became complicated. He felt a bit sorry for the rock-shell people, such a hard-working civilization, but their progress is too slow. With everyone engaged in smelting to carve through rock walls, they have only managed to reach the stage of smelting brass. Iron smelting is out of the question. This rock has a very unique shape, different from some on our planet. It can be used to study the differences between the two planets. I want some of these rocks. Ye Xing casually pointed at the stone similar to gold. Xing, do you really want this? We have too many of these in our world. Wouldn't you want to look at some precious metals instead? Tuo seemed a bit anxious. The item Ye Xing wanted was worthless, which meant that what he could exchange wouldn't be valuable either. He bore the hopes of an entire civilization and needed to exchange for some important technology. Tuo pointed at several metals in the picture, looking at Ye Xing with anticipation. Ye Xing glanced at them and recognized them as tin and lead, both quite common metals on Blue Star and not valuable. However, the last metal, silver, piqued Ye Xing's interest. But he still rejected it, as the purpose of the exchange was to trade cheap items for valuable ones. From the perspective of rock-shell stars technology, refining silver must be quite difficult. Conversely, the technology for refining silver on Blue Star is much more advanced. No, I still want to exchange for this stone called gold. Ye Xing shook his head, pointing to the natural gold. All right, Xing, we will give you a large quantity of this thing called gold as long as we can exchange for what we want. Tuo seemed a bit dejected. Ye Xing smiled slightly. To offer the exchange, I will teach you a new metal smelting method. This metal will have a hardness greater than brass, and I believe that once you refine it, the speed of carving through rock walls will greatly increase. After saying this, Ye Xing pointed at what seemed to be iron ore in the picture. Tuo looked closely at the rock pointed out by Ye Xing, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Xing, this ore is extremely hard. We've tried various methods to burn it, and have never produced any metal. Are you sure you want to use this for the exchange? Ye Xing nodded affirmatively. Exchanging iron smelting techniques for gold is a huge profit. Moreover, the sense of accomplishment is overwhelming. Just imagine, with just a point from him, he can help the entire rock-shell people save hundreds of years of effort. This achievement is unparalleled. Fantastic, Xing, I'll go back and have my people prepare. Can we exchange tomorrow? Tuo excitedly flapped his fleshy wings. Ye Xing was speechless. Next time, he must guide them on hygiene habits. After agreeing on the transaction time, Ye Xing swiftly emerged from the space and returned to the car. The underground parking lot was very quiet. Ye Xing took out the scroll and then pulled out his phone. By scanning the images in the scroll with his phone, many names of ores were quickly retrieved by the search engine. Ye Xing's gaze was captivated. He never expected that Rockshell Star actually had some rare ores from Blue Star. Feeling a bit hungry, Ye Xing put away his phone, drove to a restaurant, ordered food, and took out his phone to eat while browsing. Seeing the message from Yang Lele in the WeChat group, Ye Xing's brows furrowed. He never expected that human nature could be so evil. He hadn't provoked Yang Lele, yet she used him and the others as tools for amusement. Thinking of this, Ye Xing called Qian Wuzhou and briefly explained the situation. Brother Qian, having such an employee in your company might impact its image and subsequently affect customer experience. I suggest you take early precautions. Ye Xing spoke subtly. In Wuzhou car dealership, Qian Wuzhou held the phone, his face turning pale. He understood the female sales staff better than anyone. They judge people based on their backgrounds, elevate some while stepping on others, and compare amongst themselves. That is standard operational procedure. Otherwise, how would they earn money? However, when it involves Ye Xing, it's naturally different. Moreover, Yang Lele even posted about Ye Xing's vehicle purchase in the group, violating company regulations and provoking Ye Xing, an esteemed customer. Naturally, Qian Wuzhou cannot keep her. He couldn't imagine how furious Ye Xing must be. Why are you being so subtle in your speech? I'll fire her right now. Do you want her to apologize to you in person? I'll take her there. Qian Wuzhou decisively said, firing an employee is just a common occurrence. No need for an apology, Brother Qian, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Ye Xing said lightly before hanging up and browsing WeChat. He opened Huang Chen's updates and was taken aback, then began scrolling faster. Huang Chen's personal space documented his process of searching for ores in Africa, although the title didn't specify which ore he was looking for. However, just seeing Huang Chen and his colleagues traverse multiple countries and tribes shows how arduous the process was. When he reached the end, Ye Xing's eyes widened and anger appeared on his face. Huang Chen, did someone intercept the ore you were searching for? Ye Xing dialed Huang Chen's number, asking with both concern and curiosity. It's hard to explain, Ye Xing. Have you resolved your matters? A long sigh came from the other end of the phone, followed by a concerned inquiry about Ye Xing. It's resolved. I made a little money. Huang Chen, how about you come back and work with me? Ye Xing felt grateful as Huang Chen had lent him a helping hand in his time of need. Don't joke. I have a mission to carry out. I can't just run away. Huang Chen directly rejected Ye Xing's suggestion. They were quite familiar with each other and spoke frankly. Huang Chen, what exactly are you looking for in Africa? I've seen your travels through several countries. Ye Xing asked curiously. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Huang Chen spoke. Ye Xing, if you had asked me a week ago, I might not have told you. The situation is a bit better now, so it's fine to mention it. Huang Chen briefly explained his mission in Africa. It turned out their team was in Africa seeking strategically significant mineral resources for Longwo, conducting acquisitions and extractions. Our goal this time is to find chromium ore. We had already negotiated prices with several countries, and the local government had agreed. However, on the day before the contract was signed, either the counterpart opposed it or there were protests from the local populace. Huang Chen sighed on the phone. Ye Xing furrowed his brows, his gaze sharpening. Although Huang Chen did not reveal who the puppeteer was, Ye Xing could guess. In recent years, as Longwo's national strength has grown, it has caused some countries to panic. They have tried various methods to limit Longwo's development, especially in critical technological fields. In strategic mineral resources, their influences can often be seen stirring up trouble behind the scenes. The day before yesterday, we found a fairly good chromium mine in an African country. We hired local laborers to extract the ore and loaded it onto a ship, thinking we were foolproof. However, just as the ship was leaving the port, it was intercepted by unidentified armed forces, forcing the ship back to port for inspection. All the hard work of the past 2 weeks was in vain. Huang Chen sighed heavily on the phone, and Ye Xing became furious. It was evident that the so-called unidentified armed forces were likely connected to Yingjiang. Huang Chen, is chromium really that important? Ye Xing, unable to look up information, directly inquired of Huang Chen. Of course, this metal is mainly used in electroplating, enhancing the strength of metals, and it is also extensively used in military applications. Huang Chen briefly explained, not delving further into military uses. Ye Xing understood that discussing further would involve confidentiality agreements. He could check it out with the search engine later. Huang Chen, perhaps I can help you. Ye Xing, am just venting my frustrations about the strategic mineral placements overseas. This is a state strategy that ordinary people cannot get involved in. I appreciate your goodwill. Huang Chen chuckled bitterly over the phone, thinking Ye Xing was joking. Wait for me a moment. Ye Xing hung up the phone and took out the scroll of ore, first searching for a rough appearance of chromium ore online. Then he searched through the scroll. Soon Ye Xing found the location of the chromium ore on the scroll. The arrangement of various rocks on the scroll was based on their preciousness on the core star. Chromium, or like natural gold, is quite common and of little use, yet its yield is substantial. After finishing his search, Ye Xing immediately picked up the phone and dialed Huang Chen. Huang Chen, I just contacted someone. A former client of mine said he could get chromium ore. How much do you need? Ye Xing, don't joke. Chromium is in short supply globally. Where did your friend come from that he can be more effective than the state? Huang Chen was skeptical, trying to persuade Ye Xing that he might have made a bad acquaintance. Huang Chen, you don't need to worry about that. Just give me an address, and I'll have him ship it directly. Is 1,000 tons enough? Ye Xing chuckled, speaking casually. The civilization in the core star is located within the Earth's mantle. Using blue star as a reference template, many rare metals are in massive quantities within the core. For instance, scientists have estimated that 99% of the gold is stored in the Earth's core. Even if the core star civilization has low extraction efficiency, with enough people, 1,000 tons should still be relatively easy. Ye Xing stopped boasting. Chromium ore is a strategic material for the state. There is a global shortage, especially for high-quality chromium metal. Do you know how much it costs per ton? Huang Chen was frustrated. Hearing Ye Xing still bragging made him a bit angry. How much? Chromium with a purity of 99.9 is priced at 130 per ton. If you can get it, I want as much as you can supply. Huang Chen felt he had to make Ye Xing calm down. Such a high price. Ye Xing gasped, feeling he seemed to have misunderstood something. When he looked up chromium ore earlier, he saw that it was scarce, but priced only at 1100 per ton. Yet after refining, the price had skyrocketed nearly tenfold. With the technology level of the core star civilization, they could not refine chromium metal at all. To obtain high-quality chromium metal, help from a fleet civilization was needed. With this thought, Ye Xing's lips curled into a smile. He already had a plan. Huang Chen, 1300 per ton, right? Then I'll have 1,000 tons shipped to you. Just send me the receiving port, and I'll send it over. Ye Xing said casually. Ye Xing, are you serious? Have you thought about such a big thing for more than a second? Don't joke. Huang Chen was speechless. Their entire team was struggling to find minerals in South Africa, surrounded by a coalition led by Jiang. He was in a dire situation, while Ye Xing came to stir up trouble. I'm not joking. Just send the receiving port. Ye Xing was very persistent. This was a big deal, an amount of 130 million, and his cost was just a few hundred pounds of vegetables and bottled water. The key was that helping Huang Chen solve the problem would allow him to return to the country sooner. All right, I'll send you the details. I have to get back to work. Huang Chen, somewhat helpless, ended the call. A few seconds later, Ye Xing received the address on WeChat. Durban Port. It turned out to be in South Africa. Ye Xing nodded, leaving the restaurant momentarily unsure of where to go. The office location for the company had not yet been determined. He still needed a large warehouse to store the goods, which he had already asked Qi Xinyue to find. For now, the only place he could go was the Xingyu machinery factory. Just then, Ye Xing's phone rang suddenly. Hello, Xinyue, what's going on? Ye Xing answered the call. President Yi, can you come over? The warehouse has been found, just waiting for your confirmation. Okay, I'm on my way. Ye Xing was overjoyed. He had been worried about finding a warehouse, and now he was being offered a pillow just when he felt sleepy. It seems that hiring Qi Xinyue was indeed a wise move. She was both beautiful and capable. Ye Xing hurried to the location provided by Qi Xinyue as quickly as possible. The warehouse found by Qi Xinyue is located by the sea, with a road leading directly to the port, and the area is rather secluded, with the nearest buildings being a few abandoned factories several hundred meters away. The privacy here is excellent. Ye Xing parked his car by the warehouse, surveyed the surroundings, and was very satisfied. Mr. Yi, you have arrived. Qi Xinyue, who was sitting in a somewhat old Volkswagen car, hurried to greet Ye Xing. To Ye Xing's surprise, Qi Xinyue was not alone. A tall young woman accompanied her. Ruoxue, this is our Mr. Yi. Qi Xinyue led the girl to Ye Xing. Mr. Yi, this is my best friend Lu Ruoxue. Qi Xinyue introduced Ye Xing again. Lu Ruoxue was tall, with skin as fair as Qi's sinews, her face delicate and charming, with short hair that framed her ears, exuding a refreshing style, and her clothing was quite bold. From his elevated position, Ye Xing could see a glimpse of white from her outfit. He nodded and smiled, asking, may I ask where Miss Lu works? Mr. Yi, Honghai Real Estate, you must have heard of it. Lu Ruoxue replied with a faint smile, looking at Ye Xing with a hint of meaning. So she was in real estate sales. No wonder she was so beautiful. Ye Xing realized that in today's society, many beautiful girls are drawn to the real estate, automotive, and financial industries because they earn quickly and get to meet wealthy individuals. Honghai Real Estate is a well-known real estate company in Tianjin City, primarily dealing with high-end properties, making it the top choice for the wealthy. I will definitely visit if I have the time, and I will need Miss Liu's assistance then. Ye Xing nodded and made a polite remark. He indeed had intentions to purchase a villa, but that would be after he completed the company structure. He also understood that being in such a remote area, Ye Xing had brought her friend along for support. Ye Xing led Ye Xing into the warehouse. The entire warehouse was over 2,000 square meters, much larger than an ordinary warehouse. It was divided into many sections for categorized storage of goods. Ye Xing was very satisfied with the location, price, and area. As the number of trading partners increased, the supplies needed would also become more. It would be quite inconvenient to have trucks deliver goods to a mechanical factory as before. Mr. Ye, the warehouse rent is 20 yuan per square meter per month. The landlord quoted 30, but Lu Ruoxue and I managed to negotiate it down to 20. If you are not satisfied, I can try again. Ye Xing stopped smiling and reported to Ye Xing. No need, let the landlord handle the transaction. Ye Xing said directly, as he had many things to take care of. Saving a few yuan a year was just over 20,000. Ye Xing nodded and went out to make a phone call. A few minutes later, a plump middle-aged man walked in. Ye Xing was well prepared, taking out the pre-drafted contract, and both parties stamped and signed it. Ye Xing directly transferred 4800 to the other party. Throughout this process, Lu Ruoxue kept her eyes on Ye Xing, surprised by his lavish spending. Ye Xing took out his phone and transferred another 50,000 to Ye Xing. Mr. Ye. Ye Xing looked at the balance in her hand, somewhat astonished. Wasn't this just an overnight fee? It was a bit awkward to give it in front of her friend. In the afternoon, go buy some shovels and sacks. Use the remaining money to rent a car for transportation. Ye Xing had an expression that suggested she was overthinking. Ye Xing initially felt speechless, then her heart warmed. As she and Lu Ruoxue walked out of the warehouse, Lu Ruoxue suddenly put her arm around Ye Xing's shoulder and whispered with a smile, "Xing, your boss is so rich. He is handsome and so thoughtful. Seeing you without a car, he even gave you money to rent one. You must see such a boss. He is my boss, I don't have that kind of fortune." Ye Xing felt sweet inside but pretended to be aloof. However, recalling how Ye Xing displayed his power last night, her heart raced and her face flushed slightly. "If you can't handle it, let me know." Lu Ruoxue noticed the change in Ye Xing's expression and said ambiguously, "He, our boss, is quite lecherous. If two girls serve one man, he definitely won't refuse." Ye Xing laughed, inadvertently revealing her relationship with Ye Xing to her friend. Lu Ruoxue's eyes brightened. In the afternoon, Ye Xing stood in the warehouse, surveying the supplies with a satisfied smile on his face. He closed the warehouse door and went to the monitoring room to turn off all the surveillance. Whoosh! A flash of white light passed, and all the supplies in the warehouse disappeared. Ye Xing reappeared in the trading hall. "Star, here is the gold you wanted." Tuo magically produced a basket filled with stone-like objects resembling cow dung. "Is this dog head gold?" Ye Xing picked up a piece heavy and weighing over 10 kilograms, nearly too heavy to lift. The surface of this rock was covered in dirt. When the dirt was removed, it revealed a golden core inside, embedded with some black impurities. Ye Xing had done his homework before coming, knowing that what he saw in the scroll was natural gold, which is more valuable than refined gold. The market price is 2,000 yuan per gram. The dog head gold in his hand weighed about 10 kilograms, worth around 20 million. There were dozens of similar pieces in the basket. Since the rock-shell star people are massive, Ye Xing wouldn't even be able to lift them. This basket of dog head gold was worth at least over $1 billion. Even though Ye Xing had experienced the shock of ultra-precision machine tools, he was still astonished. "Star, do you think this gold is too little? I can go back now and exchange for larger pieces or get more. Oh, it's no problem." Tuo, who had been observing Ye Xing's expression, hurriedly said upon seeing Ye Xing's impassive face. "No need, just this basket of gold will do." Ye Xing waved his hand. "Rarity makes it valuable. While doghead gold is precious, it would not be convenient to release a large amount at once. If released in bulk, it would drive down the price of doghead gold." Ye Xing took out a stack of papers and a simple small furnace made of modeling clay and placed it in the center of the table. The papers detailed the early techniques and sketches for iron smelting. To prevent the rockshell star people from not understanding the diagrams, Ye Xing simply made a furnace out of modeling clay for clarity. "Star, is this the equipment for smelting iron?" Tuo looked at the clay furnace, eyes widening in shock. They had been smelting metals in the Earth's core for thousands of years and had never thought that it could be done using a furnace. He could already imagine the stir this technology would cause once brought back to the rockshell star. "Yes, this document records the temperature and specific smelting methods. As long as you follow the methods, you can definitely smelt solid iron." Ye Xing nodded lightly. This furnace could only smelt iron. It was still far from producing steel. "Star, are you sure you want to trade such precious technology for gold?" Tuo still found it hard to believe. "Trade." Ye Xing nodded. With a flash of white light, the transaction was completed. Ye Xing looked at the basket of shimmering dog head gold, his heart filled with joy. Over $1 billion was in his hands just like that. "Tuo, now let's discuss the second transaction." Seeing Tuo's delighted expression, Ye Xing took out the scroll and pointed at the chrome ore. I want 1000 tons of this. Tuo stretched his large head to peek at the painting scroll, then glanced at Ye Xing. Xing, this thing is everywhere in our world, more abundant than gold. Are you sure you want it? Ye Xing took a deep breath. This was exactly what he wanted to hear from Tuo. Of course, this thing is called chromium ore, and it is scattered throughout the universe, especially abundant on rocky planets. However, recently our planet has been short on manpower, and I can't find anyone to mine it. Ye Xing fabricated a lie, deliberately downplaying the value of the chromium ore. Tuo nodded in agreement and said, Xing, you just traded gold for the metallurgy technique. We took advantage of you. How about we help you mine for free, since we have plenty of manpower? How many able-bodied workers does your civilization have? Ye Xing looked at Tuo's imposing figure, genuinely feeling that having such a large body without mining was a waste. Our world has about 2 billion people, and aside from the elderly and young, nearly 1 billion can work, Tuo said, scratching his head, revealing a somewhat embarrassed expression. Perhaps he felt that despite having so many people researching metal smelting every day, they had made less progress than Ye Xing, with just one remark, which was a bit shameful. Ye Xing's eyes lit up as if envisioning a scene of hundreds of millions of beings similar to iron towers vigorously mining deep within the earth. Given Tuo's physique, it would be effortless for one being to dig 100 kilograms in a day. 10,000 rockshell beings could extract 1,000 tons in a day. Many hands make light work. Ye Xing felt an urge to persuade the rockshell beings not to tunnel through cliffs. Digging was far more enjoyable than mining. With a flick of his hand, a shovel appeared, its sharp edge gleaming. What is this? Tuo's eyes widened at the sight of the shovel, staring intently at it. This is a shovel crafted using the metallurgy technique, which will greatly enhance soil excavation efficiency. Ye Xing demonstrated how to use the shovel to Tuo. Tuo lowered his body and carefully touched the edge of the shovel. The shovel had already been processed upon leaving the factory, its edge extremely sharp. Tuo accidentally grazed its finger, and blue liquid began to flow from its forelimb. However, it seemed not to notice, staring at the shovel, as if it were a rare artifact. Just as Ye Xing was about to remind it to bandage the injury, he saw the wound healing at a visible speed, leaving only a faint scar. Ye Xing swallowed, realizing that it was indeed an underground creature with a strong ability to adapt to harsh environments. Tough-skinned and hardy, it would be a disgrace not to mine coal. Xing, can this shovel be exchanged? Tuo suddenly lifted his head and looked at Ye Xing. Could a shovel be traded for 1,000 tons of chromium ore? But these shovels were meant for you to work with, they were production tools. Just imagining the rockshell beings using shovels to mine, and then only receiving a shovel in return, was disheartening. Even Ye Xing, with his thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed. Even the most ruthless exploiters on Blue Star would blush at this. An exchange is possible, but... Ye Xing suddenly had an idea. Xing, how about trading one shovel for 10,000 tons of chromium ore? Seeing Ye Xing still hesitating, Tuo grew anxious. What the heck, was he really feeling like he was at a disadvantage? Ye Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. But I have 100 shovels. Ye Xing took out the shovels from his space and laid them out in front of Tuo. He had initially prepared 1,000 shovels, but reconsidered. If he took them all out, the entire rockshell race would become his labor force. Ye Xing felt a bit guilty, who told him he was such a morally conscientious person. Tuo stood there dazed, staring at the 100 shovels on the ground. Ye Xing could understand its feelings. If 100 aircraft carriers were laid out in front of him, and he could exchange one for a day of global labor, he would also be shocked. He might not have the organizational ability, but Tuo could, and it seemed quite simple. Xing, let's make a deal. Whatever ore you need, we will mine it for you. One shovel for 10,000 tons of ore. Tuo stared at Ye Xing, afraid he wouldn't agree. Ye Xing nodded expressionlessly and said, but it cannot be limited to chromium, or you must mine for me 100 times. Deal. Tuo was afraid Ye Xing would change his mind. Ye Xing remained silent, feeling a bit worried that this might violate the system's trading rules. He opened the system panel, checked, and found that the system actually supported such a transaction. With a flash of white light, the trade was successful, and 100 shovels were counted as credit to the rockshell civilization. Once the ore was delivered on time, it would count as one transaction. If the other party defaulted, Ye Xing believed there would also be punitive measures. Exiting the system, Ye Xing drove straight to the Star Emperor Tower. In a 600-square-meter office space, the bright floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the nearby bay. However, the hall was very empty, with only a few worn-out desks remaining. Now the entire floor belonged to Ye Xing. Qi Xinyue wore a capable gray suit with a light yellow shirt inside, looking like a corporate elite. In contrast, Su Qi and Li Mingyu still dressed quite casually. Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing, her eyes full of admiration. Su Qi, Mingyu, you should learn from Xinyue. If you're going to be executives, how can you expect your subordinates to respect you when you dress like this? Ye Xing looked at his two incompetent teammates with a bit of a headache. Don't worry, Brother Xing, once the company is established, I guarantee you'll be amazed. Su Qi chuckled. Xingyue, you take them this afternoon to get the renovations done quickly. The sooner we move and the sooner we start making money. Ye Xing looked at Qi Xingyue. Among the three, she seemed the most reliable. Mr. Ye, I have already contacted the best renovation company in Tiannan. They will come for an on-site inspection this afternoon. By the way, have we decided on the company name? Qi Xingyue nodded confidently. It will be called Xingyu Technology, though I have already registered the company. Ye Xing said calmly. Yesterday afternoon, he had already entrusted someone to handle the company paperwork, just waiting for it to commence operations. 2 days later, Ye Xing arrived punctually in the space where Captain Jerry was already waiting. Upon seeing Ye Xing walk in, Jerry immediately greeted him happily. Jerry, I have 10,000 tons of chromium. Or can you refine it into high-quality chromium granules or chromium powder? Ye Xing looked at him. If he were to find a manufacturer on Blue Star, the cost would be too high. It would be better to let the Fleet Civilization handle it. A few tons of vegetables would suffice. The Fleet Civilization possessed advanced technology, making it a breeze to refine chromium ore. Well, that's completely no problem, but we need some meat. You know how we are in the cosmic wilderness. Jerry shrugged and readily agreed. No problem. 1 ton of vegetables, 1,000 bottles of mineral water, 200 pounds of beef. Is that satisfactory? After dealing with Captain Jerry for a while, Ye Xing had a clear understanding of their needs. Okay, can we trade tomorrow? Captain Jerry readily agreed. Was it really that quick? Ye Xing felt a rush of excitement for the upcoming transaction. In a hotel in Durban, South Africa, Huang Chun was scrolling through his phone out of boredom, struggling with the poor signal that required frequent reconnections. In the room, there was a young man in his 30s lying down. I really miss home. I think of the hot pot from my hometown, he suddenly spoke while scrolling through his phone. Brother Ho, when you return to the country, come to my home. I'll treat you to seafood hot pot. Although there is Chinese food here, it cannot compare to my hometowns. Huang Chun raised his head and said excitedly. However, by the end of his sentence, his eyes dimmed. They were on a national mission and had traveled through many countries in Africa without securing a suitable chromium mine. The most promising opportunity had also been disrupted by unknown forces. In their hearts, they had never wished for their country to become strong as much as they did now. Your hometown seafood hot pot is indeed famous. I often hear about it in the capital. Unfortunately, it seems like it will be a long time before I can eat it. The man known as Brother Ho was evidently the person in charge, his face showing not only melancholy, but also a hint of worry. Xiao Huang, we will set off to West Africa tomorrow. I've heard that some large mines have been discovered there. We need to act quickly since all the world powers are watching. Ho Shiming looked at Huang Chun, his expression still troubled. Huang Chun understood that mineral resources were highly sought after, and there were various factions in West Africa, making it uncertain whether they could outmaneuver others. However, hearing that they would depart tomorrow suddenly reminded him of the joke Ye Xing had made a couple of days ago. It seemed that Ye Xing wasn't joking. But how could that be? 1,000 tons of chromium, or how could an ordinary person obtain that? All right, I will notify the others now. Huang Chun stood up, ready to go to the other rooms. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Ye Xing, why is he calling at this time? Huang Chun, are you still sunbathing in Durban? Ye Xing's lazy voice came from the phone. Huang Chun's mouth twitched, who said one had to sunbathe in South Africa. Ye Xing, why don't you fly over, and we can sunbathe together? Huang Chun bantered smoothly. No way, isn't the sun in our homeland better than yours? I wouldn't want to go to that broken place of yours. Ye Xing, do you have any serious business? I still need to prepare for tomorrow's departure to West Africa. Huang Chun frowned as their leader was still in the room. What? Going to West Africa? Huang Chun, stop immediately. Why, oi? Huang Chun glanced at Ho Shiming with a hint of guilt. Because my cargo ship will arrive in Durban in 2 hours carrying 100 tons of chromium particles, Ye Xing said lightly. What? Ye Xing, don't joke with me. Huang Chun was taken aback. 1,000 tons of chromium particles that major countries couldn't acquire, and you, an ordinary person, can obtain it. I'm not joking. Bremen, check the ship's trajectory and prepare to receive the shipment. Ye Xing finished and hung up the phone. Yesterday, after securing refined chromium particles from the Fleet Civilization, he immediately had Hoffman hire the Bremen to sail to South Africa. Unlike the last time, this time, Ye Xing loaded cement onto the cargo ship. Then he followed the same procedure, changing the cargo midway. Huang Chun, what did your classmate just say about chromium particles? What does he do? Ho Shiming sat up from the bed, looking at Huang Chun with some confusion. He hadn't caught the entire conversation between Ye Xing and Huang Chun, but the words chromium particles were too sensitive to ignore. Brother Ho, my classmate likes to joke, claiming he hired a cargo ship to go to Durban. Do you think that's possible? Isn't that nonsense? Huang Chun shook his head with a bitter smile. That may be true. If someone in the country had that kind of capability, we would definitely know about it. Ho Shiming sighed deeply and lay back down. Huang Chun took out his phone and opened a specialized app designed to track the navigation trajectories of ships, especially cargo ships. He thought Ye Xing was joking, but since he spoke with such conviction and even provided the ship's name, he felt he had to check it out. Bremen. Huang Chen read the name while inputting the ship number and then clicked the query button. What the heck? Huang Chen jumped up from the bed as if he had been pricked by a pin, staring at the screen in shock. Xiao Huang, what's wrong? Ho Shiming frowned slightly, standing up from the bed and leaning closer to Huang Chen's phone. Is this real? The phone screen clearly displayed that the Bremen had departed from Munich and would arrive in Durban in 2 hours. Ho Shiming was also stunned. In the afternoon at Durban port, ships were coming and going, bustling with activity. Ho Shiming and his group stood at the port, gazing out at the ocean. Although they couldn't recognize the Bremen at the moment, they knew that the ship would enter the port in an hour. By then they would know the outcome. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. However, unlike the shock on the faces of other young people, Ho Ximing's face bore an additional expression of worry. On the way here, he had repeatedly asked Huang Chen about Ye Xing, probing deeply into every detail of their last conversation. There was not a single clue. Ye Xing seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, inexplicably acquiring wealth and resources. At this moment, Ho Shiming felt tormented, especially as time ticked away, intensifying his inner struggle. Huang Chen, have your classmate notify the cargo ship to head towards Zhoushan, or any port in the country will do. Ho Shiming hesitated before speaking. Why, oi? Huang Chen and the others were bewildered. The cargo ship was set to arrive in an hour. Changing course now would be a joke at Ye Xing's expense. Did you forget what happened last time? Ho Ximing's face was filled with regret. Huang Chen and the others were taken aback, and then their expressions turned to one of anger and excitement. They recalled the experience of being intercepted last time. If they waited until the ship docked before trying to leave, it would be difficult. After a moment of silence, Huang Chen said, what about the extra shipping costs? The country will cover it. But we haven't seen the chromium with our own eyes and can't verify its quality. This is too risky. Huang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. I'm betting my future on this. Huang Chen, make the call. Ho Shiming said sternly. Brother Ho. The way Huang Chen and the others looked at Ho Shiming changed. And you will return to the country tomorrow. Ho Shiming looked at Huang Chen with a strange expression. Huang Chen felt that he seemed to be somewhat envious of him. Huang Chen nodded, not understanding what all of Ho Ximing's arrangements meant. But it was definitely connected to Ye Xing. Ye Xing, can you notify the cargo ship to turn around and head towards Zhoushan? Huang Chen took out his phone and dialed Ye Xing. 3 days later, Zhoushan port. Huang Chen stood at the dock, constantly checking the time, feeling a bit anxious. The Bremen is about to arrive at the port, and the entire harbor is already in a state of readiness. As soon as the ship arrives, the relevant equipment will immediately start operating to unload the cargo. Similar to the last time they received the super precision machine tools, the port is both tense and relaxed, with many eyes secretly watching everything. After Huang Chen returned to the country from Durban at the fastest speed, he did not go directly back to Tian'an City, but went straight to Zhoushan port. Ho Shiming has reported the situation, and the higher-ups have instructed local personnel to cooperate with Huang Chen's actions. Therefore, the pressure is now on Huang Chen. The entire port's organization is cooperating with him, and behind the scenes there are also units like the National Security Bureau operating. But he still hasn't seen what Ye Xing's chromium looks like. If the cargo doesn't match, he can only jump straight into the sea. This is a bit too big of a gamble. Ye Xing, why are you still not here? Huang Chen dialed Ye Xing's number. I'm on the way, but the highway is blocked. I can't fly there. Ye Xing, you better not mess with me. Otherwise, this time next year will be my funeral. Listening to Ye Xing's flippant tone, Huang Chen felt dizzy. Huang Chen, look at you, so useless, getting scared by the slightest disturbance. Don't worry, I've arranged everything clearly for you. Clang. The call was hung up. At that moment, a loud horn sounded. A staff member approached Huang Chen and whispered, Mr. Huang, the Bremen has arrived at the port. Immediately arrange for them to unload the cargo first. Huang Chen decisively ordered. The port became busy at once, with staff signaling for the Bremen to enter the first unloading position, where a crane was already prepared. On the Bremen, Captain Leon and the crew looked bewildered. Every time they arrived at Zhoushan port, they would unload immediately. Nearby ships cast envious glances at them. Priority unloading saves waiting time, and for cargo ships, once the goods are unloaded, everything is considered done. The remaining time can be spent freely on entertainment or returning home. Otherwise, they would have to wait at the port. Captain Islong was especially short on scrap iron and cement. A nearby sailor looked puzzled. Why do we get preferential treatment every time we come? Other sailors laughed. It is well known that most countries in the world do not lack scrap iron and cement, especially Longwa, which is renowned for its infrastructure prowess. Could it be that our German cement is exceptionally good? Leon shrugged helplessly. The sailors laughed again. The crane slowly descended, lifting the container into the air, and then gently placed it at the designated unloading area. The Bremen cleared its cargo and left the port. The container was opened, revealing its contents. What are these baskets? Huang Chun was astonished to see the tightly packed large bamboo baskets inside. Modern mining uses mechanical devices, and after smelting it is packaged in specialized containers. For chromium particles, bagged and barreled packaging is typically used. This is the first time Huang Chun has seen baskets being used for packing, especially since these baskets are handmade and rough, over a meter tall, giving off a primitive vibe. Huang Chun felt that if the basket were filled with soil, he could practice his lightness technique right beside it. The personnel present also looked bewildered. Fortunately, the shiny metallic particles inside could be seen through the gaps in the baskets, which made Huang Chun feel somewhat relieved. Huang Chun, Ye Xing, you finally arrived. What's going on with these baskets? Huang Chun hurriedly pointed to the baskets and asked. Ye Xing was speechless. The Yanxia extraterrestrials are quite primitive, and they use baskets to pack things. After mining 1 ton of chromium, or they directly store it in the space provided by the system. Without even looking, Ye Xing directly handed over the cargo from the space to the fleet civilization. The fleet civilization is quite straightforward. How Ye Xing received the ore after refining, they repackaged the chromium particles in baskets and handed them back to Ye Xing. It is possible that the fleet civilization kept some of the baskets. After all, they are in a cosmic wasteland and lack resources. Although it hasn't reached the point of munching on baskets, their technology is advanced, and they might be able to decompose the baskets to make pancakes. There's nothing strange about the baskets. Miners work under tough conditions, and not every country has been mechanized like ours. Ye Xing was making excuses while munching, deciding in her heart not to let this happen again. The baskets look too low-end. Which country produces chromium? Huang Chun asked suspiciously. Tuji. Ye Xing had done a bit of homework beforehand. Across the entire blue star, the only countries that can produce chromium are Tuji, South Africa, and Pakistan. Huang Chun nodded. The origin does match. Are the people in Tuji still struggling? Huang Chun picked up a piece of chromium particle and turned to ask Ye Xing, feeling that this explanation was not very reliable. It's tough. Otherwise, who would carry a basket to pick this up under the scorching sun? It's uncomfortable to go home and lie down while drinking coffee, Ye Xing said, scanning the ground full of chromium particles. Huang Chun remained silent, his eyes fixed on the chromium particles, his expression serious. He had specifically learned about chromium ore while searching in South Africa, and he could visually discern that the quality of the chromium particles before him was quite high. Take it for inspection. Huang Chun handed the particles to the staff beside him, who had a specialized inspection agency waiting. Ye Xing, do you really have a channel? Huang Chun asked in a low voice. In fact, there was no need to be this cautious here. The surrounding staff were all arranged. However, Huang Chun still felt an unreal sensation looking at the large containers filled with chromium metal. The items they had struggled to find in South Africa were so easily resolved by Ye Xing. It's somewhat of a channel. You know, I used to work at a foreign trade company, and I know some people outside. It's a bit wild. Talking to Huang Chun was easy without any need for beating around the bush. Can you still get more? Huang Chun stared blankly at the containers, although he still didn't know the quality. But it didn't matter. Even if it was chromium or there was technology in the country to refine high-quality chromium metal. What he worried about was that Ye Xing could only manage this single shipment. The demand in the military industry was still great. As long as you ask, I can get it, Ye Xing said lightly. The surrounding people cast envious glances at Huang Chun. Now that precious metals are experiencing a price surge with prices changing daily, having money doesn't necessarily guarantee a purchase. In everyone's eyes, Ye Xing has become a mining tycoon, holding globally scarce mineral resources. And Huang Chun is the only one capable of obtaining goods from Ye Xing. His status has been elevated without a doubt, and it is foreseeable that his future will be smooth sailing. Just then Huang Chun received a text message. He quickly scanned it and was immediately stunned. The quality is 4 nines. How is that possible? Huang Chun raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. 99. 9 is already high-quality chromium. Yet Ye Xing's chromium particles have increased by a whole level. Ye Xing, name your price. Huang Chun looked up at Ye Xing. Previously the quote was 1300 per ton for 99. 9 purity. Now that the purity has increased, it must be requoted. Huang Chun, it's still 1300 per ton, right? Ye Xing hardly thought about it, as he naturally had his own ideas. On one hand, Huang Chun might have already reported the price to the relevant departments, and raising it now would put Huang Chun in a passive position. Another reason is that Huang Chun does not represent just himself, he stands for the nation. As the power of the Dragon Country continues to grow, they certainly won't quibble over this amount of money. Currently, with chromium ore being scarce, raising the price and hoarding it is something Ye Xing cannot do. Giving a little profit to the country will surely be remembered. Ye Xing, are you serious? Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing with disbelief. Currently, chromium ore is in short supply internationally, and even with money one cannot buy it. Ye Xing being able to provide a source is already a great help. Furthermore, this high-purity chromium metal has already skyrocketed to 1500 per ton in the market. Ye Xing's quote is a full 1500 cheaper per ton. For 1,000 tons, that's a savings of 15 million. For an ordinary person, that's astronomical. Is this kid being targeted by international thieves eager to cash in? Huang Chen looked at Ye Xing's nonchalant face and began to speculate. Ye Xing, have you encountered some trouble? Don't worry, based on your performance this time, that's not an issue. What a joke, what trouble could I have? If you need anything, just let me know, Ye Xing replied with a smile. Huang Chen's expression became serious, staring at Ye Xing. Ye Xing, are you saying you still have goods? 1,000 tons of chromium metal sounds like a lot, but for the developmental needs of a country, it's just a drop in the bucket. Whether for military or heavy industry manufacturing, the demand for chromium is extremely strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't send specialized personnel to South Africa to search for and purchase mineral deposits. These strategic resources for the country must be prepared in advance. Absolutely, how much do you want? Ye Xing smiled slightly, as he still had 9,000 tons in his space. Is it the same price and quality? Huang Chen's breathing became a bit hurried as he stared at Ye Xing. He now felt that Ye Xing was somewhat unusual, capable of controlling such a large resource. Ye Xing nodded. Huang Chen, it's just you. If I were to give it to other companies, it wouldn't be this price. You know how in demand chromium is in the market. Ye Xing's words had double meanings. Huang Chen remained silent, fully understanding what Ye Xing meant. Ye Xing was selling to the nation. All right, well, purchase all the chromium particles you have. Huang Chen made the decision on the spot, knowing how urgently the nation needed chromium ore. A few days later, Ye Xing received a notification of 1.3 billion arriving in his account. What surprised Ye Xing the most was that such a large transfer amount came without any phone calls for inquiries. Ye Xing was using a personal account, and the transaction amount has a certain limit. However, the fact that this happened without a sound speaks volumes. In fact, Ye Xing was also happy to deal with the nation, at least not worrying about money. It was smooth sailing. Conversely, the gold he had in hand was not so easy to liquidate. A week later at Xingyu Technology Company, Ye Xing returned to the company, and compared to the chaotic renovation scene from a few days ago, the whole project was now in the completion phase. Upon stepping onto the 8th floor, one can see the company's reception desk along with the logo behind it. The overall style presents a mix of black and purple, exuding a sense of stability and elegance, while also holding explosive energy. President Yi, you're here. Qi Xinyue walked out from the company upon hearing the footsteps. Seeing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Ye Xing felt a pang of heartache. For these past few days, she had been keeping an eye on the progress of the renovation company, while Ye Xing had only occasionally come to check. Su Qi and Li Mingyu could only play a supporting role. They were not particularly sensitive in bargaining and some detailed matters. Although the renovation company had contracted the entire project without an expert overseeing the process, it is easy to be deceived. Ye Xing followed Qi Xinyue into the company, and his eyes brightened at the sight. The entire decoration style was both grand and modern. The business hall faced them, separated from the surrounding rooms by glass, filled with office partitions and desks. Along the corridor were 2 rows of offices, all with their doors opened. President Yi, let me introduce you. The business hall is where salespeople seek business and consult on issues. Customer service will also concentrate their work here. That room is the chairman's office, which is yours. Qi Xinyue pointed to the office at the end. Ye Xing walked in. This office was about 60 square meters with a floor-to-ceiling window facing the street, allowing a panoramic view of the entire bay. On the wall facing the corridor is a wall of tinted glass, allowing a view of the business hall from inside, while those outside cannot see in. As for the furniture, there was a genuine leather sofa and a luxurious desk all in place. Ye Xing nodded in satisfaction, realizing that Qi Xinyue had put in a lot of effort. Xinyue, you did well. They'll give you a bonus next month, Ye Xing said, sincerely surveying the surroundings. The style, materials, and layout fully met his design expectations. President Yi, this is what I should do, but shouldn't we start hiring? Qi Xinyue smiled sweetly, feeling that her efforts during this time were not in vain. However, she was more concerned about how the company would make money. You can release a recruitment advertisement tomorrow targeting talents related to batteries and new energy vehicles nationwide, with no cap on salary. Ye Xing waved his hand. The money he earned from selling or was meant to support this project. President Yi, are we going to enter the new energy sector? Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing in surprise. She had always heard Ye Xing mention competing with Huaxing Group, but she didn't take it seriously. Huaxing Group's main businesses are energy and real estate. Recently, new energy vehicles have become increasingly popular internationally, and they have also started to concentrate funding on batteries and new energy vehicles. Both industries require high capital and high-tech investment. Several $100 million to over $1 billion could hardly make a splash. Players without industry experience entering, without substantial capital backing, are almost doomed to lose money. But now Ye Xing actually said he wanted to make batteries, greatly surprising Qi Xinyue. His boldness was truly astonishing. Qi Xingyue looked at Ye Xing in shock, unsure whether to call him bold or ignorant. She also vaguely heard Su Qi say that the conflict between Ye Xing and Hua Xing was due to an ex-girlfriend. But for a woman, is it worth throwing away several billion in funds? Yes, start recruiting this afternoon, and also keep an eye out for factories that might be for sale, but we can acquire them. Ye Xing nodded and walked out of the company. Ye Xing drove to the warehouse on the outskirts and then slipped into the system space. Jerry, are the batteries I requested ready? Of course, Star, here are the samples and technical documents. Jerry smiled as he placed a white rectangular object the size of a cigarette box on the table, accompanied by a stack of papers. Is this the super battery that charges in 10 minutes and can last for 3,000 kilometers? Ye Xing exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the object. It is not that he does not believe in the capabilities of the fleet civilization, but rather that the size of the super energy battery exceeds his understanding. Such a high energy density battery is surprisingly compact, which is truly unfathomable. Of course, dear Xing, not only that, but we've also added a little Easter egg to the battery that requires your careful exploration. Captain Jerry wore a mysterious expression. Easter egg? Ye Xing was taken aback. He understood that in the tech industry, an Easter egg refers to an extra feature included in a product to enhance usability. This is purely a developer's little whim, yet it enhances the user's experience. At this moment, Ye Xing was still immersed in the shock of the super energy battery. In his impression, the batteries for new energy electric vehicles were quite large, and increasing output energy would necessitate enlarging the battery size. Thus, this had become a significant problem troubling new energy vehicles on Blue Star. If the super energy battery were used as the power source, the new energy vehicles on Blue Star would need to be redesigned. Because the super energy battery is simply too small. Ye Xing emerged from the system space, placing the data and the super energy battery into the spatial ring. Everything is ready. They just need to gather all the people from the company to commence production. Perhaps it's time to buy a house, Ye Xing remarked as he sat in the car looking around. As the frequency of transactions increased, he felt that having to run to the warehouse for each transaction was somewhat inconvenient. Once he bought a villa, he could enter the system from there without constantly running to the suburbs. He took out his phone, opened the app, and prepared to check the villas for sale in Tianjin City. However, his habit of fiddling with his phone led him to unconsciously open the news and start reading. The nickel storm strikes, Qingchuan Group's valuation skyrockets fivefold overnight. Ye Xing's attention was suddenly drawn to a bold headline, and he involuntarily began to read, his expression becoming enthralling. What a nickel storm, quite interesting. Ye Xing read through the entire incident in one go, revealing a pensive expression. The so-called nickel storm refers to a recent upheaval in the futures market, where Qingchuan Group, a major nickel producer in Long Country, is required to deliver 2,000 tons of nickel spot according to the futures contract. If they cannot deliver on time, the company will have to compensate the difference at market price, which would lead to significant losses for Qingchuan Group. Additionally, some of their mineral resources would also have to be relinquished. Previously, Qingchuan Group, as a renowned international nickel producer, had the capacity to deliver nickel. However, with the outbreak of war, the supply from this leading producer of high-quality nickel globally became uncertain. Certain forces seized the opportunity to create havoc in the market, driving the price of nickel from 2,000 per ton to 1,000 per ton. Qingchuan Group's market value quintupled overnight. Nevertheless, at the end of the article, the author subtly pointed out that Qingchuan Group might face risks in fulfilling their obligations. If they cannot deliver the nickel spot on time, they would incur massive compensation, placing their control over global nickel in jeopardy. Currently, the situation is still developing, and the final outcome is hard to predict. Below the news, netizens were fervently commenting. Some were surprised that Qingchuan Group actually held control over global electrolytic nickel, feeling a sense of pride. Others cheered for the soaring market value of Qingchuan Group. Some netizens directly criticized the author for worrying too much, asking how the leading producer of global electrolytic nickel could fail to deliver on spot. Ye Xing originally thought he could make a fortune from nickel, but since he was not knowledgeable about futures and the netizens had a point, the leader in global electrolytic nickel surely had stockpiles. Driving the market price of nickel up to 1,000 was certainly intended to facilitate sales. What surprised Ye Xing was that there were so many hidden wealthy individuals in the country. He curiously opened Qingchuan Group's webpage. Wow, it's actually one of the Fortune 500 companies with annual sales exceeding 200 billion. This is a big company, no wonder they can stir up the market. Ye Xing was drooling as he looked at the information. He currently had over $1 billion and felt quite wealthy, but now in comparison, he was nowhere near the same league. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Ye Xing picked it up to see that it was Huang Chun. This guy hasn't called in a while. He must be busy digesting that 10,000 tons of chromium granules. Ye Xing, are you busy? I'm treating you to dinner tonight. Huang Chun said leisurely. Sure, I actually want to ask you about something too. Ye Xing agreed without a second thought. In the evening, he arrived at a private dining club as promised. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, Huang Chun was already waiting for him. As soon as he sat down, the dishes were already served. The food was exquisite. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, they were rich in flavor, color, and aroma. Ye Xing, let me toast you first. Huang Chun cheerfully lifted a glass of beer. Huang Chun, this won't do you in South Africa, and change the rules. Who has ever toasted with beer? Ye Xing teased Huang Chun. Don't be ridiculous. I want to tell you something important later. Aren't you afraid that you'll drink too much and mess things up? Come on, we've had drinks before. When have I ever been muddled? Ye Xing raised his glass and downed it in one go. Ye Xing, if it weren't for you, I might still be in South Africa. Recently, the company promoted me to section chief. Huang Chun finished his drink and looked at Ye Xing with a serious expression. Ye Xing quickly understood why Huang Chun said this. The municipal import and export company is a state-owned enterprise, which makes it very difficult to get in. According to the normal process, a newly graduated student would be at least in their 30s or 40s to become a section chief. Huang Chun could be promoted so quickly because he had solved the tricky issue of chromium resources. Ye Xing had heard Huang Chun mention that young individuals who solve major problems are usually rewarded with money. Thus, Huang Chun's promotion to section chief was largely due to the connection with Ye Xing. Huang Chun, congratulations. We'll have more dealings in the future. Don't thank me. Oh, when my family was in trouble, weren't you the one who came to my aid? If you want to say these things, that would be too formal. Ye Xing said emotionally. After experiencing the crisis of being pressured for debts, Ye Xing gained a deeper understanding of human nature. There are too few people who provide timely help. More often, people take the opportunity to kick you when you're down. After a few drinks, Ye Xing noticed that Huang Chun seemed hesitant to speak and could no longer hold back. Huang Chun, just say what's on your mind. Ye Xing, I came to find you today because there's indeed something I need, and am not sure if you have a way to get high-grade ice nickel. Huang Chun hesitated a moment before looking at Ye Xing. Ever since he became section chief, he had been increasingly cautious with his words. Nickel. Are you here because of the sensational nickel event circulating online? Ye Xing was taken aback, recalling the nickel event he had seen that morning. Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing in surprise and nodded, saying, That's right, I came here for that, but the insider story differs somewhat from what the outside world is saying. Oh, isn't Qingchuan Group a private enterprise? Is it worth your effort? Besides, they are the largest nickel producer on Blue Star, so how could they not deliver nickel? Ye Xing said casually. He had checked the information in the morning. Nickel was widely distributed on Blue Star due to its many uses, being heavily utilized in metal processing and other civilian industries, and it was also frequently seen in military applications. It's not that simple. Qingchuan Group really cannot deliver spot nickel. Huang Chun sighed deeply. Oh, it can't be true. That is the leader in electrolytic nickel from Blue Star. Ye Xing looked at Huang Chun in astonishment, feeling proud of Long Country for having such a company in the morning. It's true. Now the Qingchuan Group is desperately searching for nickel, and the National Storage Bureau is also taking urgent action to assist Qingchuan Group in finding nickel. Huang Chun's tone was heavy. Ye Xing became increasingly confused. A private enterprise like Qingchuan Group could actually have the National Storage Bureau help them find nickel. It seemed that the insider story was far deeper than the rumors online. To clarify this matter, one must first understand a bit of futures knowledge. Let me educate you on it. Seeing that Ye Xing still did not understand, Huang Chun decided to start from the beginning. After Huang Chun's explanation, Ye Xing suddenly had a clear understanding of futures. Futures are like borrowing items. Both parties agree to deliver on time by the due date. If they cannot deliver, they must compensate at the market price. For example, if Zhang Sen borrows 1 gram of gold from Li Si, agreeing to return it in a month, if he cannot return it, he must pay Li Si 200 yuan as compensation. However, after borrowing the gold, Zhang Sen sells it and spends all the money. When it's time to return the gold to Li Si in a month, Zhang Sen needs to buy 1 gram of gold. If the price exceeds 200 yuan, he will incur a loss. If the gold price is below 200 yuan, Zhang Sen will make a profit from the price difference. In this situation, Zhang Sen hopes that the market price will be lower than 200 yuan, since he can profit by shorting the market, making him a short seller. Conversely, others can profit by taking advantage of rising gold prices, known as going long. Huang Chun used the gold borrowing model, which was very easy to understand, and Ye Xing quickly grasped it. Actually, previously, Qingchuan Group relied on its nickel resources to alternate between going short and going long in the market, controlling the market within a certain range to profit, and its operations grew larger and larger. After finishing the explanation of the simple model, Huang Chun began to talk about Qingchuan Group. Ye Xing knew they were about to reach the core of the matter and listened quietly. However, due to the Russia-Ukraine war, Russia has been sanctioned by the West, and the nickel-producing mining companies are also on the list. Without a stable source of nickel, Qingchuan Group naturally cannot deliver electrolytic nickel. Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing after finishing his statement. Isn't there nickel mining elsewhere? Ye Xing was puzzled. Nickel is not exclusive to Russia, and there are plenty of nickel mines worldwide. What you may not know is that Russian nickel is of the highest quality, known as high-grade nickel. Nickel from other places does not match their quality. Strangely, after the outbreak of events, many nickel-producing companies stopped providing nickel, while at the same time the price of nickel in the futures market suddenly skyrocketed from 2.0 per ton to 1 per ton. Huang Chen's tone became heavy at this point. Are you suggesting that this is a conspiracy, something that was planned from the very beginning, and their purpose is not just for profit? Ye Xing seemed to be pondering. That's right. Those forces that have gone long on nickel inflated the price with the expectation that Qingchuan Group would not be able to deliver physical nickel. In addition to massive financial gains, Qingchuan Group would also have to relinquish control over the nickel mines they had already purchased. What they truly desire is control over nickel. In the future, the nickel prices in our country will be dictated by them. Moreover, this incident will not only harm Qingchuan Group, but also affect several domestic mining groups. As far as I know, some companies sensed something was amiss at the onset of the event, so they sought nickel sources overseas. For instance, some mining groups from our province went to Rio Tinto to buy nickel, but unfortunately, they had already formed an alliance, so how could they sell even a gram of nickel at? Huang Chun grew increasingly indignant. Ye Xing now understood why Huang Chun was concerned for Qingchuan Group. It seemed that the turmoil surrounding nickel was hiding so many conspiracies. If those Western powers devour Qingchuan Group, the nickel prices in our country will be controlled by them, and the country will have to pay a heavy price with the nation's economy and people's livelihoods in their grasp. Wait, did you just say that some mining companies in our province went to Rio Tinto to buy nickel? Ye Xing suddenly recalled seeing Song Yinxue at the capital airport that day. The rich second generation with the surname Tang mentioned they were going to meet with the president of Rio Tinto. Yes, for example, our province's star enterprises Song's Mining and Jiahong Mining have beneficial ties with Qingchuan Group. They rise and fall together. Huang Chen nodded, curious about why Ye Xing was so concerned about the enterprises in the province. So how much nickel do you need? Ye Xing understood Huang Chen's purpose and asked directly. The quantity might be quite large, approximately 2.0 tons. If you could help me inquire about how much can be procured, even if it's a little, if it's really insufficient, we'll think of other methods. Huang Chun said, awkwardly stuttering. The quantity was simply too enormous. Last time Ye Xing provided 1.0 tons of chromium. This time, however, it was 2.0 tons, a 20-fold increase. If Ye Xing's channels behind the scenes were also with Western countries, transporting such a large quantity of nickel back to the country would be a colossal target. 2.000 tons. So Qingchuan Group has no savings at all? Ye Xing asked with a smile, recalling Huang Chun mentioning that Qingchuan Group sometimes played in the futures market, going long and short with great enthusiasm. Is it possible that Qingchuan Group never anticipated a war, getting themselves trapped and allowing the opponent to seize the opportunity for a critical strike? Huang Chun felt a bit embarrassed. As far as he knew, Qingchuan Group had indeed purchased 2.0 tons of short positions in advance, intending to control the market. However, at this critical moment, he could not disclose this to Ye Xing. Regardless, the state would have to clean up the mess for Qingchuan Group. Otherwise, with the vital lifeline under Western control, the impact would be too significant. Huang Chun 2.0 tons of high-grade nickel within a week, no problem. Not wanting to put Huang Chun in a difficult position as he was also working for the country, Ye Xing readily agreed. He had seen nickel in that painting. He knew that on the rock-shell star the nickel reserves were incredibly abundant. With the production speed of the rock-shell, people producing 2.0 tons within a week would be quite easy. Ye Xing, if you can really secure it, do you need any assistance? We can provide ships and escort in international waters. Huang Chun was overjoyed, somewhat in disbelief. When he set out, he had little hope. The last time the issue with the chromium mine was caused by the Eagle Sauce Nation meddling, disrupting Long Country's mineral layout. However, this time, it was the entire Western capital joining forces to strangle Long Country's voice in nickel resources. It must be possible. By the way, do you want to make money? Ye Xing chuckled, looking at Huang Chun. Haha, Huang Chun, it's surprising that you're an import and export. Do you really know nothing about futures? Ye Xing, what do you mean? But I've never operated in it. And in the minds of ordinary people, futures carry more risk than stocks. Without professional knowledge, isn't entering it just asking for death? Huang Chun, as far as I know, the futures market allows for two-way operations. Not only can you profit from going long, but you can also make money from going short. Right now, those Western forces are desperately driving up nickel prices because they know Qingchuan Group can't provide electrolytic nickel, so Qingchuan Group will have to compensate at a high price. But what if the market price eventually falls? We can short the nickel price to profit from the difference. This could be much quicker than your entire previous life. Ye Xing confidently said, unlike the stock market, the futures market allows for shorting. Huang Chun, are you so sure? This is 2.000 tons. Huang Chun was somewhat tempted. Who wouldn't want to make money? But the fundamental issue is whether they can secure 2.0 tons of nickel. If they can get the nickel, the market price will naturally fall, and the difference will be the operational space. I said it can be done, so it naturally can. If you want to make money, put all your assets on the line, and it'll take you to make money and soar. Ye Xing making money is secondary. The key is to secure the nickel, which relates to future market dominance. If you can solve this issue, the benefits will not just be monetary. Huang Chen hesitated for a moment, looking up at Ye Xing and vaguely mentioning the advantages. He knew many people were waiting for his response to proceed with the next steps. Many enterprises' survival depends on Ye Xing. As for money, does the country lack money? As long as difficulties can be resolved, how much money can't be raised? Huang Chen, I understand, but the market has always been manipulated by Western powers. If we don't do something this time, it feels rather suffocating. Ye Xing nodded, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then Ye Xing briefly outlined his plan, and Huang Chen's eyes widened. He then left the room, made a mysterious phone call, and returned to the room with a smile after receiving a positive response. After leaving the restaurant, Ye Xing drove to an empty area in the suburbs. Seeing no one around, he swiftly moved and entered the trading space. The waiting Tuo saw Ye Xing walk in and immediately stood up to greet him. "Star, I'm so happy to see you. You have no idea, ever since we obtained the iron smelting technique, the craftsmen in our world have followed your method, creating iron that far exceeds the hardness of copper, greatly improving the speed of rock wall excavation. That's great. One day you will break through the rock walls and see the outside world." Ye Xing was also genuinely happy for the progress of the rock shell star. At least this civilization had simple thoughts and clear goals. In contrast, human civilization was richer and more diverse. "Star, is there an exchange this time? We still owe you many transactions." Ye Xing took out a scroll, pointing at the image of the nickel mine. "This time I need 2.0 tons of nickel, but I have a request." Tuo's gaze fell on the nickel blueprint, filled with confusion. This thing is everywhere in their world, and someone once suggested it might not be a metal. However, they experimented with various methods and could not extract any metal from it. "I want a higher quality of this nickel, or let me tell you some requirements." Tuo opened his mouth, revealing what seemed like a smile, which made Ye Xing feel a bit uneasy. Although he was not as terrified as during their first meeting, he was still not accustomed to interacting with beastmen. "Star, I can definitely meet that requirement." Upon hearing Ye Xing's request, Tuo nodded in agreement without a second thought, because the nickel ores they casually found would meet Ye Xing's high standards. "I can only give you a week. The time may be tight, but to speed up your efficiency, I will gift you 100 shovels." Ye Xing looked at Tuo. He never doubted whether the rock shell star had nickel, but his main concern was the tight timeline and the low production efficiency of the rock shell star, which might hinder timely completion of the task. Hence, he opted to increase the number of production tools. "Really? Star, 100 shovels as a gift?" Tuo was extremely excited. After smelting the iron, someone had shaped it into shovels, which were indeed much harder than brass. However, compared to the shovels brought by Ye Xing, they were simply not on the same level. Those shovels had become the most valuable tools of rock shell star civilization, only to be used for mining for Ye Xing and in rock wall excavation. "Of course I will give you the shovels now, or remember to make the most of your time." Ye Xing took out 100 shovels from his spatial ring. "Star, don't worry, we rock shell star people will definitely complete the task on time, even if we have to go without food or drink." Ye Xing nodded and then stepped out of the system space. After exiting the system, Ye Xing drove straight back to the Emperor Star building, entered the office, and opened his notebook. He first opened a web page to search for ports in East Asia, and soon he found the target port, Jakarta. Previously, Ye Xing always shipped goods from Munich, then flew at night to the ship Midway to swap the goods. This plan was seamless. Even if someone suspected the goods, they would only check at the start of the voyage, and naturally nothing would be discovered. However, this time to transport nickel, the timeline was tight, so he could not send from Munich again. Ye Xing could only choose a port in East Asia that was closer to the Long Kingdom. Soon Ye Xing found the contact information for Jakarta port. After some communication, he booked 2 cargo ships, each with a capacity of 1.0 tons. After paying the deposit, Ye Xing let out a long sigh. Everything was ready, just waiting for the rock shell people to extract the nickel ore. Looking at the time, Ye Xing quickly downloaded a futures trading software, then opened an account, leaving 10 million of the 13 billion earned from the chrome or as operational funds for the company, while depositing the rest into the account. "Dare to stir up trouble in the Long Kingdom? Let me show you what it means to turn over clouds and rain." Inside a villa in Switzerland, in the hall, several middle-aged men dressed in suits sat on a genuine leather sofa, their faces adorned with smug smiles, while fruits and red wine were placed on the table before them. Beside each of them stood tall bodyguards or assistants with glasses perched on their noses, seemingly possessing profound knowledge. If anyone were to see these individuals, they would surely be astonished, for each person sitting on the sofa is a renowned financial tycoon on the international stage. The assistants standing behind them are also frequently seen in the news as company executives capable of determining the fate of a company with a mere word. At this moment, however, all their gazes were fixed on the elderly man with graying hair sitting in the center. Andrew, the head of Ye Capital. He is the main capital behind the recent surge in nickel prices. Andrew, the price of nickel has been steadily rising. We have firmly secured our position. It's time to discuss the future of the nickel market. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses elegantly lifted his glass of red wine, took a sip, and looked at Andrew. Indeed, Andrew, our Laurel Capital has invested billions of dollars. We have even offended Longhua to secure the Qingchuan Group. How should we divide this market now? Gentlemen, it seems that you are all speaking as if you were working for our Ye Capital. I am 70 years old this year, but what kinds of situations have I not witnessed? Andrew glanced around and sneered. Switzerland is a small country. On the international stage, we lack the qualifications to compete with great powers. Our Ye Capital's rise in nickel prices is merely to reap some futures profits akin to a vulture soaring in the sky, just to discover carrion. As for you, Ye Xing Capital, not only are you a well-known giant in international capital, but you are also an industrial powerhouse. In this matter, you have a greater motive than our Ye Capital. By controlling nickel, you can lower costs and raise prices during exports while we merely pave the way for you. Andrew's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man with an eagle nose and curly hair, Friar Ye Xing. Friar felt somewhat embarrassed as Andrew exposed his intentions, turning his face away. And you, President Smith of the Rio Tinto Group. Your company is the largest mining company in the world with extensive dealings with Longhua. As Longhua's economy soars, your company has also reaped enormous profits. Yet as soon as Qingchuan Group shows a hint of being unable to deliver nickel, you immediately pounce on it, like a shark smelling blood. Andrew's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes filled with disdain. This man is none other than Smith, the president of the world's largest mining company, Rio Tinto. There's a saying in Longhua, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Indeed, old Andrew is formidable. I suggest we set aside our prejudices and first discuss how to bring down Qingchuan Group and its associated enterprises. Longhua's national strength is formidable. We have launched several financial wars, all of which they have deflected. I have some worries this time. Smith awkwardly smiled, raised his glass, stood up, and saluted Andrew from a distance, downing the red wine in one gulp. As his words were spoken, expressions of fear and regret appeared on the faces of the dozen financial tycoons. They are all seasoned financial giants, having relied on their strong capital capabilities to exploit many small countries. Yet when faced with Longhua, they found themselves mysteriously defeated just when victory was within reach, suffering heavy losses. Now as the old matters are brought up again, everyone feels a lingering fear. Indeed, what Smith said makes sense. I have already sent people to infiltrate Qingchuan Group. They truly are unable to produce electrolytic nickel. However, I have heard that Longhua has a National Reserve Bureau. What if they can produce nickel? Friar also stood up to support Smith. The faces of the dozen capital tycoons immediately darkened with clouds. They can skillfully wield capital maneuvers to summon winds and rain in the capital market. Yet when faced with the powerful national institutions of Longhua, all their tactics become ineffective. The National Reserve Bureau. Even if they have some nickel reserves, you all need to be clear-headed. Qingchuan Group needs to deliver 2.0 tons, not 2 tons, nor 2.0 tons. Such a large quantity of nickel can only be supplied if the Russian nickel mines resume operations. But you all know we now represent more than a dozen countries having united to prevent any nickel from leaving our territory. We have also blocked relevant sea areas along what absolutely cannot gather 2.0 tons. I can confidently say that Longhua is doomed this time. Andrew raised his glass, casting a cold glance at everyone, laughing triumphantly. The others exchanged glances, although they still harbored some doubts. They felt much more at ease after hearing Andrew's words. Open the big screen and let them see the trading market. Andrew gestured for the attendants to turn on the television. The enormous screen on the wall a few meters away from the sofa suddenly lit up, displaying the trading status of nickel futures. The curve representing nickel was continually rising, frequently racing towards 1.10 per ton. Gentlemen, do you see this? This is what we call confidence. The market is filled with buy orders to raise the price of nickel, indicating that no one is optimistic about Longhua. Andrew pointed at the curve and the buy orders displayed on the right side, excitedly shouting. Everyone's eyes lit up, their blood seemingly igniting. The higher the buy orders to raise nickel prices, the more Qingchuan Group would have to pay at maturity. Clearly, everyone understood that Qingchuan Group would not be able to produce spot nickel, and all wanted to pounce on it for a taste of blood. Bring out the 1990 Penfolds red wine I have stored today. I will drink to my heart's content with all of you. Seeing the continuously rising prices, Andrew was overjoyed, waving his hand and instructing the attendants. The dozen tycoons were jubilant. Penfolds red wine is a globally renowned wine, and the 1990 vintage is a treasure among wines. Moreover, drinking fine wine, while watching their assets continually surge, is simply one of life's greatest pleasures. Wait, why are there still people short selling? Suddenly someone noticed an anomaly appearing on the screen. Funds were continuously buying short positions, causing the ever-rising nickel prices to come to an immediate halt. Are they crazy? Is there really someone who isn't afraid of death? Which force dares to take on the entire market? Don't they know how many short positions they will have to deliver when they expire? Everyone stared in astonishment as funds kept taking short positions, speculating about the source of the funds. They raised nickel prices because Qingchuan Group would be unable to provide the goods at maturity and would have to compensate at market price. However, if someone was buying short positions, it indicated that the other party predicted the nickel price would definitely fall, and Qingchuan Group would be able to supply spot nickel, so they would profit from the price difference. Find out where they are coming from. Gentlemen, we absolutely cannot sit idly by. Let's take out our money and blow them up. Andrew's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he pointed at the screen and shouted. In a luxurious office of Song's mining in Jinling City, Song Ye sat in the boss chair, her face ashen, staring at the shattered pieces of a porcelain cup on the floor. Documents were scattered chaotically on the ground, painting a scene of despair. In a corner, Song Yinxue quietly watched the furious Song Ye, her expression cold and desolate. As the future heir of the company, she had fully grasped the current situation. As a partner of Qingchuan Company, Song's mining was also obligated to deliver a contract for 10,000 tons of nickel. Even if Qingchuan Group faced no crisis, the current mining market made it impossible for them to procure nickel. Under normal circumstances, 10,000 tons of nickel would not have been a problem for Song's mining, especially since their main business was not nickel but copper. Who would have thought that the usually inconspicuous nickel side business would be inflated fivefold by Western powers after the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war, dragging down the main industry? The profits accumulated over the years were about to be wiped away. Even more terrifying was that the forces suppressing Qingchuan Group showed no signs of stopping and continued to drive up the price of nickel. Song Ye looked at the display screen on the desk, which showed the real-time trading price of nickel in the futures market, her lips twitching. Every point increase in the nickel price felt like a knife carving off a piece of flesh from her body. Yinxue, hurry up and take your mother and run away. I've left some money in the villa, and there's that BMW. If you live frugally, you should have no problem getting through the rest of your life. Suddenly Song Ye looked up as if recalling something and said to Song Yinxue. Song Yinxue shook her head firmly and looked at Song Ye. Didn't the bank come to us a few days ago saying they could lend us money? I thought their attitude was pretty good. Why don't we give it a try? Song Ye smiled bitterly. Indeed, a few days ago bank representatives had approached them, subtly indicating that if the company faced financial issues they could come to them. The bank's sudden visit left Song Ye perplexed, as he still couldn't figure out their true intentions. It was the first time in his years of entrepreneurship that a bank had been so proactive. Silly child, our current predicament isn't a lack of money. What we lack is nickel. As long as we can't get nickel, the market price will continue to rise, and our hole will only get bigger. No amount of money will be able to fill it. Song Ye smiled bitterly. His daughter had always been under his protection and had never experienced the cruelty of the business world, remaining naively innocent like a child. Moreover, any money borrowed from the bank has to be repaid. What will we have to repay it with in the future? Song Ye spread his hands, looking into Song Yangshu's eyes filled with love and sorrow. He could not imagine the harm his daughter would suffer without his protection. Bang! At that moment, the door was suddenly flung open, and the swaggering Yu Hao walked in. Young Master Yu. Song Ye quickly stood up, looking at him with a hint of fear. Yu Hao scanned the office with a smug smile. When he saw the icy beauty that was Song Yinxue, his gaze turned fiery, and he gulped hard. Many images involuntarily flashed in his mind. Song Ye, are you planning to run away? Yu Hao picked up a chair, crossed his legs, and casually watched Song Ye. Song Ye's face slightly changed color as he warily looked at Yu Hao. In the past, no matter how disrespectful Yu Hao's attitude was, he would still respectfully call him Uncle Song. Now calling him by his name surely meant he had ill intentions. Song Ye, just now when I went upstairs, I saw many of your company's employees packing their belongings in cardboard boxes. It seems like they have all been laid off by you. But don't forget, the company may be bankrupt, but the debts remain. You think you can just walk away without a word? That would be underestimating our Yu family. Yu Hao's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Song Ye. However, there was a hint of caution in his demeanor. He recalled how his father had suddenly instructed him not to trouble the Song family anymore, especially to keep his distance from Song Yinxue. After a few days of restraint, he could no longer resist his greed for the Song family's wealth and Song Yangshu's beauty, returning to trouble Song Ye once more. Song Ye's face flushed red with embarrassment at having his actions exposed. He forced a smile. Yu Hao, I can refuse to pay anyone, but I cannot default on your family's debt. Not to mention my good relationship with your father. We are very grateful for your help in introducing us to President Smith. Yu Hao snorted disdainfully, enough Song Yi. This trick may fool a novice like Yin Xue in the business world, but it won't work on me. With that he stood up and opened the door. Four burly men in black suits were standing in the doorway. Upon hearing the door open, they turned to glance inside before turning away. With his escape route cut off, Song Yi felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss and helplessly sat back down in his chair. Song Yi, let's speak frankly. I heard from Smith that you are willing to offer a small copper mine in Indonesia in exchange for support from Rio Tinto to secure high-grade nickel. You are indeed cunning, playing quite a game. Yu Hao looked at Song Yi with a teasing expression. How could Smith tell you about the confidential talks? Song Yi was astonished, his face alternating between red and pale, filled with both shock and fear. He had built his fortune relying on Qingchuan Group, thus he aligned his strategies for nickel with them. During the expansion of Song's mining to avoid putting all his eggs in one basket, he had also purchased several mines overseas, ensuring there would be a fallback if domestic development faced obstacles. When signs of the nickel crisis emerged, he as a shrewd businessman immediately sensed the danger. Thus he had Yu Hao introduce him to Rio Tinto, hoping to buy 10,000 tons of nickel independently to extricate himself from Qingchuan Group. The seamless plan he had devised was unexpectedly revealed to Yu Hao by Smith, leaving him feeling embarrassed. If news of betraying an ally spread in the industry, no one would ever want to do business with Song's mining again. Song Yi, you're supposed to be quite clever. How could you not figure this out? Yu Hao chuckled, overflowing with arrogance. Song Yi stared at Yu Hao for a moment. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind, and many things that had confused him became clear. Yu Hao, you are in cahoots with Rio Tinto. You actually colluded with foreigners to short-sell Qingchuan Group. How despicable. I tell you, Qingchuan Group currently has the support of the state. Once they get through this, the state will not let you off. Song Yi pointed at Yu Hao, reprimanding him harshly. He suddenly realized that Yu Hao's mistakes were even more outrageous than his own, and he felt a slight sense of moral superiority. Song Yinxue looked at the two men with disgust, especially at her father, who seemed so unfamiliar at this moment. Enough, Song Yi, stop pretending to be morally superior in front of me. Do you really think Qingchuan Group will let you off? Yu Hao sneered dismissively. Song Yi calmed down, reflecting on Yu Hao's words, growing more fearful as cold sweat gradually soaked through his clothes. What do you want, Yu Hao, eh? Song Yi raised his eyes to look at Yu Hao. You give me the ownership of the copper mine along with Yinxue, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, when the time comes for nickel delivery, you won't even have a chance to escape. Yu Hao looked at Song Yi with a cold smile, exuding an air of confidence. He had come prepared today, having calculated all of Song Yi's escape routes. Song Yi's face turned ashen, feeling trapped in a vast net, unable to move. No, you let Yinxue go, and I will give you the copper mine. Song Yi knew that if Yinxue fell into his hands, her fate would be dire, and he pleaded earnestly. All right. Yu Hao nodded, smirking inwardly, knowing that without Song Yi's protection, Song Yinxue would be easily captured. After hesitating for a moment, Song Yi took out a contract filled with writing from his pocket, picked up the seal from the desk, and slowly pressed it down. A triumphant grin spread across Yu Hao's face. Suddenly, Song Yinxue's phone rang. Ye Xing. Song Yinxue picked up her phone, her face filled with astonishment. Song Yi paused for a moment with the seal in hand, but upon hearing Ye Xing's name shook his head. He recalled the young man he had seen at the airport in the capital, an ordinary youth from the bottom of society. What could he possibly want by calling? Of course he wanted to pursue his daughter. He had heard many such calls before. Yinxue, does your family have a nickel futures contract? Ye Xing spoke directly to the point. Song Yi's hand suddenly froze as he looked at Song Yinxue in shock. Yu Hao's gaze also turned towards them, full of surprise and vigilance. At this critical moment, a stranger suddenly mentioned the highly sensitive nickel contract. How could he not be on guard? Ye Xing, is this what you're calling about? Song Yinxue glanced at Song Yi, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment as she asked. She had thought Ye Xing wanted to invite her to Tiannan for a trip. Disappointed in her father, she thought it would be a good opportunity to relax and see if Ye Xing could be her destined partner. However, Ye Xing's call was about the nickel that could bankrupt her family. Naturally, she felt let down. With Ye Xing's financial background, buying even 1 ton of nickel would be difficult. Yinxue, if not this, then what? Just say whether your family has a nickel contract. If not, I'll hang up. Ye Xing did not catch the disappointment in Song Yinxue's tone. He still had a lot to do. Ye Xing, we do have some. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Have you bought back the scrap iron? Song Yinxue, ignoring the anxious expressions of the two beside her, inquired with concern. Of course I have, and that batch of scrap iron made a lot of money. If you have the chance, come to Tiannan, and I'll treat you to a feast at our alma mater. Ye Xing said, a grin forming on his face. In his mind, he envisioned taking the school bell around their alma mater, making all the junior classmates and teachers green with envy. It felt exhilarating. Achieving success and fame, one must not walk in the shadows. In modern society, is there anything more exhilarating than bringing the school bell back to their alma mater? Great. It's been a long time since I've had seafood from Tiannan. Song Yinxue replied, cheerfully casting a casual glance at Yu Hao. Song Yi was anxious beside them. He had hoped to hear some news when Ye Xing mentioned the nickel contract. Instead, his daughter seemed engrossed in a phone conversation, perhaps even leaning towards flattery, which made him feel both anxious and embarrassed. Even if they lost the company, the Song family was not a household that someone like Ye Xing could reach. Song Yi stopped dawdling and stamped it quickly. Yu Hao frowned and shouted at Song Yi. Yinxue, is there someone beside you? Are you in trouble? Hearing Yu Hao's reprimand, Ye Xing immediately realized that Song Yanxue's situation was not good. It's nothing. They're just discussing business, Song Yinxue said, casting a disdainful look at Yu Hao, stepping away with her phone to the door. Yinxue, the nickel market is unstable. Tell your dad to throw out the nickel contract quickly. It has to be fast, Ye Xing said in a deep voice as he was collecting chips in the market. Ye Xing, you don't understand futures, so stop messing around. The market is currently tight, and if the contract is thrown out, no one will dare to take it. Song Yinxue smiled sadly, as she had absorbed enough knowledge to know a bit more than the average person when it came to futures. Hearing that Ye Xing was an outsider, Song Yi's hopes were dashed again as he continued to stamp down. I want it. If you don't believe me, you can throw out the contract and give it a try, Ye Xing said with a smile. Ye Xing, this is not a joke. If you still don't understand, you can open any news app. The hottest topic today is the Demon Nickel incident. Thank you for your kindness, but you can't help us, Song Yinxue softly informed Ye Xing, glancing at Song Yi and Yu Hao, fearful they might laugh at Ye Xing. Yinxue, why waste your breath on a poor loser? Do you think they can understand this matter? Aren't you worried about wasting his data? Yu Hao sneered dismissively. Yinxue, if you still believe me, just throw it out and give it a try. If you don't believe it, that's fine, and the opportunity is yours, and if you can't grasp it, there's nothing to be done. Ye Xing sighed heavily and hung up the phone. He was not a Buddha here to save the world. He was helping Song Yinxue out of kindness and for their past as classmates. However, if the other party did not believe him, he could only respect their fate. Dad, should we give it a try? Song Yinxue held the phone, listening to the dead air on the line, feeling a bit dejected. Then she suddenly woke up. Since the other party spoke so confidently, why not give it a shot? Give it a try? Sure, the keyboard is there, and the market is open. You can throw it out yourself. At this moment, the seal in Song Yi's hand was only a centimeter away from the contract. Hearing his daughter's words, he lifted the seal and pointed to the already open computer, casually saying, after all, they were already preparing to flee. It didn't matter whether these contracts were in hand. Only Yu Hao watched beside, gritting his teeth, feeling like he was going through hell. As they were about to acquire the copper mine, this incident erupted. Could they not seriously stamp it? Song Yinxue sat by the computer, thought for a moment, and threw out a hand of nickel contract. A hand of nickel futures is at least 1 ton, convenient for calculation and delivery. She only threw a hand out which was meant to be playful. Such a small unit couldn't make a splash, especially since the nickel price was being pushed up. No one would buy it. She merely sought to give Ye Xing an explanation so they would have something to say when they met. Song Yi glanced at the hand Song Yinxue threw out and shook his head. If it were him, he would throw out 100 hands. Without a ruthless heart, one couldn't stand firm. Ding! The trading software suddenly emitted a notification sound. Song Yinxue looked closely and was astonished to find that someone had indeed bought it. She looked at Song Yi in surprise. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Song Yi shook his head in confusion, putting the seal aside and sitting down at the computer. Yinxue, watch your dad. Song Yi gathered 1,000 hands, pressed the confirmation button, and threw it out. 1,000 hands meant 1,000 tons. Such a large volume of nickel was impossible for an individual to swallow. However, it had barely been 2 seconds after throwing it out when another success notification came through. Someone is here to save us. Song Yi stared blankly at the screen, and at that moment, even if he was not very bright, he realized the situation had changed. Quick, call your classmate. Be gentle and respectful. Song Yi suddenly stood up, his body trembling with excitement, and stuttered, calling out to Song Yinxue. Xing, was that person just now you? Song Yinxue suppressed the excitement in her heart and spoke softly. You can think of it this way, it's a matter of confidentiality, Ye Xing said in a lowered voice. Song Yinxue was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. She glanced at Yu Hao, who was staring at her, and turned away. Ye Xing, I understand now, thank you. Song Yinxue smiled gently, her voice soft. In the end, she felt a lump in her throat. Falling from the heights of a wealthy family to bankruptcy and being pursued for debts had given her a deeper understanding of the cruelty of human nature. Ye Xing's timely assistance was undoubtedly like a warm light in the darkness, allowing her to witness the warmth of humanity once more. He Song, school beauty, how do you plan to thank me? Ye Xing's teasing voice came through the phone. Song Yinxue turned her head and caught a glimpse of Song Yi's hopeful gaze, as well as Yu Hao's jealous and resentful expression. Marry him, Song Yi shouted in her heart, but dared not voice it, fearing that a single wrong word would change the mind of her savior. Ye Xing, am going to Tiannan tomorrow, and then I'll let you. Song Yinshua bit her red lips with her pristine white teeth, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her cheeks flushed. Let me do what? Ye Xing asked curiously. Let you kiss me as much as you want, little rascal. Song Yinshua hung up the phone, feeling both shy and sweet, her head lowered, not daring to look at Song Yi. Slutty. Yu Hao glared at Song Yangshu's graceful silhouette, his eyes nearly bursting with flames as the duck he thought was in his hands was taken away by someone else. Yu Hao, please leave. Tell your father that I will repay the debts on time, and my Song family's matters do not require your Yu family's intervention. Song Yi leisurely lit a cigarette, regaining the demeanor of the head of a billion-dollar enterprise, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Hao with an imposing presence. As long as someone takes over the nickel contracts in his hands, the main business of Song's mining will not be affected, and he will still be that powerful enterprise owner who commands the winds and rains. What? Song Yi, are you crazy? That kid only bought 1,000 hands of nickel contracts. You can't possibly think of him as your savior. Yu Hao was taken aback, feeling that the Song Yi in front of him was somewhat unfamiliar. Shouldn't he be respectful to himself like a dog? Yu Hao, you don't need to worry about my matters. It's you who should be careful of selling out the country for personal gain. Watch out for the list. Song Yi said with a cold smile, waving her hand impatiently. Import and Export Company, International Trade Department Head's office. Suddenly a phone on the desk rang, and Huang Chen picked it up, his face extremely serious. Because the call was from the National Storage Bureau. Old Zhao. Little Huang, did Ye Xing say when the shipment will be sent? You know we are all very anxious. The enemy's offensive is very urgent. An elderly voice from Zhao of the National Storage Bureau came through the phone. Before Huang Chen could respond, another hurried voice broke in. Is this Section Chief Huang? I am Li Qingchuan. Did President Yi really say he could get nickel? Can you give me a definite answer? I feel like I want to die right now. Li Qingchuan, the chairman of Qingchuan Group, started from wholesale building materials and gradually built the company into a global leader in electrolytic nickel. Although he borrowed the momentum of the Dragon Kingdom's economic rise, his personal abilities and vision were also outstanding. Otherwise, it would be impossible to turn the company into a trillion-level giant. Mr. Li, Old Zhao Ye Xing said that in a week the cargo ship will arrive in international waters and request us to dispatch warships to escort it to prevent failure at the last moment. Huang Chen said solemnly. It should be. Now Western countries are very careful about port blockades. Any goods related to nickel cannot leave the port. I will contact the Ministry of Defense right now. Huang Chen heard Old Zhao breathe a sigh of relief on the phone and repeatedly praised Ye Xing's decision. Section Chief Huang, don't blame Li Qingchuan for being so anxious. He has truly reached a dead end. Just now we received a report that he actually wanted to jump off a building, but we stopped him. Old Zhao continued. Huang Chen felt sweat bead on his forehead. The situation was too urgent. If Ye Xing couldn't get nickel, he would have to perform a dramatic jump off the building with him. Old Zhao, Mr. Li, I completely understand your feelings. Since Ye Xing said he could get it, then he definitely can. I guarantee it. Huang Chen gritted his teeth, speaking decisively. Section Chief Huang, thank you very much. May I ask what price President Yi is offering for nickel? Li Qingchuan, after all, is a businessman. In a crisis, he still didn't forget about the price. If Ye Xing's price was as high as the futures market, he would still have to jump off the building. Even if Ye Xing tripled or quadrupled the price, he would have to accept it and feel grateful to Ye Xing. Who can buy nickel now even if they have money? Ye Xing said $20,000 per ton. When it came to the price, Huang Chen relaxed. Ye Xing was quite generous in this regard. On the other end of the phone, there was silence. After a long while, Old Zhao slowly said, Ye Xing is a good person. This time he is not only helping Qingchuan Group, but also doing great service to the country. We cannot treat him poorly. He is of noble character and does not love money, so let's give him something else. What do his parents do? Let me see how we can help him conveniently. Huang Chen rolled his eyes. Did he not know Ye Xing? Noble character, what nonsense. He loves money, didn't you already jump for him? However, facing the respected Old Zhao, he still answered honestly. His father runs a machinery factory and is already retired. His mother works as a clerk in our street office and is very diligent. I said it. Only excellent parents can raise excellent children. It's a pity that such talent is buried in the grassroots. Old Zhao laughed heartily. Huang Chen smiled, slightly understanding the implication in Old Zhao's words. Little Li, do you want to say something? Old Zhao asked Li Qingchuan again. No need, great kindness does not require thanks. I will fly to Tiannan this afternoon to thank my benefactor directly. Li Qingchuan replied straightforwardly. As a commercial powerhouse, he has his own way of repaying kindness. In Xingyi's office, Ye Xing had been sitting in front of the computer for several hours. He had been continuously absorbing chips. In addition to consuming the contracts of Song's mining, he had also absorbed some chips at a low price. However, he ran out of money. He only had over a billion yuan on hand, a lot for an ordinary person, but it couldn't make waves in the futures market. Yet it was precisely because of this that he could quietly absorb chips without anyone seeing him as a big fish stirring up the storm. To conceal his identity, he even switched his IP to pretend to be from Sakura country. Now, if he wanted to continue absorbing chips apart from increasing his funds, another way was to take the nickel contracts from Qingchuan Group. At that point, the difference between the market price and the cost price could be earned when the delivery period comes. However, Qingchuan Group would not just give it to him for no reason, even if that contract was hotter than a branding iron in their hands. It seems that Huang Chun must take action. Ye Xing resolved to call Huang Chun. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Ye Xing stared at the screen, not even looking at it, and habitually slid to answer. "Yanxue, you missed me so soon. Come, let's kiss in advance, moi." Ye Xing stared at the screen, holding the phone to his ear, a wicked smile on his face. Are young people really that fierce now? Li Qingchuan, stunned, held his phone and examined the number carefully. Indeed, it was the number given by Huang Chun. However, the voice and the content of the conversation did not match the persona of a prominent figure who could sway the futures market. So the young brother likes this tone, noted. Li Qingchuan, a commercial genius, quickly formed a plan in his mind. Ahem, Mr. Yi. Li Qingchuan awkwardly cleared his throat. Damn, damn, damn. To hear a strange middle-aged man's voice on the other end of the line made Ye Xing's heart race with 1,000 wild horses. Who are you? Why are you eavesdropping on someone else's phone call? I'll tell you, those who eavesdrop have eyes like chicken eyes. Ye Xing glanced at the number. It was an unknown call, and he felt even more irritable. All right, I have no problem with that. Mr. Yi, can we calm down now? Li Qingchuan smiled, becoming cautious as the head of 100 billion enterprise. You are quite interesting. Who are you? Ye Xing sensed that Li Qingchuan was also a person who could bend and stretch, and his anger immediately dissipated. Mr. Yi, I am Li Qingchuan, and my company is Qingchuan Group. You must have heard of it. Hearing Ye Xing's mood lighten, Li Qingchuan's voice became cheerful. Qingchuan Group is here to bring money. Ye Xing's eyes lit up. So it's Mr. Li, I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but unfortunately I've never had the time. As the host, I invite you to a seafood feast this afternoon. Mr. Yi, I'm intruding on you, so I should treat you. This afternoon I will host you and Section Chief Huang at the largest restaurant in Tiannan. I hope you will give me some face. All right, it's settled then. Ye Xing agreed without hesitation and hung up the phone. At the Huangfeng Seafood Restaurant VIP room, as Ye Xing stepped onto the stairs, a waiter who had been waiting led him to the Luyan Pavilion. Ye Xing opened the door and saw 3 people already seated in the room. Besides Huang Chun, there was a middle-aged man and a tall young woman. Mr. Yi, you have arrived. Li Qingchuan ran forward, grasping Ye Xing's hand earnestly. Ye Xing nodded as Li Qingchuan escorted him to the central VIP seat. Xiaomei, this is our savior, Mr. Yi. Your task today is to ensure Mr. Yi is well accompanied. Li Qingchuan gestured towards the young girl. Xiaomei stood up, gently smiled sweetly at Ye Xing, and sat down beside him. Ye Xing glanced at Xiaomei, feeling a bit dazzled. Xiaomei's features were exquisite and flawless, her skin snow white, as if porcelain could reflect light comparable to Song Yanxue. In contrast, Xiaomei exuded a charming aura, though every frown and smile made one feel a fire rising in their lower abdomen, wishing to take her right then and there. Adding to Li Qingchuan's hints, it seemed Xiaomei could let herself go tonight. If it weren't for Qi Sinyu's enlightenment, Ye Xing felt he would fall into temptation. After several rounds of small talk and toasting, Li Qingchuan finally led the conversation to the main topic. He exchanged glances and sent Xiaomei away. Mr. Yi, you have granted us a rebirth. I truly do not know how to repay you. If you do not mind, I am willing to gift you 10% of our group's shares, Mr. Yi. Li Qingchuan's eyes were incredibly sincere. Huang Chun looked at Li Qingchuan in surprise, utterly shocked. Qingchuan Group is a publicly listed company with the founder holding 30 of the shares. Giving 10% to Ye Xing is equivalent to giving away half of his own shares. 100 billion mining group, one of the world's top 500 with annual profits in the billions, owning 10% of the shares translates to $100 million in dividends each year. More importantly, this is a passive income, a type of wealth that many dream of. Li Qingchuan's intention was undeniably sincere and impeccable. Huang Chun wondered if he were in Ye Xing's position, he would have accepted it. Who could refuse such temptation? Brother Li, I appreciate your goodwill. Ye Xing smiled lightly. If you think that's too little, I still have some assets myself. Oh, I can take out a couple of 100 million. If you don't mind, I will transfer it to you right now, Brother Yi. Seeing Ye Xing's slight disdain, Li Qingchuan began to sweat. Although Ye Xing agreed to help Huang Chun and the National Reserve Bureau, Li Qingchuan still felt uneasy. Gifting shares and wealth was meant to pull Ye Xing onto his side to jointly combat Western forces. Brother Li, if you truly wish to give, why not send me half of your nickel contract? Ye Xing sipped his tea and spoke softly. Li Qingchuan's face changed, revealing signs of struggle. Huang Chun was bewildered. He simply could not understand why Ye Xing would reject ready wealth in favor of the hot potato that was the nickel contract. Even though Ye Xing confidently guaranteed he could secure nickel without having seen it with his own eyes, the nickel contract was like a death warrant to everyone. The cost of 2.0 per ton of nickel could be sold for 1.0 per ton on the market, resulting in an 8.0 loss per ton. Brother Yi, I cannot give you that. Wouldn't that be harming you? Li Qingchuan considered and gently refused. He understood that Ye Xing was confident in acquiring nickel, meaning that each ton of nickel could yield an extra profit of 8.0, amounting to 8 billion for 1.0 tons. Greed temporarily made him forget who the master of this matter was. Ye Xing frowned. Now was the best time to demand the contract. Once the ship entered international waters, everyone would know the answer and the nickel contract would become valuable. Li Qingchuan, sometimes it's best to know when to stop. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. Think about my words. Ye Xing slammed his glass on the table, impatiently getting up. Huang Chun was stunned. This felt like Ye Xing was about to quit. It was the first time he saw the usually playful Ye Xing so cold. Mister, Ye Xing is helping you. If he doesn't help, you will lose everything. Huang Chun instantly understood the stance and threatened. Li Qingchuan's face turned anxious. As a businessman, he was extremely reluctant to part with the massive profits that were about to be his. Without Ye Xing's cooperation, not only would he not earn money, but he would also lose all the efforts of his life. All right. Since brother Yi isn't afraid of losing money, what is there for me to hold back? Li Qingchuan forced out a smile and spoke to Ye Xing and Huang Chun. Ye Xing nodded and sat back down, feeling immensely pleased inside. The funds for the battery factory and new energy vehicles were finally secured. A week later, 2 empty ships, after undergoing rigorous inspections, sailed out of the port of Jakarta, heading towards Longwa. Upon entering international waters, Dragon Country's warships immediately surrounded them, escorting them into Dragon Country's territorial waters. Meanwhile, the nickel futures market was still in full swing, with various forces frantically driving up nickel prices to 1.50 per ton. No one knew that a gleaming steel blade was already hanging over their heads, ready to sweep down. The day of nickel delivery has officially arrived. Just a few days ago, the price of nickel in the futures market had skyrocketed to an astonishing 1.0 per ton, with a strong upward momentum. Within the borders of Longwa, there were also more people casually wandering near the Qingchuan group, all seemingly observing the comings and goings at the factory gates. Some even paid attention to the company's electricity consumption, trying to deduce its production activities from the power usage. However, Longwa quickly drove these people away under the pretext of affecting production operations. At the Swiss Snow Maple Manor, old Andrew leaned back on the sofa with collected materials laid out before him. As he carefully flipped through the materials, a smile appeared on Andrew's face. Those people were sent to Longwa by him and his allies to gather information. The mighty national strength of Longwa, its formidable security system, and its elusive methods made these Western foxes deeply wary. Fearing that a careless mistake could lead to disaster, Andrew thought, it seems this is really happening. The Qingchuan group indeed cannot produce the electrolytic nickel. It must be time for us to reap the rewards. After finishing the materials, Andrew's face lit up with an excited smile. He then activated the giant screen display in front of him, entering the video conference mode. In the virtual video conference, more than a dozen avatars appeared, each representing their respective capital consortiums. Prominent Western capital, such as Gaoshun Capital from Wall Street, Matsui Consortium from Sakura Country, Dison Industries from the Sun Never Sets Country, and mining giant Rio Tinto were all prominently displayed. Old Andrew, you're late. Are you scared? Andrew, why don't you send a younger person? I'm truly worried your heart can't handle such dramatic ups and downs. Sir Andrew, we've been waiting for you for a long time. If you're frightened, we don't mind taking your share. Andrew, we're in the internet age, the information age. You might be falling behind. Seeing old Andrew representing the Swiss long-established consortium Jiarue, Capital Log, and the other consortiums began to tease him. Although they were allies wanting to jointly divide Longwa's nickel resources, they were not united internally. Especially in recent years, with the advent of the information age, emerging internet and financial capital have arisen, looking down on industrial energy consortiums that originated from the oil and automotive eras. Old Andrew's century-old consortium particularly incited jealousy and contempt from these new financial tycoons. Oh, young people, you are too impatient. Don't forget the enemy you face is Longwa, a great nation with a long history and a plethora of talents. Even a slight oversight on our part could lead to irreparable losses. Old Andrew adjusted his reading glasses and shrugged, warning everyone. Old Andrew, you are too cautious. We have already done so much homework. The water routes are sealed tight. Aside from Longwa's ports, I have the export data for every country's ports right here. This strength can only be held by us, the Eagle's sauce. The representative of Gaoshun Capital, a domineering middle-aged man, spoke assertively while scanning the room. Others nodded in agreement. The Eagle Sauce country is currently the most powerful nation on Blue Star, having forged the trade and military landscape. In today's Blue Star, only a few countries can compete covertly with the Eagle Sauce. The rest must simply obey. Young man, I advise you to be cautious. Old Andrew shot Yell, an unhappy glance waving the materials in his hand. Gentlemen, this is the information I obtained from Longwa. By analyzing the truck entries and electricity consumption from the factory, it is evident that the Qingchuan Group has no signs of large-scale production, so it is certain they cannot produce the physical electrolytic nickel. The venue erupted in joy with smiles radiating from each person's face. To prevent Longwa from changing its mind, I have already communicated with the London Futures Exchange. Trading must not stop, and the futures trading contract must be strictly adhered to. Yell swept his gaze around and said fiercely, yes, Ye Xing is indeed experienced. We almost overlooked this point. From what I understand about Longwa, they would rather suffer in silence than lose face, unlike us. Fortunately, the exchange is on our side, otherwise the outcome would be hard to predict. Everyone praised Kaohsiung Capital for its prudent considerations. After all, among these capitalists present there were those with a habit of breaking contracts, so they naturally could not let old tricks be used against themselves. 3 minutes to go. We can open the champagne to celebrate, Yell announced as an electronic image of a clock appeared in the center of the video conference. The hour and minute hands slowly and steadily pointed towards the opening time. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed blood red on the hour hand awaiting the dragon-slaying feast. Bang! Andrew instructed a servant to open a bottle of beer, not bothering to pour it into a glass, drinking directly from the bottle. White foam spilled from the corner of his mouth, soaking his white beard. He was too engrossed to care about that, like a bloodthirsty wolf staring at the market. The hour and minute hands converged, the market opened. Andrew's heart raced, his eyes locked on the market trend and the sharply rising curve. However, after waiting for a minute, nothing happened. A sense of unease crept over Andrew. Get me the exchange on the phone, I asked. Why there's been no movement on the Qingchuan Group's margin call? Andrew shouted at his attendant. The attendant hurriedly dialed the phone, but what came through was a busy signal. Damn it, who had the audacity to call the exchange at such a critical moment? Andrew angrily smashed the beer bottle on the ground, pacing back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back. He had a very bad premonition that he might have fallen into a trap. At that moment, there was a stir in the virtual meeting. Breaking news, the exchange has reported that 10,000 tons of electrolytic nickel have been delivered. The representative of the Matsui Consortium dropped a bombshell. 10,000 tons. No wonder there was no movement. It turns out 10,000 tons have been delivered. Upon hearing the news, Andrew's tense mood relaxed and a smile returned to his face. As expected, Longwa must have scrambled together 10,000 tons domestically. Given Longwa's resources, they can still manage that much. Exactly, you scared me for a moment, ere I thought Longwa had some scheme. Now it's stable. The contract is for 2,000 tons. 10,000 tons is merely a drop in the bucket. Even 1 ton short would mean a breach of contract. We can open the champagne now and await the profits. The virtual conference room was filled with jubilation as everyone pulled out champagne to celebrate. Andrew returned to the sofa, calming himself, his gaze fixed on the news ticker on the right side of the market. Learning from the last lesson, he decided to wait until after the delivery was completed before celebrating. However, just a minute later, the news ticker suddenly began to pop up messages. Qingchuan Group has delivered 50,000 tons. Qingchuan Group has delivered 100,000 tons. Qingchuan Group's 2,000 tons of electrolytic nickel delivery is complete. Andrew stared blankly as if struck by a clap of thunder, his mind buzzing, losing consciousness. How is that possible? Where did they get the nickel? Andrew was in a daze, his mind filled with a single recurring question mark. He looked up at the video conference, realizing that everyone else was just as stunned as he was, sitting there like puppets. In the office of the chairman of Xingchen Technology, Ye Xing stared at the screen. With the completion of the settlement with Qingchuan Group, the numbers in his account began to grow rapidly. A 10th nickel contract with a price difference of $8.00 per ton. He earned a total of $8 billion plus an extra ton from the Song family, making it $8 billion. Converted to Longwa currency, that's 6 billion yuan. He is now a solid billionaire. This is also the reason why he didn't want Li Qingchuan's shares and money. Relying on Qingchuan Group's annual dividend of over 100 million, it would take him more than 600 years to accumulate such wealth. Ye Xing reclined in his boss chair, feeling a sense of exhaustion after intense activity. For the past 2 days, his mind had been racing, fearing that all his efforts might go to waste. Although the nickel had arrived in Longwa a week ago to confuse Western forces, the relevant departments in Longwa took measures to split the orders and transported the nickel to various processing plants for electrolysis. As a result, Western forces repeatedly probed, but found no information. Ye Xing, you must have made a fortune this time, right? At that moment, Huang Chen called. Not bad, just a drizzle. Xiao Chun, did your money triple to 200 yet? Of course not, I invested a little less than I should have. Huang Chen said weakly. Ye Xing was speechless. He had originally told Huang Chen to bet everything, even to sneak out his father's savings. As a result, this guy was too timid and only invested the 200 he had saved while on a business trip in South Africa into futures. 20,000 multiplied by 8 is only 1600, which is better than working, but not enough for a down payment on a house. Huang Chen, you're destined to only be an official in this life. You hesitate even for guaranteed money-making opportunities, and you wouldn't dare touch a woman even if I sent one to you. Ye Xing was frustrated. With so much information available, anyone else would have taken a gamble with leverage. This guy only made over 1000, and no one would believe him if he said it. TCH, we have discipline. Alright, let's stop talking about this. By the way, didn't Su Qi and Mingyu participate? Huang Chen, knowing his own timidity, changed the topic. Those two don't have any money. If I told them about this, they'd probably sell the wheels off their BMW to gamble. Why is there such a big difference between you guys? Ye Xing was very straightforward. He believed the best decision was not to let Su Qi and Li Mingyu get involved. The country must have made a fortune this time, right? Ye Xing lowered his voice. On the surface, he was the biggest winner. In fact, compared to the country, his wealth was insignificant as his funds were limited and the chips he could acquire were few. The country's power is strong, and they already knew the answer. Those Western financial groups must have suffered heavy losses. Absolutely. The National Reserve Bureau and the Geological Bureau made a killing. All the funds from those financial groups ended up in our pockets. I heard that Switzerland's Geroe Capital is crying and shouting to close the London Stock Exchange immediately, but who knew that Gaoshan Capital had locked the exchange in advance, making it impossible to close? They could only watch as their money was taken away. Ha ha. Ha ha ha, those who harm others end up harming themselves. Ye Xing envisioned the image of those well-dressed intellectuals losing everything and felt a refreshing sensation in every pore. By the way, Ye Xing, the country said you've done a great service and wants to offer you a reward. Do you have any requests? Huang Chen asked with a more serious tone. Ye Xing thought for a moment and replied slowly, I do have some requests. I want land, a lot of land. How much? Huang Chen pressed. Just a few thousand acres would be fine. Ye Xing calculated in his mind. Using BYD and CATL's production bases as a reference, his factory would probably be of this scale. On the other end of the phone, there was a sound of someone gasping in disbelief. Ye Xing wondered, is this request so hard to fulfill? Ye Xing, do you know what a few thousand acres means? Huang Chen asked somewhat unhappily. Of course I know, it's as big as many football fields. Is a football field the only reference point in your mind? Ye Xing, you've gone too far. You're aiming too high, daring to make such absurd requests to the country. Even if your family sleeps in a football field, it wouldn't take up that much land, do you understand? On the phone, Huang Chen began to mutter. Huang Chen, your family is the one sleeping in a football field. Ooh, I'm the one paying. I feel like asking the country for something is like cutting into your flesh. Ye Xing couldn't help but respond, this guy was born to be a steward. Come on, you should have just said you'd pay earlier. I can apply for it right away. Huang Chen laughed heartily and hung up the phone. Ye Xing picked up the planning map on the table and began to look it over. The reason he was deeply involved in the nickel incident was to prepare for building a battery factory and new energy vehicles. Manufacturing new energy vehicles is a very costly project. 100 billion for car manufacturing is just the beginning. Many companies have invested huge sums and still haven't made a splash in the car industry. Xiaomi, with its substantial financial reserves, invested hundreds of billions to make cars, but has yet to see a single vehicle roll off the assembly line. Not to mention future marketing and sales expenses, Ye Xing's investment of over 60 billion was barely enough to reach the pass mark. As for production line and talent costs, they are also very high. Thinking of talent, Ye Xing called the secretary's office. Soon Qi Xinyue walked in gracefully, standing by the desk waiting for Ye Xing's instructions. Xinyue, has the talent recruitment advertisement been posted? Ye Xing looked at Qi Xinyue. Currently, the entire company only had a few people, not even a receptionist was in place. This was also somewhat related to Ye Xing. Without money to invest, Qi Xinyue didn't dare to make decisions about salaries and only hired a few salespeople to fill the office, preventing it from being too desolate. President Yi, I have posted job openings on the local recruitment website. I'm hiring clerks and sales staff at market prices, but I don't dare to make decisions about technical personnel. Qi Xinyue said, cautiously afraid that her work would be criticized by Ye Xing. Ye Xing nodded, planning in his mind. He could ask Fleet Civilization to produce the production line, first renting a factory to start production. Once the production base was built, they could relocate. However, research personnel must start immediately to ensure they thoroughly understand the technology of super batteries, otherwise everything would depend on Fleet Civilization. The Blue Star is merely a second-hand market for technological products and can't stand on its own. First hire 10,000 workers. Ye Xing picked up a pen and wrote a number on the paper. So many. Qi Xinyue exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Paying a worker 500 a month means that for 10,000 workers, it would be 50 million. Is that too much? I think it's not much. Ye Xing smiled slightly. He wanted a super factory like Tesla. This amount of talent was hardly sufficient. What about the salary? Qi Xinyue asked instinctively. Double it compared to Tesla's factory. Ye Xing said without a moment's hesitation. Hiss. Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing in shock. Mister, Ye offering such a high salary will increase costs and put us at a disadvantage against competitors in the market. Mister, Ye, could you reconsider? Qi Xinyue pondered for a moment and then presumptuously analyzed the situation from a market perspective for Ye Xing. Her time with Ye Xing was relatively short, but she remembered him as a rich second generation who had suddenly become wealthy, not fundamentally different from his two eccentric friends. Ye Xing's expression slightly darkened. The purpose of his business venture was only partly to make money. He was not like ordinary people. As long as he wanted, mining from the crust star alone would provide him with a lifetime of abundance. Xinyue, our mission at Xingyu Technology Company is to make technology people-oriented and to promote the development of human technology. Our products serve a broader populace, allowing them to enjoy the benefits of technology at the lowest possible cost while experiencing high-tech products. Ye Xing stood up, pointing to the lines of text hanging on the wall behind him, speaking earnestly. Qi Xinyue was taken aback. She had never seen a boss who genuinely took his company's mission seriously. Wasn't that supposed to be used to fool subordinates and customers? Since I treat customers with kindness, how can I exploit my employees? So please do not treat your colleagues as if they are in a sweatshop when enforcing company policies. After finishing his statement, Ye Xing returned to his seat, scrutinizing Qi Xinyue. Mister, Ye, you are right. How do you think we should set salaries for our sales and technical teams? Qi Xinyue, who had just received a scolding from Ye Xing, asked cautiously. Sales and regular administrative employees will receive a competitive salary that is 25 above market rates, and we will loosen the age limit to 55 years. We will not follow the model of those sweatshops that only capitalize on the prime working years. We will not play that game. As for the technical team, we can adopt various methods. In addition to recruitment, we can also poach some research teams entirely. We can afford to pay them, establish laboratories for them, and provide a relaxed research environment. Make sure to include these points in the recruitment information. Ye Xing sat in his executive chair, giving instructions. He increasingly felt that having money was beneficial. Words that he once hesitated to say now flowed easily from his lips. Qi Xinyue was bewildered, lowering the age limit to 55 years. Was he starting a retirement warm-up class or a company? The colleagues she imagined were young and capable, dressed sharply, industry elites guiding their peers, all of similar ages, able to share many common topics and communicate seamlessly using internet slang. But what was Ye Xing creating for her? A group of people who could be her uncles and aunts surrounded her, discussing more than work, perhaps what breakfast to have, or whose son was getting married and whose daughter-in-law had given birth. God, wasn't this just a high-end version of a vegetable market? Mister, Ye, regarding the technical team, I have found some information over the past few days. There is a team led by He Liang which has unique capabilities in battery technology. I recently heard that their contract with their old employer is expiring, and if we can poach them to our company, we could save a significant amount in research and development costs. Here are their details. Qi Xinyue brushed her short hair aside and placed a stack of documents in front of Ye Xing. The average age of He Liang's team is over 45. Although most members hold doctorates, they demand high salaries, and most companies aside from universities are reluctant to accept such a team. The main reason is their age. People at this age often have family burdens and cannot work tirelessly like younger individuals. Their only advantage is their extensive experience, which can effectively help avoid certain pitfalls. However, this is not particularly competitive in the rapidly evolving field of new energy. This is because there are too many tracks in the new energy sector, and some countries have chosen entirely wrong paths. Even a solid foundation is useless. Qi Xinyue mentioned He Liang's team to test whether Ye Xing was just talking big or was genuinely serious. These are all expert-level figures. Ye Xing flipped through the resumes and couldn't help but exclaim. The lowest educational qualification in the team was a master's degree, and they all hailed from prestigious institutions, having published numerous papers and achieved remarkable results in battery technology. They could start working immediately upon hiring, saving a lot of time. Not bad at all. You contact them. If they don't mind that Tiannan City is small, we can sign a contract directly with them. Ye Xing made a decisive decision. Mister, you please take a look at their salary and requirements. Qi Xinyue reminded from the side. Ye Xing looked at her with curiosity and flipped to the last page. The hiring party requires a complete new energy battery laboratory. An annual salary of no less than 600. Ye Xing read aloud as he looked through. He couldn't help but feel that choosing the right industry is indeed crucial. In recent years, salaries in high-tech sectors like new energy and semiconductors have risen sharply. Even a freshly graduated student can earn over $2,000 a year. In contrast, many industries have fierce competition for salaries as low as $5,000 or $6,000 for bachelor's degree holders. We were going to establish a laboratory anyway. This isn't an issue. Ye Xing nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Qi Xinhua looked at him in astonishment. After all, establishing a new energy battery laboratory starts at tens of millions of dollars. As for the salary, given their abilities, let's offer $7,000 a year. If they can produce results, they can also enjoy patent royalties. Ye Xing's gaze lingered on the salary column for only a second before he set the terms. All right, I'll contact them right away. Qi Xinhua nodded and turned to leave. In her heart, she had already associated the prodigal son with Ye Xing, who raises salaries proactively like this, and to increase it by $1,000 a year at that. Did he not realize how hard it is for an ordinary person to earn $1,000? Watching Qi Xinhua's figure disappear into the distance, Ye Xing picked up the phone and dialed Huang Chun. Huang Chun, I need your help with something. What is it? Do you still need to buy land? I should tell you the Huaxing Group has also taken an interest in that piece of land in the western suburbs. I am doing my best to help you secure it. On the other end of the line, Huang Chun's voice sounded a bit anxious and apologetic. Ye Xing had just helped the country repel the Western forces' attempts to control the nickel market. As the intermediary, he should help Ye Xing realize his aspirations. Moreover, Ye Xing was not getting something for nothing. He was investing money. However, now the Huaxing Group had also set its sights on that barren land in the western suburbs. The Huaxing Group had operated for a long time in Tiannan City and had a significant impact on the city's taxation and employment. The Tiannan City government favored the Huaxing Group, but was hesitant to contradict higher authorities, so they turned to Huang Chun to persuade Ye Xing to make concessions. Huang Chun found himself in a difficult position. What's the difficulty? Just bid money talks. Ye Xing revealed a cold smile. The one thing he lacked was money. After speaking, Ye Xing's figure flickered, and he entered the trading space preparing for a new transaction. On the top floor of the Huaxing Group in the conference room, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit of medium build with slightly graying hair stood in the center. Although he was already over 50, his posture remained straight, exuding an imposing aura. More than 100 attendees below, each with a notebook in hand, listened intently to the middle-aged man while quickly jotting down notes. The middle-aged man was Sheng Wenhong, the chairman of the Huaxing Group, possessing extraordinary influence in Tiannan City. His industries penetrated various sectors in Tiannan, forming a massive system where many citizens worked in his group, some for 2 generations. Comrades, as you have just heard from last year's business report, as usual we have maintained a 30 growth rate, which is quite remarkable for a group at the 100 billion level. Sheng Wenhong waved his arm, delivering his speech in the style of the last century. The Huaxing Group began as a small state-owned factory on the brink of closure at the onset of the reform wave, with the city looking to push the factory to market. As the deputy factory director, Sheng Wenhong during the crisis bought the factory at a low price, then shifted the management strategy, rapidly developing and expanding in the market, ultimately becoming the most influential group in Tiannan City. However, since entering this year, the results have been mediocre, with some departments even experiencing setbacks, especially in the machining factory. We are located near the ocean in Tiannan, where there are many shipyards and research institutes. With the capital we invested, we built a unique processing center in Tiannan, yet the business volume has regressed. Li Zihua, stand up and give me an explanation. Sheng Wenhong became increasingly agitated, finally fixing his gaze on a middle-aged man trembling in a corner of the conference room. Chairman, there is a reason for this. A new competitor, Xingyu Machinery Factory, has captured half of our market share, and those research institutes no longer sign contracts with us. They have taken everything to them for processing. Moreover, that's just the surface. Some shipyards have secretly signed contracts with them, reportedly influenced by those research institutes. Li Zihua's face was full of grievance. Almost all the clients had left, and he had been left with nothing to do all day. The entire audience cast surprised and doubtful looks at him, as those research institutes had been longtime clients of Huaxing, having worked together for many years. To lose such clients raises concerns about Li Zihua's capabilities. Oh, a new competitor appears and you can't handle it. Is it the group's problem then? Sheng Wenhong frowned forcibly, suppressing his anger, and casually retorted. Why did he feel that Li Zihua's tone carried a sense of grievance? Chairman, I heard that the Xingyu Machinery Factory has superior machine tools compared to us, so those research institutes have flocked to them in pursuit of precision. Li Zihua stammered. In fact, even if they have better machine tools, they wouldn't necessarily be able to snatch our clients away. The key is that they are forcing clients to take sides. Once they sign contracts with them, they can no longer do business with our group. Li Zihua glanced at Sheng Wenhong and continued with his head down. What? This is outrageous. The entire room was shocked. They hadn't heard of such tactics in a long time. This was aimed directly at Ye Xing. Li Zihua, are you joking with everyone? Clients are not wooden dolls. They can't be manipulated by a small machinery factory. Especially those research institutes, each of those individuals is exceptionally astute. They would not abandon us simply for production quality. After all, we still have a strong presence in Tiannan. Sheng Wenhong's face bore a dismissive smile. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Zihua interjected. Chairman, it was those research institutes that took the lead. The shipyards were initially hesitant, but once they saw the research institutes move, they all rushed over. The scene was quite overwhelming. The entire conference room fell eerily silent. Li Zihua's words felt like a slap across Sheng Wenhong's face, stinging intensely. Why is the Xingyu machinery factory targeting us? After a long moment, Sheng Wenhong finally regained his composure and pondered the root of the issue. Chairman, I will report this to you privately later. Li Zihua glanced around, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What is there to be shy about? The matters of the group are everyone's affairs. Sheng Wenhong glared at Li Zihua, firmly believing that this man must have offended those research institutes, or why would they run away? Chairman, since you want me to speak, then I will speak. Li Zihua gritted his teeth, surveyed the room, lowered his head, and said quickly, I heard that the young master stole the fiancée of the director of the Xingyu machinery factory, and they vowed to take revenge, investing heavily in high-precision machine tools. I don't know how they convinced those old men from the research institutes to rob us of our business. His words dropped like a bomb in a latrine, causing a sensation in the entire conference room. Our young master has quite a peculiar taste. I heard that the director is almost 60 and isn't his fiancée over 40. Having gotten used to tender apples, wouldn't gnawing on a dry radish also be satisfying? How desperate must he be to go to such lengths? Those orders combined are worth tens of millions. Oh, what can't be achieved? Is it really worth it for an old woman's affection? Maybe he lacks maternal love. The factory directors whispered among themselves. They all knew about Sheng Shilong's character, but they never expected him to go this far. Sheng Wenhong stood there, feeling his blood pressure rising, dizzy, his body swaying several times. His face flushed, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. Such family scandals were laid bare in public, and he had forced Li Zihua to speak about it. I will handle this matter. Let me first discuss the upcoming work arrangements. Having experienced many storms, Sheng Wenhong quickly regained his composure. As everyone has seen, traditional industries are continuously being impacted by the new energy sector. Therefore, we must actively transform. To this end, the group is investing billions to build new energy batteries, and we have purchased the latest battery technology from the Eagle country. Sheng Wenhong's face beamed with confidence, as if nothing had just happened. This is the latest battery technology, which far exceeds domestic battery factories in both energy density and endurance. Once in production, we will replace Ningde Times and become the domestic battery provider. The conference room erupted in excitement. Ningde Times is a company with $1 trillion assets. In just a few years, they have climbed to become one of the strongest companies on Blue Star thanks to their battery technology, not to mention the high executives who have benefited from this, each now worth a fortune. What is the matter? Why are you in such a fluster? Sheng Wenhong frowned, glaring at his secretary. He had very strict requirements for his subordinates, both in appearance and demeanor. It was unimaginable for a secretary to barge in without knocking during a meeting of the group's mid-level executives. Chairman Vice Mayor Yen called to say that the land in the western suburbs has caught someone else's eye. He can't make the decision, and there's going to be a bidding conference the day after tomorrow. The highest bidder wins. The secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke hesitantly. What? Is there someone in Tiannan City daring enough to compete with Ye Xing Group for land? The conference room erupted in chaos, with managers discussing animatedly, their eyes filled with disbelief. What company is it, and what background do they have? Sheng Wenhong asked in a deep voice, analyzing several pieces of information from the secretary's words. First, the other party has a background that even Vice Mayor Yen, who has always relied on Ye Xing Group, cannot ignore. Second, they have money and are not afraid to compete with us. The bidding is more accurately a product of compromises between both parties' backgrounds. Third, they are targeting us. I heard it's a company called Xingchen Technology. We haven't found out who is in charge of their company yet. They are very mysterious. By the way, Xingchen Technology is currently recruiting talent on a large scale. The secretary appeared confused on his face and then handed the newspaper in his hand to Sheng Wenhong. Chairman, this is their recruitment advertisement released today. The scale of recruitment is quite large, and it poses a significant pressure on us. Sheng Wenhong took the newspaper, and the managers below took the opportunity to pull out their phones and start checking. While they're offering such high salaries to workers, have they gone mad? This company is actually in the same business as our new venture. Their benefits are genuinely attractive. If I were a few years younger, I would run over to work for them. Look, the sales manager has a base salary of hundreds of thousands at the end of the year. It's not too late for you to go now. Oh, they didn't set an age limit. No way, we have already climbed to middle management in Huaxing. Oh, changing jobs now wouldn't be worth it. The managers were chattering excitedly, their eyes lighting up as they looked at the recruitment information. Sheng Wenhong glanced back and forth at Xingchen Technology and its introduction several times, his expression becoming serious. Xingyu Machinery Factory and Xingchen Technology Company, could there be a connection? Who is backing them? Don't they know that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake? In an instant, numerous thoughts surged in Sheng Wenhong's mind, and his expression became increasingly complex. Oomph! He slammed the newspaper on the table, and the room fell silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. Withdraw funds, prepare to fight back. I want them to understand who truly holds power in Tiannan City. Sheng Wenhong's gaze swept across the faces of the managers, as if he could see into each of their hearts. The managers couldn't help but shiver, understanding that Sheng Wenhong's words were directed not only at that unknown head of Xingchen Technology, but also served as a warning to them, his subordinates. In the transaction space, Ye Xing sat across from Jerry. Jerry, I want to trade for an omniscient and omnipotent robot. My phrasing might be a bit ambiguous. What I mean is a robot that is at least proficient in a certain field and can assist me in my work. Ye Xing looked at Jerry, trying to make his language more understandable. The kind of robot he was talking about he had only seen in movies, though unlike a super machine tool, which was a more advanced version of a Blue Star machine tool. For the first time, a look of hesitation and pain appeared on Captain Jerry's face as he looked at Ye Xing, his expression complex. Xing, we certainly have the robots you mentioned, and we've implemented various technical methods to achieve this. One type is called a bionic person and another is called a biochemical person. They can all assist in becoming servants to humans, helping people work. Jerry spoke slowly, as if recounting a painful past. Ye Xing looked at Jerry in surprise, not understanding why he was saying this. What's the difference? Ye Xing scratched his head, not hiding his ignorance. The difference is simple. The core of a bionic person is a machine covered by a layer of human-like skin and tissue. In contrast, a biochemical person has a core of flesh and blood created as a new species using biological and chemical engineering with a biological instruction set embedded in the brain. Jerry explained in detail to Ye Xing. At this point, Ye Xing understood that one was a washing machine and the other was a new breed of monkey. However, even so, he still couldn't help but marvel at the technological prowess of the fleet civilization. Especially regarding biochemical people, it sounded very advanced, a new species after all. As for bionic people, scientists on Blue Star had already been researching them. Robotic dogs, soccer-playing robots. These weren't groundbreaking technologies. On the other hand, biochemical people were more exciting. Just imagine a lion that cleans rooms, or a gorilla that can write code. How wonderful. With the means of the fleet civilization, the biochemical people certainly couldn't be animals covered in fur. At least their appearance would be similar to that of humans. Jerry, do you have any biochemical people on hand? I want one. Ye Xing asked eagerly. Xing, I'm sorry, but we cannot provide biochemical people for humans. It's our principle. Captain Jerry firmly rejected Ye Xing's request. Ye Xing stared blankly at Captain Jerry, not understanding why he wouldn't make the trade. I can add more vegetables, mineral water, meat, and shrimp. The more the other party refused, the more curious Ye Xing became about the taboos surrounding biochemical people that made Captain Jerry so agitated. Xing, it's not a matter of money. This will destroy humanity. Biochemical people are devils. Captain Jerry shook his head, his face filled with sorrow, as if recalling a painful past. Jerry, is it about ethics? Ye Xing asked tentatively. No, actually, with the advancement of technology, scientific ethics have been constantly breaking through. Biochemical people, whether in terms of intelligence or physiology, far exceed humans, which has also triggered a crisis for humanity. Captain Jerry sighed heavily, then changed the subject. Xing, when you get home, check the history. You might find this forgotten past. Therefore, after that, we stopped the research on biochemical people. In the Milky Way, there are many civilizations that excel in biochemical research. Perhaps they have found ways to control the crisis. After saying this, Jerry stopped recounting and looked at Ye Xing. All right, what about bionic people? Do you have any in stock that I can see? Ye Xing settled for second best, but he was still filled with fantasies about biochemical people. How exceptional could they be to pose a crisis to humanity? Xing, are you talking about mechanical maids? We definitely have those, but you must exercise self-control. Oh, be careful not to fall in love with them. Captain Jerry's expression visibly brightened as he spoke about bionic people, taking out a silver box. Jerry, you underestimate me too much. What kind of women haven't I seen? How could I fall in love with a washing machine? Ridiculous. Ye Xing laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on the contents of the silver box. What the hell is this, a mechanical maid? It's not even as good as the four great beauties. The moment Ye Xing's gaze met the contents of the box, he felt his heart race and his breathing quicken, his eyes glued to it. In a white space, a milky white figure lies there with exquisitely delicate features, long black hair, cascading over her shoulders, a face as radiant as jade and lips that are temptingly red. However, she seems to be in a deep slumber, her chest gently rising and falling with a sweet smile gracing her lips. To describe her, with Ye Xing's meager vocabulary, she is flawless. What makes Ye Xing even more parched is that she is completely unclothed, fully exposed before him. "Oh, Jerry, I suggest you close your eyes." Ye Xing extends a hand to shield Jerry's view. "Xing, this is just an industrial product, a robot. Didn't you just say that you wouldn't fall in love with a washing machine?" Jerry laughed heartily, teasing Ye Xing with his previous words. "But this is a beautiful washing machine. Jerry cannot understand what I'm saying. What can it do?" Ye Xing greedily gazes at the figure in the box, firing questions at Jerry like a rapid-fire barrage. "It can do anything if its skin is exactly like that of a human and its hair can grow naturally. Moreover, its intelligence is exceptionally high. Anything you teach it can learn quickly." Jerry pointed to the figure in the box and said to Ye Xing, "And its combat ability is also very high. It has crystalline cores inside, and you won't have to worry about energy for 100 years. Moreover, it is a one-tune replica of our civilization's most beautiful star, Stina. Once every man on our planet had one, making it the best-selling android of its time." Jerry's eyes sparkled with excitement as he introduced it enthusiastically. Everyone had one. Ye Xing gave Jerry a strange look, a hint of mischief forming in his mind. "This isn't secondhand, right?" "Of course not. Our fleet has other types and styles of androids, some for strength, some for combat, and others suitable for repairing in harsh environments." Jerry shook his head repeatedly and began recommending again to Ye Xing. "All right, I'll take her for 100 bottles of beer. What do you say?" Ye Xing looked at Jerry. If what Jerry said was true, he could be hands-off, making this deal worthwhile. "Absolutely, I haven't had beer in a long time. I've forgotten what it tastes like. Oh my God, this is the ancient beer recorded in history." Jerry licked his lips, his eyes shining as he looked at the green beer bottles in Ye Xing's box. Ding! A flash of white light signaled the successful transaction. The milky white figure entered Ye Xing's box, making his heart race. "Jerry, are you sure you haven't touched her?" Ye Xing still felt uneasy. The figure was too perfect, evoking a possessive desire within him. "Xing, I swear to God, if anyone has touched her, let them be trapped in the interstellar abyss for eternity." Jerry raised his right hand to the sky, making a strange gesture. "By the way, Jerry, do you have any intelligence-enhancing drugs? I have a friend who wants to take an exam, but struggles to comprehend certain things." Ye Xing recalled something and looked at Jerry. He was about to start a high-tech company, and the technologies he needed would only increase along with a team of highly educated employees. Improving his intelligence was imperative. Jerry pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "I do have some, but it requires certain materials to prepare. If you truly need them, you can provide the materials." Ye Xing nodded, understanding the current situation of the fleet civilization where resources were scarce and some things couldn't be processed. "All right, I'll customize a later. You can send the materials through the contact channel, and I'll bring them to you next time." Ye Xing waved goodbye to Jerry and exited the trading space. Back in his office, he released the android from the space. The android, upon contacting the cold ground, immediately awakened and slowly opened her eyes. As if a beam of light had suddenly shone into her eyes, the android radiated vitality, her eyes shimmering with life, calm like a deep spring. She stood up from the ground, gazing at Ye Xing with eyes full of admiration and adoration. "She is simply too beautiful." Ye Xing marveled as he scrutinized the android. Her height was approximately 1.65 meters, the most appropriate height for a female on Blue Star. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her figure curvaceous, even more breathtaking than when he first saw her in the silver box. Even after being refined by Qi Xingyue, Ye Xing found no flaws in the android's figure and appearance. "This is a succubus. Oh, no wonder the fleet civilization claims this is the best-selling android. I can only imagine how many men have been enchanted by her. If she were sold for 20,000 apiece on Blue Star, it would be a frenzy. I bet no one would get married anymore." Ye Xing circled the android, even playfully pinching her face. "I must say the texture feels just like real skin. Please, master, grant me a name." Suddenly the android, having been pinched on the cheek, spoke in a soft female voice. How about calling you Yishi from now on?" Ye Xing pondered. Yi is a homophone for night, while she represents beauty. "Thank you, Master Yishi. May I ask what you would like me to do?" Yishi smiled and knelt before Ye Xing. What a terrible habit. This must be corrected in the future. Ye Xing looked down at her, frowning slightly. It seemed that Yishi currently had a blank slate. Her actions were preset by the fleet civilization. "How do you learn knowledge?" Ye Xing gently lifted her chin with his hand and asked. "Books or information interfaces allow Yishi to learn quickly." Yishi raised her head, showing no impatience or discomfort. Ye Xing nodded, scanning the desk, and spotting a notebook immediately inspired. "This is the internet, and this is how it's used." Ye Xing sat in front of the computer and briefly explained the internet usage process to her. Yishi nodded, sat down, and awkwardly mimicked Ye Xing's actions, tapping the keyboard a few times. Then under Ye Xing's astonished gaze her typing speed increased rapidly, ultimately becoming as quick as a rainstorm. Web pages quickly refreshed on the screen, barely staying for a fraction of a second before being closed only to be replaced by another page. Ye Xing was dumbfounded as the previous web page was a programming language quite complex. At Ye's eyes browsing speed, he could only make out a few words. He found it hard to believe that in just a few seconds Ye Xing could grasp this language. Suddenly Ye Xing closed the web page and downloaded a software development tool from the internet. Her slender white fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard and a software outline began to take shape on the screen. Is this a web crawler program? Ye Xing was taken aback. After all, he had studied a bit of computer knowledge. 1 minute later, the web crawler program was complete. Ye's eyes fingers struck the keyboard one last time. A black window appeared, filling the entire screen. Countless data continuously refreshed and changed within the window. Ye's eyes gaze was fixed on the data, faintly glowing. Is this her way of learning knowledge? Ye Xing gasped. In the moment when Ye Xing was crazily absorbing knowledge, he took out his phone. While secretly glancing at Ye's eyes measurements, he placed an order through an app to buy her a complete set of clothing from the inside out. Even for a synthetic being there is dignity, not to mention Ye Xing regards Ye Xing as his intimate secretary who would represent him at various important occasions. Therefore appropriate attire is a necessity. For the outerwear, Ye Xing chose a professional suit and skirt based on Ye Xing's style. As for the underwear, Ye Xing was a bit uncertain. Thus Ye Xing took his phone and left the office, closing the door behind him, and headed to Ye Xing's office. President Ye, you're here. Seeing Ye Xing enter with his phone, Ye Xing, who was working, stood up looking at him with some surprise. Xing, can you help me buy a set of underwear? Ye Xing held the phone up in front of Ye Xing. Ye Xing's gaze swept across the screen, and her fair face immediately flushed red, showing a hint of excitement. The app Ye Xing opened was the local largest department store, interstellar. The items there were expensive but of excellent quality. Usually she and her friends often flaunted the fact that they could shop at interstellar. Xing, you are spending too much on me. Ye Xing said, her face flushed, feeling a bit shy, thinking Ye Xing was buying it for her. What's too much? Whoever wears it, Ye Xing said casually while his eyes scanned Ye Xing from top to bottom. Comparing her to Ye Xing in his mind, he couldn't help but admit that Ye Xing, modeled after the first female star Stina of the Fleet civilization, had even more astonishing measurements than Ye Xing. Xing, this set is the most suitable for women and the price is reasonable. Oh, let's go with this one. After a while, Ye Xing chose one and handed it to Ye Xing. Ye Xing took a look. The price was around several thousand yuan, indicating that the young lady was still trying to save money for herself. Ye Xing accepted the phone, bought a set for Ye Xing, and then ordered another set in a larger size. President Ye, I contacted He Liang's team yesterday. They will arrive at the group in the afternoon and need you to meet with them. As Ye Xing was about to leave the office, Ye Xing reminded him from behind. Ye Xing was taken aback and nodded. If it were yesterday, he would have felt a bit intimidated meeting those technical experts. But now with Ye Xing, her learning speed was enough to impress those experts. Returning to the office, Ye Xing was still sitting by the computer, continually learning. Listening to the sound of the computer fan spinning rapidly, Ye Xing couldn't help but worry that the laptop might not withstand the high-speed operation and crash. Thinking of this, Ye Xing hurriedly placed an order for 2 high-performance computers, requesting expedited delivery. Half an hour later, Ye Xing's laptop finally stopped functioning with a crisp crack as smoke began to rise from the back cover. The CPU burned out and the hard drive ceased operation due to the high-speed processing and reading. Ye Xing looked at Ye Xing with some concern. He genuinely worried about her, as the CPU and hard drive were merely transit stations for knowledge. Ye's eyes brain was the true recipient, and absorbing and digesting so much knowledge in a short time was simply unbearable without significant strength. Master, I'm sorry for breaking your tool. Ye Xing stood up, her face full of apology, arms crossed over her shoulders, unwilling to look Ye Xing in the eye. Ye Xing was delighted. Ye Xing actually knew how to feel shy, becoming more and more like a person. Compared to her expressionless face when she first awakened, she was now more vivid and concrete. Ye Xing speculated that just moments ago, Ye Xing must have first learned about the customs and culture of Blue Star, understanding how this world operates. Ye Xing, don't feel guilty. 2 more high-performance computers will be delivered soon. I hope you can focus on learning about battery technology, as we need to apply it in a meeting this afternoon. Ye Xing looked at Ye Xing with mixed feelings of delight and guilt. Given Ye's eyes capabilities, she far surpassed the current artificial intelligence. To help her quickly learn the knowledge of Blue Star, the fastest method was, of course, to use the best supercomputers for assistance. However, Ye Xing still did not plan to reveal Ye Xing to the public, so they would have to rely on civilian computers for slow learning. Yes, master. Ye Xing nodded, returning to her chair, lowering her head with her hands crossed over her chest, resembling a shy little girl. Alas, it seems that teaching a washing machine to learn knowledge isn't necessarily a good thing. Ye Xing looked at Ye Shi with great interest. He wasn't actually afraid that Ye Shi would learn too much and slip out of his control. Captain Jerry had given Ye Xing a key when he presented Ye Shi to him, allowing him to command her to do anything, even to format and erase all the knowledge in her mind. Just then Ye Xing's phone rang. It turned out the delivery had arrived. Ye Xing closed the door and quickly walked to the front desk. Fortunately, there were still no clerks hired at the front desk. Otherwise, Ye Xing would truly struggle to explain himself. A big man buying women's underwear during the day and having it delivered to the company. What other reason could there be aside from being a pervert? Sir, here are the items you requested. Please check them. The delivery man in a yellow robe looked at Ye Xing with a strange expression. He seemed like a refined young man, yet to buy such a sensitive item during the day, and 2 sets at that, was simply too bold. No need to check. Ye Xing shot a glare at the yellow-robed delivery man, wondering what was going through his mind. Checking women's underwear here, why didn't he just ask me to wear it for him to see? Got it. Take it easy, buddy. Be careful of burning out. The yellow-robed delivery man patted Ye Xing on the shoulder, giving him a knowing look and running into the elevator with a strange laugh. Damn, damn, damn. Ye Xing felt like 1,000 wild horses galloping through his mind. This guy actually thought of him as a pervert. Just as he was about to return to the office, the computer delivery had also arrived, placing 2 boxes containing computers at the door before turning to leave. Seeing that no one was around, Ye Xing stored all the items into his spatial ring and quickly returned to the office. Ye Shi, this is the clothing I bought for you. You can put it on first. Ye Xing returned to the office, took the clothes out from his spatial ring, and tossed them to Ye Shi, pointing to a small bedroom within the room. Ye Shi looked at Ye Xing conjuring items out of thin air, her cherry lips slightly parted, staring in awe. The knowledge in her mind had all been learned from Blue Star, and she had yet to grasp the technology of spatial manipulation from the Fleet civilization. Listening to the rustling sounds of Ye Shi changing clothes in the bedroom, Ye Xing felt an itch of anticipation in his heart, imagining what she would look like in a suit. At the same time, he felt a bit of loss. Once Ye Shi put on the clothing, it signified her transformation from an ignorant girl into a charming and capable workplace elite. Master, how do I look? Am I satisfactory in this outfit? Just as Ye Xing was feeling both anxious and expectant, a sweet voice emerged. Ye Xing looked up and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Ye's eyes' appearance was already of breathtaking beauty. Both her figure and complexion were flawless. At this moment, dressed in a professional outfit, she exuded a blend of grace and charm, complemented by an aura of brisk competence. Ye Xing stared blankly for quite a while, comparing her to all the women he knew in his mind, concluding that only Song Yinxue could possibly rival her. So beautiful. Ye Shi, from now on you can call me General Manager Ye during the day and Master when we are alone, understood? Ye Xing looked Ye Shi up and down. If it weren't for the reminder in his mind that the beauty before him was an intelligent robot similar to a washing machine, he would find it hard to suppress his impulses. Yes, Master. Ye Shi nodded, and her eyes brightened upon seeing the opened box. She quickly walked to the cardboard box, picked up a small knife to tear the packaging, and swiftly took out the computer. She connected the monitor to the computer and entered a frenzied state of learning. Soon afternoon arrived, and Ye Xing led Ye Shi into the conference room. Qi Xinyu, Su Qi, and Li Mingyu were already waiting there, and upon seeing Ye Shi behind Ye Xing, they all gasped in shock. Is there truly such a beautiful woman in the world? Gazing directly at Ye Shi, a sense of inferiority washed over Qi Xinyu. Then she was even more shocked to discover that the branded lingerie Ye Xing had bought her in the morning was now being worn by Ye Shi. There was a noticeable hint of jealousy in Qi Xinyu's gaze towards Ye Shi. Ye Xing noticed the change in Qi Xinyu's expression. Xingge, have you found a new sister-in-law? Su Qi spoke bluntly. Although he had no interest in women, he still found himself dazzled and shocked by Ye Shi. What sister-in-law? This is our company's new general manager and secretary, Miss Ye Shi. Ye Xing replied with a hint of exasperation, as Su Qi, with his big mouth, just couldn't help himself. General manager and secretary? I had no idea. Qi Xinyu blurted out, feeling a wave of disappointment. Her current position was that of Ye Xing's secretary, handling all company affairs. The unexpected emergence of Ye Shi not only took her position, but also made her the boss. Because she was personally selected by me without going through personnel appointment, and in my absence, Miss Ye, she will be fully responsible for company affairs. Ye Xing sat in the central chair, his expression serious. Xingge, have you lost your mind? Su Qi looked at Ye Shi in disbelief, then back at Ye Xing, wondering if Ye Xing was bewitched by Ye's eyes' beauty. Su Qi, Li Mingyu, we are now a proper company, and we must maintain decorum in formal settings. Of course, after work, feel free to speak as you wish. Ye Xing looked at Su Qi and Li Mingyu with a solemn expression. The two nodded silently, burying their questions. Although we currently have only 3 members, many colleagues will soon join our team. I will now assign you some work as a form of preferential treatment for the pioneers. Ye Xing glanced at Qi Xinyue and spoke loudly. The three immediately perked up their ears, having witnessed Ye Xing's financial prowess. They understood he was not joking. Mingyu, your character is rather steady, so you'll be responsible for the production department under the guidance of the technical department to ensure we boost output. Ye Xing focused on Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu nodded as he had anticipated this. Xinyue, you will lead the sales department from now on, including its establishment. Ye Xing turned to Qi Xinyue. Yes, General Manager Yi. Qi Xinyue's previously disappointed expression brightened again. Being the leader of the sales department in a billion-dollar group was an exceptional promotion for her qualifications. Ye Xing's gaze landed on Su Qi, feeling a bit of a headache. Xinggo, both of them are responsible for a department. Why not let me handle personnel? I think that position suits me best. Su Qi joked with Ye Xing. Ye Xing got angry. Su Qi, why is your face so thick? You'll be in charge of recruitment. Will our company turn into an internet cafe? Qi Xinyue and Li Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. You can first learn sales from Xinyue. If that doesn't work, go work under Mingyu as a gopher. Ye Xing felt exasperated at not being able to get through to him. What if that still doesn't work? Su Qi's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. If that doesn't work, you can go to the warehouse, grab some goods, and sell them at a store. Ye Xing slapped the table. This kid was never easy to deal with. Now I announce the appointment of Ye Xi. Ye Xing suppressed his anger and looked at Ye Xi. From today onward, Ye Xi will be responsible for the company's technology, personnel, finance, after-sales, and other main departments. All company personnel must obey Miss Ye Xi's orders. Qi Xinyue, Su Qi, and Li Mingyu all stared at Ye Xi in shock. This was a major supervisor ranking just below one person and above thousands. Especially since the technical department was also under Ye Xi's supervision, which they had never expected. How could such a stunning and alluring woman understand complex new energy technologies? Only Ye Xing knew how powerful Ye Xi's abilities were. During lunch, she had already transformed Xingchen Technology into a company with a complex web of equity. The legal person of Xingchen Technology was no longer Ye Xing. He was merely an obscure small company controlling Xingchen Technology through a series of equity manipulations. Ye Xing could now completely manipulate Xingchen Technology from behind the scenes, becoming a behind-the-scenes big boss. Just as Su Qi was about to ask another question, Qi Xinyue's phone rang. General Manager Yi Heliang's team has arrived downstairs. Should I bring them up? Qi Xinyue looked at Ye Xing with some concern. She understood that this technical team valued the company's technological atmosphere highly. They were not here just for the money. If the company's technical direction didn't align with theirs, they wouldn't sign a contract. However, currently there was no technical director or similar position to liaise with them. Let them come in and talk to them. Ye Xing nodded and glanced at Ye Xi. A few minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Ye Xing stood up, opened the door, and went out to greet Heliang. Outside, about 10 middle-aged men, led by a slightly graying man, were striding towards Ye Xing. Among them were two young men who looked to be in their 30s, likely their students. Dr. He. Ye Xing quickly approached and shook Heliang's hand. You are? Heliang looked at Ye Xing in surprise, a mix of astonishment and disappointment on his face. He had noticed that the entire company was empty with no one working, which had already dampened his spirits. Moreover, the person there to greet them was so young, which added to his disappointment. I am the person in charge of the company, Dr. He, please come in. Ye Xing said tactfully. You are the person in charge of the company, and so young. Heliang looked at Ye Xing in utter shock. Ye Xing sat on one side of the desk, accompanied by Ye Xi and Qi Xinyue among other company members. Opposite them were Heliang and other team members whose average age was significantly older than that of Ye Xing and his peers. Despite this, most of Heliang's team focused their attention on Ye Xi, for after all, lust was an inherent nature of men. Ye Xing felt a bit anxious as everyone across from him was older than his university professors with credentials far more impressive than those of his school's faculty. Mr. Ye, could you discuss the technical route of your company's new energy battery? Heliang straightforwardly asked, suppressing his disappointment. He felt deceived, having entered what appeared to be a shell company, where both the CEO and the managers were merely a group of inexperienced youngsters, and he had hardly seen a few employees in the entire company. Fortunately, the male members on his side had the upper hand, preventing the few young men in front of them from overpowering him. Ye Xi is the company's chief technology officer. Please introduce our work to Dr. He and his team, Ye Xing said, turning to Ye Xi. Heliang and the others gasped, astonished that such a beautiful woman was the CTO. To those unaware, it would seem they were merely a group of atmosphere creators. Dr. He, our company employs a new type of graphene high-energy solution. Ye Xi cleared her throat and spoke eloquently. However, before she could finish, Heliang interrupted with a wave of his hand. Graphene? Are you serious? Heliang chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, while the team members beside him also chuckled softly. Currently, the most common solutions for new energy batteries are ternary lithium batteries and lithium iron phosphate solutions, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. As for graphene batteries, other than their initial hype by various merchants, there have been no further updates. The main reason is the difficulty of preparation, and under the same energy density, graphene batteries are larger and heavier, lacking practicality. In the eyes of Ye Xing and his team, the graphene battery solution was merely a marketing gimmick. Who in the industry would invest heavily in graphene batteries? Indeed, we have a complete set of graphene battery preparation plans that far exceed the performance and physical volume of all current battery manufacturers. Ye Xing was completely oblivious to the sarcasm in Ye Xing's gaze. Ye Xing was speechless, already convinced that Ye Xing and his group were a bunch of frauds. He turned to whisper with a few other members, then abruptly stood up. Mr. Ye, I'm sorry, but our team's research direction does not involve graphene. Staying with your company might hinder its development. Thank you for your hospitality. Ye Xing looked at Ye Xing, a bitter smile mixed with helplessness on his face. He wished he had investigated this shell company beforehand to avoid this unnecessary trip. Ye Xing, Qi Xinyue, and the others stared at Ye Xing in surprise, wondering why he was leaving so suddenly. Dr. He, I have long admired your team's reputation. Are you worried about salary and benefits? You can rest assured advances are not a problem. Ye Xing, recovering from his shock, still wished to retain them. After all, finding a team with deep technical expertise is not an easy task, and if he had to organize a new team, it would take time to establish rapport. Mr. Ye, let them go. A person who disregards facts and jumps to conclusions cannot be considered a scientific talent. Ye Xing was about to decline when Ye Xing, sitting beside him, coldly interjected. Ye Xing and his team were stunned, questioning whether they had heard correctly. You, a fraudulent company with no talent, flaunting a commercial gimmick, and yet having the audacity to claim that true experts like them were unworthy of being called scientific talents. Ye Xing's expression darkened as he glared at Ye Xing. Young lady, you speak of respecting facts. May I ask, where are these facts? If you cannot present them, please apologize to us all. Yes, you must apologize to us. This young lady is quite bold, as she probably has never even set foot in a laboratory. I have tolerated this until now. What kind of company is this filled with a bunch of young kids? Where are their chief engineers and production department heads? They are a startup. Having a voice is enough. Why would they need a chief engineer? Ye Xing's team followed behind him, ridiculing Ye Xing. Qi Xinyue, Li Mingyu, and the others felt somewhat guilty in the face of Ye Xing and his aggressive team. If you want facts, fine. If I produce tangible evidence, would you all truly stay at Xingshan Technology Company? Ye Xing calmly crossed her arms, observing the furious Ye Xing and his team. As long as you can present convincing evidence, we would certainly be willing. All right, let's broaden your horizons. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Ye Xing's mouth. Observing from the side, Ye Xing felt a stir in his heart. It seemed she had learned more than just technical knowledge. Ye Xing took out the super energy battery from a cardboard box and placed it on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the super energy graphene battery, sample charging for 10 minutes. It can run for 3,000 kilometers with an energy density of 3,000 Wh/kg. Ye Xing said loudly, pointing at the super energy battery. All eyes gathered on the super energy battery. Suddenly, Ye Xing burst into loud laughter, while Qi Xinyue, Su Qi, and Li Mingyu covered their eyes in embarrassment. Even if they were not as knowledgeable as Ye Xing and his team, they still had a basic understanding. Currently, the energy density of new energy vehicle batteries in the country is mostly between 150 Wh/kg and 200 Wh/kg, which are huge in size, and under current technological conditions, it is very difficult to improve energy density. Thus, many manufacturers have adopted the method of adding more cells to increase output. The latest domestically developed battery claims to charge for 10 minutes and last for 700 kilometers, but its energy density is only 304 Wh/kg. And the super energy battery on the table is only the size of a cigarette box. How could it possibly have an energy density 10 times higher than the most advanced batteries in the country? It was simply ridiculous. If it were true, it would be a monumental event for the world of new energy batteries and vehicles. Absurd, absurd. There is a saying about showing off your skills in front of an expert. We are all professionals in the battery industry, and you think you can fool us with just any object. That is wishful thinking. Ye Xing laughed, holding his belly, unable to comprehend Ye Xing and Ye Xing's intentions. Exactly, this thing probably couldn't even light up a flashlight, and you dare claim its energy density is 3,000 Wh/kg. Are you trying to make fools of us? An insult to intelligence. Even a middle school student wouldn't believe such a thing. How dare you present it before us? I suggest calling the police. The existence of such a company is a disrespect to science. Who knows what else they might do? The doctors were furious. It was akin to a child presenting a wooden toy gun in front of firearms experts, claiming it was a laser gun capable of shooting satellites. One could tolerate it, but not to this extent. Oh, speaking so passionately, why not conduct a test? Ye Xing leaned back in her chair calmly watching the enraged doctors and said softly, "No need for that. What's so special about this thing? It's even a nuisance to use as a flashlight." He Liang glanced dismissively at the super battery, waved his hand, and stood up to leave. He truly had no desire to waste any more energy talking to a fraud. Just grabbing a metal casing, they dared to claim an energy density of 3000 Wh/kg. Utterly outrageous. Boss, I think they are still quite unconvinced. How about we teach them a lesson? I just happen to have an experimental bulb in my bag. The researchers stood up in unison. A younger member noticed the reluctant expressions on Ye Xing and Ye Zai's faces and decided to show them a thing or two. He Liang turned to see it was a master's student from the team, Li Jing, who was responsible for project implementation. All right, let's not waste time. We need to return to the capital this afternoon for an industry conference. He Liang raised his wrist to check the time, speaking impatiently. Okay, boss, just wait and see. Li Jing took out a set of equipment from his bag and placed it on the table. Ye Xing glanced over and saw a few small bulbs, some wires, and a laboratory circuit breaker. It appeared this guy spent every day in the lab carrying many parts with him. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Li Jing quickly assembled the wires and bulbs into a circuit connecting the wires to both ends of the super battery. His movements were extremely skilled and efficient, perhaps due to the pressure of being under the scrutiny of numerous doctors. He Liang and the others wore smiles of disdain as if watching a farce. Am I about to press the circuit breaker? Li Jing placed his hand on the switch, smiling as he asked Ye Xing and Ye Xing. His meaning was clear: if you feel guilty, I won't press it, and we can all save face. Li Jing, hurry up and press it. You don't really believe this thing is as miraculous as they claim, do you? A doctor yawned and impatiently urged him on. Li Jing pressed down with his right hand, quickly throwing the switch. Hiss! The bulb emitted a brief flash of light before releasing a puff of black smoke and going dark. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, their eyes revealing astonishment. Although this bulb was from the lab and had a very low power requirement of only 0.3 to illuminate, it was unexpectedly burned out the moment the power was connected. The current intensity of the super battery exceeded their expectations. Let's try adding a few more. He Liang looked up at Ye Xing, noticing that the other party was entirely unfazed, and felt a stir in his heart as he spoke to Li Jing. Li Jing nodded, took out 5 bulbs with slightly higher wattage from his bag, and connected them in parallel. Ye Xing observed closely. This time the bulbs were nearly the same size as those available on the market, and their wattage should be similar. It seemed Li Jing, feeling a bit pressured, decided to bring out the real deal for testing. After connecting the circuit, Li Jing put on gloves and cautiously pressed the circuit breaker again. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and He Liang and the others' gazes never left Li Jing's actions. Their faces also displayed signs of tension. If the super battery could light up the bulbs, it would be a slap in their faces. Hiss! As the switch was pressed, just like before, the 5 bulbs flashed brilliantly before immediately emitting black smoke. Clearly the current was too high and the bulbs could not withstand it. He Liang and the others were taken aback, their expressions a bit grim. In the instant the bulbs burned out, they had already calculated the current intensity, estimating each bulb's rated current to be around 0.5 The fact that all 5 bulbs burned out simultaneously indicated that the intensity of the flowing current was at least above 2.5 This current intensity could power a television. Their gazes fell on the inconspicuous super battery, filled with uncertainty. At least now they could confirm that the super battery's performance had met the outdoor power supply requirements on the market. However, its size was much smaller than those outdoor power supplies. Boss, should we test it further? Li Jing asked, nervously looking at He Liang. His casual test unexpectedly revealed results that everyone was reluctant to see. This is interesting, let's try 10. He Liang's eyes were fixed on the super battery, his face filled with seriousness. Li Jing placed the bag on the table and began searching inside, while a few younger members came forward to help. 10 bulbs were placed on the table, and Li Jing was about to connect the circuit. Wait, use thicker wires, and be careful when connecting the circuit breaker, don't get zapped by the arc. He Liang frowned and gently reminded Li Jing. He now felt that the items Ye Xing and the others had were not quite what he had imagined frauds to be. Li Jing nodded, feeling a wave of apprehension. The current intensity capable of burning 5 bulbs could potentially kill a person. With everyone's assistance, the circuit was quickly connected. Li Jing cautiously pressed the circuit breaker. Almost identical to the last time, the lights flashed violently before turning black. Hiss! He Liang and the others gasped, their gazes toward the super battery, filled with dread. The 10 bulbs had all burned out, indicating that its current intensity exceeded 5 amperes. This current intensity was enough to power a rice cooker and most household appliances. It could even be considered a small generator. Yet its size was only that of a cigarette pack, truly a performance monster. Ye Xing and Ye Xing crossed their arms, watching as He Liang and the others wore expressions of both surprise and embarrassment, feeling quite amused. They were very well aware of the super battery's specifications. 3000 Wh/kg with a power output of 5000 W per second. Not to mention a rice cooker. Even a small electric vehicle would be burnt out if the circuit were not modified. Can we conduct a more detailed test on this battery? He Liang gulped nervously, forcing a smile as he looked at Ye Xing. He was now extremely interested in the super battery, eager to measure all its performance parameters. As for saving face in the face of science, who still cares about that? Of course, if you didn't bring instruments, I can arrange for you to go to the research institute for testing. Ye Xing generously spoke to He Liang and the others. Do you know people at the research institute? He Liang and the others exchanged glances, somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected that Ye Xing at such a young age would have connections with the research institute, which made them regard him with newfound respect. Of course, we have friends at the Electronics Institute and the Aerospace Institute. Ye Xing replied casually. Mr. Ye, there's no need to go to the laboratory just yet. We brought some simple testing instruments that should quickly yield results. He Liang thoughtfully declined Ye Xing's invitation. Ye Xing nodded. Since He Liang had brought testing equipment, it would save him some trouble. Otherwise, upon arriving at the research institute, he would be met with a flurry of exclamations which he found tiresome, as he preferred to keep a low profile. He Liang exchanged a glance with Li Jing, who promptly took two younger members and walked out. Taking advantage of the lull, He Liang took the initiative to chat with Ye Xing and Ye Shi. Mr. Ye, may I ask which domestic research team developed this battery? He Liang's demeanor was friendly, having lost the earlier condescension. The performance of the super battery made him regard Ye Xing with newfound respect, and the fact that Ye Xing claimed to know people from the Electronics Institute and Aerospace Institute suggested he might have some weight. He prided himself on being well acquainted with the major research teams for new energy batteries domestically. As long as the other party mentioned a name, he could deduce the development background. This battery was independently developed by our group without relying on any external technical teams. Ye Xing gestured to Ye Shi, who gently spoke up. Your group. He Liang looked around the empty office and gave a faint smile. It seemed the other party was unwilling to speak the truth. Is your company financially robust? As far as I know, the research and production costs for batteries are substantial. I'm curious if your group has any investors backing it. Our company is wholly owned and has not yet disclosed any plans for products and funding. He Liang shifted his approach, probing from a financial standpoint. Our company prioritizes technological advancement and is actively recruiting talents globally. In the coming days, various talents will gradually arrive. Ye Shi tossed her long hair and leaned back in her chair, speaking in a tone that suggested she understood He Liang's thoughts. The members of He Liang's team displayed signs of tension, sensing the pressure. Qi Xinyue and Su Qi looked at Ye Shi in astonishment. It was their first time feeling the control this beautiful superior had in the room. As for graphene batteries, people often hold a foolish view, thinking it is merely a gimmick with no practical value. In my opinion, there is no inferior or superior technology. It merely suffers from the inability to realize its maximum value due to technical constraints. Throughout human history and scientific research, many inventions that seemed useless at the time later proved to be invaluable. Numerous examples can be cited. Ye Shi spoke eloquently, discussing human scientific history while addressing the technical dilemmas of graphene batteries. He Liang and the others' confusion grew deeper. Had it not been for Li Jing's testing of the super battery, they would have taken Ye Shi for a marketing master with excellent eloquence. However, at this moment, they began to doubt whether their understanding of the field and technical direction was truly correct. The door was suddenly pushed open with a bang as Li Jing and two young members entered, carrying a black suitcase. Seeing her mentor sitting there quietly listening to the beautiful woman bragging, Li Jing had a strange feeling, wondering if her eyesight was failing. Let's start the test. First, let's check the energy density. He Liang nodded to Ye Xing, and Ye Shi stood up and issued the command. Li Jing and several members immediately got to work connecting the super battery to the testing equipment circuitry. A circle of doctors surrounded the table, watching intently as the indicators moved. He Liang nodded, and Li Jing pressed the button. Unlike the straightforward testing of current strength with the light bulb circuit earlier, the testing instrument had a dashboard filled with various parameters. Once the button was activated, the various parameters on the dashboard immediately fluctuated, and the central needle began to spin, with a straight curve appearing on the oscilloscope. Heavens, the current intensity has reached the peak. The capacity has reached the peak. The power test has hit a peak. Seeing the readings on the instruments, the doctors exclaimed in astonishment. He Liang's brow furrowed, his eyes shining with a strange light as he stared intently at the oscilloscope, ignoring the members' exclamations. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't care about those parameters, it was just that this battery was too unique, and measuring it with ordinary battery parameters seemed inappropriate. Hiss! As he saw the curve finally stabilize and the readings, He Liang couldn't help but gasped in awe. The energy density was 3,000 Wh/kg. As for the other readings, he was no longer concerned. Much could be inferred from the energy density alone. Is this actually real, eh? He Liang looked up at Ye Xing, and Ye Xi's face filled with disbelief. The energy density of a battery is an important indicator representing the amount of energy that can be stored per unit weight. Ordinary new energy batteries have energy densities typically ranging from 150 Wh/kg to 300 Wh/kg. The Dragon Kingdom had once planned to achieve an energy density of 500 Wh/kg in the future. The latest super battery released by manufacturers claims to charge in 10 minutes and have a range of 700 kilometers, yet its energy density hardly exceeds 500 Wh/kg. However, the super battery placed before him boasted an energy density of 3,000 Wh/kg, 6 times that of the most advanced batteries in the country. This is definitely real. Didn't I just mention that this battery charges in 10 minutes and lasts for 3,000 kilometers? You all just didn't believe it. Ye Xing chuckled lightly, observing the stunned doctors. The room fell silent, and the doctors felt their scalps tingle, deeply shocked. With such a high energy density, charging it in 10 minutes was not merely fast charging, it was divine charging. As for how this was achieved, they were overwhelmingly eager to know. I didn't expect anyone in the country to reach this level. I thought it was merely theoretical. He Liang gazed at the super battery, somewhat dazed. Scientists in the Dragon Kingdom had long proposed that the energy density of lithium-air batteries could theoretically reach 3,000 Wh/kg, but due to technical constraints, it had never exceeded 200 Wh/kg. Scholars had also suggested that if polymers were added to graphene in the batteries, the energy density could potentially reach its peak. Perhaps these young people before him had reached the theoretical value through some peculiar methods. Boss, this battery seems a bit strange. Both the current intensity and capacity have peaked, suggesting the output power could be astonishing. Is there a possibility it is made by connecting several batteries together? A doctor stared at the super battery, suddenly considering a possibility, and quietly whispered into He Liang's ear. He Liang's eyes lit up as he focused on the super battery. He was very familiar with the domestic battery industry. For instance, many brands of new energy vehicles had single battery cells with voltages of only 3.2 V. To achieve several hundred volts in total voltage, many battery cells would be connected in series to enhance output power. This was also why the power batteries in new energy vehicles were large and heavy. Mr. Ye, I would like to conduct another test. He Liang's face showed signs of struggle as he looked anxiously at Ye Xing. What other requests do you have? Ye Xing looked at He Liang with curiosity, as he had not heard clearly what the doctor had said to He Liang earlier. If I am not mistaken, you must still be concerned about the performance of this battery, thinking it is composed of several battery cells, am I right? Ye Xing's words had barely escaped his lips when Ye Xi interjected, her eyes playfully observing He Liang and the others. Are you a devil? He Liang and the others silently complained in their hearts, feeling a bit embarrassed, as this woman had seen through their thoughts so clearly. They felt completely passive. Ms. Ye, you are correct, but we are not doubting you and Mr. Ye, but rather exploring the truth of science. He Liang wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing out a reason. But isn't that still not trusting people? The doctors silently rolled their eyes at He Liang's excuse. If you do not damage the battery, you can measure it with complete confidence. Ye Xing shrugged indifferently. To him, the super energy battery was merely a few dozen kilograms of vegetables. Even if it were damaged, he had the technology to recreate it. However, to He Liang and the others, Ye Xing's words were hardly different from a decree. This was the only super battery on Blue Star, and from it countless technological secrets could be unearthed. Mr. Ye, rest assured we have sufficient means to ensure that there will be no damage to the battery, He Liang said, excitedly pounding his chest as he assured Ye Xing. Then he waved his hand, instructing Li Jing, go get the portable X-ray machine. Li Jing responded, and soon walked in carrying a metal box. Ye Xing curiously leaned over. He had only heard of it before, but had never seen it. His attitude towards He Liang and the others had also greatly shifted. These scholars were a bit arrogant, but they truly had a spirit of practical work. Just the fact that they carried various experimental equipment wherever they went made Ye Xing view them with newfound respect. Under He Liang's direction, Li Jing and the others quickly assembled the X-ray machine. The X-ray machine looked like a pug with a huge head lying on the table, its large square head embedded with a display screen. The assembly was virtually effortless. Just take it out of the box and connect it to the power supply to use. Li Jing placed the super energy battery on the platform of the X-ray machine and gently pressed a button, a low humming sound emanating. The screen flickered with static, then displayed the internal condition of the battery. Ye Xing also curiously leaned in front of the screen, seeing the black and white display reveal the internal state of the battery, which was a uniform expanse of black with no signs of any disconnections. No way. Li Jing, hold it steady, don't shake. The surrounding doctors exclaimed in surprise, thinking that Ye Xing had not placed the battery in the correct position. Otherwise, how could it still be detected as a complete unit? I really placed it correctly, Ye Xing retorted urgently. He had used this instrument countless times and was sure it was not a mistake. No need to test further. This is indeed a complete battery cell. He Liang glanced at the battery and the X-ray machine, weakly waved his hand, and fell into deep thought. How is this possible? Such a battery shouldn't exist on Blue Star. Yes, with this energy density, those battery factories would go bankrupt. Even in a laboratory, such performance parameters cannot be achieved, yet this is a finished product. If such a battery is practical, the current state of new energy vehicles will be overturned. All cars will need to be redesigned to accommodate this battery. Is practicality the issue? The finished product is right in front of us. What we need to do is clarify its principles. The doctors began to discuss leaving Ye Xing and Ye Shi aside. At that moment, they were not thinking about work-related matters. They were thinking about how an object that could only exist in science fiction novels and films was now before their eyes. They were utterly shocked, feeling their understanding was shattered and needing immediate reconstruction. Do you think only the automotive industry needs to change? Wrong, many industries need to be reshaped. Suddenly, He Liang, who had been contemplating, opened his eyes and spoke loudly. Have you noticed the parameters on the machine just now? Whether it's voltage or current intensity, they have reached extremes. You can easily calculate its output power. He Liang's forehead was beaded with sweat, extremely excited. The doctors were taken aback and immediately recalled the various explosive parameters from earlier. From the previous parameters, if a household buys a super energy battery and makes appropriate modifications to the circuit, they could avoid relying on the national power grid. The super energy battery could serve as a small power source. If it were miniaturized for use in mobile phones, perhaps the phone could last for months without needing a charge, truly achieving the concept of charging once and using for half a year. The mobile phone and power bank industries would need to undergo significant transformations. After being equipped with a super energy battery, electric vehicles might reach unbelievable speeds. As for its application in the industrial sector, the doctors dared not think further. It was too terrifying and revolutionary. Although humanity may not yet achieve energy freedom, half freedom is more than sufficient. For a moment, the faces of these doctors displayed either excitement or madness. Ye Xing and Ye Shi watched them with amused smiles, feeling incredibly relaxed, finally managing to shock this group of unruly scholars. If they were to tell them the real output power of the super energy battery, they would probably go insane. Ms. Ye, I sincerely apologize to you. Please forgive my ignorance. Suddenly, He Liang walked up to Ye. She bent his body and bowed to her. The entire venue was shocked, with the doctors and Ye Xing both staring blankly at He Liang. Dr. He, please rise. After recovering from his shock, Ye Xing hurriedly stepped forward to help He Liang up. Respecting knowledge is good, but there's no need to bow deeply to a robot. No, Mr. Ye, you don't understand. I previously thought Ms. Yes, graphene technology was just a concept play. Oh, I never expected her to be a knowledgeable scientific maestro, and showing off my knowledge in front of her is simply striking a gong in front of a deaf person. He Liang pushed away Ye Xing's hand, his words filled with sincerity. Ye Xing was a bit confused. After all, the inventor of the super energy battery wasn't Ye Shi. Dr. He, I accept your apology. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our company to jointly research the super energy battery. Ye Shi stood up with a bright smile, supporting He Liang's arm, pointing to a stack of papers on the table, and continued, this is the design framework for our company's super energy battery. Based on this framework, we can design products with even more outstanding performance, pushing the technological development of Blue Star. The faces of He Liang and the doctors looked at the stack of papers with immense longing. They now understood that the super energy battery was merely a prototype, and they could develop even crazier products. When the time comes, they would all be remembered in history, and wealth and fame would be within reach. Mr. Ye, can we really join your company? He Liang looked at Ye Xing with hopeful eyes, his expression excited. Of course, we are looking for talents globally. Once you join, you will become a senior member of the company, enjoying the dividends from tech stocks and being the first to learn the world's most advanced battery technology. With a simple statement, Ye Xing stirred the hearts of the doctors. They now understood that Xingchen technology, when it chose to shine, could seize the global battery market with its extraordinary battery technology. As for the contract signing and the work to be carried out, it will be overseen by Director Ye. Ye Xing pointed to Ye Shi, who wore a smile. He had exchanged for a bionic person from the fleet civilization to lighten his workload, and Ye Zai's performance had greatly satisfied Ye Xing. After briefly discussing the company's business and recruitment matters with Ye Shi, Ye Xing left the company and headed to the underground parking lot. Ye Xing took out a few pieces of gold nuggets from his spatial storage and placed them in his briefcase. Yesterday, Huang Chun had arranged to meet him, providing an opportunity for Ye Xing to let Huang Chun help him exchange the gold nuggets for cash. If it were just 1 or 2 pieces of gold nuggets, Ye Xing could sell them via live streaming or at a gold shop. However, Ye Xing had over 100 kilograms of gold nuggets, and they were all in bulk form. If they were to be revealed collectively, it would certainly cause a stir. Thus, after some contemplation, Ye Xing concluded that it would be more prudent to have the state handle the acquisition. This would also give Huang Chun a chance to settle this favor, otherwise Huang Chun would feel embarrassed to ask him for help again. As Ye Xing was about to start his car, he suddenly heard his phone ring. Picking it up, he saw it was from Song Yinxue. Ye Xing, are you at work? I'm by the university now. What time do you get off? I'll come pick you up. On the other end of the line, Song Yinxue's sweet and soft voice made Ye Xing's heart flutter. He couldn't help but recall her beautiful yet cold face from their last meeting. Ye Xing realized that ever since he became wealthy, his appeal to women had skyrocketed. Yinxue, wait for me at the school gate, I'll be there soon. After saying this, Ye Xing hung up the phone and drove his bumblebee towards the university gate. At the entrance of a certain university in a Weinard Mercedes, Song Yinxue was staring blankly at her phone, gazing out of the car window. She came to Tian'an City today specifically to thank Ye Xing for his assistance. To this end, she had dressed up specially. Originally beautiful, her careful grooming made her even more radiant and youthful. After looking around for a while, without seeing Ye Xing, she simply got out of the car and leaned against it, making it easier for Ye Xing to spot her. It was already autumn, and although there was still a trace of summer's heat, the air had cooled down significantly. It was noon, the time when classes ended and students surged out of the campus towards the snack street outside the school gates. Song Yinxue, dressed elegantly and with striking features, immediately caught everyone's attention as she stepped out of the car. Some male students, ignoring their female companions' scoldings, stared openly at Song Yinxue. Look, that girl is so beautiful, and her car is stunning. The combination of her and the car is just perfect. Indeed, we can't find such a beautiful girl in our school. Even the campus belle pales in comparison to her. Her aura clearly shows she comes from a wealthy family refined by her upbringing. Can our school's campus belle compete with her? The male students slowed their pace, frequently turning their heads to look at Song Yinxue. Meanwhile, the female college students cast envious and jealous glances at her. At this moment, some senior male students recognized Song Yinxue and exclaimed, "You guys don't understand anything. That's our last year's campus belle, Song Yinxue. I had the fortune to study in the same study room as her. Oh my, it really is her. I heard she didn't have a boyfriend during her time at school and was very low-key. Why is she showing off in a luxury car today? Hey, I even wrote her a love letter, but she completely ignored me. Looking at her now, she's probably with a rich guy. Do you think she's waiting for someone at the school gate? Is it possible her boyfriend is from our school?" A large crowd watched Song Yinxue from a distance, discussing among themselves, while some male classmates were stunned by her beauty. Song Yinxue's fair face flushed slightly. She lowered her head, pretending to look at her phone, but her eyes were scanning the surroundings, searching for Ye Xing. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the other end of the road. Everyone turned to see an exaggerated bumblebee supercar speeding towards them, causing passers-by to turn their heads. Song Yinxue frowned slightly as the bumblebee headed straight for her. The surrounding college students wore expressions of curiosity and anticipation, eager for a scenario where a rich young man would flirt with a beautiful girl. The male students clenched their fists and then sighed, releasing their grip. Screech! The piercing sound of brakes filled the air as the bumblebee halted 2 meters away from Song Yinxue. "You!" Song Yinxue wrinkled her nose and looked angrily at the supercar. However, in the next moment, her mouth slightly opened and her eyes brimmed with disbelief. "Ye Xing, is that you?" Seeing Ye Xing emerge from the supercar, Song Yinxue was rooted to the spot. She had originally thought Ye Xing was just a mere operator from some organization. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person manage such a large sum of money? After all, Ye Xing had bought a contract for a ton of nickel from her at $20,000 per ton, valued at $200 million or 14 billion Dragon Country coins. "Hi, beautiful Song, long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful." Ye Xing took off his sunglasses and swaggered over to Song Yinxue. "Ye Xing, your mouth is getting more and more glib. Ew, I never noticed this when we were at school." Song Yinxue playfully rolled her eyes at Ye Xing, stepped forward, and linked her arm with his, casting a defiant glance at the younger girls around who were looking at Ye Xing with stars in their eyes. Wow, isn't that Ye Xing from last year's class? How could he have a supercar? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Damn, my dream lover is actually holding hands with him. He isn't even as handsome as me. Impossible, I must have seen wrong. Song Yinxue can't be the type to love the rich over the poor. Countless male classmates witnessing this scene felt a deep sense of despair and jealousy. "Quick, take a picture and post it on the campus forum. It will definitely cause a sensation." One student had a sudden idea. Instantly, countless phones pointed at Ye Xing and the satisfied-looking Song Yinxue. Meanwhile, Ye Xing, with his arm around Song Yinxue, waved to the younger students and drove off in the bumblebee, leaving a trail of dust. Inside the Mineral Resources Bureau Inspection Center, Huang Chun, Song Yinxue, and two engineers in charge of the inspection stared in shock at Ye Xing as he took out pieces of gold. Especially Huang Chun, who had previously been informed by Ye Xing that he thought Ye Xing only had one piece. Who would have expected this guy to produce more than a dozen pieces, each weighing around 10 kilograms? However, in front of others, he couldn't directly ask, "Master, could you please inspect these?" Ye Xing placed the dozen pieces of gold on the table, feeling the sturdy table slightly tremble. After all, a dozen pieces of gold would weigh several hundred kilograms. The inspectors gave Ye Xing a deep look, carefully examining the gold in their hands, shock evident in their eyes. On the surface, these pieces of gold were still covered in dirt, as if they had just been dug up from the ground. One of them brought a water hose, connected it to the faucet, and began to rinse the gold. Mud splattered, and the accumulated dirt on the surface of the gold was washed away, revealing its true form of brilliant golden sheen. He carefully placed the gold on the testing platform and began various tests. Huang Chun watched Ye Xing, his eyes filled with many questions. Song Yinxue wore a similar expression, looking at Ye Xing, hesitant to speak. After a while, the inspection was complete, and the inspectors placed the gold on the table, handing Huang Chun an inspection report. Upon inspection, this mineral is a naturally formed gold nugget with a purity of 96. Huang Chun's gaze swept over the report, his heart filled with shock. Working at the import-export company, he was familiar with minerals, and gold nuggets like this were still quite rare on Blue Star. Globally, only about 1,000 pieces of gold nuggets weighing over 10 kilograms have been discovered, most of which are found in Australia, with very few discovered domestically. It is precisely because of their rarity that each discovery of gold nuggets causes a sensation, as their discovery often indicates the presence of nearby gold mines. The largest gold nugget discovered in the Dragon Country weighed less than 10 kilograms. Yet the dozen pieces of gold on the table all exceeded 10 kilograms, with just one piece enough to cause a worldwide stir. "Young man, I have spent my entire life inspecting gold and have never seen such large gold nuggets. For the rest of your life, you won't have to worry about money anymore." The inspecting engineer looked at Ye Xing with envy. Huang Chun smiled wryly. Ye Xing wasn't worried about money at all, but he was worried about how to report this massive amount of gold to his superiors. According to market prices, the price of gold nuggets ranges from 10,000 to 20,000 per gram. Even at an average price, a 10-kilogram gold nugget is worth 150 million. 10 pieces would be 1.5 billion. Ye Xing put the gold nuggets back into the box and walked out of the Mineral Resources Bureau. "Yinxue, wait here for a moment. I need to speak with Huang Chun." After settling Song Yinxue in the car, Ye Xing prepared to close the car door. "Ye Xing, could you leave me 2 pieces of your gold nuggets? My family is in the mining business and can help sell them. Perhaps the price will satisfy you." At that moment, Song Yinxue, who had been silent, suddenly looked at Ye Xing and spoke. Ye Xing was taken aback, but then understood. Mining companies generally have their own mines, and discovering rare metals during mining is not particularly surprising. Typically, the ownership of these rare metals or deposits belongs to the mining company once they are extracted. Mining companies have a significant advantage when it comes to selling rare metals, and some wealthy individuals may secretly commission mining companies to acquire rare metals to flaunt their status. "All right, then I'll leave it to you. I promise you won't suffer any losses." Ye Xing winked at Song Yinxue, closed the car door, and walked towards Huang Chun. "Ye Xing, tell me, which emperor's tomb did you dig up?" Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing, teasing him. Today he considered himself enlightened. It turns out that gold nuggets could be pulled out of a box like cabbages. "Huang Chun, is it possible that these gold nuggets just jumped into my pocket without being dug up?" "Cut the nonsense. I took all these gold nuggets, but there's something I need your help with." Huang Chun scoffed, clearly not believing Ye Xing's words. However, he also knew the rule: if Ye Xing didn't say, no one could ask. "Huang Chun, I can't stand how you always look so serious whenever you mention a task, as if I can't complete it." Seeing Huang Chun frowning deeply and looking serious made Ye Xing feel amused. This expression had become his standard look when accepting tasks. Ye Xing, national affairs are not to be taken lightly, Huang Chun said with a serious face, then continued. "Do you remember last time when we brought back a batch of high-precision machine tools from overseas?" Ye Xing nodded, looking at Huang Chun with suspicion. "Is it still not enough? I can make another trip. It's not very difficult, right?" "That's not necessary." Once the machine tools were delivered to major research institutes, relevant agencies immediately started research, dismantling the machines and obtaining many unprecedented technologies. Huang Chun's eyes lit up as he described the research progress at those institutes. However, during the research process, some issues arose. Those sensors are too advanced and used in very small quantities. Sometimes they can test parameters, but their internal structure remains unknown. If they need to be dissected for reverse engineering, experts worry that any mistakes could damage them, leaving no spare parts. As you know, in the international arena, sensors from countries like Eagle Sauce Sakura country and Germany are the most advanced, and although our country has gradually caught up in recent years, There is still a gap in technological advancement compared to developed countries, and some technologies are blocked from our country. You understand what I mean, right? Huangchen spoke quickly, his tone somewhat excited. It was clear that he had great love for his country, and because of this he was very angry about unwarranted technological blockades. Huangchen, you don't need to worry, I will take care of this. Ye Xing put away his playful demeanor and solemnly promised Huangchen. He fully understood the pain of the country lacking information on some key technologies and being unable to progress. In recent years, the country has been focusing on semiconductors, aiming to break through the technological shackles of Western countries. But soon a troubled expression returned to Ye Xing's face. Huangchen, there are thousands of types of sensors, I can't possibly bring them all back. Ye Xing, don't worry about that. We have a list here, you just need to procure according to the names on the list. As for the money, you don't need to concern yourself, we're not short on funds. Huangchen's face regained a smile as he took out a sheet of paper from his pocket and handed it to Ye Xing. Ye Xing opened it to find it densely filled with names of various sensors. Ye Xing, try to get as many of these back as possible, the domestic demand is quite large. Is this request too difficult? Huangchen looked at Ye Xing with anticipation. Can't I just bring back the technology directly? Ye Xing smiled faintly. Huangchen's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he looked at Ye Xing. At a booth in the southeastern corner of the Dragon Kingdom Agricultural Machinery Expo in the capital, Ye Xing lazily leaned against a chair behind the booth, surveying the bustling crowd. At the booth of Xingchen Technology Company, there was a uniquely shaped excavator. Ye Xing sat beside it, while two company staff members were organizing technical documents. In the past month, under Ye Xing's leadership, Xingchen Technology Company completed its personnel recruitment, installation of production lines, and establishment of its production base. Xingchen Technology is now a large company covering an area of 2 square kilometers, with the first batch of worker recruitment reaching 200. With Ye Xing's golden dog head, Xingchen Technology successfully defeated the Huashan Group in the land auction, securing a plot in the western suburbs. Thanks to the efforts of He Liang and other research talents, the super energy battery achieved breakthroughs and a series of finished products were formed. The urgent task for the company now is to present its products to the world. Ye Xing, when did you learn about machinery? Ye Xing turned his head to glance at Ye Xing's graceful figure. Even during the business trip, Ye Xing still seized the time to absorb knowledge from the internet. Ye Xing couldn't help but marvel at the fleet civilization, or indeed they had invented such tireless bionic beings that even as a boss Ye Xing felt a bit embarrassed. About a week ago, Ye Xing smiled faintly at Ye Xing and continued her studies. Is it possible? You modified the excavator in just a week. Ye Xing looked at the oddly shaped excavator in front of the booth, and then at the workplace beauty Ye Xing. He couldn't believe that this excavator was personally modified by her. Originally, Ye Xing intended to hold a product launch like those new energy battery manufacturers. However, Ye Xing said that Xingchen Technology was just an obscure small factory and no one would come to the launch. To break the ground, it must be done in a novel way. Director Ye, this is still a relatively long time. If ready-made parts are provided, it would take even less time. Ye Xing smiled gracefully, exuding elegance. Ye Xing clicked his tongue and closed his eyes. As time passed, more people gathered at the venue and many staff members wearing conference badges hustled through the crowd distributing promotional materials. Only in front of the Xingchen Technology booth was there no activity, nor were there any personnel distributing materials. In the continuous flow of people, Zhang Jingguo stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze constantly scanning various booths. Whenever he saw an excavator booth, he would approach to inquire and exchange information. Before long, his bag was already filled with a thick stack of promotional materials. He was from a farm in the northwest and had come to the capital to procure a few excavators that were powerful, fuel-efficient, and reasonably priced. However, as he walked around, he collected plenty of promotional materials, but found very little of value. The products from those companies were powerful, but hardly fuel-efficient, let alone cost-effective. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted an oddly shaped excavator in the southeastern corner. This excavator looked smaller than an ordinary one, yet its bucket was particularly large, giving it a top-heavy impression. Could this be a specially modified excavator? Zhang Jingguo's eyes lit up as he quickly walked toward the Xingchen Technology booth. Comrade, what is the power of this excavator? Zhang Jingguo circled the excavator a few times and estimated from its size that it was a type of small excavator and its power would not be very high. Otherwise, its power system would occupy a large volume. 300 kW, with a working weight of 800 kg. A staff member glanced at the data and said to Zhang Jingguo, "What? Are you joking?" Zhang Jingguo paused for a moment, turning around to look at the staff member in confusion. A 300 kW power output would be considered heavyweight even among excavators. An excavator capable of that power would have a very rough and large appearance, unlike this petite one in front of him. Only the huge bucket matched the working weight mentioned by the staff. Master, we wouldn't lie to you. I looked the nameplate on the excavator lists all the parameters. Hearing Zhang Lei's complaint, Ye Xing got up from her seat and walked over to his side. Upon seeing Ye Xing, Zhang Lei was momentarily stunned, unable to associate such a beautiful girl with heavy machinery. Following Ye's eyes direction, he looked at the parameters listed on the nameplate, and indeed, it was, as Ye Xing had said. How is this possible? Such a small body can't even fit a diesel engine. How can it drive the hydraulic system? Are your parameters inflated? Zhang Jiangwo's mind was a bit confused as he stared at Ye Xing. He was not a novice. He had a background as an excavator operator and had encountered various models of excavators, able to name models at a glance for some well-known brands. Zhang Jiangwo's loud voice immediately attracted the attention of some onlookers nearby. A few curious individuals approached him, eager to find out what was happening. Why does this excavator look so strange? Is it a children's model? It's a bit small, but the bucket is larger. It can dig quite a bit with each scoop. What was that old man arguing about earlier? Something about inflated parameters. The surrounding people whispered, their gazes shifting back and forth on the petite excavator. Sir, you are correct. Our excavator has eliminated the diesel engine and is powered entirely by a power battery, which is why its size is smaller. Ye Xing replied politely, showing no concern for Zhang Jiangwo's loud shouting. What? An excavator can actually operate without a diesel engine? The onlookers were stunned, staring at Ye Xing as if she were a fool. It is well known that diesel fuel has a higher combustion efficiency than gasoline, and its thermal energy conversion to kinetic energy also exceeds that of gasoline. Therefore, in scenarios requiring low speed and high torque, such as excavators and tractors that need to operate under low, diesel is necessary. However, for high-speed applications such as cars, gasoline combustion can drive the engine to run at high speeds. Yet this beautiful girl claimed that they used power batteries. Oh, wasn't that too exaggerated? Girl, don't joke. How could a battery possibly power a hydraulic system? Is your company selling toys? Zhang Jingguo shook his head, disappointment written all over his face as he prepared to leave. The surrounding audience also wore mocking expressions. Only one staff member from the Dogger Company wearing a badge looked uncertainly at the petite excavator. Sir, we haven't lied. Our products undergo various tests before leaving the factory and fully meet the parameters. If you don't believe us, we can conduct a live demonstration. Ye Xing stood up from his chair and walked to Zhang Jiangwo's side, smiling as he spoke. You still dare to experiment? Aren't you afraid of exposing yourselves? Zhang Jingguo couldn't quite believe his ears. Oh, we're scammers this bold now. Without a diamond, don't take on porcelain work. So let's see it for ourselves. Ye Xing finished with a grin and prepared to enter the excavator's cab. Uncle, why don't you come to our booth and take a look? We are a renowned manufacturer of heavy machinery internationally, offering a variety of models. As for the electric excavator mentioned by this young man, we already have finished products. Take a look. At that moment, a staff member in his 30s stepped out from the crowd and blocked Zhang Jiangwo's path. Ye Xing's gaze swept across the name tag on his chest, which read Dogger Company, causing him to frown slightly. Dogger is a famous agricultural machinery company internationally with a product line that spans from agricultural equipment to heavy machinery, enjoying a high reputation worldwide. Before the rise of Longwo's heavy machinery, Dogger's products almost monopolized the entire Longwo market with a market share of at least over 70%. After the emergence of companies like Sany and XCMG, they gradually reclaimed the market with their cost-effectiveness. However, even so, Dogger still enjoys a good reputation in Longwo, albeit with prices higher than domestic products. So it's Dogger Company. I've used your excavators before. The quality is good, though a bit pricey. Did you release any new products this year? Zhang Jingguo also noticed the name tag and hesitated slightly as his funds were tight. But if there really were no affordable options, he could only grit his teeth and buy a Dogger excavator. Wang Xian disdainfully glanced at Ye Xing and smiled at Zhang Jiangwo, saying, Uncle, you are indeed correct. If our company has indeed launched new products this year like this one. Wang Xian pointed at a massive excavator, stating, this is our new hybrid excavator with a total output power of 76 kW. This hybrid excavator can effectively save 15 fuel and is specially designed for Longwo customers. Can it save that much fuel? Zhang Jingguo sized up the imposing excavator, his eyes revealing desire. Men who operate excavators prefer large, majestic models, as sitting in one gives a sense of controlling everything. Moreover, the claim of fuel saving struck a chord with Zhang Jingguo. Of course, our principle at Dogger Company is integrity. We will strive to save our customers money, unlike some companies that deceive under the guise of new energy. Wang Xian puffed up his chest with pride, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Ye Xing as he spoke with double meanings. Zhang Jingguo caught the implication in Wang Xian's words and glanced at Ye Xing, saying, we can't say that perhaps they really do have electric excavators. He knew his words were quite unreliable, but considering Ye Xing was a domestic manufacturer, he didn't want to make things too difficult for him. Others looked at Ye Xing and the others with sympathy, and being used as a comparison isn't a pleasant feeling. Uncle, you may not know this, but excavators are quite different from family cars. Cars only need to provide speed, and the scenario is relatively simple. Excavators are different. Firstly, their own weight is significant, and they require a great torque when working, so they focus more on instantaneous power, meaning they need strong explosive power. Wang Xian, as an experienced salesman, had a strong ability to attract attention. He simply compared the working principles of cars and excavators, explaining it in very simple terms. His words immediately attracted the attention of Zhang Jingguo and those around him, causing everyone to nod frequently. However, despite the difficulties with electric solutions, it does not mean our Dozier company will stand still. Uncle, look at this model. It's our pure electric solution product. Wang Xian pointed to a smaller green excavator beside him. This excavator has an output power of 60 kW, can operate for long periods, and is silent with no pollution, offering lasting power. Wang Xian was very familiar with the business and casually mentioned the parameters. He also knew how to highlight strengths and avoid weaknesses, concealing the disadvantage of lower power in Dozier's electric excavator and only mentioning its advantages. The crowd of onlookers became agitated. They had only heard of electric cars and had never heard of excavators being battery-powered. Of course, they had just ignored Ye Xing's mention of their excavators being battery-powered. Indeed, large companies are impressive with strong technical capabilities and active exploration. Yes, look at how mature their solutions are, hybrid and pure electric, keeping up with the trend. Their excavators appear very well proportioned, obviously crafted with effort, unlike the one next door that looks top-heavy. They are a century-old enterprise, very concerned about their reputation, unlike that young man who talks nonsense. The crowd pointed at the Dozier series of excavators, nodding frequently, while leaving Ye Xing and the others aside. Not far away came two middle-aged men with glasses, standing outside the crowd. They heard Wang Xian's introduction and couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. Engineer Liu, I didn't expect Dozier Company indeed has deep roots, launching products ahead of us. Zhang Shuwen observed Dozier's electric excavator and whispered to Engineer Liu. This is not a good sign. If their electric solutions can be applied to excavators, they can also be used in military applications. It seems we need to accelerate our research and development. Engineer Liu's expression turned grave. What is that young man about? He seems quite unconvinced. Engineer Liu's gaze shifted to the side, seeing Ye Xing's enigmatic smile, feeling a bit perplexed. Soon his gaze landed on the excavator from Xingchen Technology, causing him to pause. Xiaozhang, this excavator is quite interesting. Can its power system drive such a heavy device? Are models allowed to be exhibited at the expo now? Engineer Liu, I just asked, and it seems that one is a model. According to the crowd, that too is a pure electric excavator. If true, that would be quite astonishing. Engineer Liu and Zhang Shuwen whispered to each other, their eyes shifting back and forth between the Dozier series and the Xingchen Technology excavator. This big brother, there's a proper order to everything. This uncle arrived at our booth first. Regardless, you must wait until we finish introducing to the clients before you snatch customers. What you're doing is too unethical. After Wang Xian's lengthy speech, Ye Xing slowly walked in front of Wang Xian, looking at him with anger. The crowd of onlookers was stunned. They never expected a fraud would have the audacity to accuse others. Wang Xian frowned, his smile vanishing as he impatiently said, Buddy, am I snatching your business? I'm helping you. What can your toy of a company display to clients? Honestly, I feel embarrassed for you. Please don't tarnish the reputation of our Longwu people, all right? As the confrontation seemed imminent, Zhang Jingguo nervously stepped between the two. Everyone, as you can see, this sales representative from Dozier Company is too deceitful. Our Xingchen Technology cannot back down. Ye Xing pointed at Wang Xian, raising his voice. Today I will challenge all of Dozier series products using this pure electric excavator. The crowd was astonished, unable to comprehend why Ye Xing would challenge Dozier Heavy Industries. Has this guy gone mad? I like his attitude, but this world ultimately requires strength. What does he have to back it up? His excavator looks to be smaller than the others. How much power could it possibly have? The onlookers shook their heads as they watched Ye Xing. Engineer Liu furrowed his brows, his gaze lingering on the excavator from Xingchen Technology for a moment before he slowly shook his head. That hydraulic system does resemble that of a heavy excavator, but the body is too small and the power system is inadequate to drive it. He's certainly going to lose. Engineer Liu quietly shared his assessment with Zhang Shuwen beside him. Zhang Shuwen nodded, knowing that Engineer Liu was no ordinary person. He had come to the Agricultural Expo to seek inspiration. What did you say? You want to challenge us at Dozier with that broken excavator of yours? Is this your first day in the industry? Wang Xian looked at Ye Xing as if he had heard a joke, cupping his ear in disbelief. You are right. We are a power battery company and are indeed newcomers to the excavator industry, but that doesn't stop us from challenging you at Dozier. Ye Xing confidently patted his chest. The surrounding crowd was amused by his fearless bravado. Engineer Liu shook his head, planning to leave. He had expected an exciting spectacle, but it turned out to be just the banter of young people. You should go where it's cooler at take that hybrid excavator of yours, and let the customers see what it can do. Wang Xian turned to shout at the staff, ignoring Ye Xing altogether. A staff member named Xiao Sun climbed onto the excavator and pressed the start button. The engine of the excavator roared to life, activating the hydraulic system, rumbling towards a mound of earth. Daguerre excavators were known for their impressive size and power, and this medium-sized model was no exception. To showcase the excavator's power, the staff extended the hydraulic arm step by step, then swung it down forcefully, accurately digging up the pile of earth. To demonstrate further, the staff extended the excavator's arm and tossed the soil onto the ground. The weight of this scoop of dirt was around 300 kilograms, and the staff executed the action fluidly. This immediately garnered cheers from the onlookers. Daguerre truly has impressive capabilities. Engineer Lu stood amidst the crowd witnessing the entire process and couldn't help but nod in approval. Indeed, it's quite good, the counterweight is reasonable, and there is no shaking under load indicating a stable oil line, Zhang Shuwen added in agreement. Let's go, there's nothing more to see here. Engineer Lu nodded, intending to leave as the rest would merely involve business negotiations. Wang Xian waved his hand signaling the staff to come down, and then turned to Zhang Jingguo. The crowd dispersed, each attending to their own affairs. At that moment, a crisp honk rang out, catching everyone's attention. Engineer Lu and Zhang Shuwen turned to see Ye Xing driving the somewhat exaggerated excavator at high speed towards the mound of earth. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the hydraulic arm extended step by step before swinging down forcefully. Dust erupted, creating a cloud that obscured the excavator from view. All that could be seen through the dust was the towering mechanical arm in motion, digging up a full scoop of earth, lifting and extending it. The soil tumbled from the overturned bucket, forming a towering mound. This mound was a whole size larger than the one produced by Daguerre's hybrid excavator. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events, staring blankly at the pile of soil. On the flat grassy area, a gigantic, deep pit suddenly appeared. Ye Xing elegantly jumped down from the cabin, dusted off his hands, and whistled at Wang Xian. Engineer Lu and Zhang Shuwen exchanged astonished glances, their eyes filled with shock. They never expected that such a compact excavator could actually have such a powerful scoop. Engineer Lu, wait a minute, I don't think I heard the sound of the engine just now. After the shock, Zhang Shuwen suddenly exclaimed, "Are you saying that this excavator is purely electric?" "That's impossible." Engineer Liu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the oddly shaped excavator. Compared to the powerful output of the compact excavator, a purely electric one was even more astonishing. "Buddy, I guess you have nothing more to say now, right?" Ye Xing grinned as he walked up to Wang Xian. "I can scoop out 6 tons of dirt with one bucket. Yours is only 350 kilograms. Even without studying math, one can deduce who is stronger from the weight of the soil. Moreover, my excavator is designed for hard soil. Oh, anyone who has worked on projects should know how much more demanding this is for an excavator than merely digging soil. Most importantly, my excavator's self-weight is far less than yours, and it is purely electric." Ye Xing confidently listed the advantages of his excavator. Wang Xian's face turned pale and flushed, his previous pride completely evaporating. "I don't believe this is purely electric. You must be cheating. There is absolutely no way such a powerful battery could exist." Wang Xian stared at the excavator from Xingchen Technology as if suddenly realizing something and began to roar. He had once heard the company's technicians say that to drive a heavy excavator, the battery would need to be enormous, and compared to a diesel engine, the cost-performance ratio is very low. "Hey, did you just say that your excavator is powered by batteries?" Before Ye Xing could respond, Engineer Lu and Zhang Shuwen had already stepped forward, asking with great interest, "Of course, our company actually produces batteries. Making excavators is merely a side business. This excavator is equipped with our company's Galaxy Series Power Battery C-Series." Ye Xing handed out business cards to Engineer Lu and the onlookers. They attended the Agricultural Expo to showcase the Galaxy Series batteries to the world. To create a sensational effect, nothing has more of a gimmick than powering heavy machinery like excavators. Having someone like Wang Xian as an antagonist made Ye Xing's performance even more memorable. Xingchen Technology, a battery manufacturer. I've never heard of such a company in the country. Engineer Lu said, looking at the introduction on the business card somewhat confused. The battery industry in Longhua is among the top tier globally, and he often interacts with those few battery manufacturers. "Well, now you know, Blue Star Batteries only our Galaxy," Ye Xing said proudly. "Wow, this young man sure has a big mouth." Engineer Lu looked up in surprise at Ye Xing. "Confidence is backed by strength. You will witness the rise of a super company firsthand." Ye Xing tilted his chin slightly, looking at Wang Xian. "Impossible, you must be lying. What battery can output such tremendous power? You must have hidden a diesel engine inside the chassis. I demand to dismantle the machine and check." Wang Xian suddenly shouted at Ye Xing like a madman. He simply could not accept the reality. If the opponent were a professional heavy machinery manufacturer from Longhua, he could at least accept losing. But the other party was merely a battery seller, a company unrelated to excavators. Losing to them would be incredibly unjust. Dude, we're in the mobile internet era now. What's that old saying? It's not always your competitors that beat you, sometimes it's the cross-industry disruptors. Ye Xing cheerfully replied to Wang Xian. Lu Gong and Zhang Shuwen exchanged glances, both quite in agreement with Ye Xing's words. As for wanting to see our power source, that's simple. Ye Xing gestured towards the standing Ye Shi. Ye Shi immediately changed into a blue work uniform, donned gloves and a helmet, and brought her toolbox to the excavator. Lu Gong was about to find a few people to help, but saw that Ye Shi had already swiftly disassembled the entire machine casing. Everyone looked at Ye Zai's stunning appearance and skillful movements, all silently exclaiming it was a waste of talent. Such a beautiful woman shouldn't be doing maintenance work with a wrench, as she should be in the office serving tea. Everyone in your company is quite versatile. Zhang Shuwen remarked, noting that Ye Zai's skills were even more proficient than the old workers in their factory. Absolutely, today's society demands multi-talented individuals. Even I as a general manager need to learn how to operate an excavator right. Ye Xing chuckled. It wasn't that he was reluctant to cherish beauty, but the fleet civilization had designed Ye Shi as a work-oriented bionic being. Without work, she felt uncomfortable, and he couldn't stop her. Zhang Shuwen rolled his eyes, saying, "That's not operating an excavator. That's just showing off." Ye Shi worked swiftly, and soon the outer shell of the excavator was removed, revealing the core machinery. Several thick cables extended from a corner near the core, leading directly to an electric motor. Within the entire machine casing, there was no sign of a diesel engine at all. Lu Gong and Zhang Shuwen were shocked and hurried over, leaning in to examine closely. Ye Shi seemed to understand their intention, picked up a wrench, disconnected the power source, and pulled out a battery the size of a cigarette box. This is the entire power battery. Lu Gong held the battery, standing there like he had been struck by lightning. It wasn't that he didn't believe the facts, but the reality was too astonishing, overturning his understanding. A battery the size of a palm could actually power the hydraulic system. Not even a nuclear battery could achieve this. Wang Xian leaned in to examine the interior of the machine casing closely, realizing that there was indeed no diesel engine, his face turning pale as he retreated back to his own exhibit. What is the battery's endurance time? It wouldn't run out in an hour, would it? After a long time, Lu Gong finally snapped out of his shock. He thought of a possibility: a disposable battery. Such batteries have a very high instantaneous discharge efficiency, but cannot be recharged. Our company's battery slogan is a 10-minute charge for a 3,000-kilometer range. Of course, excavators will consume more power. They will need to be recharged after 15 hours of use. Ye Xing answered seriously. What? Are you joking? Lu Gong and Zhang Shuwen's expressions changed dramatically as they looked at Ye Xing in shock. Currently, the market's most powerful endurance battery claims to charge in 10 minutes for a range of 700 kilometers, and this kid is saying it can last 3,000 kilometers. At a speed of 150 kilometers per hour, the battery could last for 20 hours. For an excavator, managing to last 15 hours is already a product of science fiction. To be clear, some purely electric excavators in the country only last 46 hours. This battery's performance is truly extraordinary, unless this kid is lying. However, they had witnessed the battery's impressive power firsthand, and the facts were undeniable. Given the size of this battery, could it not be possible to buy several more? Then wouldn't cars and excavators be able to last over 10,000 kilometers? Zhang Shuwen and Lu Gong became increasingly excited as they contemplated their thoughts, feeling as if the entire world would be turned upside down by this battery. Let's go inside and discuss it. Lu Gong's heart stirred as he pointed to the chairs behind the exhibit. Ye Xing, puzzled, led them behind the table. Shuwen, find some people to scout. Don't let any unrelated personnel come over. Lu Gong glanced around at the crowd surrounding the exhibit, his expression serious. Zhang Shuwen nodded and quickly walked towards the backstage of the venue. Before long, a few people in uniforms approached, dispersing the crowd gathered in front of the Xingchen technology exhibit. Ye Xing keenly noticed that there seemed to be some sharp-eyed individuals in the crowd, occasionally moving back and forth. Uncle, feel free to ask whatever you want. Ye Xing spoke straightforwardly to Lu Gong, having become somewhat familiar with the military after the ultra-precision machine tool and chrome or incidents. Xiaoyi, do you have batteries with higher output power and longer endurance time? Lu Gong looked at Ye Xing with some excitement. We definitely do. We also have a grade batteries specially developed for heavy machinery capable of continuous operation for 100 hours without any issues. However, I haven't considered what scenarios this level of battery could be applied to, which troubles me. Ye Xing had a look of a hero without a battlefield. Xiaoyi, you're not just boasting, are you? Lu Gong looked at Ye Xing's pretentious manner with a grudge. Do you realize how amazing your battery is, but can't find an application scenario? There are probably so many scenarios that it would frighten you. Uncle, I'm not dating you, why would I boast to you? Ye Xing rolled his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching. That's great, I'll find you an application scenario right away. Oh, I guarantee you'll make a fortune. Lu Gong's eyes lit up as he excitedly took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Old Cheng, the problem is solved. Hurry and come to the agricultural expo. After hanging up, Lu Gong quickly walked out of the exhibit and whispered to Zhang Shuwen. Suddenly, a group of security personnel appeared in the exhibition hall, directing the crowd watching to exit the exhibition hall. After a few minutes, the once bustling exhibition hall was left with only the Xingqian technology exhibit. Before long, the sound of a car's sudden brake was heard outside the exhibition hall. An elderly man with a tall stature and graying hair approached Ye Xing, accompanied by 2 soldiers. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Ye Xing also felt a bit nervous. Although the elderly man before him was not in military uniform, the air of decisiveness and authority still radiated from him. You are Ye Xing. I have heard of you from Sun Yunlong. Oh, very impressive. Please take a seat. Cheng Xiao walked in front of Ye Xing, scrutinizing him for a moment, and slowly spoke. Old Cheng, do you know him? Lu Gong looked at Cheng Xiao in surprise. Not just know him, he is truly unforgettable. Cheng Xiao looked at Ye Xing with curiosity and continued slowly. Do you remember the breakthrough in engine processing precision at the Aerospace Institute last week? That was your doing. Oh, that was his masterpiece. Lu Gong's mouth dropped open as he stared at Ye Xing in astonishment. And the nickel incident where Western forces attempted to short our Dragon Nation was also resolved by Xiao Ye's righteous intervention, saving the situation. At such a young age, he shows concern for the nation. That's rare. Cheng Xiao said as he looked at Ye Xing like a grandfather gazing at his grandson with kindness and satisfaction. Ye Xing could not help but feel a bit elated, not expecting to be seen as so impressive in their eyes. Shall Lu tell us what problem Ye Xing has helped us solve again? Cheng Xiao looked around somewhat puzzled. Old Cheng, haven't you been mentioning the power issue with the submarine? If we use Ye's Galaxy battery, our submarine will be able to navigate the oceans and become the best in Blue Star. Lu Gong's face broke into a smile. What? Cheng Xiao's body shook, and he involuntarily stood up. Old Cheng, you heard correctly. The Galaxy battery produced by Xiao Ye's company can indeed solve our difficulties. Lu Gong replied earnestly once more. Then Lu Gong turned to Ye Xing. Xiao Ye, did you bring the Galaxy Type A battery you mentioned earlier? Of course I brought it. We came to the capital this time specifically to promote the power battery. Ye Xing waved to Ye Shi, who took out a silver-white block the size of a brick from her handbag and placed it on the table. Old Cheng and Lu Gong's expressions changed drastically as they looked at Ye Xing with skepticism. Xiao Ye, this is no joke. Can such a small battery really power such a large submarine? Old Cheng spoke with a slight Sichuan accent, making his words sound friendly, but his dissatisfaction was evident. Even Lu Gong, who was beside him, felt somewhat gloomy despite just having witnessed the Galaxy battery powering an excavator. However, a submarine is significantly larger than an excavator, and the energy required would increase exponentially. Moreover, the Galaxy Type A battery was only slightly larger than the regular Galaxy battery. To claim it could propel a large blackfish through the deep sea was something no one would believe. Old Cheng, I know you don't believe it, but it really can. You can verify it and see for yourselves, Ye Xing said, spreading his hands in a somewhat helpless manner as he couldn't obtain a sample of a submarine. However, the technical data provided by the fleet civilization stated that it could propel, so there should be no problem. Cheng Xiao and Lu Gong whispered to each other for a moment before resolutely looking at Ye Xing. Seeing you so confident, let's go verify it. Do you have the guts to come with us? Cheng Xiao's face broke into a smile. Sure, I'll go. What do I have to be afraid of? I'm more worried you won't be able to handle it. Ye Xing nonchalantly replied. You have some guts, kid. Most people would turn pale at the thought of being taken away. Cheng Xiao gave Ye Xing an appreciative glance, waved his hand, and led the group outside. Ye Xing and Ye Shi briefly instructed the staff before following Cheng Xiao out. Upon exiting the exhibition hall, they saw several soldiers standing outside and an inconspicuous vehicle parked there. Cheng Xiao and Lu Gong got into the car, while Ye Xing and Ye Shi were guided into another vehicle by an officer. The vehicle twisted left and right, and after an unknown amount of time it stopped in front of an ordinary-looking building. Ye Xing and Ye Shi followed Cheng Xiao and Lu Gong into the building. As soon as they entered, they saw a spacious hall filled with busy people with various instruments making a rhythmic beeping sound. Upon seeing Old Cheng, the workers seemed unfazed, merely nodding and smiling as a greeting before returning to their tasks. Old Cheng paid no mind, leading Ye Xing and the others around the instruments to a workstation at the rear. On the workstation, a massive engine was exposed with several thick wires extending from it directly to a row of large battery packs. By the workstation, an elderly man wearing glasses was directing others to inspect the engine. After a thorough check, the old man nodded and gestured down with his right hand. A middle-aged man pressed the button, and the previously still engine immediately roared to life, drawing everyone's gaze. Moments later, the rotating blades suddenly came to a halt. Disappointment washed over the crowd's faces. Clearly their experiment had failed. Manager Liang. Lu Gong couldn't help but murmur. Old Xing, you're here. You've witnessed another failure, sigh. Liang Hui turned around, and upon spotting Cheng Xiao and Lu Gong smiled wryly. When he noticed Ye Xing and Ye Xi standing behind Cheng Xiao, his expression turned slightly surprised. This was a military-industrial facility and generally outsiders weren't allowed in. He didn't understand why such a handsome young man and woman had come. Old Liang, don't be anxious, technology is not achieved overnight. With more experiments, success will surely come, Cheng Xiao said, patting Liang Hu's shoulder in comfort. It seemed the two shared a deep friendship, speaking to each other quite directly. Old Cheng, am anxious myself. I've heard that the Eagle Sauce country is also developing electric submarines, and the Sakura country has already launched their products. If we don't hurry, we'll be surpassed by them, and it will be our underwater soldiers facing the danger. Liang Hu's face twisted slightly as he harshly grabbed at his already disheveled hair. Ye Xing observed that most people in the hall had messy hair, clearly not caring about their appearance. In contrast, he and Ye Xi paid attention to their appearance, which felt somewhat out of place. Old Liang, I understand how you feel. If you have any requests, please feel free to mention them, and I will take care of it. Cheng Xiao patted Old Liang's shoulder and then turned to Ye Xing. Here, I've brought you a solution. Liang Hui looked at Ye Xing with a gaze full of confusion. Manager Liang, we have found a high-density battery that may resolve the issue of insufficient power output, Lu Gong said somewhat bashfully to Liang Hui. Xiao Lu, why aren't you focusing on your transmission device and instead meddling in this? Liang Hui clearly held a high position in submarine research and shot an annoyed glance at Lu Gong. As for Ye Xing and Ye Xi, he completely ignored them. Generally, those with accomplishments in research were at least in their 40s. Young people like them didn't even qualify to assist. Lu Gong felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at Cheng Xiao. He had no way to deal with the stubborn and senior Liang Hui. Old Liang, you can't underestimate people based on their age. This young lad is from the battery factory and has brought a new product. Why not test it? Cheng Xiao pointed at Ye Xing, clearly lacking confidence in his words. Exactly, Old Liang, I saw with my own eyes how their battery powered an excavator and cut through the ground with great force, Lu Gong chimed in. Liang Hui furrowed his brows, slightly glaring at Lu Gong, clearly implying that they were being ridiculous. Just give it a simple test. If it doesn't work, quickly remove it. No time to waste on this. Liang Hui helplessly waved his hand to the assistants. The assistants shook their heads and skillfully disconnected the circuit of a battery set. They tested batteries many times a day, so switching was quite convenient. Ye Xing placed the Galaxy Type A battery on the test stand. The assistants stopped in their tracks upon seeing the battery, looking at Ye Xing as if he were a fraud, their expressions tinged with anger. This was a legitimate national military research laboratory. How could you bring a battery that couldn't even power an electric donkey here? What's wrong? Liang Hui, who was busy, kept his eyes and ears open. Hearing no noise behind him, he turned around and saw the Galaxy Type A battery, which was as big as a brick. Old Cheng, is he your relative? Old Liang looked at Cheng Xiao with some anger. He was straightforward and wouldn't tolerate those tinkering with dubious methods. Old Liang, you know what kind of person I am. This Xiao Yi is quite capable. Just test it first, Cheng Xiao said awkwardly, waving his hand. He felt as if he had been dragged into this by Ye Xing. If it didn't work, he wouldn't be able to save face. Liang Hui waved his hand, and an assistant connected the Galaxy battery to the circuit. Then he gently pressed the button. The engine emitted a piercing scream as the blades whirled violently. The assistants were stunned, glancing incredulously at the small brick-like object beside them, which seemed so insignificant compared to its peers. Yet the energy it unleashed surged mightily. Some batteries discharge power fiercely in an instant, but endurance is what truly matters, Liang Hui explained to Cheng Xiao with a smile, unconsciously picking up the timer. 10 minutes passed, and there was no sign of the engine's speed diminishing. Liang Hui and his assistants were dumbfounded. This duration exceeded their estimates, as their department's highest-performing battery group only managed this level. However, the Galaxy battery was at least dozens of times smaller than the battery group. Even if it stopped now, its performance would still surpass theirs. Half an hour quickly went by, yet Liang Hui and his assistants felt no fatigue, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They were no longer concerned about the authenticity of the battery. They simply wanted to test its limits. People in the hall began to notice the anomaly and gathered around. After understanding the situation, they stood frozen, their expressions a mix of shock and excitement. Unlike the ordinary attendees of the Agricultural Expo, they were professionals in the battery industry, arguably the top tier in the Blue Star. They understood that operating the engine required an immense output of power. Ordinary batteries needed to be grouped together just to get the engine to turn a few times. To keep the engine running for half an hour was enough to allow an ordinary submarine to cruise for several hours in the depths of the ocean. An hour passed. The engine continued to run smoothly, showing no signs of stopping. Liang Hui gasped, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. He had never seen a battery capable of sustaining operation for an hour, enough to allow a submarine to travel at a constant speed underwater for over 10 hours. His mind began to unconsciously calculate the supporting systems needed for the Galaxy battery, figuring out how many of them various submarine models should be equipped with to ensure sufficient power. 3 hours had passed, and the engine had been running for a full 3 hours. Yet there was no sign of weakening output from the battery. Liang Hui and the onlookers felt their scalps tingle, staring at the Galaxy battery as if it were an alien monster. They couldn't believe that such monstrous energy existed in the world. This level of power could allow a submarine to achieve maximum speed underwater for an entire day. Currently, only nuclear submarines could rival it on the Blue Star. But who would compare an ordinary submarine to a nuclear one? 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the engine continued to work tirelessly. The staff brought chairs for everyone, creating a rare sight of everyone sitting quietly observing the experiment results. Now everyone felt somewhat numb. The Galaxy battery was so monstrous that they began to worry whether their own engine would break down first. Liang Hui silently calculated in his mind that a battery capable of lasting 5 hours would allow a submarine to operate at high speed for 2 days. The record for nuclear submarines underwater was 90 hours. The Galaxy battery was inching closer to that target. But that was nuclear power. Who would compare an ordinary battery to nuclear energy? Old Liang, is it really working? Cheng Xiao, sitting upright in his chair, even without understanding the technology, could tell that a solution to the long-standing problem of Longhua had been found. Indeed, old Cheng, with its current performance, it can compete with nuclear submarines. We may be old, but the younger generation is impressive. Liang Hui nodded, his face flushed with embarrassment, yet still excited. Then he turned to Ye Xing. Xiao Yi, has your company calculated its endurance time? It must be calculated, as we are a rigorous and pragmatic global company, and our technological capabilities are among the world's top-notch. Ye Xing smiled, handing over his business card. Liang Hui was speechless. This guy really knows how to show off. I just asked for some parameters, and he gave me a whole bunch. Dr. He Liang. Is he in your company? Liang Hu's eyes lit up upon seeing the introduction on the back of the card. Old Liang, do you know He Liang? Ye Xing looked at Liang Hui in surprise. He's my student. He has some expertise in ternary batteries. Did he develop the Galaxy battery? Impossible. Liang Hui replied lightly. Well, I've hit the nail on the head. Ye Xing's lips twitched as he looked at Liang Hui speechlessly. The Galaxy battery is our company's exclusive patent. Dr. He Liang is making improvements under our company's framework. Old Liang, if you're interested, you can come visit our company. We are actively recruiting. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Cheng Xiao. You little rascal, do you know where this place is, eh? Are you planning to poach old Liang to your company to build submarines or aircraft carriers? Why don't you just fly up there? The people around were amused by Ye Xing bursting into laughter. Old Cheng, I really do plan to fly with the Galaxy power battery. Is it really that difficult to go to the skies? Ye Xing replied with a grin. But Liang Hui and the surrounding people suddenly froze, as if they had realized something important. Then Liang Hui exclaimed, Old Cheng, what Xiao Yi said might actually be feasible. Just think, if drones were equipped with the Galaxy battery, wouldn't that be? The atmosphere froze. Everyone looked at Ye Xing as if they had seen a ghost, their mouths agape in disbelief. Because they all thought, since it could drive submarines underwater, would it really be a problem for planes flying in the air? Xiao Yi, you still haven't answered my question. Liang Hui gazed deeply at Ye Xing. He was now eager to know the answer. If it runs continuously, the endurance time is 100 hours. Ye Xing smiled faintly. He understood the psychological impact this parameter would have on everyone present. 100 hours, even nuclear submarines can't compete with that. Liang Hui murmured in shock. Old Cheng, the military situation on the Blue Star is about to change. Suddenly Liang Hui turned to Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao nodded gravely, understanding Liang Hu's implication. With the backing of the Galaxy battery, the noise problem that plagued conventional submarines would be easily resolved, as submarines would become quieter and more stealthy. Moreover, the small size of the Galaxy battery and its ability to provide more power would free up greater space in submarines, allowing the soldiers on board to live more comfortably. After all, compared to a battery pack as large as a house, the Galaxy battery could almost fit into a handbag, allowing for one to be swapped out for a new one once depleted. Submarines would hardly require energy replenishment. As long as the soldiers' physiology could withstand it, they could stay underwater for a year and a half without any issues. Xiao Yi, we want to buy your technology. Cheng Xiao restrained his inner excitement, looking at Ye Xing with a calm gaze. All the staff gathered their gazes on Ye Xing's face, eagerly hoping for his agreement. Old Cheng, wait a moment. Liang Hui gently tugged at Cheng Xiao's arm, signaling him to step aside. Cheng Xiao followed Liang Hui to the corner, somewhat puzzled. Old Liang, is something wrong. This crucial technology could significantly alter the military landscape. Cheng Xiao was somewhat excited. Old Qing, I understand your feelings. I also hope Long Country can stand at the pinnacle of the world, but you may not have considered carefully that these batteries represent an epic-making change. The Galaxy batteries can not only be used in the military, but also in cars, completely throwing gasoline vehicles into the trash heap. This is a trillion-dollar industry. Even if others are willing to sell, we might not be able to afford them. Moreover, I see that Xiao Yi also seems unwilling. Liang Hui, true to his research background, quickly contemplated various angles. Cheng Xiao pondered for a moment, nodded, and approached Ye Xing. Ye Xing was initially hesitant to hand over the technology to the military, as the entire production line had been transformed by the fleet civilization, and some of the technology was quite advanced. Before Cheng Xiao could speak, Ye Xing took the initiative to say, "Old Cheng, I can publicly provide part of the technical information to the military, but the production line for this technology is a company secret, and I cannot transfer it." Cheng Xiao nodded, though a hint of regret appeared on his face. The technicians, including Liang Hui, revealed joy upon hearing that part of the information could be transferred. However, our company can specifically set up a production line for the military to help them produce Galaxy Type A batteries, Ye Xing continued. Xiao Yi, this method works, but what about the price? And how about your production capacity? Can you guarantee timely and sufficient supply? You must understand, we are using these in the military. The operating environment is extremely harsh, and the requirements for the products are very strict. Cheng Xiao eagerly pressed on with a series of questions, his eyes filled with urgency. Ye Xing smiled lightly. Old Cheng, Old Liang, rest assured, if our production capacity is insufficient, we can hire more people. As for quality, I believe Old Liang has a solution. Before Cheng Xiao could respond, Liang Hui interjected. Old Cheng, don't worry, I will lead the establishment of a quality inspection team to ensure that no defective batteries enter the military. Cheng Xiao and Liang Hui exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. In that laughter, it seemed they could already envision the aircraft and submarines of Long Country soaring through the blue sky and deep sea, leaving their enemies quaking in fear. Ye Xing handed some information about the Galaxy Type A batteries to Liang Hui and signed the production contract under the accompaniment of military personnel. When Ye Xing and Ye Shi returned to Tiannan City, it was already 3 days later. The promotion at the Capital Agricultural Expo had been a complete success, bringing in orders worth $1 billion for the company. Back in the office, Ye Xing opened his phone and happily started browsing videos. As for work, that was naturally left to Ye Shi. Suddenly, Ye Xing's gaze froze for a moment and his hand holding the phone involuntarily stopped. On the software, a pure and lovely female host was vividly narrating a shopping mall conflict. Hello everyone, I'm here to report a conflict that occurred at the Capital Agricultural Expo involving a customer snatching incident. The female host's avatar disappeared, turning into a voiceover, and the video showed a comparison between Xingchen Company's excavator and Dogger's excavator. When everyone sees this scene, they will surely feel that the dwarf on the left cannot challenge the strongman on the right. Accompanying the comparison footage was the female host's commentary. However, this world is full of drama. This domestically produced compact excavator will showcase its astonishing explosive power, so please watch. The scene switched to Ye Xing driving the excavator to dig a large pit in the ground, and then using the huge bucket to tilt the mud down. Fortunately, the footage of Ye Xing in the cab was not captured. Next, it showed Ye Shi dissecting the excavator. Throughout the footage, Ye Xing's appearance was blurred. He speculated that it must be the military protecting his privacy. As for why the video could still appear on the platform, it was likely because the military wanted to promote Xingchen technology. If I hadn't witnessed it in person, I wouldn't have believed that a battery could actually power an excavator, and the manufacturer of this unimaginable battery is a small, obscure company, Xingchen Technology. The female host became incredibly excited as she played the video. Xingchen Technology represents countless hard-working small enterprises in our Long Country. They may be inconspicuous, but they never forget to bring glory to the nation. Ye Xing felt embarrassed. Was he really that impressive? He simply wanted to promote the Galaxy battery in a unique way. The video ended with Xingchen Technology's business card covering the screen and a creative red rabbit placed in the middle. 666. A Xingchen Technology is so impressive, defeating the foreigners with one blow. Just for Xingchen Technology, I must add a chicken leg today. The company's saleswoman is so beautiful. Is she married? Does she have a boyfriend? Yes, the girl is stunning. Ooh, does Xingchen Technology truly understand cherishing beauty? Is there no repairman? So satisfying. Ew, I like this guy's temperament. Revenge is never overnight. Just imagine what would happen if their batteries were used in family cars. What would happen? Didn't they say? Charge for 10 minutes, range of 3,000 kilometers. Below the video, the audience was stimulated and excitedly left comments. Ye Xing glanced at the view count, astonished it had reached over 1 million in just 3 days. With the speed of internet dissemination, the company's phone should be ringing off the hook. He had just turned off the video when a hurried knock on the door echoed. "Come in." Ye Xing put his phone away, sat upright. After all, he was the chairman and needed to set an example for his subordinates. The door opened and Qi Xinyue rushed in her face, unable to hide her excitement. "Director Yi, the phone hasn't stopped ringing today. They are all inquiring about the batteries. I can't answer them all. Among them, the 4 major new car-making forces have called to inquire about our lowest quotes and technical parameters, and they have provided order quantities requesting to send representatives for discussions." Qi Xinyue was so excited that she waved the fax in her hand. At her level, being able to contact the new forces in domestic new energy vehicle production was already the pinnacle she could reach. After all, a month ago, she was still selling cars at a dealership. Without Ye Xing, she would never have had the chance to interact with these technological elites. Oh, did Teles and BYD not call? Can those battery competitors really sit still? A sneer appeared at the corner of Ye Xing's mouth. He had long anticipated the reactions of these car manufacturers. The emergence of Galaxy batteries could shake the foundation of new energy vehicles. It would be strange if they could remain calm. Teles has remained silent, but BYD has followed our Weibo. As for the other battery competitors, they should still be in the phase of seeking the truth. Qi Xinyue flipped through the materials and replied, "Director, should we sell batteries to car manufacturers? They are offering very high prices, and the order volumes are substantial." Qi Xinyue's face flushed with excitement. Clearly, the massive orders had driven her, the sales director, a bit crazy. "We will not sell batteries to car manufacturers. Other application manufacturers, such as agricultural machinery, transport vehicles, and mobile phone manufacturers, can discuss." Ye Xing shook his head, directly rejecting the idea. Qi Xinyue nodded, understanding Ye Xing's meaning, and turned to walk out. However, as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and looked at Ye Xing. "Director Yi, there's some news you might want to hear." "Oh, what news?" Ye Xing raised an eyebrow, looking at Qi Xinyue with curiosity. The president of Huaxing Group, Sheng Wenhong, was sent to the hospital yesterday due to a heart attack caused by investment failures, barely escaping death. Qi Xinyue gazed at Ye Xing, her eyebrows dancing with excitement. Perhaps women just love to indulge in such gossip. "Oh, how did that happen?" Ye Xing smiled faintly, an inexplicable delight rising within him. "Mr. Yi, do you really not know, or are you just pretending?" Qi Xinyue stared wide-eyed at Ye Xing, her face full of curiosity. Now the entire Tiannan city was abuzz with the news that Xingchen Technology had toppled Huaxing Group, and the new energy battery business that Huaxing had heavily invested in had suffered a severe blow. "Tell me more." "I heard that Huaxing acquired the battery technology from Yingjiang, bought land in Tiannan, invested heavily, and recruited many workers, cutting some profitable projects to focus solely on the battery business. Who would have thought that a female streamer online would post a promotional video about our company? Now the whole country knows that our battery performance surpasses theirs, and naturally the clients who once favored them can no longer invest in them." In a fit of rage, Sheng Wenhong called a meeting, flying into a rage, and it is said that he fainted at the venue due to his anger and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Qi Xinyue animatedly recounted the local gossip, embellishing it further for Ye Xing. Her eyes sparkled with admiration and infatuation. From a woman's intuition, she believed that Ye Xing was avenging the grievance of his ex-girlfriend being taken away. Ye Xing chuckled coldly. Striking down Huaxing was merely a convenient part of his company's rise. Destroying Huaxing was of no concern to him. In the past, a behemoth like Huaxing was unimaginable to an ordinary person. But now it was hard for Ye Xing to even give it a second glance. Yet thinking about how easily he had brought down Huaxing, he felt a small, inexplicable sense of pride. He waved his hand, signaling Qi Xinyue to leave. Ye Xing picked up his phone and directly rewarded the streamer from the earlier video with 10,000 yuan. Had it not been for her video promoting Xingchen Company, it would have taken much longer for the situation to escalate. Just after making the reward, Ye Xing's phone rang. When he picked it up, he found it was Qian Wuzhou calling. "Little Yi, you are amazing. I initially thought you were just joking, but who knew you actually developed such impressive batteries, bringing glory to us Tiannan people. Brother Qian, you flatter me. If it weren't for your guidance, we wouldn't even have an office space for the company." Ye Xing replied, casually speculating on Qian Wuzhou's intentions. A character who plays both sides would certainly not simply come to bless his own business. Sure enough, after exchanging pleasantries, Qian Wuzhou said seriously, "Little Yi, I shouldn't interfere in the grudge between you and Sheng Wenhong, but as someone who has been through it, I think it's better to stop. While you're ahead, be wary of the other party acting out of desperation." Ye Xing's brow furrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Was Sheng Wenhong trying to threaten him through Qian Wuzhou? "Brother Qian, I think you are overestimating Huaxing Group. A small company like that is not worth our Xingchen Technology even glancing at, let alone me specifically dealing with it. You are overthinking it." There was a moment of silence on the phone before Qian Wuzhou's voice rang out again. "Brother, I understand your point. I shouldn't have waded into muddy waters like this. Brother Qian, you were just doing someone a favor. I hold no grudges against you. You might think I'm bragging, but you should also realize that with our galaxy battery making waves, we have offended not just Huaxing, but those domestic battery manufacturers who among them is not more formidable than Huaxing with stronger backgrounds. What is Huaxing even worth? Ye Xing said dismissively. Now that he had the military backing, the rise of Galaxy Battery would definitely create a stir both domestically and internationally. Some people will naturally not sit idly by, but what is there for Ye Xing to fear? That is true. Since you are confident, I can rest easy. However, I must remind you that Sheng Shilong has issued an assassination order against you underground, so be cautious. Qian Wuzhou's voice suddenly lowered on the phone. Thank you for the reminder, brother. Ye Xing was unconcerned. He had an energy shield, and ever since his encounter with the F-22, he had repeatedly tested it, ensuring that the shield could completely withstand bullet penetration. By the way, little Yi, I heard you mention wanting to build a car last time. Is that true? How about I become an agent? I believe you are quite capable, and following you would definitely ensure a good livelihood. Qian Wuzhou shifted the topic to becoming an agent. Ye Xing smiled slightly, realizing that Qian Wuzhou indeed had an eye for potential buying up shares in advance. Since you have asked, of course it's not a problem. I will have my secretary contact you shortly, giving you the privilege to choose a city first. Ye Xing agreed without a second thought. Qian Wuzhou had no grievance with him and was quite loyal, secretly alerting him to Sheng Shilong's plot. Hey, thank you, little brother. Be careful when you go out. Qian Wuzhou cheerfully hung up the phone. Ye Xing turned off his phone, called on Yi Shi, and headed to the underground parking lot, driving towards the western suburbs. There, the new energy vehicle base of Xingchen Technology was under construction. Ye Xing wanted to inspect the progress. If the construction was too slow, he felt it necessary to find some cutting-edge technology to speed up the base's development. Otherwise, it would affect the car's rollout schedule. In the Porsche Bumblebee, Yi Shi was driving while Ye Xing sat in the passenger seat, his gaze constantly flickering towards Yi Shi. If he did not know that Yi Shi was an emotionless artificial machine, Ye Xing would definitely think that such a perfect being could not exist in this world. Yi Shi, is it really true that there is no history of the fleet civilization in your memory? Ye Xing couldn't help but bring up this question he had asked countless times. Master, what is the fleet civilization? Yi Shi tossed her wavy hair, looking at Ye Xing with a smiling face. Ye Xing was speechless, realizing that the memory of the fleet civilization must have been cleared when Ye Shi was manufactured. Drive on, or I've bought you 100 CPUs, you can assemble them yourself. Ye Xing sighed, realizing that he would not be able to extract any information from Ye Shi. During this time, he had bought a lot of computer parts for Ye Shi, allowing her to assemble a more powerful supercomputer to accelerate her knowledge acquisition from the network. Master, we are being followed. Suddenly, Ye Shi pointed at the rearview mirror and exclaimed. Ye Xing looked back and noticed a black car slowly following them about 20 meters behind. However, this alone did not prove that they were being followed. Ye Xing looked at Ye Shi suspiciously. Since we left, there have been 10 cars appearing behind us. The other 9 left at different intersections, but this black Mazda has kept following us. Ye Shi detailed the tracking times and departure times of each vehicle precise to the second. Ye Xing nodded. Ye's eyes core was a computer, and mathematics and memory were her specialties. Accelerate towards the suburbs. Ye Xing's face grew cold. Without thinking, he knew the car behind was definitely an assassin sent by Sheng Shilong. Ye Shi was merely a work-type robot and couldn't fight, so Ye Xing had to take action himself. In the Mazda behind, 2 assassins dressed in black saw the Porsche Bumblebee suddenly accelerate towards the suburbs and couldn't help but smirk. Heaven has a way, yet you refuse to take it. Make it quick later, let's seize the car and grab the beauty. One-eyed assassin grinned coldly, patting his bulging waist. The Bumblebee sped away quickly, leaving the bustling city and entering the sparsely populated suburbs. Ye Xing leaned against the passenger seat, scanning the surroundings. At this moment, the vehicle drove into a desolate area with dense mountain forests lining the roadside. A few kilometers ahead lay the vast ocean. The Mazda closely followed the Bumblebee, and after leaving the city, the distance between them shrank. The one-eyed dragon could even see the flowing long hair of Ye Xing, a discovery that made him salivate, wishing he could pounce immediately. Dude, that girl is too hot. Wait until I shoot that kid, we can have our fun before we run. The one-eyed dragon grinned wickedly, pulling out a black handgun from his waist. Big brother, the boss only said to take that kid's life. We need to finish and flee quickly, no need to complicate things. The big man hesitated as he drove. What are you afraid of? We're in the wilderness, who can find us? Those 2 are really bold, running out to the outskirts after spotting us. They must be panicking. The one-eyed dragon breathed on the gun barrel, looking confident. Suddenly, they noticed the Bumblebee paused momentarily, its door opened, and then closed again. Then they realized that Ye Xing, sitting in the passenger seat, had vanished. The one-eyed dragon rubbed his eyes vigorously, but he saw clearly that one of the 2 people in the car was indeed missing. Old 3, where did that kid go? The one-eyed dragon rolled down the car window and craned his neck to look around, but there was no sign of Ye Xing anywhere, either on the ground or in the car. This discovery made him feel uneasy. What they were doing was definitely illegal, and they were especially superstitious. Boss, this is a bit eerie. How about we head back first and wait for another chance? The burly man slowed down a bit, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. But with this halt, the bumblebee had already sped away like an arrow to the seaside, leaving them far behind. Are you stupid? We finally found an opportunity. Next time, do you believe that kid will go back and report to the police? We will be investigated and wanted immediately. The one-eyed dragon waved his gun and shot a cold glance at the burly man. We must have misseen that kid. Must have crawled to the back seat. Let's catch up and grab that girl to interrogate her, and then well no. The one-eyed dragon looked around vigilantly, his eyes gleaming with malice. The burly man dared not disobey the order, but inwardly he was skeptical. He did not believe the one-eyed dragon's nonsense. If he had really crawled to the back seat, why stop and open the door? He was convinced that Ye Xing had exited through the door. The burly man held the steering wheel with one hand, tightly gripping the handgun, with the other nervously watching the changes around them. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted as if it had crashed into an invisible wall, violently shaking the front half of the car, lifting high before crashing down hard. Dust obscured their vision, spreading into the vehicle through the shattered windows. The burly man and the one-eyed dragon were tossed into the air by the immense force, crashing down heavily against the windows and steering wheel. Both of their foreheads erupted with blood, looking quite disheveled. Big brother, look quickly. The one-eyed dragon scrambled to retrieve his handgun, hearing the burly man's terrified shout. The one-eyed dragon followed his finger and was immediately shocked into silence, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ye Xing stood in the air about 10 meters in front of the car like a deity, coldly gazing at them. How is this possible? The one-eyed dragon sucked in a breath of cold air, staring wide-eyed at everything before him. His basic understanding of physics shattered in that moment. How could a person stand in the air without any support? Tell me who sent you, and he'll spare your lives. Ye Xing, standing in the air, suddenly spoke. The burly man and the one-eyed dragon exchanged glances, fear evident on their faces. Big brother, what do we do? The burly man looked to the one-eyed dragon, unsure. Didn't you hear him? Whether we speak or not, our lives are at stake. Since he wants our lives, whether he's human or ghost, I'm going to fight him to the end. The one-eyed dragon whispered, his finger resting on the trigger. After saying this, he exchanged a look with his companion, and his right hand suddenly extended, pulling the trigger. Whooshed! A bullet silently shot out of the window, heading straight for Ye Xing's chest. The burly man also raised his handgun and repeatedly pulled the trigger. In an instant, over a dozen bullets were flying toward Ye Xing. The one-eyed dragon let out a long breath, leaning heavily against his seat, preparing to enjoy the sight of his opponent riddled with holes and bleeding. Although it was strange for his opponent to be standing in the air, he was still flesh and blood in front of bullets. All beings are equal. How could he resist bullets forged from steel? But in the next second, his mouth dropped open again, his face twisted in shock. The opponent was not turned into a sieve, instead flickering points of white light flashed by in his vision. The high-speed bullets seemed to lose power and fell straight to the ground. Hiss! Seeing such an eerie scene, both men felt as if they had seen a ghost, a cold sweat rising on their backs. They desperately pulled the trigger, bullets raining down on Ye Xing. Ye Xing stood in the air, and in his view, his body was enveloped in a layer of white light. Bullets struck the white light, only stirring up a slight glow on the surface before falling away. The energy shield was indeed extraordinary. He regretted not twisting the F-22 into a twist last time. Feeling the safety of the energy shield, Ye Xing felt much more at ease, somewhat regretting the last encounter. Since you don't want your lives, then I shall fulfill your wishes. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Ye Xing's eyes as he reached out his hands into the air. An overwhelmingly powerful energy surged forth, distorting the air along its path, pulling in surrounding dust and grass, forming a gigantic gray dragon. The gust of wind struck the vehicle, lifting it into the air with a harsh metallic screech and tearing sound. A torrent of blood red appeared within the yellow whirlwind, accompanied by cries of agony. Minutes later, Ye Xing withdrew his energy. A twisted mass of scrap metal fell from the air, staining the ground red. Ye Xing descended from the air, a flash of white light, enveloping the scrap metal and dismembered bodies into his spatial ring. Ye Xing approached, her gaze sweeping over the scene, her expression unreadable. Ye Xing, I suggest you delete this memory, lest others pry it from you. Ye Xing looked at Ye Xing, giving her the order. After all, Ye Xing was a robot skilled in logical thinking, while humans are a combination of logic and emotions. If someone were to entice Ye Xing, she might unintentionally reveal this experience. Therefore, deleting the memory was the safest option. After speaking, Ye Xing vanished into the trading space. Jerry, I want the holographic projection technology. Ye Xing smiled at Jerry across from him. Holographic projection. No problem. Xing, I didn't expect you to be interested in such an outdated technology. Jerry shrugged. Ye Xing scratched his head. Holographic projection was the most sci-fi light technology he could imagine. How many advanced technologies does the fleet civilization still hide away? Captain Jerry took out a black object resembling a smartphone remote control and pressed it gently. Suddenly, a black space appeared in the air of the trading hall, and a murky river emerged within that space, its waters rushing wildly and boundlessly. Some strange creatures flickered in and out of sight in the river, their heads raised as they roared. The sound of the rushing water mixed with the roars of the monsters, making one feel as if they were on a primitive planet. At the same time, a damp scent of river water and the metallic smell of beasts rushed towards him. Incredibly lifelike. Ye Xing was stunned. He originally thought that just having a video would be enough, but he never expected that the fleet civilization's holographic projection technology could not only transmit images in real time, but also convey sound and taste. For a moment, he thought of many uses for holographic projection. Of course, the technology I'm showcasing is not limited to this. Seeing Ye Xing's astonished expression, Captain Jerry closed his eyes and pressed again. The scene in the air changed once more. On the surging river, a figure appeared out of nowhere, walking slowly across the water's surface. Ye Xing was taken aback. The figure was actually Captain Jerry. He was dressed exactly the same as now, even his hairstyle was identical. Ye Xing was about to ask when a beast resembling a rhinoceros suddenly lunged out of the water, exposing its fangs and lunging at Jerry. Jerry agilely dodged and mounted the back of the beast, striking its horn. To Ye Xing's astonishment, the beast actually carried Jerry, slicing through the waves as it sped away. Ye Xing was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Jerry. Captain Jerry, was this latter part created by your own imagination? Oh, Xing, what if the entire image is just something I imagined? Jerry shrugged and said casually, damn, this is unbelievable. Ye Xing gaped. The fleet civilization's advancements exceeded his imagination. All right, I want this technology, 1,000 kilograms of beef and 1,000 bottles of beer. Okay, deal. Jerry snapped his fingers. After the transaction was complete, Ye Xing placed the holographic projector into his spatial ring. Captain Jerry, are you still stuck in the star abyss? Ye Xing casually asked. Mentioning this, Jerry immediately looked a bit downcast and said softly, without a star map, it is impossible to escape the star abyss. Star map? What is that? Ye Xing was momentarily taken aback. He had only heard this name in sci-fi movies. Xing, you must have heard of wormholes. They are points connecting two worlds, allowing easy travel from one place to another. A star map is a chart that marks the coordinates of wormholes within a certain star region. Jerry fixed his gaze on Ye Xing, his eyes shining brightly as he earnestly explained. Ye Xing nodded. He had seen the concept of wormholes introduced in many sci-fi films. Then who usually holds the star maps? Ye Xing looked up at Jerry. Xing, there are many worlds in the universe. Some races explore the cosmos and create cosmic guides which include star maps. Generally speaking, civilizations above level 5 would possess star maps of their respective star regions to facilitate the navigation of their spacecraft. Jerry enthusiastically educated Ye Xing about knowledge in the universe. Ye Xing listened with great interest. This was the first time he had heard about the classification of cosmic civilizations. It felt as though a door to the universe was slowly opening before him. So what level of civilization are you? Ye Xing blurted out, thinking that the fleet civilization's technology was extraordinarily advanced, nearing a divine level. It must be at least level 6 or higher. When we left our homeland, we were in the mid-stage of level 4 civilization. We have traveled in the cosmos for over 1,000 years, and our technology has not advanced to our homeland, should be the same, unable to break through to level 5 civilization. A trace of sadness appeared on Jerry's face. Ye Xing found it hard to believe his ears. Clearly, the fleet civilization was already so powerful, yet it was still only a level 4 civilization. How strong could level 5, 6, or 7 civilizations be? How is the distinction between civilization levels made, eh? Ye Xing asked with great curiosity. Oh, it's quite simple. A level 4 civilization must master gravity technology, antimatter technology, have completed the grand unification theory, and possess curvature navigation technology, with spaceship speeds reaching 10 times the speed of light, in order to navigate the universe. However, this only allows for self-preservation. If they encounter a level 5 civilization, they would only be able to submit without resistance. Jerry gently provided Ye Xing with scientific knowledge. Ye Xing was stunned. If judged by such criteria, Blue Star wouldn't even qualify for level 1. Wait, didn't you say last time that your spacecraft speed had already reached 100 times the speed of light? Because our civilization has invested a large part of its energy into increasing spaceship speed, so, although the speed is fast, our weaponry and technology level remain at level 4. Jerry explained to Ye Xing. Ye Xing fell into deep thought as he was unable to perceive the harsh realities of the universe while on Blue Star. According to Jerry's description, it seemed that there were numerous civilizations in the universe and wars between them were quite frequent, otherwise why would they use weapon levels as a standard for judgment? For the first time, Ye Xing felt a sense of crisis. Of course, some civilizations due to different living environments will develop different technological trees. For example, the Kyle civilization in the Magellanic Clouds specializes in machinery, and the star system has abundant rare metals, so many civilizations seek them to manufacture spacecraft. Therefore, it is not as you imagine, 8 different civilizations do not immediately erupt into war upon meeting. Seeing the worry in Ye Xing's eyes, Jerry smiled. Ye Xing nodded, leaving the trading space, determined to accelerate technological development. Watching Ye Xing's departing figure, a smile crept onto Jerry's lips. Perhaps whether our fleet can escape the star abyss depends on him. In a villa in Tiannan City, a loud crash of dishes breaking on the floor could be heard. Sheng Shilong stood in the middle of the hall, glaring angrily at Hu Kai and 2 men in black. On the floor, a teacup lay shattered. A bunch of useless fools. That Ye Xing doesn't even have a bodyguard, yet you still managed to mess this up. Hu Kai, I paid a hefty sum to hire you assassins, and this is how you handle it. Sheng Shilong pointed at Hu Kai, furious. Young Master Sheng, please calm down. There's something suspicious about this. That one-eyed dragon has several lives on his hands and is very experienced. He absolutely cannot fail. Hu Kai was sweating profusely. The assassins he hired had been missing for several hours. No need to ask, something must have happened. However, what puzzled him was that the 2 men had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. Hearing Hu Kai's defense, the 2 men in black sitting on the sofa displayed disdainful expressions, lightly curling their lips. Young Master Sheng, this matter still requires our own people to take action. Outsiders can't be trusted. One of the big men cast a sidelong glance at Hu Kai and spoke slowly. Sheng Shilong nodded, about to speak. Suddenly his phone rang. Bring your weapons. That Ye Xing has driven out to the outskirts again. This time we go together, and we absolutely cannot let him get away. After hearing the phone call, Sheng Shilong's eyes lit up, and he said fiercely. In a blue Volkswagen Bora, Ye Xing drove with one hand leisurely, making his way towards the western suburbs. At the same time, his eyes frequently glanced at the rearview mirror, trying to ascertain if there were any vehicles following him. Ever since the incident at the seaside where he was stalked, he spent 50,000 to buy a second-hand Bora, which he had modified. As for Ye Xing, he had instructed her to guard the company headquarters and that she need not accompany him for the time being. In the past few days, Ye Xing had been frequently entering and exiting the building, aimlessly driving around. He believed that his movements would definitely attract certain individuals. Sure enough, Ye Xing soon spotted a BMW and an Audi following him through the rearview mirror. These 2 cars had been tailing him ever since he exited the underground parking garage. Ye Xing, seemingly unaware, continued to drive leisurely. As he was leaving the city, he stopped at a small supermarket to buy a bottle of water before getting back into the car. Young Master Sheng, we can confirm it's this kid. In the nearby BMW, Hu Kai pointed at Ye Xing and called out, so this is what he looks like. This is the first and last time I've seen him. Hearing this, Sheng Shilong's eyes glinted with a fierce light. Ye Xing had caused the Huaxing Group significant losses, and his identity as a wealthy heir was precariously threatened. If things continued down this path, it was very likely that the Huaxing Group would go bankrupt and Sheng Shilong would plummet from the heights to the depths. For him, eliminating Ye Xing would resolve the crisis for the Huaxing Group, allowing him to continue living a carefree life. Hu Kai, you and Ye Xing have a deep-seated enmity. You wouldn't still be harboring any delusions, would you? Sheng Shilong's gaze shifted, noticing Hu Kai seemed somewhat reluctant. He coldly remarked. Young Master Sheng, no, I was just thinking about what happened to the one-eyed dragon and the others. I can't shake the feeling that this kid is a bit sinister. Hu Kai shook his head in a deceptive manner. He was unwilling to get involved in the conflict between Huaxing and Ye Xing. He had personally witnessed Ye Xing's connections with the military, and the grudge between him and Ye Xing was only about $1 million. If Ye Xing sought revenge, he could at most pay a little more money or flee. However, participating in Sheng Shilong's plot to kill Ye Xing today would mean he would be implicated in a murder case, one that could lead to a life sentence. Oh, sinister. Hu Kai, we have 5 people this time, 5 guns. Even if Ye Xing has 3 heads and 6 arms, he cannot withstand bullets. What's there to fear? Sheng Shilong snorted dismissively. Young Master Sheng, don't you find it strange that Ye Xing suddenly stopped driving his Porsche Bumblebee and instead chose a second-hand Bora? Is that strange? Wealthy people get tired of things easily. After driving the Bumblebee for a while, isn't it normal to switch to a Bora? Sheng Shilong slightly frowned, feeling there was something odd about it. However, with Ye Xing alone and his side fully armed, he was reluctant to delve deeper into the risks versus rewards of the situation. After finishing his statement, Sheng Shilong nodded towards the burly man in black beside him. The man drew a gun and pressed it against Hu Kai's waist. Hu Kai, right now we are all in the same boat. No one can escape. After the deed is done, everyone gets 2 million. Sheng Shilong coldly surveyed Hu Kai and the assassins in the car. The assassins immediately showed signs of excitement on their faces. 2 million was enough for them to live happily overseas. Moreover, they were now in a desolate area, making it easy to dispose of the bodies. Sheng Shilong used money to pacify the assassins, then turned his gaze towards the Bora ahead. He noticed that the Bora had already driven out of the city and was speeding towards the seaside. Half an hour later, the 3 cars had left the urban area and entered the desolate wilderness. In the wild, the Bora sped up even more, racing towards the seaside like a gust of wind. Sheng Shilong and the others were all smiles. This kid Ye Xing must have realized he was being followed, so he wants to shake us off. Step on it and cut him off at the seaside. Sheng Shilong slapped his thigh and shouted at the driver following the fleeing Bora. The driver immediately accelerated, closely tailing the Bora. The 2 cars were only about 10 meters apart. Hu Kai, sitting in the passenger seat, felt a rising sense of unease. He had crossed paths with Ye Xing and knew he was not the reckless type. Moreover, today's actions seemed very strange, almost as if Ye Xing was deliberately luring them to the seaside. He looked around. Apart from the low wild grass, there were no signs of life. Ye Xing sat in the car, glancing at the vehicles closely following behind him through the rearview mirror. He took out the holographic projector remote control with his right hand and pressed it lightly. The road that was originally only about 20 meters from the sea suddenly extended over 100 meters into the water. The virtual scene was identical to the real one. The wild grass, rocks, and sky were all incredibly realistic. Suddenly, Ye Xing slammed on the accelerator. The engine roared, and the Bora sped over the 20-meter stretch, plunging into the sea. Quick, that kid is accelerating. Follow him. Seeing the car in front speed up, Sheng Shilong, fearing Ye Xing would escape, immediately shouted orders. As for the extra virtual scene, they had not noticed it at all. Hu Kai's unease piqued his gaze, scanning the surroundings, but he found no hint of anything unusual. Just then the car suddenly accelerated, crashing towards Ye Xing. However, at that moment, he suddenly witnessed an unforgettable scene. From the Bora ahead, Ye Xing suddenly soared into the air, flashing them a strange smile in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Hu Kai saw the wild grass and road vanish from view, with the blue ocean and white waves crashing towards them. Ye Xing stood in midair, watching the 3 cars sink into the water, a faint smile on his face as he flew back to the land. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. A few minutes later, several police cars screeched to a halt beside Ye Xing. "Mr. Ye, did you call the police?" Wu Guohui stepped out of the police car, eyeing Ye Xing with suspicion. Half an hour earlier, he received a call from Ye Xing reporting that he was being followed and had no choice but to drive his car into the sea. In his last moment, he opened the door and jumped into the sea, swimming back to safety to save his life. Wu Guohui, a veteran in criminal investigation, had many doubts as he read the case report. Who would want to kill Ye Xing? Did Ye Xing really lie? As for Ye Xing's claim of escaping in such a dire situation, he found it hard to believe. Such things could only happen in movies. In reality, a person's reaction time would never be sufficient. "Well, I need an explanation now." Ye Xing shrugged, unconcerned. This matter was flawless, and he believed no one could uncover the truth. Of course, however, until the matter is thoroughly investigated, Mr. Ye must also accept an investigation. Wu Guohui's sharp gaze swept over Ye Xing's wet clothes before shifting to the calm sea. The captain said the investigation is complete. The office of Wu Guohui was pushed open, and his assistant walked in holding the investigation report. Wu Guohui flipped through the case files, his gaze deepening further. To salvage the cars from the sea, they had invested heavily. Fortunately, the 3 vehicles were relatively close to the shore, so the situation had not reached the point of no return. Among the salvaged vehicles, the bodies of Sheng Shilong, Hu Kai, and others were found, and they appeared to be in the same state as they were before their deaths, suffocated, trapped inside the cars. Their eyes were wide open, expressing immense terror, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable in their last moments. Their identities were equally astonishing. One was the heir of the local commercial giant Huaxing Group, while the other was a company owner. The others, upon investigation, were all assassins with criminal records. Each one was armed, clearly intent on committing murder. The victim, Ye Xing, was the chairman of a newly emerging star enterprise in the city with tens of thousands of employees under his group, showcasing immense strength. Moreover, according to the investigation, Ye Xing's rise was incredibly rapid, almost as if he had emerged out of nowhere. A month ago, he was just a small boss of a mechanical factory, and now his worth had skyrocketed to billions. Boss, the investigation revealed that Hu Kai and Sheng Shilong had grievances against Ye Xing. Sheng Shilong had run off with Ye Xing's former fiancée, leading to a bitter rivalry over the woman. That Hu Kai drafted a contract to pull the Ye family into a scheme aimed at swallowing their assets, but Ye Xing turned the tables, and he definitely must harbor resentment over this grudge. So you mean Ye Xing orchestrated this murder case? That doesn't make sense. This was a proactive attack by Sheng Shilong and his group against Ye Xing. The surveillance footage can prove that Ye Xing was entirely on the defensive. Wu Guohui frowned tightly, not dismissing the possibility presented by his assistant. However, more information indicated that Sheng Shilong's culpability was greater. Yet it couldn't be said that Ye Xing had no points of suspicion, such as his sudden change of vehicle just before the incident and his decision to run towards the seaside while being followed instead of heading to the bustling city center. What puzzled Wu Guohui the most was why, as a driver, he did not brake when he saw he was only over 20 meters away from the sea, but instead accelerated. Could it be that they all collectively hallucinated, thinking the distance to the sea was still far away? What about the situation at Huaxing Group? Wu Guohui closed the case file, feeling a bit of pressure. Both sides were commercial giants in Tiannan City, and he needed to produce a clear answer. We have already reported the case to Sheng Wenhong. He is extremely angry and heartbroken, desperately trying to absolve Sheng Shilong, even accusing Ye Xing of secretly plotting to kill his son. The assistant hesitated here, a bit helpless. Wu Guohui rubbed his temples, feeling fatigued, and asked, what about Ye Xing's side? Any developments? Ye Xing hasn't pressured us. I heard they are busy preparing for a new car launch event, creating quite a buzz online, presumably having no energy to focus on the case. When it came to Xingchen technology, the young assistant's eyes lit up with excitement. After all, they were young and interested in trendy information, sharing common ground. Oh, where will their launch event be held? Wu Guohui paused and pressed for more details. It is said to be in Tiannan. They have spent a fortune buying ads on major internet platforms. As soon as you open your phone, you can see their advertisements. The assistant eagerly opened his phone and showed it to Wu Guohui. Wu Guohui's gaze fell on the screen, his mouth agape in disbelief, unable to close it for quite some time. On the screen, a stunningly beautiful model leaned against a fantastical dark red car, smiling at the camera. The model was incredibly alluring. Every smile and frown stirred the heart. Even though Wu Guohui was over 40, he felt a rush of blood and dry mouth upon seeing her. One could only imagine how crazy the young man would go upon seeing the model. What surprised Wu Guohui even more was that, by his estimation, the new car's size was similar to an ordinary car, yet in the video, its interior space was at least double that of a standard vehicle. Wu Guohui truly questioned whether his eyes were deceiving him. An ordinary car appeared to have the effect of an elongated Lincoln. What he found most unbearable was its tagline, the #1 car in the world. Is Ye Xing's mental state a bit off? With so many domestic new energy car manufacturers, how dare he speak so boldly? I see a bit of it. Look at what their advertisement says. They will also launch many black technologies, completely breaking everyone's preconceived notions and extending human imagination. Wow, what a grandiose statement. The assistant picked up the phone, looking eager to attend the launch event. Wu Guohui glanced at the case file, recalling the advertisement, and a spark of inspiration lit up in his mind. All right, let's go see the launch event. Perhaps we can uncover some clues. Tiannan City Xingchen Automobile Launch Event. With half an hour still left until the event, a crowd had already gathered at the entrance, comprising not only various journalists, but also video streamers and onlookers, including representatives and executives from various new energy manufacturers. A few days prior, major apps suddenly displayed ads for Xingchen Technology's new car launch, widely promoting the brand's vehicles, which feature a 10-minute recharge for a range of 3,000 kilometers. Once the advertisement was released, it immediately caught the attention of netizens. Being able to splurge on ads across major apps indicated immense financial power. The new car-making force Xingchen Technology instantly created a storm online, especially with its proposed new energy battery, stirring up a massive wave, igniting the entire internet. Curious individuals searched for the history of Xingchen Technology and found that the recently popular Galaxy series batteries also originated from Xingchen Technology. The performance parameters of the monstrous Galaxy batteries, combined with mysterious black technology, propelled Xingchen Technology to the trending search. Moreover, young netizens showed a keen interest not only in Xingchen Technology's new car, but also in the model in the video, whose topic popularity even surpassed that of current celebrities. Hey folks, I am now at the Xingchen Technology launch event. In 20 minutes, we will witness the hottest topic on the internet, the Xingchen Technology new car. At the entrance of the venue, a slender girl with a delicate face waved at her phone. Around her were several staff members filming. Upon seeing this girl, some young people, after a brief moment of surprise, immediately became excited and rushed to her side. It turned out she was one of the hottest streamers on the internet. How did Sister Meili end up at the new product launch? Sister Meili is getting more and more beautiful. Wow, I finally get to see the real Meili. She's even more stunning than in the videos. Did Meili receive an invitation from Xingchen Technology to attend the launch? No, with Meili's popularity, it must be Xingchen Technology trying to ride on her coattails. Seeing the internet celebrity Meili, many people surrounded her, taking selfies and group photos. In the live stream, the audience was astonished to see Mi Li at the new car launch, flooding the comments with inquiries. Even some reporters from newspaper media turned their curious gazes towards her. In today's era of self-media, these reporters are no longer as glamorous as they once were, as sometimes they are even less popular than a live streamer. Dear viewers, you guessed it right, this time Mi Li has come to Tiannan, but she's here specifically to expose the new car produced by Xingchen Technology. Mi Li's smile vanished as she spoke candidly to her tens of millions of fans. The live stream studio erupted with excitement. Mi Li is a major internet host with terrifying popularity, and she was actually taking the initiative to expose a scam. Some viewers started speculating about the grudges between Mi Li and Xingchen Technology. The reporters surrounding her showed excitement upon hearing her intentions. Originally, Xingchen Technology's advertisements were quite controversial, and now a major internet host is actively exposing them. It seems today's new car launch has plenty of highlights. Capturing hot topics is the specialty of reporters. Immediately, some reporters aimed their cameras at Mi Li. Dear viewers, I know you must be wondering, isn't Mi Li from the entertainment industry? How could she cross over to expose a new energy vehicle? Mi Li waved at the camera, revealing a mysterious smile. Dear viewers, let me ask you, who would actually believe such nonsense as charging for 10 minutes and having a range of 3,000 kilometers? As a streamer with a sense of justice, can I allow such false advertising to pollute the online environment? The live stream studio exploded with support for Mi Li's actions. What Mi Li said is right. I felt uncomfortable the moment I saw that advertisement. It's too exaggerated. Is it really that magical? Does that mean we won't need to charge in the future? Why wouldn't we need to charge? Because if a car has 2 batteries, it can travel around the country without needing to charge. Haha, exactly. This brother has quite the logic. The atmosphere in the live stream studio was joyful. Clearly everyone was quite fed up with Xingchen Technology's false advertising. Mi Li coming forward to expose them truly helped vent their frustrations. Mi Li's photographer aimed the camera at the entrance of the new car launch. Though there were many people outside, most were just there for the spectacle. Only those holding red invitations could enter the new car launch. When Xingchen Technology distributed the invitations, they primarily sent them to representatives of competing companies, journalists from tech industry websites and publications, as well as some car reviewers. Thus, there were not many people holding invitations. Did you all see? Xingchen Technology has quite the pretentious attitude. At other launches, they would want as many people as possible to attend. Mi Li snorted, raising her right hand and shaking the red invitation in her hand. Fortunately, the host has a big reputation and managed to get an invitation from another streamer. I'll go in on behalf of everyone to see what tricks Xingchen Technology is up to and expose their true nature. Mi Li looked at the closed door and said fiercely, "That's right, Mi Li, calm down. If you're too angry, it won't be beautiful for your health. The temple is small and the demons are strong. Xingchen Technology is too much, even failing to send Mi Li an invitation. I think there's more boasting than substance in this Xingchen Technology." In the live stream, fans voiced their grievances for Mi Li. At that moment, the door to the launch suddenly opened. A pair of staff members wearing Xingchen Technology badges walked to the entrance. Reporters and attendees held their invitations and entered the venue after verification by the staff. The entire venue was resplendent and luxurious, showcasing the demeanor of a large company. However, what frustrated the reporters was that the venue was relatively dim and their eyes needed time to adjust. The attendees quickly took their seats. Some astute reporters immediately noticed that there were too many seats set up in the venue, while the number of attendees was too few, making the venue appear empty. Hanging next to each seat was a red gift bag. A reporter casually took one and flipped through it. It contained the user manual for Xingchen Technology's new car, Wind Series, Electric Series. The reporters were astonished at the exquisitely beautiful images in the manual. They had initially thought Xingchen Technology was just a factory scamming for subsidies, but it turned out they actually had real products. Dear viewers, as you can see, their environment is not bad. It seems they have put in some effort. Even if they are a scammer, they are a capable one. Mi Li directed the photographer to capture the surrounding environment. However, as you can see, there are very few attendees, which indicates that while their company has money, they ultimately lack some depth and strength, and there is still a gap compared to those major domestic companies. Mi Li was not idle. Instead, she took the photographer around, critiquing the entire venue. Suddenly, as if she had discovered some secret, she lowered her voice towards the camera. Dear viewers, can you guess what I just discovered? The host actually noticed that among the attendees, there were many familiar faces from well-known companies, such as that Mr. Li from Weihua Company, who is said to have aspirations in car manufacturing. This person seems to be the vice president of Lishan Auto, and that person beside him is from Demi Company, but I can't recall the name for the moment. As for the person in front of them, if I am not mistaken, he is the technical head from Ningde Times. While secretly observing these representatives from major companies, Mi Li narrated their identities to the audience. As she recognized more and more people, Mi Li's expression became more serious. These individuals are leaders in today's business world, each one a well-known figure. Even some representatives from major internet companies had come to attend. The fans in the live stream exploded, speculating about the background of Xing technology, which managed to attract these big shots to attend. Dear viewers, this company has something going for it. Well-known major companies in the country have sent representatives to attend. However, Mi Li noticed that some car dealer representatives seemed unconvinced, indicating they do not hold a high opinion of Xing technology. Mi Li stuck her tongue out at the camera. Perhaps she was being overshadowed by the aura of the various business companies, and her demeanor was not as carefree as it was at the start. At this point, Mi Li looked outward again, turning her head to glance at the still partially filled venue, lowering her voice once more. Dear viewers, as you can see, the venue isn't full, which indicates that their strength isn't as strong as they appear. Could it be that the representatives from those major companies came for the money? Therefore, Mi Li is determined to follow through with the exposure. Just as her conspiracy theory was finished, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance. The reporters and company representatives inside the venue all leaned forward to take a look. A group of people guided by staff from Xing Technology entered the venue at the entrance. Some sharp-eyed reporters quickly noticed the work badges worn on the chests of this group. From the Aerospace Institute. The reporters and representatives from various companies were all taken aback. They could not comprehend how a car manufacturer was connected to a research institute. However, their assessment of Xing Technology's strength was again elevated in their minds. A continuous stream of visitors arrived at the entrance, most of whom were gray-haired scholars, inspiring a sense of respect in onlookers. While this is from the Heavy Machinery Institute. That one is from the Optoelectronics Academy. Look, that group at the back seems to be from the Jiangbei shipyard. Oh, why are they here for the new car launch of Xing Technology? That one is an expert from the Electronics Institute, renowned in radar technology. Could it be that Xing Technology has ties with the Electronics Institute? Wait, why are there people from the Ministry of Geology here? Can Xing Technology even attract people from national departments? Why is the last group not wearing badges? Who are they? Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to know? The absence of badges indicates a heavier weight. They no longer need them. As groups of experts and scholars stepped into the venue, the reporters' eyes widened in astonishment. If it weren't for the sign announcing the new car launch by Xing Technology at the entrance, they would have thought they were attending an international academic conference. The scholars and experts present were all top figures in their fields from various research institutes, including several academicians frequently seen online. However, they had all come today to support Xing Technology. Many had already elevated their assessment of the company's strength to a significant level. Mi Li's live streaming room also became lively. What an eye-opener. It's rare to see top research institutes gather for a company's product launch. Any one of these scholars would be a heavyweight in their respective disciplines. How did they all manage to come together today? What magic does Xing Technology possess? Mi Li, are you completely shocked? Did you uncover a true gem? Mi Li, I advise you to back off. This company is not something you can mess with. What do you think? What background does Xing Technology have that attracts so many research institutes? Mi Li bit her red lip gently, her gaze fixed vacantly on the entrance. Clearly, the presence of these guests exceeded her imagination. Just then, a series of car honks echoed from the entrance as a group of people marched in with great confidence. Everyone in the venue was stunned. This group was mostly in military uniforms, and they were officers. The leader, though aged, emanated a formidable presence with a commanding demeanor. Most notably, he bore a golden star on his shoulder, a high-ranking figure from the military. Cheng Xiao led the officers into the venue under the astonished gazes of reporters and attendees. Behind the officers followed several academicians from the Lonka Institute. Everyone was taken aback by this scene, and those taking photographs were momentarily at a loss. They weren't sure if capturing this moment would have any consequences. Everyone felt a bit dazed. Were they attending a new product launch or a military technology conference? However, Mi Li suddenly snapped out of her shock, facing the camera with excitement. Folks, as you just saw, this company has significant clout. Even the military is here to support them. Mi Li is determined to uncover the secrets of Xing Technology. The live stream momentarily fell silent as viewers began to persuade her. Mi Li, don't be too reckless. Some people are untouchable for you. Mi Li, your courage is commendable, but think carefully before acting. Mi Li, just live stream the event and no need to be so persistent. I'm just afraid you won't even be able to live stream. After all, some things are confidential. I think it's odd, since the military is attending the new car launch, it indicates they are not afraid of exposure. Right, those big shots are being so open. Our sneaky behavior might raise suspicion. Just then, Cheng Xiao, reclining in a soft chair with his eyes closed, noticed the awkwardness of the surrounding reporters. He whispered a few words to an accompanying staff member. The staff member hurriedly approached the reporters, allowing them to take photos freely. The atmosphere became lively again as various cameras and lights flickered on in the dimness. Suddenly the lights in the entire venue dimmed abruptly, plunging it into darkness. At the same time, the live stream of the Xingchen Technology new product launch on various apps and video platforms also went dark. Meili struggled to open her eyes, trying to discern the scene in the darkness. In the air, distant music floated softly, and a dry, sandy smell wafted into the noses of the attendees. What's happening? I smell the scent of the desert. Meili couldn't help but look up towards the sky, noticing that those around her were mimicking her actions. The dryness and heat made it feel as if they were in a scorching desert. Suddenly, in the darkness, rolling sand dunes appeared in shades of yellow. The sun shone directly on the dunes in the azure sky, with white steam rising from the ground. This was moisture evaporating from the desert due to the heat. The desert spread down from the air, engulfing the entire venue and transforming it into part of itself. Attendees stood up in terror, glancing around. Meili's live stream room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the bizarre scene. What they saw was completely different from what the attendees were experiencing. They witnessed the attendees' silhouettes seemingly transitioning from darkness to the desert like a magic trick. The group of attendees was actually sitting in chairs observing in the desert. If it weren't for the expressions of the attendees confirming it, they would have believed this live stream had been edited. Cheng Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at Liang Hui beside him. Old Liang, what's going on? Are we time traveling? Why do I feel so hot? Liang Hui shook his head, puzzled. Let's wait a moment. Perhaps it's a new technology invented by Ye Xing. He too was confused. He was clearly sitting in a chair, but when he looked up, all he could see was endless yellow sand, and he could even smell the unique scent of the dust. Just then a shadow in dark red raced past them, kicking up dust as it flew swiftly across the desert. It left behind only a fleeting silhouette in their view. Following that, the dark red figure soared into the air, spiraling above their heads. A lady leaned out from the open-top driver's seat, waving at the astonished crowd. Meili was shocked to discover that the dark red figure was actually the new car from Xingchen Technology depicted on the poster. However, at this moment, the new car had wings extended on both sides and was soaring in the blue sky. The lady waving was also the highly discussed car model from Xingchen Technology, Ye Xing. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ye Xing turned the steering wheel and plummeted at an astonishing speed. The crowd gasped and covered their eyes. At that moment, the desert and sun suddenly vanished, and the venue plunged back into darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. The stage lights flickered bright as day. Amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, Ye Xing beamed with a smile, waving her arms as she confidently stepped onto the stage. As they gazed at the radiant Ye Xing on stage, the entire audience was in a daze. Just moments ago, they had been in the desert, feeling the intensity of the sun and the dryness of the air. But now they found themselves in a modern conference hall, as if everything that had just happened was merely a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating in our company's simulated scenario advertisement. Just as depicted in the advertisement, our Wind Series and Electric Series vehicles are officially available on the market starting today. Ye Xing, dressed in a sleek black suit, stood on stage, her beauty stunning, exuding an air of elegance and charisma. The audience was in an uproar. It turned out that what they had just witnessed was an advertisement. What kind of advertisement could make one feel as though they were truly there, experiencing the heat and sense? Cheng Xiao turned to Liang Hui. Old Liang, could it be that the desert scene was not real? What kind of technology is this? Liang Hui pondered for a moment and said, when the desert appeared, I noticed it seemed to emerge from midair, gradually spreading throughout the entire conference hall. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a type of holographic projection technology. Holographic projection, but it was incredibly realistic. Has technology advanced to such a degree? Cheng Xiao found it hard to believe. He had attended various high-end expos and had seen holographic projections. Yet, even the most advanced holographic projections merely created a virtual animal or person in midair. How could it be so immersive as what they had just experienced? Old Cheng, didn't Ye Xing say that his launch event would showcase a lot of cutting-edge technology? Isn't holographic projection a piece of that? Liang Hu's face lit up with excitement. His expectations for Ye Xing had always been limitless. Old Liang, have you considered how bewildering holographic projections could be on the battlefield? This technology must be acquired at all costs. Cheng Xiao suddenly became animated, his words stumbling out in excitement. The more he reflected on the scene from earlier, the more he felt the depth of the technology hidden within. At this moment, Ye Xing was on stage explaining the Wind Series and Electric Series of new energy vehicles. Behind her, a large screen displayed a video of the cars. A dark red vehicle sped across a barren desert in the video, with its specifications noted on the right side. The entire car had a streamlined design, exuding a luxurious and sci-fi style rivaling any sports car. What was even more astonishing was that its interior was even more spacious and comfortable than ordinary new energy vehicles on the market. Reporters stood up capturing images from various angles. From the performance parameters currently displayed, this vehicle was exceptionally powerful with a terrifying range that could surpass all vehicles on the market. Representatives from various car manufacturers quietly compared the performance parameters with their own vehicles, revealing skepticism on their faces. Based on the displayed performance, their own cars simply could not compete. However, exaggerating parameters had become a common practice in the industry. In practice, it all came down to who had more integrity. Everyone harbored doubts about the new car from Ye Xing Technology. In Ye Li's live stream room, fans were abuzz with discussion. That scene was actually an advertisement. That's outrageous. Exactly, I thought it was a real experience. It was just too realistic. I feel like this company has something special. There's something special, no doubt, but they can't be boasting. A look at the parameters of their new car. Isn't that obviously bragging? Is it really that easy to build a car now? Anyone with some money can just whip one up. Is there no barrier at all? In truth, new energy vehicles aren't really any different from the old ones. They're just sturdier and more comfortable. Ye Li scanned through the fans' comments, an idea suddenly blossoming in her mind. On stage, Ye Xing continued her presentation, and everyone's gaze lingered on her face, feeling as though they could never get enough. Ye Xing Technology is a great company dedicated to solving human problems with new technology. From the moment of its inception, its brilliance is destined to illuminate the entire blue star, guiding humanity to the pinnacle of science. Ye Xing pointed to the large screen behind her, which displayed an introduction to Ye Xing Technology. The attendees all frowned. This was too boastful. Or did she think she was a deity? Just as Ye Xing was about to continue, her words were interrupted. Miss Ye Xing, may I ask why your company's vehicles are divided into the Wind Series and Electric Series? Under the spotlight, a petite and delicate-looking woman stood up to ask the question. It was none other than the online streamer Ye Li. All eyes in the room converged on Ye Li, with some who recognized her pulling out their phones to enter her live stream. Those who didn't recognize her quietly inquired. As expected, our Ye Li is the bravest. Let's see how that beautiful secretary responds. Sister Ye Li is definitely gaining followers today. Let's see how Ye Xing Technology responds. Ye Li's live stream room was abuzz, everyone giving thumbs up for her actions. Ye Xing smiled, seemingly well prepared. To be precise, the Wind Series operates on land, while the Electric Series can fly in the sky. The audience erupted in astonishment, murmuring incessantly. They could hardly believe that Ye Xing Technology would boast to such an extent, claiming that cars could actually fly. Ye Li was taken aback. She had merely intended to ask a question on behalf of everyone. Who could have anticipated that Ye Xing Technology's response would be so outrageous? For a car to fly, how much speed would it need and how much energy would be required? This young lady has good looks, but her reasoning seems flawed. Ooh, what a pity. Indeed, a car wanting to fly would cause chaos. What kind of background does this company have? Even with the support of the Lonka Institute, they shouldn't be spouting such nonsense. The car representatives and reporters below did not believe Ye Zai's words at all, whispering among themselves. Even Cheng Xiao was beginning to wonder if Ye Xing was truly going to unveil a new car. Miss Ye Xing, are you saying that the advertisement you mentioned earlier did not contain false advertising? Ye Li did not give up and continued to press. Ye Xing twirled her long hair and smiled slightly. To be precise, the video shown earlier was filmed using our company's holographic technology, and all scenes were real, without any exaggeration in advertising. The audience fell into a stupor once again. The amount of information in those words was overwhelming. Holographic projection technology was still an experimental field on Blue Star. Who would have thought that Ye Xing Technology had already reached a level where they could convey sound, light, and scent? Truly cutting-edge technology. Most astonishingly, Ye Xing claimed that flying in midair was real footage, not post-processing. For a moment, everyone felt a strange sensation in their hearts. They clearly knew that the other party was lying, yet they did not know how to refute it. Miss Ye Xing, are you certain that the footage of the car flying in the air was real? Ye Li paused for a moment before asking again. Of course, and at this launch event the company will arrange for on-site experiences, allowing you all to witness the miracle. Ye Xing nodded gracefully and confidently. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, some questioning their very existence. Was this a new product launch or a boastful convention? If cars can fly in the sky, what do we need airplanes for? Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your doubts, but there is an old saying, seeing is believing. Recently, a content creator uploaded a video online showing an excavator powered by batteries, which I'm sure you all remember vividly. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Ye Xing picked up a Galaxy battery and raised it as a demonstration. Countless camera lenses immediately focused on the Galaxy battery in her hand. Our company's Wind Series is powered by a Galaxy battery which has undergone tens of thousands of tests by the company, allowing it to achieve a charging time of just 10 minutes and a range of 3,000 kilometers. This means that if you purchase our new energy vehicle and keep an extra Galaxy battery in the trunk for your travels, you will never have to worry about power anxiety again. Ye Xing spoke eloquently about the brick-sized Galaxy battery. Countless spotlights shone down on the Galaxy battery, marking its debut before the world. Whether in the venue or the live stream, the atmosphere exploded. Seeing their ads online seemed untrustworthy, but witnessing it here feels even more dubious. Is it possible that the content creator was also involved in the deception? Charging for 10 minutes and achieving a range of 3,000 kilometers, how dare they make such claims without any scientific basis? They are just here to fleece us, who need scientific literacy. The fans in the live stream had no reservations and began to voice their complaints. The journalists on-site and company representatives were somewhat more composed, especially with the presence of Longkou Institute and military personnel. Nevertheless, questions continued to pour in. Miss Ye Xing, I would like to ask, is the Galaxy battery as powerful as the legends suggest? Has it undergone relevant testing? Can you guarantee its safety? Miss Ye Xing, your company lacks a technological foundation and has no patent accumulation. Suddenly presenting a so-called revolutionary battery, is that not disrespectful to science? Miss Ye Xing, will your batteries be sold together with the new energy vehicles, or can they be purchased separately? Does your company have charging stations installed? The reporters and representatives from various companies had prepared questions before attending. Now during the QA session, they all stood up directing their questions at Ye Xing. Especially the major car manufacturers, as the matter related to their vested interests posed particularly tricky questions. Liang Hui lowered his voice and looked at Cheng Xiao. Old Cheng, should we speak up to help Ye Xing? No need. Ye Xing's company must ultimately face the market. We can help intimidate those with ulterior motives, but market competition is something he must handle himself. Moreover, don't you think this press conference is designed with a great rhythm? Clearly, there are numerous technologies to showcase bit by bit. Old buddy, let's just wait to watch the show unfold. On stage, Ye Xing remained calm in the face of a barrage of questions. Our company's Galaxy series batteries utilize a unique technological route unlike any other on the market. After successful laboratory tests, they received validation from relevant departments, ensuring rigorous testing in performance parameters and safety features such as fire and water resistance. As she spoke, Ye Xing waved her hand. The screen displayed various inspection certificates. Simultaneously, a video appeared on the screen. In the video, the Galaxy battery was thrown into raging flames and remained intact after being subjected to an hour of intense heat. Next, the Galaxy battery was placed beneath a 10th hydraulic press. As the massive hydraulic hammer slowly descended, the Galaxy battery astonishingly withstood the enormous weight without any deformation. Then the Galaxy battery was connected to a short-circuit circuit. As the power switch was pressed, a blue electric arc erupted from the wires, yet the Galaxy battery showed no reaction. The entire venue fell silent, like watching a science fiction blockbuster. The performance of the Galaxy battery exceeded their psychological expectations. Only the personnel from Longkou Institute and the military remained unfazed, as they had already tested it. The questioning reporters were left speechless. Had it been batteries from other manufacturers, they would have exploded and been destroyed under such harsh testing conditions. As for the charging stations, Ye Xing paused here, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. Everyone in the venue stared at this graceful woman in a daze, guessing what astonishing statement she would make next. Our company never planned to build charging stations. Moreover, we also have no plans to produce equipment compatible with charging stations. Under the spotlight, Ye Xing spread her hands and smiled charmingly. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all eyes fixed on her. In a new energy vehicle company, are you planning to let drivers generate electricity with love by not providing charging interfaces for the cars? Miss Ye Xing, while I find the performance of the Galaxy battery in the video quite formidable, what is the difference between a battery that cannot be recharged after being depleted and a brick? Is your company planning to sell one-time use batteries? Forgive my ignorance, but no new energy vehicles on Blue Star have done such a thing. In the silence, a reporter stood up, questioning Ye Xing with a tone of skepticism. The attendees directed appreciative glances toward this reporter. Ye Xing shrugged. Madam, I admire your courage, but to be frank, you should update your knowledge base. The female reporter's face flushed with embarrassment, as it equated to directly saying she was uneducated. Not just her, but others present also felt unsettled. This company was too boastful. Old Liang, what exactly is this girl trying to say? Cheng Xiao shook his head, looking at Liang Hui beside him. Liang Hui hesitated for a moment and said, in the technical materials provided by Ye Xing, it mentioned that the battery has additional functions, but we haven't researched it thoroughly yet. Oh, Ye Xing has certainly hidden quite a bit. I want to see what surprises he has in store. Cheng Xiao's eyes lit up as he looked at the stage with interest. Everyone present has received scientific education and should not forget that besides battery replacement and wired charging, there is another form of energy transmission. Ye Xing playfully smiled on stage, reminding the attendees like a teacher. Confusion spread across the faces of the participants, filled with bewilderment. However, the scholars and experts from Longkou Institute suddenly breathed heavily, their faces flushed, looking at Ye Xing in disbelief. In their minds, a term was about to emerge. In our battery, there is a chip that can receive wireless energy from within 1,000 kilometers, allowing for charging while driving. As for charging stations, they are already relics of the past. Ye Xing chuckled, revealing the secret of the battery. What? Wireless energy transmission? How could this be possible? The entire audience was so shocked that they involuntarily stood up, staring blankly at Ye Xing. Miss Ye Xing, did I hear you correctly? Are you certain that the new series of vehicles from Xingchen Technology employs a technology capable of transmitting electrical energy over a distance of 1,000 kilometers? A journalist stood up, looking at Ye Xing with a skeptical expression. Wireless energy transmission is not a novel technology on Blue Star. As early as 1889, scientist Nikola Tesla proposed the method of wireless energy transmission and even created the Tesla coil to achieve it. After the rise of mobile phones, wireless charging technology became one of its applications. However, current wireless charging can only be performed indoors and has high restrictions on distance. It is said that a company has developed a chip that can charge a phone from a distance of 120 meters. Even in the military, the Eagle country has conducted multiple experiments on wireless energy transmission, with the farthest being 150 kilometers, transmitting 20 watts of solar energy as electrical energy. Therefore, in practical life, wireless energy transmission is still far from being applicable, and the transmission process is greatly affected by weather direction and other factors. Ye Xing claiming that energy could be transmitted over a distance of 1,000 kilometers truly challenges the public's perception and breaks the limits of science. It is quite normal for everyone to stand up in response to this news. At this point in the conference, the attendees became even more convinced that they were participating in a sci-fi convention. This Xingchen technology is simply too unreliable. There seems to be nothing they wouldn't claim. Charging in just 10 minutes for a range of 3,000 kilometers, vehicles that can fly, and wireless energy transmission. You heard correctly, our company's new vehicle indeed utilizes wireless energy transmission technology. Ye Xing nodded slightly, showing no signs of unease. The journalist frowned, unable to contain his impatience. As far as I know, there has been no breakthrough in wireless energy transmission technology. Your company claims to have applied a new technology. Can we have a look? As soon as he suggested this, many people immediately echoed him. Yes, if it sounds so good, let us see it. We already understand the performance of the new vehicle. At least let us see if it is as extraordinary as you claim. Exactly, we did not come to hear you boast. Let's see whether it's true or not. Cheng Xiao looked at the chaotic conference room, slightly frowning, and turned to Liang Hui. Old Liang, do you think Ye Xing and their team can really pull this off? Old Cheng, I am not very convinced. Compared to Galaxy batteries, if they can achieve wireless energy transmission over a distance of 1,000 kilometers, then many things would have to change. Liang Hui slowly shook his head, not because he did not believe it, but because wireless energy transmission would be even more significant than super batteries. Old expert, think about it. If wireless energy transmission is achieved, then drones in the sky, submarines in the sea, ships on the surface, and tanks on land could all be powered electrically. All that is needed is to set up an energy relay station within 1,000 kilometers, and there would be no more worries about energy supply. Liang Hui lowered his voice, his face betraying his excitement. Cheng Xiao was taken aback, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. What a pity it remains a dream. Achieving this step is no easy feat. Liang Hui sighed, glancing at Ye Xing on the stage. As a researcher, he certainly understood how difficult it would be to develop wireless energy transmission. At that moment, Ye Xing smiled slightly and gently raised her hand, revealing a black chip. Dear partners and journalist friends, this is the receiving chip developed by our Xingchen technology. I wonder if there are any drone companies present. We can verify it on-site and transmit electrical energy to a drone over a long distance. Her words sparked excitement throughout the conference room. No one expected Xingchen technology would dare to verify it on the spot. Some began to search the crowd for any drone companies in attendance. I'll do it. A middle-aged man in a black suit stood up from the crowd, his badge indicating he was from a drone company. Although this company's drone production technology is slightly inferior to DJI's in the domestic market, it is still considered top tier. However, our drone is outside the venue, and its power is quite large. I wonder if it meets your company's requirements. Meng Hua smiled as he asked. In fact, he came to the conference with the intention of collaborating with Xingchen technology. He had seen the videos from the Agricultural Expo online and was amazed by the powerful performance of Galaxy batteries. Thus, he specifically brought his company's series of products to Tianjin, hoping to find a compatible battery for them. Now that Ye Xing was looking for a test drone, he quickly stood up. No problem, our technicians will assist you in integrating the chip into the drone. Ye Xing smiled lightly, raising her hand as a staff member followed Meng Hua out. Seemingly aware of what everyone was thinking, Ye Xing raised her hand, and the installation process on the screen behind her instantly appeared. In the video, Meng Hua instructed the technicians to remove the power source, and then the employee of Xingchen Technology connected the chip's pins to the circuit. The audience closely watched every detail, fearing that Xingchen Technology might cheat. Fortunately, this drone is quite popular in the market, and many are familiar with its battery. Soon the chip was successfully installed. The audience's gaze fell on Ye Xing, eager to see how she would transmit energy wirelessly. Ye Xing took out a remote control from her pocket and pressed it gently. The drone in the video issued a vibrating sound, its wings spinning rapidly as it soared into the sky. At the same time, the drone's parameters appeared on the big screen. This is a medium-sized quadcopter with a takeoff weight of 50 kilograms, a flight time of 1 hour, a flight radius of 25 kilometers, and a power output of 75 kW. It has already exceeded the civilian range, clearly an industrial-grade machine. The drone quickly ascended to an altitude of 200 meters, transmitting the aerial view back to the big screen. Seeing the scene of the conference displayed on the big screen, everyone gasped, their eyes filled with shock. Xingchen Technology actually managed to power a medium-sized drone to take off from a distance of 200 meters. They had already broken their understanding. The drone continued to fly, and the screen constantly displayed the distance between both parties. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 15 kilometers. The details of Tiannan City's urban area were displayed one by one on the big screen, all images transmitted from the drone. The attendees were left speechless as the technology showcased by Xingchen Technology surpassed their imaginations. When the flight distance reached 25 kilometers, the attendees began to worry in unison. This had reached the flight radius of an aircraft, and if it continued to fly, the drone would run out of energy. This was the ingrained perception in people's minds. What surprised them was that after flying over 25 kilometers, the drone did not return, but continued to fly forward. I get it. Meng Hua, who had been seated, suddenly stood up and shouted, pointing at the screen. Previously, the battery would run out and it had to return to recharge, and now it can be wirelessly charged and the distance can extend infinitely. Amazing. The attendees understood this principle, but witnessing it firsthand still left them greatly shaken. Soon the drone had flown over a distance of 200 kilometers. Scholars from Lonka Institute stood up in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. The distance of 200 kilometers for wireless power transmission has already surpassed the world record. Moreover, it drives an industrial drone holding immense significance and potential. With scholars from Lonka Institute taking the lead, attendees rose to their feet as the company representatives began to conceive how to collaborate with Xingchen Technology to apply this technology in their products. As for competition, they had already dismissed that notion. Liang Hui gazed at the large screen, his face filled with disbelief and excitement gleaming in his eyes. Old Cheng, no matter what, this technology must remain within the borders of Long Country. We must secure it at all costs. Liang Hui turned to Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao nodded and whispered a few instructions to his secretary. Meanwhile, the internet was already in an uproar. Major new media outlets were broadcasting the press conference live with captions proclaiming, "Incredible, my country, a major breakthrough in wireless power transmission technology. The dawn of human civilization, how far are we from infinite energy? Now that long-distance wireless power transmission has been achieved, is cold fusion still far off? An unknown small factory achieves a major technological breakthrough." The viewership of the Xingchen Technology new car launch video skyrocketed from thousands to over 100 million, trending on the day's hot search. After a moment of confusion, major media outlets quickly reacted, dispatching reporters to Tainan City to uncover the details. Meanwhile, the Xingchen Technology press conference continued. Watching the numbers on the screen soar, the attendees became numb. The transmission distance was merely a figure to them now. They were more eager to see what further shocks Xingchen Technology could bring them, especially the new energy vehicle manufacturers, who were filled with anticipation but also concern. Ladies and gentlemen, our wireless transmission distance has exceeded 300 kilometers. Ye Xing glanced at the ever-changing numbers on the screen, tossed her hair, and smiled calmly. However, our new vehicle verification must continue. Many people must be very interested in the endurance of our 2 series of wind-powered vehicles. Therefore, we at Xingchen Technology have opened up 10 slots for new car testing to our friends in the media. Those interested in participating can sign up. Ye Xing pointed to the screen, which displayed a QR code for applications. Meili quickly took out her phone, scanned it rapidly, and soon received a prompt that her application was successful with information on when to pick up the car. Guys, Meili has already grabbed a slot ahead of everyone else. After the conference, Inshell personally experienced the new car from Xingchen Technology with the staff. Meili lowered her voice as she faced the live stream. Haha, as expected, Sister Meili is quick on the draw. We're in for a visual feast this time. Sister Meili, the distance from Tainan to the capital is exactly 3,000 kilometers. After the meeting, you can get started. Right, let's drive to the capital and see if they are really bragging. Based on the wireless transmission just now, it's highly unlikely they are exaggerating. This company seems quite genuine. Genuine or not, it still needs to be tested. After all, it's 3,000 kilometers. If there's any downside, I'll be in for a big loss. What loss? Didn't you see that the company has wireless power transmission? Where do you live that you can't receive wireless transmission? The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was different now, shaken by the wireless power transmission. There were supporters of Xing technology as well as skeptics. The two sides began to argue. Look, Miss Ye Xing is going to speak again. Everyone quiet down. Someone remarked at that moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the next segment, the speed test, which will take place at the famous Huanyan Lake in Tainan City. Ye Xing elegantly raised her hand, and the attendees looked puzzled. Why choose to test the car by the lake? Is the car faster on the water's edge? To facilitate everyone, our company has prepared several buses. Those who wish to drive can also head there in their own vehicles. As Ye Xing finished speaking, the roar of buses echoed outside the hall. Half an hour later, the edge of Huanyan Lake was already crowded with people, all waiting to see how Xing technology would test the speed. The crowd parted, and Ye Xing, accompanied by staff, stood by the lake facing the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, Huanyan Lake is 200 meters wide. In the upcoming segment, our company's Xing foam will demonstrate how to cross Huanyan Lake. Ye Xing pointed at the gently rippling Huanyan Lake, smiling as she addressed the crowd. Meanwhile, a dark red streamlined car silently rolled up to the lake's edge. It was the new car Xing technology was about to launch Xing foam. What did she just say? She wants to drive the car over the lake. Is she out of her mind? How can you drive over a distance of 200 meters? Aren't you afraid of falling in halfway? That defies the laws of physics. After all, a car is not a boat. It can't float across the water. Onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears, thinking they misheard. Seeing the puzzled expressions, Ye Xing smiled slightly, picked up a small stone from the ground, and threw it forcefully into the lake. The small stone skimmed across the water's surface at great speed before jumping out of the water, diving back in, and then leaping out again. This game is called skipping stones. You must have played it during your childhood, right? Ye Xing clapped her hands and looked at the crowd. Only then did they realize that Xing technology intended to cross the water in this manner. However, upon learning the truth, the crowd couldn't help but laugh, shaking their heads. For one to skip stones on the water, skill and speed are required, as well as the right type of stone. If the stone is too heavy, it will simply sink. As for Ye Xing claiming that their new car could cross the water like skipping stones, how could that be possible? A new energy vehicle weighs at least several hundred kilograms. To traverse the water's surface with such weight is simply a fantasy. Although they had just witnessed the marvel of wireless power transmission from Xing technology, leaving them utterly shocked, wireless power transmission still developed based on existing technology with a traceable foundation. However, the idea of using a car to skip across the lake was unfathomable. Even those who supported Xing technology couldn't help but shake their heads. Noticing the expressions on everyone's faces, Ye Xing smiled slightly and waved her hand gently. The previously motionless Xing foam suddenly roared to life, shooting forward like a streak of light. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the Xing foam shot forth like an arrow from a bow, transforming into a fleeting shadow that raced towards the surface of the lake. The surface erupted in a splash as the new vehicle undoubtedly landed upon it. In the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, a dark red silhouette leaped out once more, emerging from the splashes of water and bouncing rapidly across the surface. With each leap, it stirred up towering sprays of water, leading spectators to believe it would soon plunge into the depths. However, in the next moment, it would shoot out from the water at an astonishing speed, landing several meters away. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the new vehicle bounced a few times on the water's surface before steadily landing on the opposite shore of the lake. This is unimaginable. It has shaken the laws of physics. Today was not a wasted trip to Huanyan Lake. My eyes have been truly opened. Goodness, the car can actually float on water. Is that floating? It's due to its speed. I couldn't even see what the car looked like from start to finish. The onlookers were dumbfounded, gazing over at the new vehicle on the opposite shore, discussing it fervently. The remarkable water stunt they had just witnessed had completely overturned their understanding, making them realize that a car does not necessarily need to be driven on roads. Ladies and gentlemen, what you just witnessed was an impromptu performance. Xing technology reminds everyone to adhere to traffic regulations when driving the Xing Feng series. Gazing at the astonished expressions on the crowd's faces, Ye Xing smiled faintly and waved her hand. A sky blue Xing Feng new car rolled up in front of the crowd, its doors opening automatically. This was the first time the new vehicle was unveiled before everyone, and those standing nearby rushed forward eagerly to peek inside. Why is there no driver inside the car? This car is impressive. The materials used are exquisite, and it's quite spacious. Could it not be spacious? Their battery is over 10% smaller than others, saving a lot of space. Look at its control panel. It seems to set a starting route. Could it be self-driving? A group of people gathered around the car, chattering in amazement and raising various questions. Those at the back, hearing the others, became even more anxious. Ye Xing smiled faintly. You are all correct. The new cars from Xingchen Company are all equipped with a self-driving mode. The embedded system can assist the driver in automatically avoiding various obstacles and complex road conditions. Of course, for drivers who wish to experience the joy of driving, they can switch it themselves. Hearing that it was indeed a self-driving mode, the crowd was taken aback, their eyes widening. Self-driving technology has long been a challenge the tech industry has sought to conquer, with many companies investing heavily, but to little avail. On Blue Star, there has yet to be a practical self-driving system available for commercial use. Old Liang, this Ye Xing is hiding a lot of things. Any one of these technologies, if revealed, would be a world-shocking invention. Cheng Xiao stood at the back of the crowd, gazing at Liang Hui. Indeed, old Cheng, once these technologies are exposed, many will surely covet them in the shadows and even send assassins. We must protect Ye Xing. Liang Hui nodded, a worried expression on his face. Cheng Xiao thought for a moment, waved to summon his secretary, and whispered a few words. At Xingchen Technologies headquarters, Ye Xing sat in the boss chair, legs crossed, as he watched the large screen on the wall. The screen was broadcasting a live stream of the new car launch. The video's view count soared into the billions, becoming the most popular video of the day. As for sales, Qi Xinyue had already visited several times, with many companies requesting to become agents for Xingchen Technology, inquiring about conditions. The homepage of Xingchen Technology experienced a peak in traffic, with many people researching information about this new company. Discussions on the internet centered around the founder's background, age, and marital status. Fortunately, Ye Xing had preemptively taken precautions. Having night, she conducted a series of operations, such as cross-holding shares, allowing him to operate behind the scenes. Aside from a few individuals within the company, no one knew his true identity. A knock sounded at the door, and Qi Xinyue entered. Mr. Ye, someone with this business card wishes to visit. Qi Xinyue placed a business card on Ye Xing's desk. Oh, it turns out they are from the military. I'll let them in. Ye Xing chuckled, seemingly aware of their intentions. Not long after, Cheng Xiao, Liang Hui, and others arrived at the office led by Qi Xinyue. After exchanging pleasantries, Cheng Xiao got straight to the point. Little Ye, we are very interested in your technology. You can propose a condition that everyone can accept. Oh, we won't let you suffer any losses. Ye Xing pondered briefly, looking at the eager faces of Cheng Xiao and Liang Hui. In the future, I need to establish factory bases across the country and require a substantial amount of funds. If banks can invest, I can offer 20 of the shares. As for the technology, I can collaborate with old Liang on wireless power transmission. Cheng Xiao and Liang Hui exchanged glances and smiled. One must admit that Ye Xing's calculations were quite astute. With the banks providing funding, acquiring land across various locations would naturally be at the lowest price. Moreover, having state investment would facilitate many processes, allowing the company to develop at an accelerated pace. As for the wireless power transmission technology, Ye Xing initially intended to provide it to the state, but he figured it would be better to exchange it for some benefits. Little Ye, your mind is quite sharp. You exchanged wireless power transmission for so many benefits. What about the holographic projection technology? Can't you give it to the state? Cheng Xiao nodded. Being able to acquire wireless power transmission was already an unexpected gain. As for Ye Xing requesting bank investment, it was merely Ye Xing offering them face. The black technologies showcased by Xingchen Technology today are revolutionary. Applied to new energy vehicles, it would be hard not to profit. One can only wonder how many investment institutions wish to invest in Xingchen Technology. Ye Xing might not even agree. As for holographic projection, I still have use for it at the moment, but if the state needs it, I can assist in providing it. Ye Xing had long considered this, speaking without hesitation. Cheng Xiao pondered for a moment and agreed to Ye Xing's request. Little Ye, have you thought about security issues? The advanced technologies you expose today will surely shock foreign powers. They are not easy to deal with. Cheng Xiao looked at Ye Xing with a worried expression. How about I assign you a personal bodyguard, so you have someone to rely on in case of any incidents? Cheng Xiao was aware that Sun Yunlong had once intended to assign a bodyguard to Ye Xing, and also knew of the entanglements between Huaxing Group and Ye Xing. To the country, Ye Xing was now an important figure, and any mishap could not be tolerated. If foreign forces were to abduct Ye Xing and force him to reveal those technologies, it would be a tremendous loss for both the country and Ye Xing. Old Cheng, that won't be necessary. I have my own means of protection. Ye Xing shook his head, seeing them off at the door. Cheng Xiao shook his head, but decided that since the goal had been achieved, security could be conducted discreetly. After sending them off, Ye Xing locked the door and swiftly entered the transaction space. A fluctuation in the trading platform had occurred, with new matching entities emerging. Ye Xing sat in the chair, anxiously gazing at the empty seat across from him. So far, he had traded with two civilizations, the Fleet Civilization and the Crustacean Civilization. From the self-description of the Fleet Civilization, Ye Xing learned that there were many civilizations in the universe, and there was a clear hierarchy among them. The Fleet Civilization was classified as a Level 4 civilization, and the technology it displayed made Ye Xing feel as if he were in the presence of deities. He could hardly imagine how powerful a Level 5 or Level 6 civilization would be. Moreover, according to Jerry, besides technological civilizations, there were many independently developed worlds in the universe, each more bizarre than the last. At that moment, a flash of white light streaked across the dark night sky, and an object entered the trading hall. Upon seeing the object, Ye Xing's eyes widened, and his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. The object was the size of an infant, pitch black in color, resembling an ant with two long antennae on its head. Its head had two eyes the size of pigeon eggs, and its mouth was just a thin line, making it impossible to tell if it had teeth. Unlike an ant, it did not crawl, but stood upright, like a bipedal creature with two strong legs. Behind it were a pair of wings that shimmered with a metallic black sheen. Below the wings were a pair of slender arms, which were unlike human arms, having only 3 fingers. Insectoid. Upon seeing the giant ant, Ye Xing couldn't help but think of this term. Thanks to Captain Jerry's explanations, Ye Xing understood that insectoids possessed greater vitality than humans in the universe. Millions of years of evolution had allowed them to develop a shell-like body that could resist cosmic radiation. Moreover, their diverse diet enabled them to adapt better to the harsh survival conditions of the universe. Their powerful reproductive ability allowed them to produce countless offspring at any cost, swiftly defeating their enemies. Although Ye Xing had mentally prepared himself, seeing a true insectoid still startled him. Fortunately, he knew that the trading space would ensure the safety of both parties, allowing him to sit there steadily. The giant ant looked at Ye Xing with wide-open eyes, revealing a glimmer of greed, as if it were prey eyeing its food. That look flashed by, quickly replaced by calmness. Then it gently flapped its wings, and a humming sound came from its back. In Ye Xing's vision, it flew towards him at an imperceptible speed, landing on the chair and looking down at him from an elevated position. This was an unfriendly civilization, completely different from his previous trading partners. Ye Xing observed the other party and made a judgment from its cold gaze. "Hello, my name is Ye Xing, and I come from a distant planet." Seeing that the other party remained silent, Ye Xing took the initiative to greet, eager to proceed with the transaction. He felt as if he were a piece of food in the eyes of this creature. The giant ant slightly raised its head, and its antennae wiggled gently. Suddenly, a white light curtain appeared in the center of the table, displaying golden ripples. System prompt: the other party's method of conveying information is via radio. The information has been intercepted. Would you like to translate it? Ye Xing was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the insectoids in the interstellar realm were far more advanced than the bugs on Blue Star, already capable of transmitting information via radio. Without hesitation, he pressed the agree button. "I am E from the Sagittarius constellation. The entire star system is my territory. Welcome to visit us in Sagittarius, He." "All right, if I have the chance, I will definitely visit. Thank you for your warm invitation." Ye Xing nodded, his gaze becoming more cautious. In his impression, Sagittarius was very far from Blue Star, at least tens of thousands of light years away. The other party was very cunning, already testing his strength and position. As for what it said about the Sagittarius constellation, he could dismiss it as nonsense. With such a trading partner, he needed to maintain an aura of mystery and strength. Originally, Ye Xing wanted to take out his phone to check the location of Sagittarius, but he directly abandoned that thought. In fact, he somewhat regretted wearing clothes from Blue Star to attend the transaction. Sure enough, he stared at Ye Xing up and down for quite a while before wiggling its antennae. "Ye Xing, in our interstellar travels, we have encountered civilizations similar in form to yours, but unfortunately they are too weak and can only become food for other races." After speaking, he waved its right limb. A very clear video appeared in the air above the trading hall. On a water-filled planet, several people dressed in coarse clothing were rowing a boat. Suddenly, a fireball appeared in the sky, descending rapidly and completely filling the screen. Many creatures resembling cockroaches ran out from the fireball, wielding rod-like objects emitting green light and firing at the humans on the watery planet. The light was extremely powerful. Whether it struck a person or an object, it penetrated directly, and the residual light scorched the ground, leaving small craters. Clearly, this was a formidable light weapon. The humans on the watery planet were still in the cold weapon era, hardly able to compete against the cockroach beings, and soon a significant number of them were killed. The cockroaches did not leave after killing the humans. Instead, they began to devour the corpses, and even some beasts on the watery planet could not escape. Ye Xing watched in disgust, feeling a chill run down his spine. It was evident that the cockroaches were not after the resources of the watery planet, but viewed humans as their food. As for whether those humans were the ancient people of Blue Star, Ye Xing felt they didn't seem to be. In the video moments ago, he saw many ancient figures emerging from the water, seemingly living in it. From the technological level displayed by the cockroaches, it was higher than that of Blue Star. Ye Xing couldn't imagine how Blue Star would cope if the cockroaches discovered their planet. He had been observing Ye Xing's reactions. Seeing his calm expression, it wiggled its antennae again. Ye Xing, actually the cockroaches are merely on the fringe of level 2 civilization. Weaklings like them are countless in the universe. We could eliminate them with a wave of our hand. You need not worry, you are our trading partner. We the Flying Ant clan will not allow any other beings to harm you. It was both powerful and arrogant. Ye Xing furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that the other party was testing his strength. Thank you, but a mere level 2 civilization is no match for our fleet. Ye Xing stated nonchalantly, knowing that he had to make the other party understand his strength. Otherwise, if they saw through his true capabilities, it would be impossible to gain any advantage from the transaction. Oh, Ye Xing, it seems I underestimated your strength. I think we can proceed with the transaction now. As expected, the other party's tone was no longer as arrogant as before. All right, I would like to first understand what you can offer. Ye Xing asked cautiously. Ye Xing, rest assured we have plundered an abundance of items. There must be something that interests you. Look, he seemed to be a seasoned trader, its antennae waving as if it were laughing. Meanwhile, a light curtain appeared in the air, showcasing the items of the Flying Ant civilization. Ye Xing looked up and was momentarily stunned, revealing a look of both surprise and joy. The enormous screen displayed all the products of the Flying Ant civilization. It showcased not only spaceships and weapons, but also minerals, various life forms, and some bizarre monsters. Ye Xing was aware that he was observing his expression, yet seeing its form still left him in shock. The technological level of these products varied immensely, and it was evident that they clearly did not belong to a single civilization. For instance, in the category of spaceships, there were all sorts of designs, including cigar-shaped, arc-shaped, teardrop-shaped, straw, hat-shaped, insect-shaped, and irregular forms. The sizes ranged from several kilometers in width to as small as a cigarette box. According to Ye Xing's understanding, a civilization could only produce spaceships suitable for its own species, meaning their shapes and propulsion methods would be similar. However, based on the spaceship designs provided by at least 20 different civilizations were encompassed. Some of these ships appeared crude and were poorly crafted, while others were exquisitely designed with every detail thoughtfully conceived. Ye Xing couldn't help but wonder how he had acquired so many spaceships from different civilizations. As for the life forms, they were even more varied, including a serpent-headed humanoid towering over 10 meters tall, egg-shaped creatures, giants with 2 heads, and lizardmen as tall as children, all covered in green. Ye Xing had no interest in these bizarre life forms. He didn't know how to deal with them if he traded for them, and could only hand them over to the state for specimen research. However, Ye Xing noticed a small subcategory under the life forms labeled with peculiar characters. Out of curiosity, he gently focused his gaze on that category. A new scene emerged, causing Ye Xing's eyes to widen slightly. The video featured various humans, including young women with fox ears, their figures slender and curvaceous, and their faces exceptionally beautiful. Yet they were shackled with leg irons tied to iron pillars, gazing pitifully at the camera. There were also humanoid creatures covered in coarse hair, their limbs robust with muscular arms, suggesting immense strength. There were also several humans who looked entirely human, but were bound. Their faces were purple, gasping for breath. Ye Xing felt a sense of urgency, believing that if they weren't rescued soon they would die. Upon closer inspection, he found they looked identical to the ancient people of Mercury. Thinking of this, Ye Xing couldn't help but turn to Ye. Ye Xing, they are all my prey. If no one wants them, I will eat them. You must understand, in the universe they are rare food. He cackled without a hint of compassion. A flash of anger crossed Ye Xing's eyes. Although these humanoid creatures did not originate from Blue Star, they were still of the same species. Watching his kind be consumed by another species, he felt at least a modicum of sympathy and anger. Moreover, those fox-eared girls were stunningly beautiful, and he couldn't bear to see them become Ye's food. With a snort, Ye Xing returned to the product list to continue his examination. Ye's inventory had many items that attracted Ye Xing, such as those spaceships, which would save him the trouble of building one himself. Ye Xing's gaze fell upon a piece of dark metal, next to which was a label stating capable of isolating gravity. Ye Xing's heart raced involuntarily. This material had been researched by the Blue Star people for many years with no progress. If a spaceship were constructed from this material, leaving Blue Star would be effortless. Fearing being discovered by Ye Xing quickly diverted his gaze. What is this death ray sphere? He hurriedly browsed through the product inventory, finally resting his eyes on a very peculiar metallic orb. From the outside, this death ray sphere was displayed on a separate screen, clearly more substantial than the other products. Ye Xing, you truly have a discerning eye. This death ray sphere is not ordinary. We discovered it aboard a spaceship from a distant galaxy, surrounded by several other civilizations' ships, all of which had perished. After extensive testing, we found that activating this black sphere can instantly kill carbon-based life forms within 100,000 kilometers. He gazed at the death ray sphere on the screen, a look of fear evident on his face. They were interstellar pirates, exceptionally robust, capable of flying through space without any protective gear. They survived by plundering, lacking technological foundation, relying instead on the technological achievements of lower-level civilizations. With their formidable biological traits and rich plundering experience, they had surprisingly reached the mid-level of a third-tier civilization. They nearly consumed half of their energy blocks just to activate the death ray sphere. It had the fortune of participating in that test, and would forever remember the moment the death ray sphere was activated. The dark galaxy was illuminated by a dazzling purple light, as if a star was born at that instant. It hastily piloted its ship to escape at light speed, never daring to approach the testing site again. It wasn't until a year later that the flying ant civilization dared to return to the experiment location. They discovered that half of the flying ant civilization's ships were quietly docked there, those who had not managed to escape. Upon inspection, the ships were undamaged, but the organisms inside, including microorganisms, had their proteins destroyed. The flying ant civilization suffered substantial losses in this experiment and lacked the capability to activate the death ray sphere again. Thus, it became a useless item for them, and placing it on the product list was a well-considered decision. What kind of energy is needed to activate it? Ye Xing was greatly shaken. Just from the description, the death ray sphere seemed to be a weapon even more formidable than the anti-gravity material. He now understood that the universe was akin to a dark forest where even weak civilizations, if they remained on their home planet, would face lethal threats. The earlier Mercury civilization was a prime example. They hadn't even evolved into a technological civilization before being annihilated by the cockroach people. With Blue Star's sub-level civilization status, if discovered by other civilizations, the outcome would likely be grim. It requires antimatter blocks. You wouldn't have any, would you? He paused for a moment, shaking its antennae. Antimatter requires technology from a fourth-tier civilization to master, and only with the immense energy of antimatter can a spaceship surpass light speed. As for the flying ant civilization, they had only reached 80 of light speed. Fortunately, their lifespans extended to several hundred years, allowing them to endure the slow speed by exchanging time for space. From its observations of Ye Xing, it was clear that he did not resemble someone capable of mastering a fourth-tier civilization. We are on the verge of cracking it now. Ye Xing nodded non-committally. Since the flying ant civilization had not reached the fourth tier, he couldn't appear to be inferior to them. Playing mind games with humans was far from their expertise. Ye Xing's gaze swept over the death ray sphere, and he had already made up his mind to secure this in exchange. The fleet civilization is a fourth-tier civilization, and they must have a way to activate it. Can information also be exchanged for goods? Ye Xing's gaze fell on the last screen. The screen displayed a multitude of messages, such as a certain star's sun about to erupt at a specific time, or a meteor swarm passing through Sagittarius, and so forth. Moreover, the information was categorized according to galaxies. Among them, Ye Xing spotted a familiar coordinate, which was none other than the solar system. Of course, information is the most valuable. Which galaxy's information do you desire? He cackled, probing Ye Xing once more. I am interested in every galaxy, but may I ask what the scope of your information is? Ye Xing detected the underlying meaning in its words and felt an immense annoyance. Dealing with such shrewd and ruthless beings is exhausting, but it's nothing like the fleet civilization and the rockshell civilization, which are so honest. However, he also understood that encountering the fleet civilization and the rockshell civilization was purely a matter of luck. Civilizations like the flying ant civilization are the norm. Ye Xing, without exaggeration, can gather news from the entire Milky Way galaxy. We are not confined to a small galaxy. We have no fixed base. During this process, we encounter our kind and also trade in the fixed original trading zones of the Milky Way galaxy, making our information very well informed. He said proudly. It turns out there are areas in the Milky Way where various civilizations can trade resources. I wonder how they ensure that all civilizations adhere to order there. Ye Xing nodded, analyzing Yi's words. He believed he was not lying in this regard, otherwise it would be impossible to gather so much information. Ye Xing was very eager to inquire about the news from the solar system, but the other party was too cunning and he could not reveal any hints. Thus his gaze merely lingered on the information from the solar system before quickly averting. Ye Xing, you are surprisingly uninterested in information. It's truly strange. Don't you want to know about the information storm? It is crucial news for your technological civilization. Seeing Ye Xing's lack of enthusiasm, he became a bit anxious. Their fleet needed to replenish energy and food recently, and they had nearly exhausted their robberies in the nearby small galaxies. In larger galaxies, there are level 3 or level 4 civilizations stationed, which they cannot contend with at all. At their speed of 0.8 times the speed of light, it would take them tens of thousands of years to reach the center of the Milky Way to trade. By the time they arrive at the trading location, they would have starved. That is why they are willing to trade food with Ye Xing, considering that he might have a bit of compassion for his kind. They often use the beings of other civilizations as bait to lure entire civilizations into action and then collectively slaughter the opposition. Oh, what is an information storm? Ye Xing looked at Yi with some confusion. I must say he possesses a vast amount of information from him. Ye Xing learned many things he had never heard of. Of course, Ye Xing would not blindly believe him. He still needed to verify this with Jerry. Heavens, Ye Xing. You actually don't even know about the information storm. Your news is indeed too isolated. You probably haven't left your galaxy, have you? He exclaimed, looking at Ye Xing with deep skepticism. Is it possible that I know, but my way of expressing it differs from yours? You can explain first, and I'll listen. Ye Xing remained unperturbed. This explanation is not bad. You must know about black holes, right? In our Milky Way galaxy, there are black holes of various sizes that can absorb all matter. Not even light can escape. Simultaneously, everything that happens in the nearby galaxies is transformed into light and absorbed by the black holes, including all historical events, scientific developments, and every little detail will be recorded as light and absorbed into the black holes. Ye Xing, your civilization should understand what I am saying, right? He patiently explained to Ye Xing while also observing his expression. Indeed, our civilization's scientists have long proven all of this. Ye Xing nodded, recalling that the definition of black holes on Blue Star is that they can absorb all objects, although it seems to exclude historical recordings. However, since the other civilization's level is higher than his own, their words must be correct. When a black hole shrinks to a certain moment, it will expel the absorbed objects in the form of energy waves, including everything that has happened in the nearby galaxies every second. The energy waves are incredibly powerful and will destroy everything, including planets and living beings in their path. However, certain advanced civilizations can withstand this energy wave. They hide nearby and collect the information that is expelled as an important means of enhancing their civilization. Many civilizations have gained powerful technology through this method. This is undoubtedly news that all technological civilizations aspire to, and you actually do not need it. Yi's antennae shook continuously, revealing his inner excitement. Ye Xing was greatly shocked. It was the first time he learned that there existed such a method of advancing technology in the universe. It seems that humanity confined to the solar system is indeed too insular and knows far too little. Only by stepping out and communicating with other civilizations can we further develop. Ye, of course, I am aware of what you are saying. We have similar concepts in our civilization. If necessary, I will purchase your information. Ye Xing nodded nonchalantly. This information is undoubtedly very important to him. However, Blue Star has not yet developed to that point and cannot resist the assault of the energy wave. He was also very curious about how level 2 and level 3 civilizations could resist the energy waves. Alright, Ye Xing, I will share some tricks with you later. If you follow behind level 6 civilizations, you can also gain some information. He continued to tempt Ye Xing. Selling information is a highly profitable business for them. Let me first hear what you need. Ye Xing forced himself to pull his gaze away from the screen and calmly looked at the other party. Undeniably, the product library of the flying ant civilization was highly enticing to Ye Xing. He wanted those spaceships. He also wanted those humanoid beings. He desired the anti-gravity metal. As for the death ray sphere, he dreamed of claiming it for himself. It could serve as the last line of defense for protecting Blue Star. Ye Xing, you have seen my product library. I am very sincere. We have brought out trophies to exchange with you. He jumped onto the table, shaking his antennae vigorously, somewhat menacingly. Go ahead. Ye Xing calmly nodded. We need protein. If we have protein, we can stop eating those beings similar to you. Do you understand? Can I take your words as a threat? Ye Xing frowned slightly, looking at the other party without fear. Many things on Blue Star contain protein. Our eggs, meat, and marine life are rich in protein. However, he did not like the way the other party spoke. Was this forcing him to trade? Of course not, Ye Xing. We are trading partners. In my eyes, you are completely different from those lowly beings. He shook his antennae. His words were very cunning. If you have sweeteners, that would be even better. He observed Ye Xing's expression tentatively, saying, "Oh, the foxtail has been revealed." Ye Xing smiled slightly. Ants are indeed ants, and they really love sweetness. Sweeteners are also very precious in our civilization, but I can manage to obtain some protein. So how do we trade? Ye Xing leaned back in his chair, appearing confident of victory. Ye Xing, may I take a look at the sweetener you mentioned? Wing did not directly respond to Ye Xing's question. Liking sweet foods is an inherent trait of insect species, particularly among ants. Although their physical structure and internal composition are drastically different from the ants on Blue Star, their food sources are quite similar, and their diet is remarkably diverse. From plants to corpses, they can digest it all. Unfortunately, there are very few planets with biological life in the universe, and even fewer that have evolved civilizations. They have surveyed many planets. Most are in a primitive state. There is not even a drop of water, let alone plants. The reason they know about sweetness is that during the destruction of a small planet, they discovered a tiny amount of powder in their warehouse. After tasting it, the flying ant civilization was astonished, deeming it the best delicacy of their civilization. Moreover, they found that sweetness made their thinking more agile and their stamina more abundant. Regrettably, after searching the entire planet, they only found a few kilograms, and more sadly, they had exterminated all the life on that planet, making it impossible to find a method of production. In the following years, the flying ant civilization searched everywhere for sweetness, always returning disappointed. Little did they expect that today at the trading platform, when they tentatively asked Ye Xing, he actually said he had some. Ye Xing smiled slightly, took out a silver box from his pocket, scanned the inside of the box, and reached in to pull out a piece of white sugar. To prepare for the trade, Ye Xing had selected various supplies and placed some samples in the box ready to take them out directly during the transaction. A spatial ring. Seeing Ye Xing take out the white sugar from the box, Wing's eyes widened in shock. In the universe, only fourth-level civilizations can initially grasp spatial technology. It had not expected that Ye Xing could already apply spatial technology, a level of advancement far beyond their own. The gaze it directed at Ye Xing was now tinged with fear and respect. Battle-hardened pirates are extremely sensitive to power. Higher-level civilizations can easily massacre lower-level ones. Isn't this supposed to be standard equipment? Ye Xing casually glanced at the other party and pointed to the white sugar on the table. The piece of white sugar was the size of a fingernail, just an ordinary sugar cube from Blue Star. Wing's antennae shook vigorously as it carefully circled the piece of white sugar, feeling ecstatic within. It had never seen such perfect white sugar, and in a block form no less. Their species has a highly developed sense of smell. Just by sniffing it could already tell it was a piece of sweetener. It circled the sugar, wanting to cut a piece to taste, but hesitated. Because white sugar is considered a precious food in their civilization, even an entire star system might not be able to gather a piece. Wing, you needn't worry, trade items must be certified by the system. Ye Xing observed its actions and understood the value of sugar in their civilization. He would not be foolish enough to let Wing cut a piece to taste, as that would only indicate that white sugar is worthless on Blue Star. All right, Ye Xing, I trust you. What do you want? Wing's tone had lost its earlier arrogance. I want those several humanoid creatures. Oh, Ye Xing, you must know those are my food. If you really want them, you need to trade 5 pieces of white sugar. Wing pondered for a long time before saying. 5 pieces of white sugar would last it quite a while, and as for those humanoid creatures, it did not care for them at all. It could always find more later. However, white sugar is too precious. Where there is life, there may not be sweetness, and it did not know the status of white sugar in Ye Xing's possession. Wing, aren't you being a bit too greedy? White sugar is also a strategic resource for us. How can you ask for 5 pieces in one go? Ye Xing was satisfied with the trade price in his heart, but pretended to be very angry on the surface. After all, in Ye Xing's view, Wing and the Fleet civilization, as well as the Rockshell civilization, were different. They were a very cunning civilization. If he was not careful, he could be schemed against. Ye Xing, please don't be angry. 5 pieces is a bit much, but you must understand that those humanoid creatures are your kin, and they come from several planets. Obtaining them is not just about saving them, but also gaining their coordinates. Wing was neither hurried nor flustered like a seasoned businessman. Ye Xing pretended to frown and said softly, then provide me with a spaceship. Oh no, Ye Xing, that would be too unfair to me. For each spaceship, you must at least give me a ton of food. Of course, all the weapons on that spaceship will belong to you. Wing's antennae shook repeatedly as it laid out the conditions. Indeed, it was a cunning fox. Ye Xing looked at Wing with some annoyance, feeling that the other party was not just difficult to deal with. All right, I'll trade now. Ye Xing waved his hand, and a white light shot from above the trading hall into the spatial ring. A ton of fresh beef slowly rose from the white light, floating in the air. Heavens, Ye Xing, you actually have such good stuff. I thought it was some rare creature. You have actually developed aquaculture. Wing gazed at the fresh beef, a thin stream of green liquid secreted from its mouth, dripping onto the table. Do you think every civilization is like yours? Ye Xing snorted coldly, looking at Wing. Do you want to trade? If not, I'll leave. Oh, Ye Xing, I'm very satisfied. Choose a spaceship and we can trade right away. Wing hurriedly said. Ye Xing looked at the large screen in the air and directly selected the spaceship shaped like a cigar. That spaceship was the largest among them, at least a kilometer long, and its exterior was silver white, quite in line with Ye Xing's perception of spaceships. Next to the spaceship, there were performance parameters, but Ye Xing could not understand the text. Ye Xing, your vision is truly remarkable. This spaceship has the best performance among all spaceships with a speed of 0.5 times the speed of light, and the bottom is equipped with a gravity-repelling device. The control system can utilize automatic navigation or direct brainwave control, and its surface is equipped with a level 1 energy shield. Even a nuclear bomb would not harm it in the slightest. As for the weapon system, it is equipped with a laser system, but to prevent it from posing a threat to our flying ant civilization, we have dismantled all the laser weapons, leaving only 100 micro-electromagnetic cannons sufficient to deal with first-level civilizations. When discussing the spaceship, Wing was an old hand. It was well-versed in all the parameters. Hearing that the laser weapons had been dismantled by the flying ant civilization, Ye Xing was furious and cursed Wing for being despicable. However, there was nothing that could be done. This did not violate the rules of the trading platform. As long as the other party did not hide or exaggerate the parameters, it was considered normal. Even so, Ye Xing was still quite satisfied. The performance of this spaceship was already sufficient to dominate Blue Star. Moreover, Ye Xing had the fleet civilization behind him, which could completely allow the fleet civilization to further modify the spaceship. What about the stealth capabilities and the power device? Ye Xing asked, coldly frowning. Oh, it uses a cold fusion core, which can support its operation for several hundred years. As for stealth, it has ordinary optical camouflage. You will have no problem piloting it for interstellar travel. Wing's voice was somewhat weak. All the spaceships had been modified. The energy recoil propulsion technology originally used by third-level civilizations had been replaced by their cold fusion core from second-level civilizations. As for optical stealth, that is more of a standard feature for first-level civilizations. Second-level civilizations wouldn't look down on it. It was also a bit hopeful that the other party was from a relatively insular civilization. Perhaps they could pass off the deception. All right, trade. Ye Xing nodded, knowing that the other party was cunning. This spaceship was certainly overpriced and under-equipped. Nevertheless, such performance had already greatly exceeded Ye Xing's expectations. Ye Xing stepped out of the void, unable to contain his joy as he chuckled. This transaction was a resounding success for him, exchanging a ton of fresh beef for a starship and a batch of humanoid creatures. Ye Xing drove to a warehouse on the outskirts, closing the door behind him. He then took out a space ring and retrieved the humanoid creatures. Among these humanoid creatures, there were two stunningly beautiful fox-eared girls with alluring figures. There was also a giant muscular figure standing 3 meters tall, covered in coarse hair, yet his appearance was exceedingly ugly, with features larger than an ordinary person and disproportionately arranged. The remaining 5 individuals had extremely smooth skin and almost no hair on their heads. Their faces were turning purple, resembling those on the brink of death. They were all bound by thick iron chains, their expressions weary, giving Ye Xing a sense of them being on the verge of collapse. What excited Ye Xing even more was that the 2 fox-eared girls were almost completely unclothed, their curvaceous figures displayed before his eyes. These humanoid creatures sensed the change in their environment and simultaneously looked up at Ye Xing, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and amazement. Whoa! The 5 bald individuals scanned their surroundings, and upon seeing the pile of ice blocks in a corner of the warehouse, they displayed expressions of joy and made hurried sounds. These ice blocks were used by Ye Xing to keep the food in the warehouse fresh and cool. Since the warehouse was near the seaside, the temperature was lower than in the city, allowing them to remain frozen for a long time. Ye Xing pointed at the ice blocks and then at the 5 individuals, who quickly nodded in response. He got up, moved a block of ice, and using an iron rod broke it into smaller pieces to hand over to the 5. He then stood aside, watching what the 5 individuals would do. Upon seeing the ice, they acted like sharks, sensing blood, frantically placing the ice blocks against their noses and desperately inhaling. As the ice gradually melted, turning into water that flowed into their noses, they let out a strange long howl, and the purple tint on their faces faded bit by bit, restoring their skin to a fair complexion. One of the young women cast a grateful glance at Ye Xing and clasped her hands together. Ye Xing understood that this was their planet's way of expressing thanks and smiled faintly in response. Soon the ice blocks had completely melted and their anxious eyes turned towards the remaining ice blocks. Ye Xing's heart stirred. Could it be that these individuals wanted water? He got up and took out several large bottles of mineral water from a box, twisting the caps open and handing them to the women. Their faces lit up with ecstatic expressions as they accepted the mineral water and poured it into their noses. Ye Xing go to the market immediately and buy a giant ecological ocean tank, delivering it to the warehouse on the outskirts. Ye Xing commanded Ye Xing while taking out his phone. Setting down his phone, Ye Xing tossed a few bottles of mineral water to the 5 individuals before approaching the 2 alluring fox-eared girls. As Ye Xing drew closer, the 2 girls gestured and chattered in a language he couldn't comprehend. Ye Xing furrowed his brow, unable to understand what they were saying. However, he knew from the trading platform's hints that these 2 girls were artificial beings, unlike Ye Xing. Artificial beings were more advanced than bioengineered humans. They were produced using genetic technology based on humanoid genes, supplemented with genes from other animals and rapidly cultivated in batches. In simpler terms, they were like the rapidly growing feed chickens and ducks on Blue Star, never having seen the natural world from birth to death, living their lives entirely in factories. Ye Xing checked the time. It was still early for Ye Xing to arrive. He picked up a box of vegetables from a corner of the warehouse and vanished into the trading space. After a while, Jerry walked in from the space, greeted Ye Xing, and sat down. Jerry, is there a device that can quickly learn about other civilizations? Of course there is. This device can read biological brainwaves and convert them into your language. Jerry smiled slightly, taking out a device resembling an earplug from his space ring and handed it to Ye Xing. Upon closer inspection, Ye Xing found it was composed of an earplug and a black adhesive patch. Attach the patch to the biological's head and you will be able to understand what they are saying through the earplug. Ye Xing, have you encountered aliens again? Yes, I traded for a few humanoid creatures, but I don't understand. Are there other beings like humans on planets besides the ancestral star in the universe? Ye Xing pressed the trading button, putting the universal language translator into his pocket and looking at Jerry. He had many questions he wanted to confirm through Jerry. Certainly human seeds did not originate from Blue Star, they were brought here by a comet. In fact, humanoid beings are widespread in the Milky Way, and the differences between them and humans are often vast, with not only reproductive isolation, but also significant genetic disparities, greater than that between humans and bananas. I see. Jerry, have you heard of the flying ant civilization? Ye Xing nodded, pondering. Oh, they're just a bunch of bandits. According to our historical records, they roam the Milky Way living by robbery and are extremely vicious. Once targeted by them, both people and goods are lost, making them a public menace in the Milky Way. A look of disgust crossed Jerry's face. However, their military strength is not particularly strong. With technology from a level 3 civilization, it would be easy to deal with them. To eliminate them, deploying a single private yacht would suffice. Ye Xing, when dealing with them, be sure not to expose the coordinates of the ancestral star. Understood. You wouldn't know it all, would you? Ye Xing casually nodded, but suddenly he looked up at Jerry in astonishment. Jerry's words implied that the development of the ancestral star was not even on par with the flying ant civilization, otherwise there would be no need to hide its coordinates. Had the high-tech civilization Ye Xing pretended to possess long been seen through by Jerry? How could he gain an advantage in future transactions? A series of question marks and exclamation points appeared in Ye Xing's mind. Oh, Star, actually, I already knew your level of development during our first transaction. It is recorded in historical texts that human civilization experienced rapid development only after leaving Blue Star. Jerry shrugged, his eyes filled with wisdom. You don't seem angry. Ye Xing wiped his hot face. Even with his thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed. Angry? Ye Xing, we are also Blue Star people. Helping Blue Star is our duty. Why should we be angry? Jerry shrugged and smiled at Ye Xing. All right, then, do you know about the death ray sphere? Ye Xing looked at Jerry. Jerry's expression suddenly became serious. Death ray sphere? Where did you hear about that? Jerry asked. My recent trading partner is the flying ant civilization. In their trading goods repository, there is something called the death ray sphere. According to the flying ant civilization, once activated, the death ray sphere can kill all living beings within 100,000 kilometers. Ye Xing briefly described the shape of the death ray sphere and its description by the wings. Jerry quietly listened to Ye Xing's description, his expression growing increasingly grave. If I'm not mistaken, this death ray sphere should be a weapon of the silicon-based civilization. Silicon-based civilization. Ye Xing looked puzzled. He had only heard this term in science fiction movies. The creatures on Blue Star are carbon-based, forming various proteins and DNA, creating diverse forms based on these micromolecules. The previous civilizations of the rock shell star, the flying ant civilization, and the bionic people all belong to the carbon-based civilization. In contrast, silicon-based civilizations are based on silicon elements. Scientists speculate that silicon-based creatures possess more stable characteristics compared to carbon-based organisms, allowing them to withstand high temperatures and acidic environments. However, in reality, humanity has yet to encounter silicon-based civilizations. Everything remains in the realm of imagination. Yes, silicon-based creatures are indeed a significant race in the galaxy, and their forms are ever-changing. Some are spherical, while others are granular. In the galaxy, silicon-based civilizations and carbon-based civilizations have been at odds, having engaged in major wars. If I'm right, that death ray sphere is a weapon invented by the silicon-based civilization to target carbon-based creatures. Once activated, it emits rays that disrupt the molecular sequences within carbon-based organisms, effectively leading to their annihilation. Jerry sighed softly. Ye Xing gasped, feeling lucky to have discovered the secret of the death ray sphere and to be able to trade for it. So can you deal with the death ray sphere? Ye Xing asked tentatively. With the advanced capabilities of the fleet civilization, it should be manageable. Jerry shook his head, looking dejected. The technological tree of the silicon-based civilization differs from that of carbon-based ones. The death ray sphere is a weapon meticulously crafted to attack carbon-based civilizations, requiring antimatter to activate it. It already falls into the category of 4th-level civilization weapons. Fortunately, you told us, otherwise we would have faced certain death upon encountering the death ray sphere. Ye Xing was shocked. In his mind, the fleet civilization was almost omnipotent, akin to divine beings. He never expected that there were things they could not accomplish and that they had no means to deal with the death ray sphere. A strong impulse arose in Ye Xing's heart. The next time he traded, he must secure the death ray sphere. What about anti-gravity materials? Ye Xing asked tentatively again. Scientists on Blue Star have been researching anti-gravity materials for a long time, but unfortunately with no progress. Some even claim to have extracted anti-gravity materials from crashed alien ships. However, scientific examination proved that most of it was nonsense. Research on anti-gravity materials has thus become a mysterious science, a hot pursuit among amateur scientists. Anti-gravity materials. Could it be that a civilization has truly developed such materials? Jerry looked at Ye Xing, both surprised and delighted. Jerry, you guys haven't developed an anti-gravity system yet, have you? Ye Xing looked at Jerry with some skepticism. The fleet civilization is certainly a fourth-level civilization. It makes no sense not to have an anti-gravity system. In Ye Xing's understanding, anti-gravity should be a standard feature among aliens. Star, of course, we have an anti-gravity system, and it is quite advanced. But do you understand what anti-gravity materials imply? Jerry took a deep breath, and it was evident that he was somewhat excited. It's like you painstakingly built a system to evade blades and swords, but then someone comes along and uses their textile materials, which are completely equivalent to your system and even lighter. Don't you feel like your efforts were in vain? It seems there is a bit of truth to that. Ye Xing scratched his head, vaguely understanding why the other party was so excited. It turned out that trading with the flying ant civilization could help Blue Star leap forward, no longer constrained by Blue Star's resource limitations. For example, oil is a unique product of Blue Star from which many industrial technologies and chemical products have evolved. Civilizations without oil must tread a longer path to replace oil-derived products, which can even result in technological stagnation. After clarifying everything, Ye Xing understood the importance of the flying ant civilization's goods repository and bid farewell to Jerry, stepping out of the trading space. He suddenly appeared in the warehouse, startling two fox-eared girls who looked at Ye Xing with an added sense of admiration. Master. Ye Xing heard the voice of Ye Xing in his ear. Turning to look, he discovered that a huge marine ecological tank had appeared in the warehouse at some point. The 5 individuals inside the tank were stretching their bodies, swimming like fish. The ecological tank was enormous, measuring over 10 meters in length and 5 to 6 meters in width, likely placed there when the supplier unloaded goods. The 5 individuals swam joyfully in the water, moving swiftly, causing the fish in the ecological tank to hastily hide behind rocks peeking at them. Master, they are aquatic beings and cannot stay on land for more than a day, or else they will die from dehydration. Ye Xing quietly said as she approached Ye Xing. Ye Xing nodded, trusting Ye Zai's words implicitly. Her knowledge encompassed all disciplines of Blue Star and was incredibly intelligent. Master, their swimming ability is excellent, and they are very fast. The marine creatures on Blue Star pale in comparison. It's a pity to keep them in the tank. Ye Xing pointed at the 5 aquatic beings swimming in the ecological tank. Ye Xing nodded, looking at them with some concern, contemplating how to deal with them. During the exchange, he had acted on impulse, unable to bear the thought of them being eaten by the wings. But he couldn't simply keep them in the tank. Doing so would require feeding them and worrying about their escape. If outsiders saw that they could survive in an aquarium, it would be a shocking revelation, drawing the attention of the entire world. But if he just released them back into the ocean, wouldn't that mean losing control over them? Just as Ye Xing was deep in thought, the ecological tank erupted in a flurry of water. One aquatic being swam behind a rock, suddenly reaching out with lightning speed to catch a fish, stuffing it directly into its mouth. Immediately, a wave of crimson spread through the tank, causing the remaining fish to scatter as if confronted by a shark, splashing water as their tails struck the surface. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Ye Xing gasped. These creatures were untamed and wild. If released into the sea, marine life would be in grave danger. Ariela, Ariela. At that moment, a strange language echoed from behind Ye Xing. Ye Xing turned his head and saw 2 fox-eared girls anxiously gesturing towards him. A thought struck him, and he took out a universal language translator from his spatial ring, applying the patch onto one of the fox-eared girls' foreheads. At this moment, he was very close to the fox-eared girls, and he could smell a sweet fragrance, making his mind feel a bit hazy. Curiously, he wondered how these 2 fox-eared girls could maintain their fragrance after being trapped by the wing for so long. Did they have to adorn themselves every day? Master. Just as Ye Xing placed the earplugs in his ears, he heard an urgent voice. The voice was delicate and soft, reminiscent of a certain pop star's melodious tone, quite pleasing to the ears. Ye Xing looked over and saw the fox-eared girl's cherry lips quivering, seemingly trying to say something. He immediately understood that she was speaking to him. What is your name? Master, I do not have a name, only a number. I am a modified being destined to obey human commands. The fox-eared girl looked at Ye Xing with a gaze full of respect and admiration. This order had been inscribed in her genes since the moment of her creation to regard all males with pleasing eyes. Really? Ye Xing looked at her with some skepticism. From a human's perspective, these two fox-eared girls were both pure and alluring, capable of stirring a man's desires. However, Ye Xing maintained his vigilance in his mind. After all, they were prey of the flying ant civilization. Despite their shortcomings, the flying ant civilization was still a third-tier civilization. If they were to do something to the prey, obtaining the coordinates and information of Blue Star, and then send it to the flying ant civilization, what could humanity do to counter the flying ant civilization? Even though they had passed the certification of the trading system, Ye Xing remained deeply suspicious. Yes, Master, please give us orders. We are willing to do everything for you. Everything. What can you do? Ye Xing raised the corners of his mouth and scrutinized them. We possess the complete set of biochemical technology and can modify living beings, including their natures. The voice of the fox-eared girl was melodious. Oh, how do you know this? Where do you come from? Ye Xing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He thought these two were merely domestic-type pseudo-humans, but it turned out they were scientific types. Master, we come from a biochemical world. In our legends, the highest deity of our planet is a living person piloting a spaceship. He utilized technology to make significant modifications to the life forms on the planet, and we are his creations. After his death, our civilization's technology lost its inheritance. However, the biochemical technology remained. Scientists continuously modified the pseudo-humans, making them increasingly perfect, achieving peaks in both intelligence and physique. The fox-eared girl narrated gently, appearing utterly unreserved. Ye Xing was increasingly shocked to learn that their entire planet was actually created by someone. He couldn't help but wonder if this great deity was a human from a parallel world or a world that developed in isolation within the universe. However, what infuriated Ye Xing was whether this deity was too frivolous in creating beings. What was the meaning of giving such beautiful girls fox ears? Was it a perverse interest? So does that mean you have high intelligence? Ye Xing pondered for a moment and asked, simultaneously casting a questioning glance at Ye Xing beside him. Master, there is a way to test it. Ye Xing nodded confidently. In response to the master, our intelligence is very high. We were created to assist the previous generation of pseudo-humans, but they were all exterminated by the flying ants, and only a few of us remain on our planet. The fox-eared girl's expression darkened. Ye Xing nodded, pondering her words. According to her, these two fox-eared girls had long since lost count of the generations of pseudo-humans. Their master was already dead, yet the reverence for real humans remained in their genes. That was why she recognized Ye Xing as her master upon meeting him. In other words, as long as they stepped out of the warehouse and encountered any human, they would treat them as their master. No, you just said there were a few. Why are there only the two of you now? Ye Xing caught the inconsistency in her words, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It was them. They were eaten by them. Master, please kill them. The fox-eared girl pointed behind, Ye Xing, her face displaying a look of terror. Ye Xing followed her finger and couldn't help but gasp. While they were talking, the entire ecological tank had turned crimson. 5 aquatic beings were viciously tearing at the fish in the tank, their demeanor extremely cruel. This was completely different from the sickly appearance they had when released from the spatial ring. At this moment, they had devoured all the fish in the tank, lying against the glass, revealing their snow-white teeth, roaring at Ye Xing and the others. Oh my goodness! Ye Xing felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He had thought they were docile humans, but it turned out they had undergone taming and were incredibly savage. Master, in the flying ant people's spaceship, our companions were eaten by them. They are beasts just like the flying ants. The fox-eared girl exclaimed, pointing at the aquatic beings. Ye Xing's expression darkened. It seemed the aquatic beings could not be spared. With a thought, an energy shield enveloped him, and a crosshair targeted the ecological tank. Boom! A dull rumble echoed as the air distorted, and an invisible wind blade surged towards the fish tank. The fish tank exploded, water splattered everywhere, and flesh and blood flew, with several limbs being thrown out. On the ground lay a few corpses, while only the female aquatic being retreated in fright, curling up in a corner. Ye Xing walked over, raising his right hand. With a single motion, the powerful energy torque could shred her to pieces. Master, wait a moment. At that moment, the voice of the fox-eared girl came from behind Ye Xing. He turned around suspiciously, looking at her, not understanding why she was stopping him when she seemed so frightened. Master, she is very skilled in water. It would be too unfortunate to kill her like this. I can modify her, the fox-eared girl said, looking at the aquatic being. What can you modify her into? Ye Xing looked at the fox-eared girl with curiosity, realizing she was indeed very clever. From his restraint, she could tell he was holding back, and intervened promptly. Ye Xing felt a sense of embarrassment, as if his thoughts had been exposed. After I modify her, she won't be so fierce anymore, she will listen to the master's commands, and will only hunt specific species of fish. The fox-eared girl gazed intently at the remaining aquatic being brimming with confidence. Really able to be modified to that extent? You must be joking. Ye Xing found it hard to believe his ears. Master, I said it, of course I can do it, but I need the master to provide the equipment, and then the master must specify the modification requirements. The fox-eared girl looked at Ye Xing, a smile playing at her lips. Really? Can you modify your ears first? Ye Xing was both astonished and delighted. This fox-eared girl had quite the character. Inside a villa in Eagle Sauce Country, over a dozen middle-aged men in suits sat around a round table with grim expressions. Gentlemen, I assume you have seen the report. According to our investigation, the mastermind behind the nickel incident is Ye Xing, who provided nickel to the Qingshan group, thus sabotaging our plan to hunt the nickel market in Long Country. The middle-aged man at the head of the table spoke. His public identity was that of a financial upstart, Li, but those present remembered him best as the deputy director of the intelligence department. Everyone was taken aback, their eyes revealing confusion. Ever since the release of the super battery by Xingchen Technology, the name Xingchen Technology had frequently appeared in the media across various countries. Xingchen Technology's new car series had started entering certain European countries and was well received by the public. Xingchen Technology's Ye Xing had also been hailed by netizens as the queen of new energy, while Ye Xing remained largely unknown, hidden in the shadows. Li, can you trust your intelligence? Who is Ye Xing? Isn't the general manager of Xingchen Technology a woman named Ye Xing? We have checked Ye Xing's background, and the information is complete. It is said that she is the illegitimate daughter of a certain noble family in Long Country. There must be no mistake. What is this Ye Xing's role? What is Ye Xing's background? Where did he get the nickel? Is he an agent of Long Country? What? He actually sabotaged our plan. Ooh, I will have him torn to shreds. The representatives of various conglomerates could no longer sit still and began questioning Li. They had only heard the name Ye Xing today, as their attention had previously been on Ye Xing. The news Li brought left them with a sense of impotence, as if they were punching cotton. Li waved his hand, and the room fell silent. Gentlemen, I understand your anger. You are the elites of our country, yet you have been played around by a kid from Long Country. We must settle this score, right, Wilson? Li narrowed his eyes and scanned the angry representatives of the conglomerates, finally directing his last words to a burly middle-aged man next to him. The man named Wilson sported a buzz cut, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, and his muscular arms revealed beneath his short sleeves appeared very sturdy. Although he was already past middle age, he still exuded an imposing presence. Everyone understood that Wilson's true identity was that of an active-duty naval officer, a key figure among the Hawks. Wilson nodded silently, his face as dark as water. Gentlemen, I am sorry, but we also have no way of knowing where Ye Xing obtained the nickel. The current information we have is that it was shipped from Southeast Asia to Long Country. Li shrugged, appearing helpless. Impossible, we have checked all the ships, especially in Southeast Asia. There is no way a single piece of nickel could have slipped through. Is your intelligence department just sitting idle? You take our money, yet can't find any information. Li, I deeply suspect that there is a problem with your intelligence. You must understand that blocking nickel is not just the responsibility of Eagle Sauce, but the entire West. Li, we need more detailed information, not just a trivial report to brush us off. The representatives of the conglomerates were furious. They were all participants in the nickel incident, and Southeast Asia was their main defensive focus. Li's words felt like an insult to their intelligence. Oh, gentlemen, in our intelligence community, there is a saying: once all possibilities have been eliminated, the least likely scenario is the only answer. Li glanced coldly at the agitated representatives of the conglomerates. As for Ye Xing, according to our investigations, his background is very ordinary, utterly unremarkable. On the other hand, Ye Xing holds far more secrets than Ye Xing. Li looked at the report in his hand and continued, according to our spies in Long Country, all of Ye Xing's credentials are fake. She appeared out of nowhere, suddenly appearing by Ye Xing's side. It is rare in my career to encounter someone with absolutely no leads. The representatives of the conglomerates looked bewildered, staring blankly at Li. They were not ordinary people. Their financial power was astounding, yet the results of their investigations contradicted Li's. Li, what do you mean? What does it mean to have a blank background? Li, a person must have a life trajectory. How could she leave no clues at all? Is it possible that this Ye Xing is a person placed beside Ye Xing by Long Country, and thus the official helped them fabricate? The representatives began to voice their opinions. Li smiled slightly, not responding. Gentlemen, Ye Xing is merely a minor episode. Indeed, she is extraordinarily talented, but the issue remains Ye Xing. According to the intelligence we have obtained, Long Country has recently achieved breakthroughs in industries such as aviation, aerospace, and heavy machinery. Through our various inquiries, we found that they have acquired a type of ultra-high precision machine tool. Ultra-high precision machine tools can achieve machining dimensions that exceed even the highest precision machine tools in our country. Furthermore, our intelligence personnel in South Africa have also reported that Long Country has broken through our mining blockade. Mealy continued narrating their intelligence. The representatives of the conglomerates were stunned, staring at Mealy with wide eyes. Mealy, are you saying that all of this was done by Ye Xing? This is impossible. No wonder our recent sales of precision machinery have significantly dropped. It turns out Long Country has obtained ultra-high precision machine tools. Mealy, where on earth did he acquire those minerals? A barrage of questions surged toward Mealy. Gentlemen, we are investigating and will have answers soon. Wilson, it's your turn to discuss the military's findings. Mealy was quite pleased with the anger of the representatives, as it meant he could secure more funding. Gentlemen, you must have felt the fierce advance of Long Country's new energy sector. They are capturing market share in new energy, leaving our industries in shambles. Especially Xing technology, their Galaxy battery is incredibly powerful, far surpassing our Tesla and other new energy vehicles. I heard that Tesla had to bow down to Xing technology to request orders for the Galaxy battery, only to be ruthlessly rejected. At this point, Wilson's gaze lingered on a young man with golden curly hair. That young man was the representative from Eagle Sauce Tesla Company. The young man frowned slightly and suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Shame, disgrace. In the past, others begged us with their heads lowered. How could we ever be the ones begging others? Oh, that's not even the most absurd part. Wilson smiled faintly as if he had anticipated it. There's even more outrageous news related to the military. Everyone was taken aback, looking at Wilson in surprise. Everyone knows that we, the Eagle Nation, have strengthened our presence in the South China Sea, with our naval and air forces rotating in, and through covert confrontations with Long Country, both sides have gained a clear understanding of each other's military capabilities. However, recently the endurance of Long Country's drones has greatly improved, with performance surging by about tenfold. To avoid the sharp edge of Long Country, we have no choice but to retract our front lines to prevent our ship's parameters from being detected by their drones. Wilson had a serious expression on his face. The representatives from the consortium gasped in shock, staring at Wilson. The naval and air forces of Eagle Nation are unparalleled, making it the greatest power on Blue Star, and this is the fundamental guarantee for Eagle Nation to assert its dominance. With the assurance of military strength, these consortiums have the confidence to exploit other countries for substantial profits. But now their proud navy has been forced to retreat by Long Country's drones, something that would have been unthinkable in the past. Wilson, are you joking? Our ships are invincible. How can a mere drone frighten you so? Wilson, do you mean the drones are using Galaxy batteries? Wilson, don't we have countermeasures? We can use radar to detect them and artillery to destroy them. They merely have longer endurance. Representatives went wild, continuously suggesting ideas to Wilson. Wilson smiled wryly. They had already thought of these methods. Everyone, please calm down. This is just an appetizer. Wilson waved his hand. Appetizer. The representatives were stunned by Wilson's wording, staring at him intently. In fact, the most significant threat comes from submarines. In the past, we could still detect ordinary submarines with sonar. But now sonar is completely blank, as if they have withdrawn from the sea area. Wilson's voice was low, his expression grave. The representatives looked at Wilson in fear. From his narrative, they sensed something different. The South China Sea is a crucial battleground for Long Country. How could their submarines possibly be absent? The most likely explanation is that Long Country submarines have improved their stealth capabilities, becoming quieter to the extent that Eagle Nation cannot detect them. But how is this possible? Most submarines use diesel-electric technology, which cannot operate silently. Unless the opposing side has developed more advanced nuclear submarines. But nuclear submarines are expensive and complex. It is impossible for Long Country to produce so many in such a short time. Wilson, what is your conclusion? Has Long Country developed any new technology? Wilson, our anti-submarine capabilities are the best on Blue Star. As long as it's a submarine, it cannot escape our eyes. Wilson, what is your conclusion? The representatives eagerly pressed Wilson for answers, refusing to allow their advantage to slip away. Everyone, please calm down. According to our investigations with the Intelligence Department, Long Country has likely adopted a special power system and applied it to their submarines, eliminating the unique noise of diesel-electric technology. Moreover, this battery should be the Galaxy battery provided by Xing technology, capable of sustaining operations underwater for a week. Wilson glanced around, his gaze steady. The representatives were stunned. Using batteries to power submarines was not impossible, as Sakura Country already had battery-powered submarines in operation. Battery-powered submarines do indeed have the advantage of low noise, but the power requirements of submarines are too high. Individual batteries cannot provide sufficient power and must use battery packs. Even so, submarines using battery packs still have poor endurance, requiring resurfacing every 2 to 3 days for recharging. However, the fact that Wilson claimed Long Country has developed a power submarine capable of running for a week without surfacing left everyone dumbfounded. Even science fiction novels would not dare to boast like this. Faced with the skeptical gazes of the representatives, Wilson felt somewhat awkward and shrugged. I know everyone is doubtful, but this is absolutely true. Surely you remember the press conference of Xing Technology where there was a demonstration of wireless power transmission. The representatives fell silent. The global viewership of Xing Technology's video was enormous, and they had seen it before. The military of Long Country had no reason not to acquire wireless power transmission technology, making its application to submarines quite reasonable. What other secrets does Xing Technology hold? The more the representatives thought about it, the more fearful they became, their gazes turning icy. To maintain the technological and military advantage of Eagle Nation, Ye Xing must die. Millie and Wilson noticed the representatives' expressions and couldn't help but smile slightly. This was precisely the result they desired. Millie, as the intelligence department, your allowance of Xing Technology's existence is a dereliction of duty. Millie, I demand that you kill him immediately, otherwise how can we continue selling our products? How can we maintain our superior lifestyle? Wilson, you must be tougher on Long Country, otherwise we cannot maintain our military advantage. The representatives roared at Wilson and Millie, venting their dissatisfaction. Millie shrugged helplessly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have already dispatched assassins to Long Country, but we need funding. Don't worry, we will apply pressure on Congress. Xing Technology has become an obstacle on our path to development. He must be eliminated by any means necessary. The representatives reached a consensus. They could no longer tolerate Ye Xing. Inside the Emperor Star Building, Ye Xing was searching for information in his office. In a corner of the desk, a large screen displayed surveillance footage from the warehouse. In the video, the water being was bound again, while two fox-eared girls monitored her. Yeshi, did you buy the experimental equipment? Ye Xing looked at the busy Yeshi. Master, they require quite a bit of equipment. The supplier is preparing the goods and is expected to deliver them tomorrow. Yeshi lifted her head from the screen. Ye Xing nodded, rubbing his temples as he pondered how to deal with the fox-eared girls and the water being. These humanoid creatures obviously cannot appear in the city, or else they would cause a commotion. Master, I suggest buying an island. That way we can accommodate them, and you can also modify the spaceship. Yeshi said, looking at Ye Xing, who was frowning. Right, buying an island would allow him to do whatever he wanted. Ye Xing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise Ye Xing's idea. With your financial capacity, after buying the island, you can construct on it, avoiding other surveillance. Yeshi seemed to understand Ye Xing's thoughts, saying things that made Ye Xing's heart race. Just thinking about piloting a spaceship through the stars made Ye Xing's heartbeat quicken. However, constructing buildings requires a lot of materials and manpower, and we won't be able to move in for a while. Ye Xing frowned. Master, Long Country is known as the world's factory. Building materials are not a problem, and as for manpower, it doesn't necessarily have to come from Blue Star. Yeshi reminded him. Ye Xing's eyes brightened as he was about to enter the trading space to look for machines that could quickly construct buildings. Just then his phone suddenly rang. What? Someone is coming to assassinate me. After answering for a moment, Ye Xing's expression turned cold. Yes, but you don't need to worry too much. We have already made arrangements. Try to minimize your outings in the next few days. On the other end of the phone, Sun Yunlong's expression was grave. He had just received news that the Eagle Sauce Kingdom was preparing to take action against Ye Xing merely because Ye Xing had hindered their development, nullifying their technological advantage. However, he was unclear about what methods the enemy would employ and how they would proceed. After all, the enemy was cunning, and these assassins could infiltrate Long Country in various ways, making it nearly impossible to defend against. All right, I understand. I want to see how the enemy will attempt to assassinate me. Ye Xing smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. He had an energy shield and bullets posed no threat to him whatsoever. However, after thinking for a moment, Ye Xing decided to first exchange for some protective-type bionic beings. This would not only reduce Ye Xing's workload, but also strengthen the defenses. It wouldn't be good if intelligence agents managed to steal the company's core secrets. After formulating the plan, Ye Xing swiftly entered the trading space. Captain Jerry, I need a batch of bionic beings right now. Ye Xing smiled at Jerry across from him. Oh, are they all like the last one? Jerry looked at Ye Xing with a playful expression. Jerry, I must say you've misinterpreted things. Although her figure and looks are top-notch, it's quite difficult for me to develop any desire towards a robot. Ye Xing shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested he saw through Jerry's thoughts. All right, what type of bionic beings do you need now? I need 50 agile defensive-type bionic beings, mainly to protect my safety. I also need a batch of skilled construction worker types, as I have bought an island and want to build structures on it. Ye Xing said slowly, feeling that his demand for bionic beings was quite substantial. Besides security protection, the technical secret department also needed bionic beings to prevent data leaks. 50 bionic beings. Ye Xing, are you planning to establish a squad? Jerry was somewhat surprised. What do you mean? Jerry, I have an island to guard. Is 50 bionic beings too much? Ye Xing looked at Jerry with some surprise. In his mind, defensive-type bionic beings were no different from Ye Xing. Oh, Ye Xing, you misunderstood. The capabilities of defensive-type bionic beings are quite formidable. Their movements are as fast as lightning, able to sense the motion of a falling leaf within a 10-kilometer radius. They are embedded with a CPU that can instantly analyze the weapons worn by tens of thousands of people and discern intentions from thousands of expressions. Jerry rambled on. Ye Xing was speechless. This clearly sounded like a superhuman. Jerry, just tell me if they can kill or not. Ye Xing directly interrupted Jerry's introduction. Their skin is made of high-fidelity synthetic skin. The feel is not as good as the last one, but it has high durability. Ordinary mechanical bullets find it hard to cause harm, and even cannonballs would only momentarily pause their movements. As for night vision and infrared, those are just auxiliary functions and not worth mentioning. Ye Xing fell silent. Oh, wasn't this basically an invulnerable warrior? No wonder Jerry said that 50 defensive-type robots could withstand an army. Name a price. I want 10, Jerry. Ye Xing looked at Jerry, estimating in his mind that one defensive-type bionic being could at least block the strength of 100 soldiers. One defensive-type bionic being for 1 ton of beef or pork. Jerry pondered for a moment before speaking. This was much more expensive than Ye Xing. Ye Xing nodded in understanding. After all, defensive-type bionic beings required more materials and resources, while Ye Xing only needed a good appearance. Regarding the craftsman-type bionic beings, I have a suggestion. We have a type of rapid construction machinery that can automatically assemble building materials on site according to the blueprints, resulting in a sturdier construction quality than manual labor. Seeing Ye Xing's urgency, Jerry smiled and systematically introduced. Price. This one would be 1 ton of vegetables, right? We can't just eat meat, can we? Jerry shrugged. Ye Xing nodded. The price seemed reasonable. It seemed that these demands were indeed trivial matters in the fleet civilization. Ye Xing, do you have any other requests? Jerry looked at Ye Xing, who seemed to have something to say, but stopped himself, asking with a smile. He was in a very good mood, as today's trading volume exceeded all previous transactions. Jerry, I need a batch of mechanics who can repair spaceships. Do you have any methods? My spaceship travels at 0.5 times the speed of light, and its weapon configuration includes electromagnetic cannons. Ye Xing recalled the spaceship stored in the space, unsure of which civilization it belonged to. He needed to repair it and get it running. He certainly wouldn't think he had the ability to start the spaceship, as that was the scientific achievement of a civilization. Even a spaceship built by Blue Star could not be activated by an individual. Jerry rubbed his head, deep in thought. Ye Xing did not interrupt him, knowing that to achieve this goal, it would require imbuing the bionic beings with at least the knowledge of a second-level civilization. Bionic beings of this level were not comparable to Ye Xing or the defensive-type bionic beings. Sure enough, after a long while, Jerry finally raised his head to look at Ye Xing. Xing, if you were not from the ancestral star, I might not be able to meet your request. But since you have brought it up, I must say the price will be quite high. Jerry shrugged. 10 tons of mineral water and 10 tons of fruit. Ye Xing did not wait for Jerry to speak. For Ye Xing, this cost was completely worth it. Okay, we will deliver tomorrow. Jerry was overjoyed. The price he had opened was not this much in his mind. As for what Ye Xing needed, he saw it merely as outdated toys from thousands of years ago. Ye Xing exited the trading space and returned to the office where Ye Xing was handling business. Upon seeing Ye Xing return, she showed no surprise. She had seen Ye Xing suddenly disappear more than once. However, as a bionic being serving humanity, her first principle was loyalty to her master. Even if her parts were disassembled, she would not betray Ye Xing. Master, Mr. Huang is waiting for you in the VIP room. Upon seeing Ye Xing, Ye Xing walked over. Huang Chen, that kid hadn't come to see me for a long time. Ye Xing was taken aback and quickly left the office, heading to the VIP room. As he reached the door, he saw Huang Chen standing with his back to him, looking out over the bay through the floor-to-ceiling window. Hearing the footsteps, Huang Chen turned his head and broke into a smile. Huang Chen, you haven't been here for ages. What have you been busy with lately? Ye Xing looked at Huang Chen with a grin. Ye Xing, how can you still be smiling? I'm about to die from anxiety. Huang Chen rolled his eyes at Ye Xing. Oh, why? Let me tell you, the security bureau has received news that someone is going to assassinate you. They want to arrange a bodyguard for you. You can make requests, and they can get you whatever you want. What do you want? Huang Chen looked at Ye Xing anxiously. I don't need any of that. I just need the country to allow me to act freely. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly. Ye Xing, what are you planning to do? Huang Chen looked bewildered. How did this sound like he was about to go on a rampage? But Ye Xing was just a businessman, right? By the way, did you come to find me for something? Ye Xing smiled faintly at the dumbfounded Huang Chen. There is indeed something. Have you heard about the recent chip restrictions? Huang Chen pondered for a moment, looking at Ye Xing. Ye Xing was taken aback. As a patriotic youth, he was certainly very concerned about the news. In the face of Longwo's rapid development, Yingjiangwo, in order to maintain its technological advantage, brazenly violated contracts and suppressed high-tech companies like Huawei forcibly, using administrative means to restrict the sale of their products in Yingjiangwo. At the same time, in order to fundamentally cut off the path of Longwo's high-tech companies, Yingjiang contacted its allies and imposed restrictions on lithography machines, forcing Longwo to import advanced chips solely from Yingjiang companies. Faced with Yingjiang's relentless pursuit and blockade, Longwo's enterprises were naturally unwilling to give in. In addition to increasing their investment in chips, they were also actively researching lithography machines. However, starting too late made it difficult to reach the same technological level as the West in a short time, even with the dedication of a large number of researchers. Under Yingjiang's sanctions, although companies like Huawei adopted a self-research model, the situation remained critical in the short term. Thinking of this, Ye Xing's expression turned angry. Damn Yingjiang, they are going too far. Ye Xing slammed his hand on the table. Ye Xing, since you know this, it will be easier. Right now, Longwo is in a stage of technological upgrade. Once we achieve a technological breakthrough, our domestic enterprises will no longer be subject to others, and the people in our country will also enjoy the benefits of high technology. Huang Chun said with a pained expression. I understand that, Huang Chun. Tell me, what should I do? Ye Xing nodded. He had been busy with new energy vehicles lately and had not paid much attention to the chip issue. Do you know about the fruit chain? Huang Chun did not answer directly, but instead asked Ye Xing in return. Ye Xing nodded. The so-called fruit chain refers to companies that process for fruit companies, where fruit companies provide the plans and fruit chain enterprises are responsible for manufacturing the products. However, Ye Xing's company was not involved in the electronic semiconductor industry, and he had no interactions with these enterprises. He had only heard about them. In fact, if Huawei had a stable chip supply, it could form a more stable industrial chain and generate more profits. Unfortunately, it has been restricted by Yingjiang. Without chips, we are left with nothing to work with. Huang Chun slammed his hand, looking full of regret. So Ye Xing, see if your friends have any channels to obtain a lithography machine, preferably advanced processes. Even if it's an old one, we can research it ourselves. After speaking, Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing with anticipation. He knew that this request was a bit high, as chips were currently a key restriction by Yingjiang, and only ASML in the Netherlands could manufacture them. Most of the Western countries are allies of Yingjiang, and given the size and sensitivity of lithography machines, getting them out to sea is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Ye Xing thought for a moment. Obtaining a lithography machine was not a problem for him. Is 1 nanometer okay? Ye Xing pondered for a moment and said to Huang Chun. He only had a general understanding of the chip restrictions and was not very familiar with specific chip processes. He just knew that the smaller the chip process, the better. What? Ye Xing, don't joke around. Huang Chun suddenly stood up, looking at Ye Xing as if he were an idiot. Currently, the most advanced chip process in the world is only 4 nanometers. I've heard that there are chips with a 3 nanometer process starting to be produced, but no finished products have appeared. His expectation for Ye Xing was just to bring back a few 5-nanometer lithography machines to establish a production line, allowing domestic companies to cooperate in trial production. The chain for producing chips is long, and achieving complete domestic production will require a long journey. Who would have thought that Ye Xing would open with 1 nanometer? Currently, even on Blue Star, there may not be a 1 nanometer lithography machine. Where would one even buy a 1 nanometer lithography machine? No, Huang Chun, do you think I look like someone who jokes around? Ye Xing said with a gloomy face. It was just a 1 nanometer lithography machine. Why make such a fuss about it? Nonsense. The world hasn't even heard of a 1 nanometer lithography machine. If you say you can get it, it's just empty talk between us. If this gets out, will anyone still buy your company's products? Huang Chun rolled his eyes. Huang Chun, if you say it like that, I'm really determined now. What determination? Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing with a confused expression. I've decided to make Tiannan the capital of chips. The world's first 1 nanometer chip must be produced from Tiannan. Yingjiang thinks I have stolen their new energy business and wants to assassinate me. Then I will take it a step further and grab the chip business as well. Ye Xing declared firmly. Buddy, you haven't lost your mind, have you? Huang Chun stood up, touching Ye Xing's forehead, feeling that his temperature was quite normal. But he always felt that Ye Xing seemed to be greatly stimulated, speaking with a startle. Can chips be produced just by boasting? Ye Xing, calm down. Let's talk about this seriously. If it really can't be bought, then so be it. Health is the priority. Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing speechlessly. Didn't you just mention the fruit chain? I hadn't thought carefully about the development of enterprises before, but I believe that with the strength of our Xingchen technology, crushing the fruit company is just around the corner. Ye Xing stood tall and proud. Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing, feeling incredibly frustrated. Did he come to conduct a brainstorming session for him? Huang Chun, you go back and say that he'll handle the chip issue. Tomorrow, I will have my secretary issue an announcement that the world's first unattainable chip will be born under Xingqian technology. Ye Xing looked at Huang Chun. Ye Xing, have you lost your mind? You are making cars, so what does that have to do with making chips? Are you not afraid that after the announcement goes out, no one will buy your cars? Of course I'm not afraid. Our Galaxy battery never asks others to buy you. People come to ask me to buy. That's the difference. Ye Xing walked around the room with his hands behind his back. You go back and help me apply for more land. Once the chip factory is up and running, the place will definitely be too small. If you have some foresight, you can invest in our company with confidence. I guarantee you will enjoy a good life for the rest of your life. Ye Xing smiled at Huang Chun. What Huang Chun mentioned about the fruit chain had sparked his inspiration. Huang Chun stared at Ye Xing for a long time, feeling a bit defeated as the result was not what he had expected. He had originally planned for Ye Xing to bring back a few lithography machines for trial production so that domestic companies like Huawei would have usable chips. Who would have thought this guy actually wanted to open a chip factory and establish his own production chain? But this is also good. As long as domestic enterprises master chip technology, it's fine. By the way, Huang Chun, I also need to buy some construction materials, and I need you to make contact. Ye Xing remembered the construction materials needed for building the island and took out a piece of paper, handing it to Huang Chun. Huang Chun's gaze swept across the paper, and his mouth involuntarily dropped open. Because the quantity of building materials listed on the paper was simply enormous, no wonder Ye Xing said he needed him to step in. Buddy, are you planning to build a nation? Huang Chun looked up at Ye Xing, looking completely bewildered. Mr. Ye, we have found several islands. Just then Ye Xing pushed the door open, holding a report in her hand. Ye Xing received the summary of the islands and quickly scanned it, which listed the islands for sale by Blue Star along with their affiliated countries. Ye Xing, what does Ye Xing want to buy an island for? Seeing Ye Xing looking at the data, Huang Chun asked Ye Xing. Knowing that Huang Chun was a friend of Ye Xing, Ye Xing did not hide the truth. Mr. He wants to buy an island overseas for convenience and living, and he also plans to build a residential area on the island, which requires support from the country. Huang Chun's brows involuntarily knitted together, which meant that opportunities to interact with Ye Xing would decrease in the future. Now he understood why. Ye Xing. This Cheong Island is nice, this one will do. Just then Ye Xing pointed at the name of an island and asked. The paper listed that Cheong Island has an area of 25 square kilometers located among the South China Sea Islands and is a typical deep-sea island with diverse flora and fauna along with good fishery resources around the island. Most importantly, there are proven oil resources about 10 kilometers from the island. For Ye Xing, it is simply a rare paradise. Ye Xing had already thought about how to develop the island, how to arrange defenses, and where to place his spaceship. Upon hearing this, Huang Chun leaned over to take a look, and his expression immediately turned serious. Ye Xing, this island is controversial and cannot be bought. If you want an island, I can help you find one domestically so you can enjoy life on it. Huang Chun glanced at Ye Xing and spoke in a double entendre. He thought Ye Xing wanted to buy an island like those wealthy foreigners to live a shameless life with women. Especially with women like Ye Xing, whose figure and beauty are exceptional. What man wouldn't want to possess such a treasure? Online, Ye Xing has already been hailed as the queen of new energy, and her Weibo account gains a large number of followers every day, not much different from first-tier celebrities. What controversy? Ye Xing looked at Huang Chun with some confusion. Ye Xing, are you truly unaware, or just pretending? Cheong Island's location is quite sensitive, sitting near the South China Sea oil fields. It has immense economic value, originally belonging to our country, but Vietnam and Malaysia both claim sovereignty over the island. Huang Chun carefully explained to Ye Xing. Ye Xing's lips curled into a dismissive smirk, and then, is that all the controversy? Huang Chun was stunned, looking at Ye Xing in frustration. Isn't it enough that 3 countries are involved? Of course not. Vietnam has rented out the nearby oil fields to Bear Country to bolster their influence, and Malaysia is not to be outdone, bringing in eagle sauce. In short, it's a mess. Why would you want to wade into this muddy water? Isn't it better to just earn your money? Huang Chun, feeling confused about the situation, wasn't clear why Ye Xing was so interested in this contested land. There are plenty of islands in Dragon Country. Wouldn't any of them be better to buy? Ye Xing's eyes brightened as he said, so according to you, I can get this island without paying, right? Wow, what a unique thought process. Huang Chun looked at Ye Xing, unsure how to describe his feelings at this moment. With several military forces competing here, you don't feel the danger, only the idea of not having to pay. By rights, you shouldn't have to pay. Even if you want to pay, no one will accept it. Who can guarantee your safety? Huang Chun said dejectedly. Then it's settled. Oh, I want this island as long as the country doesn't interfere. Ye Xing said nonchalantly. Ye Xing, have you gone mad? That's not domestic, that's overseas. Bear and eagle sauce are not easy to deal with. How are you going to get there? Huang Chun exclaimed, looking at Ye Xing as if he were a fool. If Ye Xing weren't an important figure, he would think Ye Xing was just boasting. However, Ye Xing held multiple critical technologies that were immensely important to Dragon Country, and they couldn't allow him to make any mistakes. Why not just tell them to scram? Since it's unclaimed land, the one with the bigger fist gets to speak. Ye Xing scoffed as he was backed by the time-space trading platform, and ordinary warships were no longer in his sights. Dude, are you alright? Huang Chen looked at Ye Xing in shock, unable to understand what kind of confidence he had to say such things. Bear and Eagle Sauce are both powerful nations. Their military often patrols near Cheong Island. Of course I'm not crazy, Huang Chen. You go back and prepare building materials. They'll figure out how to transport the materials to Cheong Island. Ye Xing said casually. Then he turned to look at Ye Shi. You need to post a notice on the official Weibo account saying that Xingchen Technology plans to move into Cheong Island and demand that the relevant countries remove their facilities within a deadline. Any that exceed the deadline will be treated as illegal constructions. Yes, mister. Yeah, we'll post it right away. Ye Shi did not hesitate and turned back to the office. This guy is definitely planning something big. Huang Chen was dumbfounded. He thought Ye Xing was joking, but didn't expect him to be serious. Sensing that the situation would become extremely serious, Huang Chen hurriedly left to report after bidding farewell to Ye Xing. Ye Xing left the office and walked to a blue Xingchen electric vehicle in the underground parking lot. With a wave of his hand, the car sensed Ye Xing's aura, and the door opened silently. This vehicle was specially designed for Ye Xing by the factory, equipped with much black technology based on the original series, such as automatic human sensing, and the body was covered with super metals that could withstand bullets and artillery fire. Since the launch of Xingchen Technology's new car, it quickly gained popularity and seized the market. Especially the Feng series, which Ye Xing priced at 150,000 as a common vehicle for citizens. Its low price combined with ultra-long battery life completely disrupted the previous new energy vehicle market. Orders for new cars both domestically and internationally have been lined up until next year, making it simply in short supply. Half of the cars in Xingchen Technology's underground parking lot are from the Feng series. Ye Xing got into the car and drove home. Dad, I'm coming home for dinner tonight. Ye Xing chatted with Ye Zhiquan while activating the autonomous driving mode. Okay, come back early. I'll have someone wait for you. Ye Zhiquan's deep voice came through the phone, but the background noise was somewhat loud. Ye Xing was taken aback, not understanding who was waiting for him. Just as he was about to ask, Ye Zhiquan had already hung up. Ye Xing had no choice but to speed up, arriving near the community, parking the car, and then walking towards the neighborhood. The community where the Ye family lived was an old one, originally a residential complex converted from an old textile factory, with most residents being former colleagues. After the Ye family set up the factory, they earned some money, but all the money was invested in the factory, and they had never had the funds to change houses. Ye Xing had been busy with the company's affairs and rarely returned. As soon as Ye Xing entered the yard, he saw a minibus parked at the entrance of the community with many people walking towards it. Ye Xing's keen eyes immediately spotted many of his father's old colleagues. Xiaoxing, come over quickly, we are going to see a house. Ye Xing was still in a daze about what event this group was hosting when Ye Zhiquan spotted him and waved to greet him.